Hello, you guys. No, I'm here. This shit is funny. What I tell you guys, a bitch always got time. Hi. It's me, Juss, Kyia. Y'all ready? This hoeing bitch is ready. Oh, Lord, have mercy. I love it. Not on God's time. Amen. What they say, imitation is the greatest form of flattery. And that bitch, she keeps saying 40, over 40 for me, right? That hoe knows I'm only 2 years younger than her. But she want to keep saying under 40. Over 40. Bitch, you know we both over 50. I'm only 2 years younger than you. Pew. Pew, pew. I don't know why she keeps saying that, but okay. Let's go. Really? Okay, yeah, in the name of Jesus. Okay, so I didn't have no papers. I had to take notes. And I'm going to remain calm, cool, and collected. This too easy. Over 40. Y'all caught that, right? She kept saying over 40. Someone over 40 and me being over 50. Bitch, I'm 2 years younger than you. Let's start with that first lie. And she knows exactly my age. We've discussed it many times. Okay, so it's me, Juss, Kyia, Real Talk Daily. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Wait, fix the battery. Fix the battery. Let's get a new battery. Let's make sure it's fully charged. Let's get a battery. Okay, so let's just go on and knock one at a time out because a bitch got time. This bitch, not that bitch or that hoe. Not OG Patrice bitch hoe. This bitch, this hoe. Oh my God. I am like, and this totally goes into what we're going to be talking about tonight. Free motherfucking will. It couldn't have been playing more perfectly. Free motherfucking will. Thank you, Lord. This is too easy, you guys. I hope y'all watch. What's the name of that show? Damn, they still going. And I was late because I had realized I hadn't fixed my grown son. Oh, you guys, yesterday my son completed high school. It was no big deal to him. I asked him what he want, where he wants to go. He wants nothing, wants to go nowhere or nothing. But he wants his mama to go to an amusement park. But nah, I'm getting a little too old for that. I used to love the roller coasters and stuff, but bitch too old now. But anyway, so my son has completed high school. I'm very proud of him. And when I say it was his day, it was easy. No, he didn't say it was easy. He said it was nothing. That's what he said. It was nothing. But yes, he has done that, and I'm very proud of him. And yeah, I realized I hadn't I hadn't fixed him some dinner, so I went and made him some little barbecue chicken breast and some vegetables and rice. We call it sweet rice, and basically it's just rice with butter and sugar. Okay, so that's what was the hold up a little bit. But did y'all see that shit? You know what? And I'm gonna start here. I don't know. I got to figure out what's the name of that show. If someone, I think Ocean, the one that Miss Contract Lady, who can't say nothing on YouTube, but keep bringing her ass up here because she don't want to mess up her contract. But she keep bringing her simpleton ass here. But if something is said about her, or if she say something wrong, it might mess up her contract. What whole bitch is gonna mess with your money? Why you gonna mess with your own money? Why is it that important you come over to YouTube? But there's a fear that something that you might say or do something to mess up your contract. Bullshit. So we gonna discuss free will, and we're gonna discuss lies versus truth. I don't even think y'all need me to point this out. It's very evident, but it's fun. So let's do it. Okay. So first of all, hi. How are you guys? Did someone put the name of the show? That guy Rico, I like him. I don't know if he's the one from Knowledge and Relationship. If that's the same Rico, I'm not sure. But he was a man of reason. I knew OG Patrice wouldn't be able to have a conversation and shut the fuck up because she overtalks everyone. So, and repeat, redundant. We should make a song off of that. Redundant. Okay, let me stop. Same thing over there. I still don't even know what? What is the name of that show? Oh, is this it? Let's see, shout out to the new subscriber. Oh, I got a new subscriber. We truly appreciate you. Look forward to your participation on making this channel great. The new subscriber was OG Patrice. Oh, I took a picture. She subscribed, she unsubscribed, she subscribed, she unsubscribed. Because you know it notify you, so. Okay. So, I wish I knew the name of the show. I appreciate all my subscribers. And, yeah, support me if you rock with me. I'm not for everybody. Which, if I'm not for you, I mean, free will. You don't have to be here. I mean, I'm just saying, I would love whoever wants to hang out with me, but free will, right? You know, we have a choice. Go where we want or not. Okay, I was still kind of waiting to see if someone could tell me because I actually, like I said, I think both the gentlemen over there for the most part was nice. They tried, but I knew it wasn't going to go like all the so-called rules. And I knew it was going to come back on me that why is Kyia saying this? And she was calling me or saying whatever. I don't even know what the fuck. She was saying all the shit she was saying about me. But, you know, it's like, okay, I'm going to let it go so far. And I thought we wasn't supposed to come up here. Oh, let's talk the better Black Life podcast. That's the name of the show. Let's talk the Better Black Life podcast. Okay, I went over there. So that's the name of the show. I actually, I'm going to listen to some of their streams. I mean, yeah, amen. You know, and why did she feel the need to keep trying to imitate me, I guess? Was that supposed to be insulting? Didn't I just make her look like an idiot? No, I'm not going to do that. I was going to try to imitate her, but impossible. I can't. Okay, so I really, really can't. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, so we're talking. She continues to call me a liar. And I think for the most part, no, of course, we don't know each other in person, but I think who I am kind of comes across. And I know that I'm very consistent in what I say and what I do. So let's start from there, and you guys decide for yourself. And amen, it's all good. So, first of all, I got a public announcement to make. Remember, when was that? Whatever, Monday I came on talking about bands in the house, right? A bands in the house. I have found the numero uno band that is more band than old big boy. That conversation with King, he is the biggest bitch ass nigga out here. I mean, he wear his pussy on the outside. Conversation with King, damn. You know, that's how niggas act. No. Bitch ass niggas, yeah. He has surpassed. They in the same club, so I have two in that club now. Conversation with Kings, you are a full bitch. You are a fool. I mean, what the fuck? This is what so-called men are doing? No, that's not what men do. I don't get it. You all get her, OG, get her. Get Kyia. What nigga does that? OG Patrice is right. You all up in. Are y'all reverse roles? Maybe that's what it is. But you know what? I ain't said nothing about your little bald ass head or nothing, but amen, okay. You bitch ass nigga, I'm just saying. I just call it like I see it. And that's just my opinion. I hope nobody don't get into their... Well, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Get in your feelings. I don't care. And why, and then another thing, why all these people need apologies? She just said that, I know she ain't gonna apologize. Bitch, you right. What the fuck I gotta apologize for? What? Where they do that at? So that me apologizing is me saying I then did something that I regret or was wrong or about. No, bitch, you lying. I don't even get it, but I'm gonna tell you guys, I was listening and I figured something out. I did. Okay, so we addressed the apology. No, ho, you're not gonna get an apology. I will not ever. So another thing she said, that I went on a 2-day rant. I had 2 days worth of show about her. Huh? Where? Huh? Where's the 2-day show about her? I did not. I came up and said what I said the next day after Daryl Long, and it was only for, I don't even know how long, 20, 30 minutes tops maybe. But that was it. So, okay, so we addressed that. I'm taking the minor ones kind of first. Okay, so, and I talked about the contract. She worried about a contract, but she's over here on YouTube, but she's so worried about her money. But now she's not under contract anymore. So since she's not under contract anymore, she can come over here and talk freely, I guess. But she's been over here the whole time under the same name. So I guess they don't go by history. Long as you don't say it right when you under contract. They don't go back and look at previous or look at right now. Oh, she got a new contract, a new show or some shit she's supposed to be doing. Huh? Okay, so and if you're supposed to be all up into this, why aren't you leveling up on social medias and promoting shit? Why don't you have your own channel then? If I don't care. So that's it. That's all with the contract. Okay, let's go to this side. Oh, bitch ho. Okay. So she had said when I first came on there that I stated I was just playing. Everything I kind of do for the most part is on a humor tip side of things. If you're not a bitch or a hoe, what the fuck you're answering for then? Bitch, hoe, you responded to being called a bitch hoe. So if you ain't a bitch hoe, why are you answering? Why are you responding if that's not you? Did your mama and papa teach you that too? They didn't name you that, but didn't they say if it doesn't apply, why are you responding to it? Bitch. That really hurts your feelings. You ain't never been with a bitch or a hoe before. Sorry. Not. Okay. So, and then the other thing, and I just wrote some notes down. I mentioned the 2-day thing. Oh, there is something I do want to say here about this Christian thing. It's amazing. People respond to someone calling himself a Christian as though it's a scarlet letter, and it's for them to try to put you down, misuse or degrade you and put you in this category of hypocrites and all this other stuff. First of all, yes, I say it proudly. I do call myself a Christian. I am. And when I say that, I do mean by that a follower of Jesus. I believe Jesus Christ died on the cross for my sins so that I can go on and live eternity with him, receive the gift of the Holy Spirit, because I am a sinful person, because I was born into sin, and that's what it is. And by the grace of God, by the Almighty, he came down here and laid down his life for me, and I have accepted that. I believe that. I believe in that. I share that proudly. Will continue to share that. All right. I ain't told you what to do, what not to do, what does my faith and belief got to do with what your ass is doing? I don't get that. Why everybody, these hypocrite Christians, and they say, why are you putting a label on it? Why are you worried about it? Why are you judging it? If that's not what you roll or rock with, bye. I ain't telling nobody what to do, what not to do. All I shared is my faith. That's it. That's it. But now when you share and say you're a Christian, oh, it's a bad thing. That's your perception. That's your interpretation. Whatever happened to you, I don't know. But when I say it, and I have said this multiple times, that is my faith. Yes. Not one time have I said to anybody that this is what you need to do. Okay. So I don't know why people do that. It speaks more. It really, I don't know if this is what it means, but it sounds like blasphemy for God from that person. From that person, it seemed like blasphemy to me, because it's like you're saying these so-called Christians. Who are you to judge, and who are you to say what I believe and what I don't believe, or whoever? You know, so. That's what I feel like it should be, but I don't know, and I don't care. I mean, I really don't, okay? So that was the Christian thing, and trying to tell people how to behave, what not to behave like and stuff. That's the fucking problem. Everybody worried about what somebody else is doing. Everybody worried about old Tom and Hank. Go worry about your motherfucking self. Look at you. Work on you and stop fucking worrying about everybody else. Counselor. We're going to get to that counseling shit. Counselor. How you going to counsel someone? You don't shut the fuck up long enough to hear what nobody has to say. You cut them off. You repeat the same motherfucking shit over and over and over and over again. Anyway, so she kept using the word hypocrisy. Y'all know me. No, let's do respect first, because when I was leaving office, when I, had to come over here, where I love being and look forward to being with you guys, 12 counselors, but we need help. Oh, and I will say this too. I truly believe they keep throwing this mental health stuff in there. If a motherfucker got mental issues and can't handle what the fuck goes on a public platform, get the fuck off the platform. If you choose to keep your mental ass here, whatever that looks like for whoever, and you can't handle it, that is on you. We're talking about grown people. We're talking about a 31-year-old man that comes, oh, I got mental issues. Okay. You have acknowledged that, and you're making the choice to come to this platform. I ain't got mental issues, and this platform is a bitch. Okay? So now you have made the choice, whoever that is. Nothing against mental health, mental behavior. If you're going to turn it to that, then that's y'all ignorant problem, whoever's going to turn it to that. What I'm saying is my kids got mental issues. Shit, motherfucker, we all got it. If you really want to talk, if you really want to state the truth, my point is, if you can't handle the bullshit, get out of the asshole, okay? Tired of hearing this. Oh, I got mental. Nigga, bye. You shouldn't be here. But if you here, it is what it is. Let's look up this word respect. So when I was going off, they had brought Vaughn up. Love Vaughn. Great. I love hearing his perspective. Like I always say here, we do not have to agree, but let's have the conversation. That's all. I love having a conversation. So they were saying over there something about we need to really respect each other on these platforms, that we shouldn't be on. I don't know exactly what they were saying, but something about on your channels, it still should be a level of respect. Okay, see, people throw words out here, in my opinion, and I can motherfucking be wrong, but I'm going to read what the white man says about respect in the dictionary, and then I'm going to continue saying what I was saying. Respect, a feeling of deep admiration. I don't think I need to go look up admiration. You admire them. You look up to them. You respect them. So a feeling of deep admiration. This is a definition of respect. I don't have a feeling of deep admiration for everyone. I don't. Or something elite, like special, something that they do better than most, elated by their abilities, qualities, or achievement. That's the definition of respecting somebody. So respect, no, Simon, thank you. So respect, I will drop it when I'm ready. So respecting others come with admiration for someone that is elite in their abilities, qualities, or achievement. No, that is the definition of respect. I just want to put that out there. Simon, I don't know why you want to come up here. If you want to, you can hang around. And then in a little bit, I'm going to drop the link. And we're going to be talking about free will, which we're talking about now. This is my motherfucking free will to address this motherfucking bullshit over here on my motherfucking platform, where that hoe was on. Yeah, ooh, I called her a hoe. Let's look at the definition of a hoe. Let's see. I could be wrong. I could totally be wrong. Let's look up hoe. Oh, it's probably gonna give me the garden tool. Maybe I need to look up a urban dictionary, like of a hoe. Let's see. Oh yeah, it did. It went straight to a garden tool. So bitch, it's a garden tool. If you ain't a hoe, shit, you ain't a hoe. So where I go to the garden, I go to the urban. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, Urban Dictionary. Let's look up there and then let's do hoe. Go. Okay. So, what? A mother of a student who throws paper at a teacher? Wait, that can't. Wait. Oh, okay. What? This Urban Dictionary, they do okay. A person reading this is probably wondering if they are a hoe or not. It's not giving me a definition. Oh, okay. Oh, here it is. A term used to describe a person, usually a woman, who has sex with strangers. She ain't never had sex with a stranger? I don't know. Gives into flirtation from strangers and dresses extremely revealing. I don't know if she's a whore or not. It just sounded nice to say. And then she said, oh, you can't play with me like that. Sorry, I did. Okay, one more word. So, hypocrite. That was another one. She kept calling me a hypocrite. Let's look up hypocrisy. Okay, a hypocrite. This is what a hypocrite is. The practice of claiming to have moral standards. I claim who the fuck I am and what I am, it's just what it is. Or belief in which one owns behavior does not conform or pretense. What? Okay, so a hypocrite is the practice of claiming to have moral standards. That's debatable. Yeah, I think I have moral standards. Or belief to which one's own behavior does not conform. Pretense. So I guess like pretending. I think I do. Just who I am, what I am. I call men 304s more than women. That part. Okay, anyway, so hypocrite. I wanted to look that up. I'm not a hypocrite, so I address that, and I address respect and Christian. Okay, so let's go to, this is what I truly believe is the problem. I think that she thinks someone then told me something about her. Because she keeps seeing these people that got a battery in my bag, and these people that are talking to me. I don't talk to anyone. I don't talk to anyone outside of YouTube. Whatever I say and talk to is right here on the platform. So I think I'm almost 100% sure she had been talking about me behind my back to other people or other person or whatever. She thinks that they have come and said something to me, which they haven't. She said you guys are on my chat. So whoever she was talking about me to, just tell me. Say it right here on the platform. Say it in the chat because she already think you told me. So that's what she's talking about, the battery in my back. And I don't even talk to nobody outside of the platform in private. No one has told me anything that she has said about me. So I don't know why she keeps saying that. You guys can go over to the Better Black Talk podcast and listen to what she had to say over there. So she is just telling on herself. See, that's what happened. When you talk about and you done said some bullshit and you a liar, you get into your thoughts and you get all guilty. So she thinks somebody done told me something. Ain't nobody told me nothing. They really haven't. And somebody that's in my chat that I guess make their presence known in the chat that she has had conversations with about me. Oh, and remember, she got receipts. She got recording, but I can't find my old phone. Ain't that the excuse, the number one excuse of all? She even got up and left to go look for a phone that she don't even exist. And then came back. I can't find my phone, but wait till I find it. I got the recordings. So with phones, you got a SIM card. So when you get a new phone, you put the SIM card and all the information transfers over. It's called the cloud. So I would love to hear the recordings. I got time. So I put the invitation out there. Please, whoever she shared and talked about me to, let's talk about it. Bring it up. Let it know what she said, because I'm the liar. I'm the liar. Okay, not the liar, but that's the battery in the back. I don't know what she's talking about. I come up here, I'm totally me. I give my opinion. Whatever that is, I present myself. I don't talk for other people. I say it from my perspective only. And I'm gonna mark this off. Already addressed. She keeps saying someone over 40. That bitch know I'm only 2 years younger than her, but she want to put me in the 40 category. Hey man, thank you. It's all good, but I'm not in that category. Okay, so let's go to this, and I'm almost done, guys, and we can get on the free will, which I am expressing and showing that I do have free will. I don't think the Lord manipulated this whole situation for me to talk this way. Okay, but we're going to get into that later. So she said that I knew she was counseling Daryl. I ain't had no motherfucking clue she was counseling Daryl. Why would I even? Okay, and then we got to ask ourselves, what the fuck did I go? What did I ask her to ask Daryl? I don't think she ever said, why did I call her and need her to ask Daryl anything from me? Me and Daryl made that clear. And even in the conversation, I said I went to Daryl and told him, I know this is you, and he denied it. So what did I need you to talk to Daryl about for on my behalf? Not a motherfucking thing. Because if y'all don't know nothing else, a bitch can talk for herself. I don't think anyone got a perception that Kyia needs anyone else to talk to, especially not a simpleton. Huh? What? Why do I need somebody else to talk for me? That is a lie. You guys, if y'all don't know nothing else, I needed her to talk to Daryl? No. I talked to her myself. And another thing, I had no clue she was counseling Daryl. And like I said, counseling him for what? Isn't there professional? If he truly has a mental disorder and you're able to counsel him? Huh? That's dangerous territory. If you're claiming to be counseling him and this young man do something to someone else or to himself and he's under your counsel, you got some explaining to do. I wouldn't say that anymore. I don't want your grandkids to hear that. Please. Had no clue she was counseling him. Don't even give a fuck. I don't even think she should claim that, but that's on her. That's these simpletons that she counseling him. So I already spoke on why are you here on YouTube if you got to protect this so-called name of yours and you got this contract, but you don't have the contract anymore. So you're able to speak freely. So I guess you're not pending any future contracts because what you've done in the past also, if you say that, can affect you in a contract. I don't know what the fuck they got to do with singing, but anyway, I already spoke on King, conversation with King being the biggest band I ever met. That nigga all up in bitches conversation like the way he a whole pussy. Okay, and I talked about that. And you guys see, this is why, another reason why I want to point out Patrice is lying. So y'all see how on the platform you can't even really finish a sentence. She overtalks and continue to talk. You can go to any platform you have ever seen her on, 100%. She cuts off people, she takes over, and she just overtalks. And then don't let her disagree with something. She'll just keep going and going and going and going. So with that being said, I'm not, and I think whether you know it or not, I don't give a fuck. But I mean, I do give a fuck, but I don't. I'm not going to sit on no phone with nobody and they keep over talking and cutting the bitch off. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it on no platform. That's a waste of my motherfucking time, and that is not productive. And I just don't operate like that. I just don't do that. So as far as that goes, and then another thing, she totally had her timeline way off. I haven't discussed or talked to OG Patrice, and you heard that bullshit. Oh, I was on Mimsy panel, and I asked her about her weight loss journey, and she responded. That was me not being rude, ho. That wasn't us having a conversation. You asked a question, and I answered it. That's not like us having a personal conversation. That's me not being rude on Mimsy's platform. And then what else she said when she goes in the chat? Hi, I said, hi, OG Patrice. Yeah, and I can go back to that clip. Now, I do got recordings where I said, oh, hi. And it's a date stamp. I said, hi, OB Patrice. I said, girl, yeah, I know about you. Something slide I said to her when she was in, the chat. Just something to like, Like, okay, bitch, you still letting your presence known. I've been knowing you in there, but okay. I don't have time for that. So her timeline is off with that. And like I said, I was trying to be a so-called friend, for a lack of a better term, because I really don't use that word friend. When I saw her in the chat over a knowledge and relationship, Daryl was on the panel. She was in the chat, and she was encouraging him and saying all this stuff. Later, I reached out to her and I said, just FYI, Patricia, I think I called her. I said, FYI, I just want to let you know that I really believe Daryl did that bullshit to me, try to get my channel taken down. And I just wanted to give you a heads up that of his character. And that's up to you if you want to talk to him or not. But I feel like this is exactly kind of what I said. I feel like I did my part to, express that to you. And I said, and by the way, he does deny it. I had already talked to Daryl. I said, he denies it. He said that he did not do it. And then she went on to share with me this bullshit about, oh, yeah, he used my name and was talking, using my name in the chat, talking about someone else. She said E-Black. I don't even remember who it was. But she went all that. She's like, oh, I believed he did this too. And I'm going to have a talk with him. I was like, well, whatever. She's like, no, because I want to know, did he do that to me? I didn't even think about it until you just said it. This is what she said. And I said, well, whatever. I said, I just wanted to share that with you, that I believe it was him who did this to me, but he's denying it. And then she said, well, no, I'm going to have a talk with him. I'm going to have a talk. I said, okay. And she goes, do you mind if I say your name and tell him where I'm getting from? I said, I don't mind. I don't know why you have to say my name, but I don't mind. I don't care. He already denied it. I already talked to him. And then I went on to say, whenever I say anything, you can repeat what I said, because I want to say 100%, but okay, I'm not perfect. 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 times, I already done talked to that person and express how I feel. I'm very direct. I don't need nobody else to talk for me. So I think if y'all don't know nothing else about me, it's like, Kyia asked you to talk for her? No, you can't deliver it the way Kai gonna deliver. Kai could talk for Kai. So So she had her timelines wrong. And then just to conclude this story, and this is the last time, and what she keeps saying, I ain't talking about it no more. One and done was shit, you didn't have 50 and done. You didn't repeat it the same thing. But anywho, I digress. So anyway, so after that happened, a couple of days went by and I didn't hear from her. So I texted her, I said, oh, hey, by the way, did you ever get a chance to talk to Daryl? She said, yeah, he said he didn't do it and we can't prove it. And it was very sharp and quick. I was like, okay, well, damn, bitch, I was just trying to, follow up with you. Mm-hmm. And then she's like, if we can't, and then she came back again, if we can't prove something, then that's just what it is. And I said, well, I wasn't trying to prove anything, but okay. And then she said something else quick. And I said, okay, well, let me call her. I think I called her. I said, let me call her. I said, no, I was just asking to follow up with you. That was it. It was no big deal. And she got what? She just kept going on around. I was like, girl, okay, thank you. I don't know. She was very defensive. I'm like, okay, whatever. I just wanted to know, and I knew he wouldn't, whatever. And that was the motherfucking end of it. Okay, so now let's go with, she kept saying, why when Daryl came up, why did I believe it as soon as Daryl said it was OG Patrice that was in his ear? I'll tell you guys why I believed it. Because prior to all of this and things leading up, there's certain characters of a person. And when I say characters of a person, you know how you're doing something and it's consistently something you do. It could be ever so small or big. It doesn't matter. But it speaks of a character, the way someone talks and do certain things. So to me, she had already been displaying two-faced mentality. Like she'll come over here or she'll call me and say something, not necessarily about anyone, but my thinking is, I don't think she would say this to them. Nothing bad or good, whatever. That doesn't even matter. That's not the point. The point is, if I don't believe you're saying this shit to me, and I don't believe you would even say this in front of this person or to this person. To me, that's two-faced mentality. I don't know why are you over here saying this shit in the first place. And it's not a big deal. I hope I'm being very clear. But this is what I'm reading from it. And then when that bullshit happened on my platform where she called me reading the riot act about B9 telling her to put her dick up, and then she felt I didn't protect her on my platform. And then I did protect her, but then when I say that, she said, well, you took too long. You should have said it quicker. Okay. So when she called me about that and reading me the riot act, and I told you guys, she gave me this whole scenario. If you was having a party, you're the host and you supposed to protect your guests and whoop de whoop de whoop. And she kept going, and she's so redundant. She kept repeating it. So I let her do it a couple of times. And I said, wait, hold up, bitch. If this is my party, I do and I host the way I want to, because she kept giving this scenario of what I should have did. I'm not going to keep listening to you. Don't tell me what I'm going to do if we're using your example at my party. If you don't like what's going on at my party, the door is unlocked. And if it is locked, you can unlock it from this side and exit. And it's that simple. So, and then, she kept going, repeating herself, trying to get me to, I guess, agree or whatever, and we don't have to agree. I heard you. And it was something else she was holding me accountable for. And I said, if I thought about it, I will remember. And I was like, well, I don't agree, but thank you. If you think there's anything else that you see that I need, you think you want to share with me to hold myself. I said, feel free to call me again. But with this, whatever that was, I'm like, no, I'm good. Thank you. It's something me probably calling. So I don't know what it was. I'm sure it was my mouth. Okay. So ultimately, why I stopped rocking with Patrice is because what I what I saw her portraying this character of not being authentic, not being 100% honest, kind of just talking. You know, when someone talks so much like that and they're just saying the same thing over and over again, they ain't saying nothing. And then when she come over here and sharing things about others where I don't think she would say it to them, like I said, nothing bad. I don't even remember what the fuck it was. But I'm just getting my own perception, you know, of things and seeing how she rolling and what. And that's just me. I told you guys, I don't have friends. I don't do that. I don't do, you know. Okay, so basically that's it. I think about that. I'm coming over here to give you a like, but I ain't for the shenanigans with your Kyia. Hey, man, Rilla, you know what? Thank you. I appreciate it. And brother, if you don't like it, you can put a thumbs down or, you know, whatever that looks for you. I respect that. I totally respect that. And I appreciate you, you know, and that's how you do it. He telling me right to my face, like, shit, Kyia, I don't roll with this bullshit you doing now. I feel you. I feel you. Going back to our topic of free will. Mad respect. Have no problem with it. Thank you for saying it. Thank you for sharing. Oh, see, y'all know I'm literal. I am. I thought he was serious. I didn't know. I take you serious, but see, I had no clue he was joking. This is just who I am, and it's all good. I really thought she was serious. I really did. But okay, amen. You know, shit, be you, be me. And then they keep saying, oh, that's why black people can't get along and blah, blah, blah. No, because y'all won't let black people be black people and accept them for who the fuck they are. If you want to call us fucked up, then rock with the fucked up. Everybody ain't gonna be alike. And we shouldn't be alike. Everybody should have their own personality, their own buffoonery, whatever that is. Why am I trying to control others? Go to the motherfucking mirror. First, clean that bitch off so you can see the clear reflection. Come on now. I am. Amen. Thank you. I just don't get this. I don't get this at all. We all talking about other people and they shit, and we ain't even straighten up our own shit. Anyway, thank you, Rilla. I was about to say, well, why the fuck you over here then? I really, soon as before I see the next one, I was about to say, like, well, why do you, okay, you know, I'm petty as fuck. And I always got to, I'm doing good today. I was waiting for her, he, you, apocalypse, I think it is, because I was going to do the, because last time he said, Kyia, take 5. Damn, bitch, take a breath. Slow the fuck down, breathe. But I haven't seen him in the, him in the comments yet. But yeah, I'm coming, you know, what, if you can't decipher a person's temperature, I couldn't do really, but I say I'm totally literal. I believe people at their face. Would you say, oh, okay, you know. But anyway, so was I done with that? Okay, so why don't rock with her? There were some other things, but I really fucking don't remember. And it was just my choice. I wasn't feeling it. Just like when I talked about old Big Mama over there. That lady ain't never did nothing to me. Never. I just don't feel it. It seems like she comes across very phony to me. Bitch ain't done nothing to me. Oh, I probably can't call her a bitch either. Oh, well. If you answer to it, that means that speaks more of you than me. Oh, and that old young. Yeah, E-Black, I'm not sure if you're still here, but I did see that video. I skimmed through it. I wasn't making time for that. That was some bullshit. Y'all know young, Sir Hell Speaks had that whole show. Oh, I guess not about me. It wasn't about me, you guys, but you take it how you want. And it's like a cult. Y'all know I can't pronounce this shit, but y'all know CULT. They all like, oh, okay, we couldn't get that bitch. Now we gotta disassociate. Prepared or, oh no, that's cultivate. Wait, I want it cult. How do you say it? I'm gonna let her say it for me. There it is. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. Cult. Okay, and the definition is a relatively small group of people having religious belief or practice regarded by others as strange and sinister. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, so I looked it up. So maybe not. I don't know. It's like, okay, anyway, I'm not going to address that. I ain't got time for that. I don't have time for that no more. I'm not going to make time for that, I should say. Okay, so initiated talk. Initiated. Okay, so she's the one who came over. Mimsy invited me to go over to that show, and I'm almost done. I promise. The one and done. I mentioned that. So Christian, like I already mentioned the whole thing about Christian, and I really think that is hypocrisy because you're using it to like trying to put a person down and trying to hurt a person and saying, oh, they acting. They say they are Christian, but they act like that. I don't know. Amen. It's so childish, and they keep saying, "Oh, I'm not in kindergarten," but your speaking point is the same point people been speaking forever. There's nothing new. It's nothing new. It's the same old metaphors, the same old examples, the same old. Let's be innovative. Oh, and I'm not going to have black women talking about black women like that. Why? Well, that's the problem. We ain't talking about each other enough. Everybody trying to be nice. Oh, you look cute. No, you don't, bitch. You need to fix up some things. To me, it don't look that cute. If you're secure and okay with yourself, it shouldn't matter. If that's what it is. But I'm not going to sit up here and lie. And that's just my motherfucking opinion. Ain't nobody got to heave to it or even listen to it. But I know we need to stop lying to each other. And the bitch know she's at over 40. Thank you, Patrice. Need to talk for me. I already said that. No one in my ear. I went back to that. There's no one in my ear saying anything. So I wish the person, whoever she was talking about me too, I wish they would say something. But if they don't, I don't care, and it's all good. Okay, so, it's been an hour. Oh, no, it hasn't, because the first, while I was cooking for my son. Okay, guys. Hi. I really want to have this. I'm going to drop the link now because I really want to have, and you guys can mention, here, open for all. If you want to talk about what I just addressed, that's fine. If you got something else to say, if you have any questions, whatever. But I do want to have this conversation about free will. And I will, of course, the link is there. And I think I put a poll up there, but I think it's on the other one, whatever. So, of course, I think people know what I believe. I totally believe in 100% free will. I don't believe that it's like God has, and I'm going from this perspective, and I hope, if Auntie Lynn is here, she said she was going to be in the chat. If she can put her the way she came with the perspective, I believe it was Monday, and it was more from a psychological aspect of things. And I would love if she would pose that question in there, and I will venture and bring that into the conversation as well. But of course, if she wants to come up here, she's also more than welcome to do that. Okay, so for me with free will, I totally don't think that God created us and then already programmed us to do whatever it is that we're doing. I think, what is that called? Predetermine, I think it is. I don't believe that. I truly believe that we have free will. We have the 100, is it autonomy? I'm trying to use some different words, but I don't know if that's the right word. I have to look it up. So I think we have the 100% freedom to decide which way we're going to choose. And because of that, these are the consequences. And because of that, and I think it's an effect that continues in that way to where the effects of our choices because of our free will. And I truly believe that he gave us this because that's why he said for you to choose me, for us to choose Jesus as our savior. Because if that was the case, why would Jesus even have to come down here if he already said, well, you're not, I'm gonna program you not to, I'm gonna program you to, and you not to. I don't just see the whole reason for anything else beyond that. And so that is one reason for, and another thing, it's like, when people put out there about, oh, I can't believe God let that happen, as far as when a killing just, kind of what happened. That I believe is another example of free will. That young man, whatever, young boy, decided to do that. Whoever sold him the gun, because of all these chain of events, is what caused that. And I don't believe it is God allowing or not allowing. Well, I do believe God allow things. He allows certain things. And of course he could control it, but that's not the premise of what he has us here for. He has us here to choose, to decide what, when, and how we're going to do things. And because of that, there are consequences. And he would hope and desire that we choose him, rely on him, and follow and share and do these things. That's what I truly believe. But however, it's not for everyone. And I do believe this too, and I think this is going to sound kind of contradicting, but amen, it might be. I also know he chose, this is going to sound so contradicting. He knows, I'm going to say it this way, he knows who is going to choose him. He already knows that. Yes, I do believe that because he's all knowing, but I don't think he programmed. No, I do think he chose us too. That sounds so contradicting. I do believe that because sometimes I'll sit and be like in amazement, like, gosh, God, I can't believe, you're in my life. I can't believe you chose to grace me. I can't believe that you have protected me and comforted me all these years. And I will always continue to acknowledge it's not me, it's him. It's my love of Christ and what he does and not me. And no, it just popped into my head right now when about all this bullshit I was just talking about. And no, that is not, I want to say God, like me disrespected. I am not God. I really shouldn't even, it is an honor that I can even say that without, consequences. That's an honor. I'm nowhere near trying to be God or even is like God. But I thank God for his amazing grace. I thank God he's nothing like me, I thank God that he has told me and made it very clear to me, there is no way I can do anything that I do without him, as far as any supposedly good, what we call good, We're born into this. This is who we are. We are sinful natures. We have to work every day at whatever that looks like for you. For you. You can believe, saying a cuss word is the worst sin in the world. Well, I don't know who the fuck you are to say that. So you're saying by me saying fuck that, oh my gosh, she can't be a Christian. She's saying fuck. But see, that's not what I believe. I believe it's what Christ did at the cross. It has nothing to do with what I do. And y'all know my belief on like cuss word. Who said it was bad? Why? Who has put this narrative out there that's saying what the fuck is such a bad term? It's an expression to me. Now, this is just to me. Now, people that don't want to hear fuck and don't want to, I wonder what happens when those people that don't want to hear fuck, when they're having sex and like your girl say, oh, fuck me harder. Oh, they might get offended. Can you say it then? And then when you're having sex, when people say, oh my God, is that like a sin because you're putting God while you're having sex? And now I'm talking about having sex with someone you're not married to. So, I mean, it's like all these stipulations, like, what? So you're saying because I say fuck, bitch, hoe, whatever, that, look at that example of a Christian. No, that's not an example of a Christian to you. To me, what a Christian is to accept what Christ did at the cross by laying down his life and believing what God did by raising him in 3 days. To me, that's what it is. God is not a name, not a sin. That is, okay, so it took me a while. This is my girl, Mimsy. Oh, Mimsy, you're more than, I put the link, I should have put it, let me put it over here at the top. Oh, it's right there. Oh, someone put it there. Oh, wait, I put it there. Okay, there it is right there. Whoever wants to come up. And Mimsy, of course, you know, you're always welcome as well. I love hearing your perspective of the thing. And what's so beautiful about this, me and her don't agree on religion, you know, for the most part at all. But we have conversations with no problem. Okay, no problem, girl. I'm glad that you're here listening. Oh, are they hearing me cuss? But anyway, so back to what I was saying. So who made up this standard or, oh, that's bad. Oh, that's not ladylike. Oh, that's not Christian. Just like, and it goes back to what I expressed about the table manners. Who said you got to eat this with this fork? Why am I following all these rules and standards? Who appointed this person as my etiquette lawmaker? Okay. She got her headphones on. And so I don't get that. And then as far as like, even with my kids, and they don't, you know, because with my daughter, she said, oh, mama, you saying bad words. I'm like, well, because I didn't tell her. I'm like, who told you that these were bad words? She's like, I don't know. They're just bad words. I said, but I never told you they were bad words. And she's looking at me. She's like, I don't know. This is years ago we had this conversation. And then I said, well, I don't think they're bad words. And I went into the example, anything you can say, if your intention, your mindset behind it is to hurt, to be negative, that can be considered a curse word or a bad word, you know, in my opinion. These are only my thoughts of just Kyia. And then so I think it was 2 days after we had that conversation, she was telling me about something about one of her friends. And she said, I couldn't believe she said it. And I said, well, what did she say? You know, she said a bad word. And I said, well, what's the word? And she said, I can't say it. It's a bad word. I said, well, I'm giving you permission to say it. She's like, no, I can't say it. I'm like, well, who told you? So we're having, and I'm getting pissed because shit, I'm your mama and I'm telling you to say it. She's like, no. Then she spelled it. What the fuck? Wait, you can't say it, but you can spell it. I was like, okay. And I think the word was fuck. I think it was, or something like that. And so she spelled it, and I just kind of laughed. I said, is that not the same thing as you saying it? I said, you just spelled it out. She's like, oh, no, that's not like saying it. And she didn't know why or not. The reason that I share this story is because from me, the way I see things, it's like we do all this stuff, and I could be wrong, but the way I see it is like we do all this stuff, we follow all these. So now I'm not talking about laws of the land. I'm talking about all these other things. You guys know I have the hang up of the calendar and like the etiquettes, and you can't do this, and the word respect. We talked about respect earlier. Who are these people that establish this moral compass or whatever it is, how we should live, should not live, what we can say, what we cannot say? I don't get that. Just like earlier, where it's like, oh, black people can't get along. Yeah, if you keep saying that, why do everybody keep saying that? Black people get along. Just respect the other motherfucker for what they say and do. Stop trying to change every motherfucking body. Let a bitch be a bitch. Let this man let a band be a band. But what I'm saying is, if we would just leave people alone for the most part, we of course they got to be some level of decorum. But stop everybody trying to change everybody and tell, oh, you ain't good enough and look at you and do this. And then the other ones that you want to align with, then you're lying to them. Oh, girl, yes, that looks good on you. Oh, girl, yeah, that man treated you bad. Yeah, you need to go. That type of shit, shut the fuck up. Sometimes people just want to talk. Just say it. But it's not for us to try to change everybody to be like us. Now, I would like if more people be a little bit more like me. But no, that's why I look and I express myself and let them express themselves. And then we keep it pushing because we can always learn from each other. I don't care whether you agree or not. And I get tired of hearing. I was on Harris Tribe platform, and I think one of his questions was, "Do Black people like or love Black people?" I truly believe we do. I 100% believe we do. Just because it might not show up or look the way you want it to look. Just maybe because you don't understand, and whoever that you is, that doesn't mean that we don't love or like each other. Just because this girl is over here twerking and we all like, oh, girl, please, she ain't killed nobody. I mean, if you want to say it that, I mean, if that's her and okay. We need to start accepting people for where they're at and who they are. Don't go in just trying to change people and tell everybody what they should and should not be doing. If anything, if you're happy and okay with yourself, just be that light in that environment. What do you say? Just let your light shine through. Just move and behave who you are. Don't judge her. Don't judge him. You can say some funny shit, but be able to take a joke. And if you don't, then you shouldn't be around that crowd of people. But that doesn't mean that Black people don't like Black people. If you sit and you're just you, around whatever group this may be, people are going to naturally gravitate to what appeals to them. And then this girl could be over here twerking and whatever, and she see most of the people she hang around are not twerking. She might slow down on her twerking, or she might not. She's shaking her ass. And no, I don't agree with her because I can't do the shit. I've shared. I've tried for years. I can't do it. Believe me, if I know how to twerk, y'all would have, it'll be at least one video. Somewhere will be twerking. But I can't get it. I can't get the coordination together. I think my middle too big. But neither here nor there. I just think that we need to work on ourselves, really. And stop doing all this judgment and and trying to there's a saying about running someone else's kitchen. I think it is an old saying. I don't know. But anyway, y'all get the point, right? But all these things being said and done in these so-called YouTube streets, and it's funny, but it's sad. It's sad in a way to where you really need to go back to your motive personally, whoever that is. So whatever your motives are, your intention, your reasoning, you got to work that out with you. And if you're up here allowing what somebody else say or do, I think, and I'm going to say this, I think Anton is an amazing example of what I'm trying to say here. He ain't let none of this bullshit affect him as far as what I can see. I still admire him, never stop admiring him. He's just doing him and you know, whatever that looks like for him. And I applaud it. You know, he keep it pushing. And of course, that's not for everybody. Yeah, that would be fucking boring. And don't get me wrong. You know, I like a little mess. I think it's entertaining. It's funny as fuck. But if you can't handle it, whoever that is, get the fuck off. Don't listen. Why are you allowing other people to control your emotions and who you supposedly are? No, you're showing who you really are. You can say whatever you want to say, but your actions show who you are. I truly don't give a fuck what nobody else says about me because I know me. I love Kyia. I rock with Kyia 100%. I fuck up, yes. But what others says about me does not make or break me. Of course, I don't want people out there talking bad about me, but this is what it is. And if I come up here not expecting that, there's something fucking wrong with me. Okay? I came up here for a purpose. I absolutely enjoy this. 100 with all of it, with the bullshit with OG today, with the bullshit with Daryl, with all of the bullshit that comes with it, because I can't sit up here and just be okay when things are going my way. You got to deal with everything that comes with this. So either you do or you don't. Do I want an apology? Motherfucker, no. I would think that that's the fakest thing. Because you say what you say, everybody got to get, what does an apology do for me? What does that do for anybody? I don't fucking get that. You didn't apologize to me. I don't get that. I don't get when these people in the public forum be giving these lame ass apology, then everything's okay and they can go back to playing sports or doing everything. Just because, they show some puppetry. See, I told you I'll get that nigga to apologize. I told you I'll get that nigger lover to apologize, the white boy. I think he was smoking with, the baseball, the runner, whoever. It's a bunch of bullshit. That's a form of controlling. You shouldn't be here. Yes, we are. I'm talking about free will. The link is there if you want to come up, Ocean. And God, if you're talking about my God, is spelled with a capital G, please. But I truly believe that this isn't for everyone. This YouTube stuff and where it leads and what it portrays. And I think you really need to check your motives first. But I tell you one thing, which I continue to learn and I appreciate. I truly get to see people, variety of people, and who they truly are as far as what they show me. I've shared why integrity means so much to me, and 100%, I mean that. I'm not going to, if there is not a gun to my head, I'm not going to be lying. It's just no reason, and I don't get it. And then when people do certain things to me and say certain things, and then you feel used, it's discouraging. It hurt my feelings, all that stuff that happened with Sir Hell Speaks. It really did. It hurt my feelings. And like I even shared on my last stream, I really enjoyed the time speaking with his wife. I think she's an amazing woman. She's very knowledgeable. I did enjoy talking to her. We was talking damn near every day. Sir Hell Speaks. To be honest with you, I thought he had more integrity than what he displayed to me. We're all human, and he has his own purpose and reasons for whatever he does. So I'm not judging him in that per se, but to me, I thought it looked different to me, from my perspective and how I saw it and what happened and how it happened. The God of gods, Alpha and Omega, my Redeemer and my Savior. He reigns in heaven and rule on earth. Well, I think the devil rules the earth. He's been on #1 best. True, known for turning water into wine. So he's black. There he is. This is who I was talking about. If I got too worked up, I was going to do the... See, he did. I already brought that up. I've been good today. I've been very, for the most part. I wanted you to take 5 so you can take a deep breath and assess that situation. Yeah, I didn't want to assess it. But thank you. No, it's all good. But like I was saying, but I'm not, and going back to the Sir Hell thing, and like I said, I still say he has, for the most part, great conversation and a variety. I like the variety of it all and things. However, I'm not good at, or I don't choose to, I'm not going to conform to a certain way. I don't fit everywhere, and I for sure don't fit in a mold. I like freedom, free will, so it's all good, and I'm going to continue to voice myself, and I want other people, especially women, speak up for yourself. No, it doesn't, it's not going to look like Kyia, it's going to look like whoever you are. And whatever that is for you. And it's amazing to have individuality. It's a beautiful thing. And everybody's not going to get along. Everybody don't fit into these modes, and everybody has this is how this certain woman's supposed to act, and this is how this man's supposed to act. But I tell you, I know what a fucking band acts like. But anyway. So nobody wants to come up and talk about free will. I can keep going now. I'll keep going because I didn't do all of this just for me to do all the talking. Like I told you guys, I love hearing from you guys. And I would appreciate it if whoever wants to come out. I forgot to send the guy the link, and I don't know if Simon is still here. And he asked the link to be dropped earlier. I don't know why he was coming over here asserting all that so-called manhood, but I put the link up when I'm ready. So now it's up. And if you're here, you can come up. I don't know why he sent me a StreamYard link. I don't get that either. But that's all good. Okay, so everyone can learn from. Okay, here we go. Everyone can learn from anyone. Absolutely, what to do and what not to do. And that is a good example because I've shared that multiple times on here. Like once at 18, when my mom put me out and I was out there on my own, I didn't have no mentor. I didn't have anyone telling me kind of this is what you should expect in a man, or this is what you should look for in a relationship. This is what you should portray. I totally learned from life lessons, life experience, my life experiences. And me being who I am, that's why I continue to share. That's why I'm here, because I'm open. I don't get embarrassed. I freely share all my fuck ups in everything I do and who I am. And just like OG mentioned, like Kyia didn't know her Black history and stuff. I have no problem putting out there what I know and don't know. So that's another reason why I was sharing that when someone lies on me or portray me not being truthful, that is very offensive to me. I work very hard at portraying who I am, and I put myself 100% out there. What? You're a fool. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't know you guys. Yeah, I put the microphone over there because when I put it here, every time I breathe, you guys can hear me. Why y'all didn't tell me? Maybe y'all can't hear it because I've been editing. Good job, Kyia. I do have a question real quick if I can insert this in here. So I've been editing and I'm trying what I'm going to look up, but if anybody here knows, you know, when you're editing your film, your show, whatever, where does those little cards come in? Like, how do you type? Like, say, like you see me now, and then something comes up and it'll say, I don't know, trash can waves, but it's just that. How do you do that? And I got Adobe, and I'm thinking there's something in there I need to learn how to make it. And then there's this other thing I have, and I don't know what it's for, titles. And then there's this software. I have Adobe. Isn't that the software? So, and then I have this other thing. It's called... But why would I use Canva if I have Adobe? Don't Adobe do everything Canva does? I got all of the Adobe stuff. And then, what was I about to say? Oh, and then I have this other thing through one of the modules. It's called, oh, no, it doesn't. Adobe doesn't do that? Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ocean and Lips. I got this thing. I guess I'm figuring out Oh, I ain't spending no more money as illustrator. It's gifts. It's motion stuff. It's it's spelled GIPHY. And that came or is downloaded from these modules I've been studying. What the fuck is that for? Is it just to add silliness to your videos? I'm going to share it with you guys and show you guys what I'm talking about. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Oh, and it said be animated. Oh, no, cancel. Oh, that's the wrong way. Let me go to another. Let me go over here. Oh, it's a different thing. Okay, well. Anyway, okay, so enough off topic. I'll figure it out because bitch know how to look up stuff and figure it out. So I'll figure it out. But I want to figure out how to put just the wording up there. But anyway, so is anybody going to come up because and have the conversation about free will? Because actually, I didn't even get a chance to really prepare for this beyond what I said and talking off the top of my head, because I got detoured and a bitch always got time. Well, most of the time I got time. And so if nobody wants to come up, I really can go back to my editing and figuring that out. I want to see, is there something else I want to talk about? Because I like being here, but I can be learning some things and trying to I could say this too. Oh, Auntie Lynn, she want me to stay up here. Why she didn't say, you could have said it in. Hi, Auntie Lynn. How are you?
Hi, Kyia.
I know you said I'm not coming out,
So
I'm just going to be in the chat.
well, I'm coming up to talk to you, and hopefully this is not the last time we're going to talk. So I want to start out this conversation with just the sentence that your strength is also your weakness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm referring to you directly. So
Yeah,
your
go.
strength is your strength is you're very direct, and but also it is your weakness.
Mm-hmm.
So am I okay to elaborate on that? I'm saying this because I do
Absolutely.
care about you.
Please feel
Because I
free.
see. Okay. So you mentioned the first time I watched you about your life is that when you were 18, and you just mentioned it, I think tonight, that you didn't have any training. You grew up, I mean, physically, mentally, you're smart, you went to school and all that, but psychologically, it's life skill. You weren't guided how to deal like emotional intelligence or emotional management. It, that's what I'm trying to refer to right now. So, and I'm saying this because if you can see this, what I'm about to say to you, as I'm trying to, as an older person, to give you a little guidance so that, because you can use this in your relationship, whoever the man you will meet or whatever like that, because it's called trigger. So only you know yourself, and only you know when that trigger is, because you allow or will not allow people to pull that trigger. You have the power, and with it also comes with what you said. What's the topic? Free will, right? It's all up to you. Your free will.
Mm-hmm.
Is Trashcan talking to me or you?
He's telling you to give it to
Maybe
me
it's her.
straight. He's saying, give it to me.
Yes.
Go for it. Yeah.
So what I admire about you, because you're not a follower. You're not a follower. You have a strength of character to walk your own path and speak up. But also, like I said, your strength is also your weakness, because with power comes responsibility. You have the responsibility to control that power, because that power can destroy you.
Can I just clarify what power?
So,
what power?
power.
Yeah, you said
Sorry,
power.
my
What
I'm
power
kind
do
of
I
glitchy
have?
here.
Oh, am I glitching?
Well, your power. No, me, I'm glitchy. There's a
Oh,
little delay, so sorry if
no.
I'm glitchy. I'm glitchy. I told you I live up in the mountains. So, so everything is a learning lesson in life. Nothing is wasted, really. And it's, if this is something that you can use in the future to remind yourself when you're about to feel that trigger being pulled, you can tell yourself, wait, am I gonna allow those people to take the power, my free will from me, that I will react,
What trigger? What?
or I will
Can you
just,
hear me out, T-Land? Wait, what trigger? I'm trying to, because I want to, understand what you're saying. What trigger?
when I don't really, because I kind of caught you late, so I think it was
Mm-hmm.
something about the other lady, and
Mm-hmm.
um and old what I stand for you, what we did the other night, because
Uh-huh.
I think what the other person was lying and you have to correct them. So
Right.
I'm there for you 100%. But there comes a time when you also have to decide, you have to choose your battles.
Absolutely.
So for me, yeah, the greatest revenge, well, not revenge, but comeback is success. So when people are like
Absolutely.
picking on you, and you just, you don't let it bother you. How do they call it here in the United States? Take the high road. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because Kyia, everything is a learning lesson. I'm not saying that you're wrong tonight because you're being real, but also words have power, and what you're speaking to tonight, I know that it's coming out of you, but it's also gonna take something out of you.
Mm-hmm.
So your the energy, we're talking about energy now. So that's
Okay.
all. If you're upset with what I say, all I
I'm
mean it
not.
in a,
Keep going. I'm not
yeah.
upset at all. Not even close. I'm listening.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So, yeah, I know that you can take it, but because not too many people can take
Yes.
it.
No,
Yeah.
no, no.
So
Keep
just,
going. I'm
because
fully
you're,
listening.
especially that you're in YouTube now, there's gonna be a lot of people. This will not be the last time. This is just the beginning of many, many more to come. To a difference of opinion, and people will cross that boundary where it's no longer opinion but criticism. And because you're minding your own business here, because I watch you, and you don't talk about people, but you do respond, and that's what I'm talking about. The way you respond and when to respond is your
Mm-hmm.
choice.
Yeah,
There's the right
exactly. Yeah.
time and the wrong time. There's the important ones and there's the nonsense. You just have to,
Well,
because
all of
that
them are
will
nonsense,
also,
really.
yeah, it is actually, but
Truly,
not
all of
the
it's
other night,
nonsense.
because, yeah, well, the other night I think you had to send a message, so
Uh-huh.
I was there for you, like,
Okay.
don't lie. Yeah, that one, yes, 100%, but this one, eh, I don't even know who this person is, but
It's
yeah.
more lies, but I hear what you're saying, and okay, so
Mm-hmm.
I can totally take that. I don't think, and I could be wrong if it's true or not, but I just chose to, because it's funny to me. It's fun, and it's not that. I think when someone's triggered, that you get emotional, you get mad, and you get upset. To me, it's
Mm-hmm.
funny. So I'm not sure If the, and I'm choosing, just like I said, I'm not, because Sir Hell and them did a whole show, and I'm like, and I just skimmed through. I'm like, it's not even worth my time. I don't want to, because it's nothing, you know. But for today with the OG Patrice, I just thought that shit was funny, you know. And so I don't know if that's what you mean, if that's what I'm displaying is triggered, because I really don't. I can take it or leave it, you know, 100%.
Well, because actually, I took a nap this afternoon because, you know, what we're going to talk about. And I said I was going to just stay in the chat because kind of listen. It's very interesting. It's something positive and we're going to learn from it. But how it started out, I was not ready for, because I was like, okay, you know, she allowed these people to get her off the program. For me, that's what I think. Because it kind of like, okay, this. So it started out for me because you're talking, but people are receiving your energy. So for me, it took a lot for me to not, you know, log off. I was just waiting and kind of waiting because, you know, what we're going to talk about is important, you know, free will. And I even gave you kind of an insight on what I, you know, hoping that you will kind of touch base tonight. So like what Trash Can is saying right now, because you're kind of frozen here. They can take you. No, me. I live it up in the mountains, so I get frozen. They can. Can you put it back up? They.
Oh yeah. I can.
Can did.
Right there.
They can take you out of your character and get you to move how they want you. Is what? That's what I'm saying. Actually, that's all. Because here we're in our little hangout. You know, I don't want those people to, you know, well, it's not my platform. It's your platform. I'm just giving an input.
No, it's our platform.
Because because, you know, before this time, we were all having fun. You know, when you come and you're always laughing all the time, you know. So every time you start your stream, you're always happy and giggly and joking. But this last two stream you started out, I'm not used to seeing you like that. Anyway, so that's all I'm saying.
No problem. Well, I appreciate you sharing that with me, and I 100% hear what you're saying. And it's no problem. I thank you for that, and you know, I totally will take that into consideration from now on, and be mindful of that. And thank you.
Because I watch and I remember, because the first time I watched you was when you were telling your story, and then I went to your very first YouTube. It was about the 4 traits of a modern woman. I believe that was your first YouTube video, official YouTube video. I don't know if you remember that. You look so different then. I mean, you are just, you know, sweet Kyia. I call you sweet Kyia. And whenever you end your show, you are sweet, you know. But just this is out of character for you. And you mentioned that your mother was more of a firecracker. So, and that's why I mentioned to you the other night about free will, that the imprint of our parents, their personality, and just getting thinner. I don't know what that means.
Because of losing weight.
So that's what I wanted to. I hope I'm not. Am I breaking up? Are you still hear me? Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So what this two last stream that you started out firecracker, that's what I'm trying to get to, because when nothing is disturbing your peace, I think that's the real you.
You know, it's funny.
Trash can waves.
He's a mess, right? It's funny. Not funny, but It was when I was doing my podcast, and before I came over to YouTube, and it was just like everything was going and going. And then I'm trying to remember, I don't remember what I did, but kind of this same message. They're like, why are you allowing this to interfere? And they said something like you said, that's not your true character and who you are. And from you saying that, it just reminded me of that back when I was doing my podcast, and that was just, flourishing. I was like, wow, okay, this is good. Let's go over to YouTube type of thing. But no, I hear you, and I appreciate you for everything you said and share with me. And I'm grateful that you feel confident and comfortable coming to me with this. And I hope you will always feel that way, no matter what it is that you see of me, good or bad or indifferent, whatever that is. Please always feel comfortable coming and having the conversation with me. So I totally appreciate you for that.
So, and then my last comment about is, I mentioned a long time ago, well, not a long time ago, about men wanting peaceful atmosphere. So I believe that the guys are here and they're very comfortable opening up, talking to you because of that. You're relaxed. You have no agenda, and it's just peaceful. It's I call it hanging out, laid back.
Right.
So if let those people, the outsider, change the way you are having your platform, it will affect you. People will leave, and not because they don't like you. It's just there's something, because you're not being who you truly are now, Kyia. You're and I mentioned about the firecracker part of your. I hope I'm not disrespecting your mom's memory,
No,
but it's
no.
still affecting you because until you work on that will hurt. And that's how people get divorced, and it haunts them for the rest of their life until they work on it. I
Mm.
guess it's called baggage. You're carrying those baggages in your psyche, and you don't even know that it's hurting you. It's sabotaging you. But and that's why when I watch you the first time and also your first stream, I got your real sense of who you are. You're a sweet girl. You're just a fun, funny, straight to the point, Kaya. And so don't let those people trigger your mother imprint to you. It's not even who you are, Kaya. And you're not, if it will ruin you. Well, not you, of course, but whatever have a relationship, and even this platform. Because if you follow the energy,
That that
and
last part, you were breaking up. We couldn't hear
that's
you.
gonna
What you said.
happen.
Auntie Lynn, that last part, we couldn't hear what you said after my mother's imprint on me.
Oh, okay. I believe there's two you right now in your psyche. Did I break up? I'm still okay.
No, you're good.
Kaya, you heard me?
Yes,
Oh,
there's two me in my
so
psyche.
when your personality, I would say, fun, happy-go-lucky, you know, just you. I just call you just Kaya. Then
Uh,
I call it triggered. The imprint of your mother, everything just goes. That will hurt you, Kaya. That will be. There's a lot of people, and I'm one for them. And I'm gonna be honest with you now. If you continue like this, where you are negative, I like you, but I can't handle it now. I'm gonna not because of you personally, but the energy. So, but I'm still here. I'm not leaving. I open my mouth, and hopefully, like I said, hopefully that helps, and not doesn't come. That's why I jumped on the stream the other night with Jamal, because I know I felt bad for your eyeballs. You were like looking everywhere for some clue because you couldn't understand what he was saying.
That was true.
And he's just like my son. It took me 24 years to really understand him. And yeah.
Mhm.
And I didn't want Jamal either to get, I'm sure he's not going to get emotionally hurt because he's he's just a he's just a simple guy. Did trash can come up?
Mm. Hey, Simon.
Mimsy, why are you coming with some crazy cryptic shit, man? What the fuck is all that about?
What? Who? Mimsy's
What?
not up here. Hello, Simon. Simon.
I'm gonna behave myself.
Huh?
Is he talking to somebody else?
I don't know. Simon, are you? Hello?
Yo.
Yeah, now, what were you saying?
No, I'm gonna behave myself.
Oh, I hope so. I mean, and Mimsy's not up here. What happened with Mimsy?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. How are you, Simon?
How are you?
I'm good. So, did you?
Again.
So, what do you think? Did you want to contribute to the topic of free will? Did you have anything to say in lieu of what Auntie Lynn just shared with me? Do you have something to say to me? The floor is yours.
Just break that down to me again, please. Like the topic.
Oh, free will. Well, I was just sharing and then I want Auntie Lynn also to share the perspective that she gave on Monday, like a different view to also discuss about it. But for me, I was discussing free will in the aspect of I truly believe that we are created and born to have free will, that we are not predestined to make this decision, to do this, and kind of like under a control system. I truly believe that we decide and make choices for ourselves in response to situations or environments and things like that. And
so do you sometimes wake up and like you have a thought in your head and that wasn't like something that you would have assumed, but you sort of think, you wake up and it's like, maybe I need to sort of text this person, or I need to like connect with this person randomly. Like, I don't know, like for me, it's like a God thing, but I don't know if it's not a God thing. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and I'm like, I just need to sort of check if this person's okay. Like, I just need to sort of go, okay, what's going on? And that's weird to me, but at the same time, it's like there's so much negativity going on in the world that it's like, how come you can't just do that? Like, how come, like, why is it weird? Why do I think it's weird? You know, so like, I think we need to get beyond this whole thing where it's like we're just taking our feelings out on people or whatever. Or like certain people could, they could just potentially just reach out to you and just go, okay, blah blah blah, and it makes everything that much better. Like I've had whole roxes with people, like they totally just got on the phone and was just like, look, bro, I ain't fucking with you like that. Do you know what I'm saying? they were like, I ain't fucking with you like that. Like, look, we're not messing with you like that. Like, and I was just like, okay. Do you get what I'm saying? I was just like, okay. Look, I'm gonna get, look, I just want to take my child on this teacup ride next week. Like, it's just like, I'm cool. So, are we trying to be happy here, or are we trying to fuck each other up? You get what I'm saying? What's going on?
Oh, is that a question for me?
Yes, please, Miss Carter.
Oh, well, I think that it depends. If we're trying to be happy here or fuck each other up, I think it's a combination of both. It depends on who the person is that's before you when that question is presented. With that being said, I go back to the free will. Thank God we have free will, you know, and it's your choice. It's your choice to your response, what you're going to say, or how you're going to deal with certain things. And like I always say, I love the variety and the individualness of us. Like, I don't know half of the fucking shit you was just talking about, but you know. I don't know if that was about free. Well, it was about free will because that was your free will to say what you just said.
You always do that to me every time I speak to you. Like, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I'm gonna get on camera.
Yes, get on camera. That's better. Maybe I can get some emotions and see what you're talking about. You about to get on camera?
So look down on trash can. How many beer is he drinking? You got 1, 2.
See, that ain't trash can. He talking about Simon.
No, but trash can is drinking a lot.
No,
I think Simon is the one getting drunk. Trash can
He's
is
being
drinking.
facetious.
Simon is getting drunk.
Mimsy, don't do that, Mimsy. Okay, right?
Who's Mimsy is not up here?
I know who's speaking, right? So don't do that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll catch. Look, I'll you know, buy some of your lines, okay, in terms of your stitchings and stuff. Okay, don't do that.
Okay. Okay. So, so do you believe that we have free will?
Who's we?
Do you believe you have free will? Do you believe you have free will?
No.
Okay, so you think everything you do is already predetermined, what you do and the decisions you make and different things, right?
No.
Oh, okay. So what are your thoughts on this topic?
Free will is not like predisposing your sort of human allowance. We have a human allowance. There are things that we don't discuss amongst each other. And because of that, we don't understand each other. So unless you're sort of about to sort of go, okay, what are we actually doing? It becomes an ongoing conversation. I think what we do understand is the you know, there's a thing. What I find funny is that everyone seems to know how to fuck.
Everyone what?
everyone knows how to fuck. Like everyone
No,
knows.
everybody don't know how to fuck. I can say that for sure.
No, everyone knows how to fuck, right? So,
Okay.
so
Okay.
for some strange reason, out of all the education we have, we know the stuff that is not gonna play like like the big relative part in our lives in terms of if we want to sort of build something.
Okay.
Like we know how to be sassy, we know how to be sexy, we know the swear words. I mean, have you ever been to another country?
I have not.
Really?
Really? I haven't.
Oh my god!
I know, right?
Really? Come on.
I have never been to another country.
Oh,
Oh.
Kyia, come on. Is there someone that can do this for me? Because I'm just trying to prove a point. Like in terms of like
Auntie Lynn is in another country from her original country. If you want to pose the question to her.
I don't usually pay attention to the chat, so I'm gonna pull that up. But no, Kyia, I'm literally gonna. Have you got a passport?
So, trash can wave is right. I've been to Tijuana.
Trash cans.
I've never been to Canada though.
Trash can. Look, don't do that, man. Like I wish you'd just come up. Christ's sakes.
He'll come up when he's ready if he wants to.
Yeah. No, he's
So
a great guy.
what is the question leading about another country?
I just think you need to be troubled. Like it's one of those.
If you would like to sponsor it, yeah, I will go. Absolutely. You
Are
ain't
you
saying
for real?
a word. You ain't saying nothing but a word.
Are you for real?
Absolutely. You want to sponsor and get the ticket? I'm there. I'm there.
All right, Kai. We do that.
I need a return ticket though in my possession.
Yeah, that's the one. There you go.
I need a full round trip. Now, first, let's do it right.
Bye.
We gotta do it right now. I gotta be comfortable. I'm old and fat, so I gotta be comfortable.
Give me that return ticket. You're damn right. Right there. You're right. And if you're not speaking to me, speak to someone else like that. You get what I'm saying? It's like, give me that return ticket. Like that. It's like, shit. Anywho. Look, I love you. I was just tuning in, to be fair.
Hey, Lance, the link is in the chat. I guess I should have pinned it to the top, but the link is there, Lance, if you want to come up and talk about free will. If you would like to join in the conversation, I would love to hear your input. I'm going to pin it to the top. There we go. I will also love to get your input and whoever else would like to come up and have the discussion. Oh, Auntie Lynn finally called on. That's what I was trying to tell you. That's what Ocean was putting up the beverage. Oh, that's Lance's comment. Okay, yes, Lance. Yes, that's what I get. That's when they come and hang out with me. So Simon.
Uh-huh.
So, you were speaking on free will, right?
Wow. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and then you brought up something. Have I been to another country? So I wanted to get your views on free will.
About when you're saying free will,
Whatever that is for you. I express what that means for me. You say you don't believe we have free will, and I thought you was going to elaborate on that.
I didn't say I believe you don't have free will. What I'm saying is it's quite a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned a lot over the last couple of years, and in particular with women, and I think black men. I don't know if I want to put this in that sort of sense, like black men, but I think like I've been very fortunate in sort of understanding what women are.
You know what women are. You're fortunate to know what women are.
Yeah, because I think that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. It's like, and I think where I'm sort of linked into a legacy, so I'm trying to sort of like get to a point where what we're trying to do is bring men and women together, but the whole family unit thing I don't think works for everybody. The talk, the speak space, it's like just do this or just do that. Every time someone turns around and says that sort of shit, like people are just like, no. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like for your situation, like you have a child, right?
I have two, actually. Yes.
Now, I don't know if men actually acknowledge what that is, like in terms of, I don't want to go into it too deep, like, but when you was doing that thing in the hospital, was the man there?
Yeah, I was married. Yeah, my kid's father. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So both situations.
Was he physically there in the hospital with me?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So how did you? I mean, what? Who was there?
My mother.
So
both times.
Do you not see that as some sort of detachment, or
from who? From me and him, or from him and the kids?
Just in like it. This is the complication, right? So like, women naturally have a natural affinity with women, right? So what you said to me was like, in the most poignant time in your life, when you was giving birth to your children, there was no man there. There was a woman there. Whether it's whether it's your mother, your sister, your brother, where do we get this connection with women?
It was my mom that was there. For one. Hi, Mimsy. We got Mimsy finally. You've been called out, girl.
I've been what?
Oh, nothing. Amen. I what does this got to do with free will? That was his will, free will not to be there. I don't.
No,
what is this?
All right, look. If you want me to bring it back to free will.
Well, that's what we're talking about. I thought that's where I didn't know
we are talking about that because, but you're talking about it from a female perspective.
And
Well,
you're talking about from a female's perspective too, and you're a male.
no. I'm talking about from a man's perspective. Free will, in terms of a woman giving birth, I was locked out of that room as a man.
Oh, we're going personal. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. So with my kid's father, I'll share this and then we're going to see what Mimsy wants to say about this free will. He has a very weak stomach. He's just not that type. With my daughter, it was an emergency C-section. I was 28 weeks. My mother drove and rushed me to the hospital where they took me to the OR. So he wasn't there for that, but he was there he was there in the waiting room. He wasn't right there next to me. And then when my son was born, it was a scheduled C-section, and he wasn't per se there, but soon my son was out, he was there. So I didn't keep him from it. I would, of course, I don't think, in addressing what you said, I don't think it's fair for any woman to not allow that baby's father to be in attendance. I don't think that that's fair. And I have voiced many times that I think women should be punished for certain things. I think if they lie and say this man is the father and he's not, because if she's saying it like 100% this is the father and she knows she's sleeping with someone else, I think that that is a crime. I really, truly do. I think if a mother is keeping the father away from this child, I think that is a crime against that child. So I am all for that. I don't know. I mean, I guess it does tie into free will because it was her free will to choose you not being there. I'm not sure. I think right now you're kind of maybe talking about something else, personal, which is fine. But we're trying to stay on the topic of free will. And Mimsy, and I'm glad the babies are put up, Mimsy. So I'm glad and I was very excited. I even texted you last night because I wanted to get your perspective on this. And I did share, I don't know if you was here at the beginning, that me and you, for the most part, don't, agree on our belief or faith or whatever. But we have, I think, amazing conversation. I learned so much from you and Mike, which is your husband. And I love having the conversation with you. So I'm so glad you came up. And I am so excited to hear your thoughts on free will. And then maybe because I'm not getting through to sign it, I shared my thoughts on it. I would love to hear what you have to say. However, whichever point from God's perspective. And Auntie Lynn, if you could put that question or come back up, came from a whole different perspective on Monday, more psychological about free will. And I would love for her to voice that. How are you doing, girl?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Because everybody is sleeping right now.
No, we hear you perfectly.
Awesome. So, hi. Thanks for having me. It's late night. I appreciate it. Free will, the way that I see it, is that when the Almighty created us, as people, He gave us the free will to make our decisions, right? So we have the opportunity to choose whether we're going to choose, left or right. We can choose left or right, whether we know what's at the end of left or at the end of right. When there's a fork in the road, we have that option. That goes with our morals. That goes with our life decisions. That goes with the fornication of the lady in the hospital who knows that the baby daddy ain't really the baby daddy because she was an adulterer, which is against the law. So, but these are all decisions that we have the option of making. So the reason why I believe we have free will is because when the Almighty laid out His laws and His commandments, right, for the better of us, to make us good people, you know what I'm saying? We have the option to either choose to follow, right, what He said and be good people, or we have the option to not and not be about it and just do whatever we want. You know what I'm saying? And the consequences for those are the consequences that they are. You know, the Almighty loves those who follow in his commandments and his statutes. And, you know, if you don't do them, he just wants you to follow them. I won't go any deeper than that. You know, it's just what he wants. But we have the option to not do it. That is our free will.
Right. And that is true. Okay, so even did you want to say something, Simon?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Look, I believe what Mimsies is saying. Like, there comes a point, like in time and in life, where you have something going on where someone else is speaking to you in your head, and it dictates the rest of your life. And I don't know what Mimsy calls it. I don't know what you call it, and I don't know who other people call it. But for me, total direction.
Total what?
Direction.
Oh.
It's not the person that may be knocking on your door. It might not be the person that's in your ear all the time, or on your phone, or on IMs, or this, that, the other. But I totally believe in that thing.
You mean like an inner person speaking to you and giving you counsel or talking to you to help you make your decision? Is that what you're saying? Like your spirit or your soul? Oh, okay.
I totally believe in that. Totally.
Amen. Okay. So okay, how do you tie that into free will? I'm trying to understand. So do you believe in free will or not?
Free will is a man-made thing, so it's complicated when you ask me that question, because
Okay.
I'm like, what's free will?
Do you think that you're free? Do you think that you make decisions and choices in your life, or do you think that those decisions and choices was already planted there for you to make those decisions? Or do you believe that as things are presented, that whatever you're going to choose is somehow inputted in you to choose this or that, left or right?
Yeah, that's a total crossover. And it comes back to what I was saying about there's something that's going on where if I'm being totally honest with you, Kyia.
Yes, please do.
I do not make any decisions based on my feelings. Right? I don't know why everything's gone dead. But I don't make any decisions based on my feelings. I'm totally God-driven. Something tells me to wake up in the morning, I wake up in the morning. If I don't wake up in the morning at that specific time, for whatever reason, that's what it is. And I'll fuck up based on that basis. So I'll give you an example. I might need to be somewhere at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that doesn't happen. Next day, I might wake up at 7:30 in the morning. DeVrell, please, come on, give me a break. Like, I might wake up at 7:30 in the morning, and that might happen. I'm trying to have a real freaking conversation here. And this is
Don't read the chat. Don't read the chat. Focus. Don't listen. Focus.
Right?
Don't read the chat.
That happens, right? For me, I'm God-driven. Like, I wake up in the morning, I'm God-driven. Like, so at the end of the day, like, that's what happens. And that's what's happened throughout my whole life. You can't put 40 years on a person and say, oh, that doesn't mean shit. Wait a second, you got to start paying attention. It's like someone's telling you something somewhere. I don't know what the fuck it is. Why am I talking to you? Kyia, we've had conversations. You've seen my daughter. It's like, why am I having conversations with you? Like, that matters. I don't care what these people think. They could go on their sort of gadget, sort of, I'm trying to figure shit out on the YouTube streets, bullshit. Do you get what I'm saying? Crazy stuff. I'm being freaking real with you. I'm like, why am I even speaking to this person? I went through a 10-year marriage, zilch social media. I don't need to communicate with these people. I don't need to communicate with people in that sense. My wife's full.
Simon,
full. Yo.
can I say something to you right here, my brother, please? So, I think I know the last time that I spoke with you, kind of some of the things you're expressing here, and I hear you. And may I extend once again, and I extended this to you before, like if you want to discuss, not even discuss, just talk about your emotions and what you're feeling and things that have been done to you and what you're going through. We can do that, and I'll listen. I extended that to you before. And I'll do that again now. I just want to take this opportunity to say that you're going off on a tangent, and you're going into your emotions, and I don't think that is really what you want to do right now.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
The only reason I do that is because I'm trying to do something on a business level with certain people, and every time I come on these platforms, certain people, as I said on the last time, I'm being very calm about this. Every time I come on your platform and any other platform that we've rocked with, they come on and start doing this sort of Barry stuff.
Okay.
It's Barry, right? And it needs to stop.
Okay, but you're bringing it up now. What happened last time with you not being able to express something you wanted to say? We're not dealing with that right now. It's just me, you, and Mimsy. And
I understand, but why? Okay, I understand that. That's cool. I'm just saying, like, it would be nice to get to a place where we could just look. We was having a nice conversation. Do you get what I'm saying? Suddenly, Nignog comes on, and he's like, "Oh, I need to start figuring out. Yeah, I need to start exercising my fucking fingers. Like, look, bro, stop it. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, what's up with you? Like, why do you need to do that? And you get on it's like that really antagonizes me. If you want to come up here and start doing some stuff, please email me. IG me. Do not do it on other people's platforms. Every time I get on someone else's platform, they do it. Don't get on other people's platforms and do it. Just email me personally, please. Like, I'm talking to Kyia. Like, I'm having a real nice conversation with Kyia. Don't get up here spot watching me with your crap. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, it really irritates the hell out of everybody, not me.
Okay.
Anyway, let's get back to the conversation.
That's what I'm trying to talk about.
News at 10.
So look, you were saying about your inner soul or inner spirit, I believe, is what you're saying that speaks to you. And you have mentioned something about when you wake up and have this thought to like text or email someone. So you were saying that. Now I was kind of curious about hearing what you had to say about that going on, where how you was tying it in to free will or not.
Yeah, so free will is something that I think Mimsy can probably relate to, and that's why I relate to her. And I think most people that I've tuned into, and most people that they've tuned into on a digital platform, is relative to the fact that you can see something, which is interesting. You don't know them personally. Potential is you might, but there's that thing. It's like, I'd really like to know. You know, I walk amongst markets, so I could walk into like we have markets in England, in London, and I do that. I do that on an often basis. I just walk around, I speak to people.
Okay, so going back to you waking up with, making that phone call or something and you telling you to just check on someone and you saying that's your inner soul or inner spirit. So do you believe that that is guiding you, or is that a helper? Like, elaborate on that, and if you can. And then after that, Mimsy, I want to come back to you when you were sharing about like the 10 Commandments and aligning that. What I want to know from you, Mimsy, do you think that we're able to do that, to abide by and live by the commandments? And we'll just stick with the 10, and not go, you know what I mean, right? Okay, so go ahead, Simon.
That's a total God thing. It's a total God thing. I wake up, I'm God driven. I'm totally God driven. Like,
so you think he makes the decisions for you?
I don't wake up and think I know what to do. Do you get what I'm saying? As a human being, like I'm a mortal. I'm a being. I'm skeleton and bones, blood, flesh. Do you get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's like, what happens is some thought process comes into my head, and I'm thinking, well, where does that come from?
Mm-hmm.
So where does it come from? So what I was learned and taught, baptized, and gone through, I'm like, look, something's telling me something. So my first understanding is a we say it's God, right? I don't know, like, people want to say it's this, that, the other, but at the end of the day, they could call it spiritualism, they could call it this, everyone's got their own name, right? Because we all come from different places. I ain't sacred, but I ain't driving myself. That's all I know.
Okay. So you say you're not driving yourself. Okay.
So I have a question. I hope, if I may ask real quick, to hopefully elaborate. I hope it's a simple answer for a simple question, right? So Simon, my question is, right, so that I can understand, if you get to a fork in the road, left or right, whichever decision you make, left or right, are you saying that you chose left and or right, or are you saying that someone or something else, right, that whatever higher power made that decision for you, and this is why you're choosing left/right? Correct. You didn't act that the second one?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, Mimsy, can you answer that? And then because I don't want to. If I wish Simon would stay more on point, because there is another question, but I want to go to Mimsy first. And what I really want to know, like, because you brought up like the 10 Commandments and things, and as far as even with or without free will, do you think us as humans, in who we are and how we live, can follow and abide by the 10 Commandments?
Yes. I think it's very simple. I find it very simple. I love the 10 Commandments. I love the 10 Commandments. I actually love them so much I wrote them in my book, but this one's not it. If I can find my book, right? If I can find my book, I think this is it. I found it. Okay. All right. So in my book, I wrote down the 10 Commandments because they're amazing. And they're so simple. I promise you, we are naturally just following the majority of them just every day, just unbeknownst to us.
Right? One at a time.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to work backwards.
Okay. Whichever way. Mm-hmm.
So number 10 is you shall not covet anything that belongs to your neighbor. Don't want anything that belongs to anybody else.
Oh, well, shit, we want everything everybody else got.
This is a problem, right? I say this all the time. The wantings are the problem.
So does it make it easier for you since you don't technically have any neighbors? You're up in the mountain. So is that why you live? So I don't want with my neighbor.
No, because I could still want, the anything. You know what I'm saying? Let's say my neighbor really does. He actually does have a really cool, like a gas stove and like a griddle system. And I mean, it's dope.
Right.
It's not so much that I'm like, yo, I want one of those, because when you start wanting things so much, that's where the temptations come in. You know what I'm saying?
So you
don't want anything.
You don't want that. You don't want anything.
I want a lot of things.
Okay.
I try not to want anything that belongs to anybody else. That can go as far as like her car, right? Her boyfriend, her crock pot. You know what I'm saying? Like it could really, it says you shall not. It's a slow cooker. They're amazing.
Okay.
Life changing. Okay.
So
you shall not covet anything that belongs to your neighbor. This is one that people struggle with. Okay. The number 9 is you shall not lie.
Okay.
A lot of people struggle with this, but we would be surprised at how much we don't struggle with this if we're just honest people. You know what I'm saying?
You don't lie.
I don't lie. It's most difficult with the children.
Mm-hmm.
It's most difficult with the children to not lie because sometimes they ask big questions.
Right.
Perhaps that maybe the answer is too much. And so not lying, but bringing it down to their level. You know me, Miss Kyia, I keep it very real.
Mm-hmm.
I keep it very real with my kids. We really, the scripture is brutal.
How far would you go to discipline your children to make them understand that lying is not a good thing?
Oh, I really don't even have to discipline them. I just explain to them that this is what the Almighty wants. My kids are about the Almighty, Simon. It's not like a question. Like, we're very simple people. The Almighty tells us, don't lie.
Do you think that's prevalent in America?
I don't know. I feel like the world is really wicked. And I feel like people are really selfish and people care too much about their feelings and other people's feelings, to where someone said earlier, I think it was Miss Kyia earlier in her stream, where she was like, damn girl, you look good in that dress. And like, she really doesn't. And you're going to let her walk out thinking that she looks good in that dress. And like, you're an asshole.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
How do you feel about that, Kyia? Like,
no, she just expressed it. Like, I just don't like deception. That's just evil.
Yeah, you just got to keep it real.
Did you do that with your daughters or sons? I don't know. I just think, look, I'm a parent, so I'm trying to sort of just gauge from you guys, because like everyone's got their own parenting.
I'm honest with my kids to a fault. I personally work with my kids. With my kids, I talk about everything: masturbation, sex, STDs. I talk everything. We have a discussion. So,
I mean, we're not there yet. We're not at that level yet, but we will be when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
Like my daughter, when I was pregnant with my first son, she was 3, and she knew the basic process. At 3, my daughter knew that I had a baby in my belly, and that when the baby comes out, it's gonna come out through my hoo-ha, which we have our name for it. And when the baby comes out, it's gonna be drinking milk from my titties. You know what I'm saying? Because this is what we call it, And so she knew the whole process of it. This is not something that like we kept it from her. We didn't go into details on how babies were made because she didn't ask, and even now, like the questions are not asked, you know what I'm saying? And if they were, we would break it down in some sort of, scriptural.
A quick question, and not even just to throw it off, but I am very, very curious about this. Why do you say hoo-ha? Why not just say vagina?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to know. Yeah, I was just curious.
Where I come from, here in my house, we call it toto.
Toto?
Yeah, because Cubans, yeah, we say it in Spanish, so we say it's a toto, and the penis is a pee-pee.
Okay.
So it's just,
Oh, okay. So
I don't know. I really don't know why I said that.
Yeah, I was just curious. Why not? Why can't we just call it vagina? Or,
No, I agree. But no, she did know. She absolutely knew. I mean, she said toto, but I mean, she knew exactly what it was.
Yeah, so she was
free.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was. I didn't say hoo-ha. I honestly have never said hoo-ha.
Okay.
I really don't know. Anyways, so number 8.
Number 8.
I hope we don't have a problem with this, people. You shall not steal.
Wait. Do you know where you at?
You shall not steal. I feel like that's very.
I've stolen.
I've stolen also. I have stolen. But when you realize that it's not okay, right? As an adult, right? Now I'm an adult. As an adult, I have kids, right? The last thing I need to do is be picked up because I was, picking up something, and then my daughter sees that I got picked up for stealing. That's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it's illogical. Why? When I'm not lacking, You shall not steal. Super simple. I feel like so far these 3 are super simple.
Okay.
You shall not commit adultery is number 7.
Okay.
Don't commit adultery. That is specific because that is regarding a man fornicating with a married woman, right? Someone else's wife, right? That's coveting. That also ties into number 10, coveting somebody else's property, because back in those days, the wife was property, So don't
Even
commit
if you're
adultery.
not married, that's adultery.
Well, if you're not married, it's considered fornication. But then again, back in those days, it's complicated. But either way, listen, keep it in your pants, people.
Okay.
You shall not commit adultery. Number 6 is you shall not kill. I hope we don't have a problem with this. Unfortunately, actually, I feel like the world has a huge problem with this. With the big AB abortions.
Oh, okay.
Right? I got you. But anyways, you shall not kill. So simple. It's so simple. All right. Number 5, honor thy father and mother. We have a problem. We have a problem with this one. But I feel like the problem with this one is tied in going back into generations, because when you have parents, I don't know about the chocolate. But when you have parents, like for example, if you're a person who is really strict about the Almighty's laws, right? Just an example from like my perspective, right? And my parents, right? If I'm like whatever, and my parents don't follow, the laws, and they're just like idolaters. I'm not saying mine are.
Yeah.
But, and they're just like blasphemers. Like, it would be really difficult to keep this. But that doesn't mean you have to trash talk them. That doesn't mean you have to disrespect them. That just literally means like whatever we get. Just honor your mother and your father.
Okay.
All right. Number 4, remember the Sabbath day to keep it set apart. Keep it holy. Right? We have a problem with this one. Big problem. People don't do this.
No. We're talking about you, though.
Oh, me? No, I do this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do this, and I honor my. Yeah, I so far I don't do any of these things.
You shared last night that you have a problem with the Sabbath because you said I might have to cook for the kids, and you mentioned a couple of things that you do.
But I remember it.
Oh,
it says remember the Sabbath to keep it set apart, and the Sabbath is not just the 7th day. It's also there's special feasts that are Sabbaths, so you have to remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, keep it set apart. And we do that.
Okay.
Am I perfect and about it? No, I was just talking to Mike about that earlier. No, I definitely have to get better.
Okay.
Number 3, I feel like these are really, really important ones. Obviously, they're all important, right? But we're going top 3 now. You shall not take the name of you guys would read God, right? Of the Lord your God in vain. The way I read it is, you shall not take the name of Yahuwah, your Elohim, in vain. this is specific. So you were talking about earlier, I say God this, oh my God, is that, a sin? And then I said God is not a name, and so that's not a sin. Because if you're not taking his name in vain and God's not his name, then you're good, right? On that sense.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
So, because it's the translation, right? God is not the translation. So if people don't know Hebrew or whatever you're translating it from, I'm not sure what language, isn't the translation God?
Yahuwah, which is the Almighty's name, which would be Yod He Wah He, it's YHWH, right?
Okay.
Is never translated as the Lord.
No, I say
the Lord. I know, but God is Elohim, which just means mighty ones. You know what I'm saying? So if you're talking about his name specifically, in the book, it's usually covered up majority of the time as the Lord. What's up? You know what I'm saying? So if you're saying God, I say God for some people, right? Because this is what they know. I don't ever say the Lord, because that is something that we have had a conversation with on our stream, where Mike was showing you that he said, don't call me Lord, you shall call me something else, right? You remember that one? So this is why we don't do that.
Father and stuff they put up there.
Right.
Okay, just so I'm clear,
Mm-hmm.
it translates to God, though.
Elohim translates to God.
Okay, that's all I wanted to just make
yes,
sure.
which if you go back to the Strong's Concordance, which is in the Blue Letter Bible, etc., it would read Elohim. That's the word that people hear a lot more frequently, is Elohim with an E.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I say Elohim, but yes, Elohim would equal God.
Okay. So number one.
No, number two.
Oh, number two. That was number three.
That was number
to use God's name in vain. Okay, number
That's
two.
right. Number two, you shall not make for yourself any graven images, idols, or likeness.
I remember you had a big conversation about this one. Mm-hmm.
Yes, turkeys. Yes.
And the dinosaur for your son.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, we still have dinosaur toys. You know what I'm saying? Because but we are not shy to throw them out. But that's a big one. Don't make for yourself any images, idols, or likenesses. So, for example, I used to have a rosary, or in my car with the cross and the Jesus on it, right? That was thrown out because that's a graven image. You know what I'm saying? Any other thing, like any pictures of Jesus, just an example, that's a graven image. If you go to churches and you see statues, those are graven images. Don't do those. Statues, just general statues, those are graven images, idols, likenesses. He doesn't want you to do that. Don't make for yourself any of them.
So don't make for yourself any of them, right? So
yeah.
Okay. Number one.
I love this one. It's my favorite. It's so easy. All you have to do is know something. It's, I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, right? Your God. You shall have no strange gods before me.
Mm-hmm.
So in your book, you would read, I am the Lord, your God, who brought you out of the house, the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no strange gods before me.
Mm-hmm.
Something along those lines.
Okay.
And that's in Exodus chapter 20. If you just open your book to Exodus chapter 20, boom, right there is the 10 Commandments.
Okay, and let me just reiterate why we just went through that, because with us discussing free will and what that looks like, I think me and Mimsy both agree that we have free will, that we have a choice to make. And it came down to, I believe, Christ came down and died on the cross and for my salvation, and that I'm not able, all that stuff she mentioned, like in Ten Commandments, I didn't everything, I ain't kill nobody though. But you can look at that so many different ways, and people play play with word games and different things like that. Yeah, I killed a fly, or I killed a spirit, or whatever, someone's hopes and dreams. But neither here nor there. So she went down that, and Mimsy stayed, and I'm saying what she stayed because I asked her specifically that she follows all those 10 commandments. I believe that we're born into sin, and there is no way that I can do it. But you strive to do better. You strive to do and be the best that you can. You gave it no power. Yeah, what's up, Simon?
What's up, bro? Yeah. Interesting. Really interesting.
What is?
Like the perspective. Like I really do find every person's personal perspective interesting.
Right.
Like so what Mimsy was talking about, it's not actually that uncommon. But she might think it may be. I don't know. I don't even want to put that out there. We in terms of God, in the Christian sort of Western sort of hemisphere, are innately aligned and indoctrinated with, the fact, which is the matter of, is that's what we follow, and everyone has every interpretation of it, and that's cool. I'm really, I think the thing is just, as time has gone on, different things have happened, and we've especially with the opening of social media, television, things that we weren't susceptible to. I put on my channel like last night, Greg Deck, look, just go and check my channel like from last night. The whole television talk, right? Look, there's no one to blame. We can't blame each other about this shit. The problem is, it's like we're trying to blame each other. It's like we're all trying to get in our feelings. We're all trying to be negative about stuff.
Wait, what are we? Huh? Huh? Who? I mean, are we talking about free will still?
Yeah, free will. We're all trying to get negative about stuff. Like free will is what? Can you turn around to me and go like, "Oh, Simon, I'm gonna go on the phone to you and talk to you about free will"? Like, no, you got to put it out on a platform so that like it has to be some sort of mass discussion. It's like there are simplistic conversations as people we can have amongst each other as people, that will get past so much, and I think people don't really understand levy and emotional cost versus financial gain. Like people are so in their financial gain, like get the bag.
Okay.
That you don't understand that, like, by talking to me for 2 minutes, you could potentially save 10 years of your life of bullshit, right? Versus I give you £10 million tomorrow and you don't know what the fuck to do with it.
I'll figure it out.
You won't figure it out because you wouldn't know how to do. You wouldn't know what the fuck to do in the first place. Look, I have this ongoing conversation with my ex-wife. Why do you think I divorced her? Because she didn't know what the fuck to do. I shouldn't be defamatory. I'm not trying to be. I'm sorry. I love her. Peace be with. Like I love what I'm around. Like the thing is, it can be like that. You can get defamatory, okay? But trust me, if I gave you $1 million tomorrow, you would not know what to do with it, because I'm not saying that from a fact that you're ignorant in that fact, but the fact of the matter is if you would know what to do with it, you would have been in contact with me right now, maybe 2 months ago when I first got in touch with you and said, Simon, I see where you're at. You can give me $1 million. What can I do with it? That's not what happens. People go into shops and try to do it on them by themselves, and they try to figure out by themselves, and no one's qualified. You're not qualified.
So, you know what? So that's a good thing. So you said that you don't believe we have free will. So all these things that you're discussing then, so why don't they know what to do? If they don't have free will, shouldn't that whatever is controlling them or whatever is the intervener, won't they tell them to go left or right or to what to do with that $1 million?
No one's controlling no one. That's the key right here. No one's controlling no one, right? I ain't controlling you, you know, you're not controlling me, right? So it's like,
do you can I in I'm just gonna say it. Do you
please.
So you've been drinking today. You're a little tipsy, right?
I've been drinking some vitamin D.
No, I'm talking about alcohol, right?
Nah, I ain't drinking that alcohol.
My bad. No, okay. Oh, so you haven't been drinking any alcohol today? Any drug use or like marijuana or?
Look, I'll tell you something, right? If I smoke a spliff right now, I'll drop on the floor, and I can't afford to do that.
Oh, okay.
I'm sober I am the most sober person. you don't understand. Like, I might sound a bit like I'm tired. That's fatigue. Yeah, it's fatigue. Look, I'm a single father. You don't understand. Like,
okay.
I ain't got no support from shit. Like, at the end of the day, I ain't going out like these people and blasting people just because of the fact of I'm a single father. I'm tired. Like, but at the same time, you know, look, my sisters give me grief. Don't give me like you think I'm getting on these platforms and like rocking with people from across the pond. And like they give me grief. My sisters give me grief, okay? They're on my case. And look, I've been doing these video platforms. They're gonna come on my platforms and they're gonna show you exactly what I'm about. Because they're gonna blast these people that are talking about me. Because they know who I am. My family are gonna come out. We are one in. We're one of an origin. Do you understand? Google my name. Only certain people know my name. Google it. We're one in an origin. They're gonna come out and they're gonna start blasting. I ain't blasting nobody.
Okay, let me Google it and I'll let's see. Come on, you said
they're a different thing. Like my sister's crazy. Do you get what I'm saying?
You said Google your name. Is that it, Simon? The one that's up here, right?
God, don't do that.
Oh shit! She pulled out her glasses.
No, I'm gonna Google.
No,
it just got real.
No, Kyia, give me a phone call like we do.
Huh? Oh, you're not being serious.
Look, I'm saying like on that tip, give me a phone call. Like, well, that's another show, okay?
Give you a what?
That's a whole other show, Kyia. Come on, like you know, like give me a phone call. We'll do that on another thing. That's coming up.
Oh, so you just talking to be talking right now.
I'm pacing this shit, man. Christ almighty. This is like morning, half term for me. The only reason I'm up on here is because like I got a break from work. You get what I'm saying?
Me too.
Exactly. I love your shit. Like you're Mimsy, I'm talking to you. Like you're look you're fashion shit. Look, yeah, get that in, man. Get that in. Get that in.
Get that in.
Mimsy's got some fashion shit going on.
I appreciate you.
You know about it, Maya?
Okay. So, and seriously, so if you're tired and you're coming across inebriated, I thought you had something to drink, which is it's okay, it's cool. I mean, I don't know why anybody would lie about having something to drink. So I'm assuming that you haven't. So why aren't you getting any rest if you're tired, or it's just too early? Or
That's a good question. Good question. Because I'm just like that. That's just my nature.
okay, okay. Because
I used to rap. Look, I used to rap.
Oh, okay. Drop some bars. Let's hear it.
No. I'm not gonna do that.
That was me DJing. Bricker, 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 by the way.
You guys, man, Christ. Like,
Normally, music is ready
on my channel. Like, what I'm doing is I've got a format. So like, I'll drop. Stop! You guys are crazy in the chat, but it's like,
well, come on up, you guys, so we can talk about.
I'll drop a tune. I'll drop a tune. Like, I'm a bit old now. I ain't doing that anymore. But I'll drop a tune in my on my live, right?
Oh, some of your old stuff before.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Relative to what's going on, like in terms of we were talking the same stuff, like, and that's the thing.
Hot dime piece.
That's the thing. It's like, this ain't new, and the thing is like, we come across the younger generation sometimes on these streams. Like, we're older people and we're old and we don't know what we're talking about. We're having these old conversations. The fact of the matter is like, we're not having old conversations. The same conversations we're having are very relevant to the young people. And that's my point.
But I y'all say I wish that word and but see, so this is my issue though right now.
Why do you always have an issue with me then?
Because you ain't said a motherfucking thing about the time. And I don't know. I mean, shit. I'm really trying. It's like I really wanted you to elaborate on, because I thought that was a great perspective. It's not my perspective per se, but I wanted to hear your input about, because you said your soul or your spirit is what helps you or guides you to make your decision. And I really wish you would elaborate on that. And, go ahead.
I think Simon just needs the right question. Simon just needs the right question. Okay, so may I ask a question?
Why does it take a white girl to turn around and talk to a black man?
You know
what I'm saying? It's like, why does that happen?
Okay, I love race stuff, but right now let's go with it. Mimsy not a white girl. Mimsy
I have a question. I'm Cuban. I have a question. So my question is, because you say that you get these voices and whatnot, something moves you to do these things, right? Mm-hmm. So my question for you is, do you ever question who or what they're telling you? Like, who is telling you this, and what is the motives of telling you this? Who is telling you to go right instead of left, and what is the reason for telling you to go right or left? Because you're saying that if you don't believe in free will, that this isn't your decision on making left or right, it's predetermined, but you're hearing something, so you're making that decision predetermined. But do you question, my question, it's personal, right? Do you, Simon, question ever that voice in your head?
All right, okay. I didn't say I don't believe in free will. What I said is I'm God-driven, right? So there's a difference in terms of there's something spiritually going on. I have my own perspective on things, and I've lived my own life, and I sort of had my own sort of decision-making process. But it's almost like crossing the road, right? And you see cars and let me draw back to that. I have my daughter, right? So I have my daughter with my hand. She's holding my hand. Now, who's protecting her? Apart from me. She has her own thought processes in terms of what happens when she crosses that road. And I'm standing with her in the road. There's no traffic light system. This is not a city, right? I'm telling her, look over there, look over here, look to your left, look to your right, and she's like, Daddy, I just want to play. And I'm like, you can't play. Unfortunately, right now, you could play when we get home, or you could play when you get in the nursery, but you can't play right now. So you need to understand, I'm protecting you. That's my job. Okay? And I have no choice in that being my job. I'm not here to play. I'd love to play. But at the end of the day, my only consensus right now is making sure that you're okay. Because if anything happens to you, not only am I going to regret it for the rest of my life, but I'm going to be incarcerated.
So you're saying your children don't have free will then, that you choose for them? And is that an example of the inner voices for you?
I don't know. Free will is a very weird... free will as two words put together is a very weird thing. What do you see free will as?
Once again, what I believe free will is, when the Lord Almighty created me and I was born into the sinful nature and world that we live in now, that I make decisions to do this or that is my free will. All of my fuck ups, I chose.
No. That doesn't make any sort of sense. When you sort of say, when I did, what does that mean? Like,
huh? What does what mean?
When you did what? What did you do? Like,
okay, so when I decided to plug up my camera and go on this live stream right here and push the button to allow your ass to come up, that was my free will to do that. I made that choice to push the button and let you up here. Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what I mean. That's free will. I decided.
Versus the idea that she didn't really have an option. She was going to press that button anyways.
Right.
That's like the contrary belief, like where she chose, it was her decision. Miss Kyia chose to push that button to let Simon and Mimsy Limbs on, versus the idea that Miss Kyia didn't really have an option. She was going to push that button no matter what.
You got it?
So the question is, do you believe that Miss Kyia made the decision herself to let us on the channel? Or do you believe that Miss Kyia was going to press that button anyways because it's beyond her decision? It's not even her choice.
It's relative to the person. It's not like, I mean, I think, this whole thing about trying to prove a point is here or there.
No, this is called a conversation. This is called a conversation to get other people's perspective on things, to come so you can interact with each other and have maybe a broader perspective about thinking about things. That's all we're doing here. And then that's what happened when you made the choice to plug up your camera or whatever it is and hit that link to come up here. You made a choice understanding. So I hope to to have a conversation about this, not just to have a conversation about whatever the hell is coming to your mind in your tired state. So, you know.
Look, Kai, we always have a conversation. Whatever sort of like people sort of like think and this, that, the other, and whatever. Is here or there. Like you could be very specific if you want to, or you know.
Okay, did you just hear about Mimsy just said the 10 Commandments, right?
Yeah, I see where Mimsy's coming
from. Do you think you broke any of the 10 Commandments from any of our questions?
I don't know. Like Mimsy's on some. Yeah, look, I'm not Mimsy. Do you get what I'm saying? Like Mimsy's on Mimsy. Like she does her thing.
Well, if we're in the Matrix, is that real life or is the Matrix? And I always get confused. The Matrix real life?
If I'm going to be real about Mimsy, Mimsy's like I like Mimsy, but Mimsy is Mimsy. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like she's in her forest over there, like she's doing her own thing.
It's a rock. It's a rock I live under. It's right here. It's a nice little rock. It's comfortable. It's cozy.
Yeah, right. So you're over there, and I'm not going to discredit you for that in any shape or form. I think you're beautiful. I think your husband's a great guy.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't discrediting you for any shit. I'm just saying, like, that's that. You know what I'm saying? Most people won't understand that. But I think your perspective is relative. I think it needs to be heard. That's the difference. That's my thing. And that's why people don't get much about me. Like, I love people who come from a different perspective. It's not sort of like the thing about, oh, this, that, doc stuff, blah, blah, blah. It's like, and throwing up shit. I don't give a crap about likes and all the rest of it. It's just, when I've
tried one of those.
I've been very fortunate. Like at the end of the day, like the turn came in 2021 where I saw, for some strange reason, I've had 3,000 followers on Instagram, and I didn't really 300 followers on Instagram. I didn't know where they came from.
What date?
I didn't know what the hell was going on. I don't care about it. To be honest, they could go.
So I would like to share. I don't know if you know this, Mimsy. You know, his daughter and I have the same name. His daughter name is Kyia.
Cool. Is it spelled the same?
I think our Y and our A is reverse, if I'm not mistaken.
Like Kyia.
Y is reverse.
That's cool.
Yes, very cool. Okay, so Auntie Lynn, would you do me a favor? I know right now you're not going to come up, but would you put that question in? And I would like for me, Mimsy, and Simon to discuss that point of view, because and I don't remember it. I thought I wrote it down, but I think I threw it out, and I wanted to look into it before the live. But Auntie Lynn, before on Monday's show, she had brought it up from the perspective about free will, a psychological way, because we were talking about Jordan Peterson. And Auntie Lynn, if you could please put the question up there, or if you don't mind, come up, maybe express it, and then if you want to jump back down, you can, or you can just stay up here, and we gotta do it. You gotta do it too. This our platform. We gotta deal with everybody. Everybody is open door. So
what does your shirt say, Miss Kyia?
Huh?
What does your shirt say? I've been trying to read it all night.
Oh, stop cries. This is a friend of mine. Him and his daughter, they have a nonprofit where they go out and feed homeless. They do toiletries and personal items for homeless teens. Cool. And this is their foundation, Stopping Cries, and it's run by him and his daughter. You can find them on Facebook, and they share and they donate a lot. They're really like just really taking off with helping with self-care for homeless teens. And
that's nice.
Isn't that nice? It is really
nice. Good. That's good.
And this is their Yeah, this is their foundation. So it's really nice. I really enjoy it.
You know, that's something I can really dig on you, Miss Kyia. I can really dig on you, Miss Kyia, because I have seen you in these YouTube streets, and you go out and you're repping, you know, yeah, that's beautiful. You're out here, like, you go out and like you buy like people's products, and like you're supporting the small business, and like I think that is absolutely beautiful. So I dig on that, Miss Kyia.
I'll go up if the gang come up too.
I think everybody should come up.
All right, so I think who she's talking about. Well, Ocean will come up toward the end when he's ready, but I would love him versus her solution. He looked black, but he not black, you guys. So that's what he told me. So I would love if he would come up. You're welcome to come up. And oh, we got the dime piece in the house.
Yay.
Come on, we got the dime piece. Whoop, whoop.
What's up, everybody? Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Oh, look, Brianna said AR is not black. Look, he's not black, you guys.
He's not black. He's OJ.
But I really I met him for AR, that is, for the first time on the Harris Tribe platform, and it was a nice conversation. We didn't agree. I don't even think we didn't agree or disagree, but I like his demeanor and how AR, I'm talking about, how he stayed consistent and had the conversation, and not just, you know, how, well, man, or just giving up and just, you know, whatever. He really, he had the conversation with me, and I was just really just asking questions to better understand, but you guys know I'll just keep going. But it was good, and I respect him, and I went and saw his last episode. However, I did leave because it was that same old talk about men and women. And did he just wake up and notice you here? Or? So yes, him versus
All Sean's a dime.
Huh?
Said all Sean's a dime. What's up, Simon? Mimsy.
Dime in him. And I don't think Trash Can, she wants you to come up, Ocean. Ocean normally waits to the end. I don't know if he's at work or not, but of course, Ocean is always welcome. Rashawn, thank you so much. Okay, Auntie Lynn, we waiting for you so we can get that other perspective with the question. What do you think about the topic, Rashawn, and about I would love to get your... Is that me in the background?
That's you? Yeah. Got you up. Got you up.
I like that. Okay, So what is your thoughts on free will?
First of all, I want to let you know I'm still in this topic. I'm definitely going to have to talk about, because I'm like, man, I remember E Black talked about this a while back, and hearing you talk about it, I'm like, I don't know. There's no way to prove it. Like, I know what I believe. I believe I have free will, but how will we know if we're programmed to make the decisions that we make? How will we know that we weren't programmed? Like, everybody keeps talking about the Matrix. How will we know? How will we know? Like, even like if you condition a dog and it stops at the fence line because you had an electric fence, is it choosing, or is it conditioning choosing for it? So I do wonder, like, how would we know if we're making the choices?
And that is a great point, because just think about all the times where things have happened and you're like, well, wow, I was just thinking that and here it is. Or wow, if this wouldn't have happened, it kind of saved me from whatever. All these wow moments that at that precise time, it happens, you know, and that's a whole nother conversation in itself. But so you're not sure where you lie if we have free will or not. But you say you think we do.
I believe we do. I believe we do, but so I wouldn't know.
Why do you believe we have free will?
Because I feel like we're choosing. You know, the feeling. I feel like I chose to come up here. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I made that choice. I feel like I was like, Kyia kept telling me, hey, you never come up to my channel. You never come up and kick it with me. And I was like, I feel like I want to honor Kyia because she supported. So I was like, man, it feels like I made that choice. But maybe I was conditioned to. You know what I'm saying? So how could I prove? How could I prove that?
So you're saying conditioned to versus predetermined. Conditioned to, I think that's kind of what Auntie Lynn was alluding to because of like, okay, let's see what Simon. Okay, what happened? Share the joke.
No, this nigga say he's feeling shit, man. Cool, whatever.
He what?
He's feeling stuff, man. He's feeling. I'm listening.
He's feeding stuff?
I use the word feel. I use the word feel, and there are a lot of men.
Feeling stuff.
Yeah. Kai, yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of men online when they hear the word feel, they go into like a breakdown mode, you know, feelings. Feelings.
Breakdown mode. You're feeling stuff, man. You're feeling God. You're feeling
Feeling God, yeah, personal relationship, and okay. So did you want to add something to that,
No.
Simon, or no? Okay, no. Okay, so you said conditioned to versus I was kind of thinking predetermined or predestined to, you know, meaning initially another way I was thinking about when I was doing the thumbnail is how they have predetermined versus free will, meaning when God created you, if you believe in God, that he already predetermined all your decision and everything you're going to do. But when you're saying conditioned, which I think is a totally different way of saying it, and I wasn't even thinking of it that way, that means because of maybe what you've been exposed to, what you've been taught, with different things you've seen, this has kind of guided what may and may not be your decision. Is that what you're saying with conditioning?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like there's a closer level to our choice than God predetermining it before existence even happened. Like there's even like the choices that we all made here, like the clothing that we wore. Mm-hmm. All of those choices, there's a level of conditioning that our society has put up. What's available to us, what materials, like even Mimsy Silencio is biblically conditioned because it has certain materials and fringes. You know what I'm saying? So there's a level of training that our mind goes through to get to the choices we make. So even our own choices are not always ours. Some of them are from our parents. Some of them are from peer pressure. Some of them, like we always talk about the Eurocentric beauty standard. A lot of our choices are conditioned into us that we're not even willfully wanting. How many people went to college for a certain degree path and then went to a different career because they didn't even like that degree path? So even taking God out of it, even our own choices are not necessarily our own choices.
You know, and maybe I'm going to let you chime in here as well. But that is so interesting. You say that. That's why I love having these conversations. Okay, so in a sense, not even in a sense, I do agree with what you're saying. I still think that that's free will because that's how you evolve and learn when you go through certain things. And I would hope if you experience, you don't want to go into that. Who's that? Is that Einstein who said, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome, that's hallucination. So I would like to think that we are conditioned, and you should take into account past experiences and past outcome to determine your next decision. And I still think that that's free will, because to even get to those determining factors, whether they were good or bad, your free will got you there, is how, but I like that conditioning aspect of thing. And that is a good element to add.
Can I ask a question based on what you just said? Mm-hmm. But how free is it if other people set the parameters of your choice?
Yes. And that, what you're saying that, and I never thought about that until how all this stuff that's out in the open with everything being filmed and things going against the Black community. And then let's go back before that, where Black people weren't allowed to read at all. Everything was kind of determined for us. So with all of that being said, yes, I still think that we have free will. Out of those choices, we don't have free will of the whole world, which we don't have now in that aspect. But in the available choices that we have and that are presented. So now we have more of a choice now to educate ourselves on the laws and educate ourselves on how we're being treated when certain things happen. Welcome, AR. Thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate you for adding to this conversation.
Wait, who's AR? Do you see my name?
Oh, it's not.
Hey, wait. That almost proves the
Did I
point.
say it right? Okay, I'll
But
put it this way. The black non-black is in the house because he looked Negro to me with that hair and everything.
Yeah, man. Only 25%. You know what I'm saying? I got
Only
that.
well, I hate to say that you got one drop.
I got that good genetics. So I get to actually. I'm blessed to be on this panel. You know.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, I'm blessed. I appreciate you. So,
I appreciate you coming up. I really, really do. And Rashawn Arman, you can go ahead and finish what you were saying. Then we go Mimsy, and then I would love for. Is it really? It's not AR for real.
It's really not. His name is really. Oh,
it is.
I'm the real Dime.
You look like you're probably an Aaron. Is it Aaron?
I'm the real Don. This guy.
Oh. But anyway, then we want to come to you, and I really want to know, like, what's your original thought on this topic, and then contribute whatever else you would like to contribute to the conversation. Go ahead, Rashawn.
Oh, no, that was pretty much it. I really just wonder, though, like, I understand we feel like we're making that choice, but if somebody else is setting the choices, like if it's a multiple choice test, somebody else gave us the choices, that's not freedom. And if we're not even choosing what we desire, that's not will. So it can't be free will if it's not free and it's not our will. You know what I'm saying? Like the actual literalness of the word. So I mean, that's like a closer, like bringing it outside of God, even on our own level.
Right.
It's not really free and it's not really our will, because everything we want has been provided to us. We've been enticed to want the things we want.
Mimsy?
I feel
before you go, the definition of free will, just so we're all just kind of have this common thought in our head as well. The power of acting without the constraints of necessity or faith. So like you said, you got to take that faith out of there as well. The ability to act at one's own discretion. So that's the definition of free will here, according to this Google lookup. Okay, go ahead, Mimsy.
All right, but then I'm gonna do a search because you got me Googling.
Okay.
But okay. So, I understand where Arshawn is coming from, because if we're going by whatever definition you just came up with, right? If we're going by that, then it can be complicated, right? In my world, I don't separate the Almighty from anything ever. So I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? So in my case, just an example, in the case of my fringes, right? Though I like my fringes, I think they're very pretty. Even if I didn't, if I didn't feel like wearing my fringes, like tomorrow, if my son doesn't feel like wearing his fringes, that doesn't actually matter, because his feelings about wearing his fringes don't matter. The Almighty says you have to wear them. You know what I'm saying? You don't but he can still make the decision to not wear them and deal with the consequences thereof. But the Almighty is telling you, you have to wear the fringes. You know what I'm saying? And then explain the reason why, etc., whatever. You know what I'm saying? But the free will is there. And then I had so many other things in my brain to tell you, Arshawn. I had so many other things. And then you kept saying other things. And then here's the paper. And then so here's the way that I can see it. Let me just throw something in here, right? The Almighty, in the sense of predetermining, it's tobacco, I promise. In the sense of predetermined decisions and free will, the Almighty knows everything that's going to happen. He is all knowing, right? So it's no surprise to him. If he's asking you a question, he knows the answer to the question. He wants you to answer the question because he wants you to see where you're at. You know what I'm saying? Everything is a test on our end because all he wants is for us to be about him. So he's going to give you, he's going to put you in situations. He's going to bring things to your table. He is going to bring you the temptations. He's allowing all of these things to happen constantly, not just once, forever until you die, brother. Until the last breath you take, you're going to be tested to see if you're going to be ride or die for the Almighty or not. You know what I'm saying? So until the day that I die, if he wants me to wear fringes because he told me to wear them forever throughout all generations, I'm going to wear my fringes. I'm going to teach my kids to wear my fringes. You know what I'm saying? And it's their job to continue that because that's what the Almighty wants. It's his will. But it is our decision on whether or not we're going to choose his will or our own.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? He knows what we're going to do. He already knows. But do you? Like, do you know where you stand? You know what I'm saying? And then this goes deeper into like idolatry. Like, what do you love more than him? So now Abraham was tested with his kid. Take your kid up there. You know what I'm saying? And sacrifice your kid. Do you love your kid? A creation, my creation. I gave this to you. Do you love this more than you love me? And so that was a test for Abraham. And he passed it. And his son still didn't die. Because if you think about it, his son was never going to die. Right? Because if Abraham chose not to kill his son, then he wouldn't have killed his son. But who's to say that the Almighty wouldn't have taken him anyways? You know what I'm saying? So it's like we have to always have a foundation, which is our basic morals. Where do you think people feel like murdering is wrong? You know what I'm saying? That's the basic foundation. We feel, I hope, that stealing is wrong, right? That's a basic foundation. All of these things, they come from the Almighty, you know, and we follow them, hopefully, willingly, right? We follow them because we want to, because we chose not to steal that pencil, because we chose not to kill that person, not to murder that person specifically, you know? So I hope that helped. I don't know if I answered any questions or not.
No, you did. No, I appreciate your input 100%. Yes, and you stayed on topic. Excellent. All right, A to the or. Is it Aaron? You look like an Aaron.
No, I'm definitely not. No.
Okay, Anthony then. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, man, I appreciate you having me on.
I appreciate being here for real.
I mean, well, I understand what Minzy's saying, right? Like, you can't separate, faith, right? Your faith or your belief with free will, right? But as far as on the topic, I do believe we have a limited amount of free will, which is kind of contradicting, right? I believe we have the free will within our parameter on Earth, right? There has to be, it's not life form. There's more to this galaxy and universe than just us. So we're no matter how much technology we come up with, like, I don't believe we ever reach the moon. So I think that our free will is limited to on here on Earth and what we know. So, I mean, what do you think? No matter how many times, no matter how many bad neighborhoods there are, no matter how many mass shootings in urban communities, right, which happens daily, right? Like what happened to elementary school, that happens daily, right? Every day. Black people still vote Democratic. So it got to the point like, do Black people have free will, or are they just that ignorant to make a better decision? Are they capable? You people's capable of making a better decision.
Come on with the triggers. You know I love it. Come on. I already had a talking to today. So I'm on it.
I do appreciate it because even yesterday I was trying to like, really? Did it happen? All right, cool. But to stay on top, everyone that's watching, I'm just kind of joking. I'm joking about
Yeah,
I'm delivering it, but I don't. But I do believe we have a limited amount of free will. Unfortunately, like you were just seeing in the elementary school, was that person's free will, you know? And I think that's where we get upset because we want same thing with the slavery, right? We want free will, but the cost of it is just ridiculous. The amount of things that people decide to do with they can't just mind their business and take care of them. No, people want to take their free will and limit yours to expand theirs. So, you know, I think
it's all for a reason too. And like I'm not sure how long you guys been here, like we shared earlier. Ultimately, I do believe God allows all of this. Yes, for a reason. I think Mimsy just hit on it a little bit, where being tested or to see what your response is, to see what you're going to do, who you're going to choose. And ultimately, that's for you. And I like what Army Vet put up here. And he said, man received a free will so that he could make his own choices according to his own free will. The fall occurred because men used his free will to listen to Satan. So I think that, thank you for that. I think that that's a great example to show where people of faith or who agrees with Army Vet can say that was a choice that was made. And that's what started the effect of that, in my belief. You know, everybody don't believe that, but that is what I believe. What about you, Rashawn? What do you think about that statement?
No, I'm still of the mind, even with the definition that was given, because it says the power of acting without the constraint of necessity or fate. Our existence, even biblically, I pulled it up. I don't have a good memory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I pulled that up. Even biblically, even if you're saying the Bible, our path has been laid out before us so that you're going to die. That's a fate. And you're going to die and either go to heaven or go to hell. That's a fate. And we can't shake that fate. So by definition, the power of acting without constraint or of necessity or fate, we've already broken. We don't have free will because we have a fate already. There's already been a determination of what our fate is. So it's not free. We do have multiple choices. We have an ability to make selections, but those selections have been predetermined in some way. You know what I'm saying? Like, so predetermined, or what's the other one they say? A determinism. It's like it's the natural causal. Like if this happens, then it's like cause and effect.
Cause and effect.
So whether it's cause and effect or everything's been predetermined, I don't know. But the word free will, I can't ever accept because the choices have already been made, and we're just choosing within a set. And if I'm just doing a multiple choice test, I'm still being tested. I'm not free.
But what's your example with the faith part, either, death in heaven or hell, right?
Well, Simon dropped off. I didn't get a chance to roast him yet. All right.
Yeah, he's done. He might come back up. With that even being said, the free will, you're answering the question, it seems like to me, if I'm using that example, only to that choice of death. So when we're talking about free will, I'm talking about like everyday life through everything. Okay, so we have established, I think for everyone, yes, we don't have a choice in whether we die or not, or when, per se, when we die, unless you commit, but so that part. Okay, so that's why I think in the definition, maybe that's why it says faith, for that reason of the example you just gave, because we know that's going to happen, sooner or later, one way or another. You know what I'm saying? So maybe but with everything else in our daily life.
Yeah, because I believe we have free will while we're alive, limited free will, because I'm pretty sure there's more capabilities our creator could have gave us. I could have been flying, but but at the same time, if you think of all the evil things, I don't believe he's controlling that. We can talk about children. I mean, there's some real evil things happening. I don't believe he's control. I don't believe he's even giving me multiple choices in that. I think he just basically, the way things are seeming, this is a wild, wild west. Y'all on this plan for this amount of time. And in the meantime, I'll throw some blessings out there. In the meantime, I hear you. Nope, you ain't gonna bless today. Yo, But I don't believe he's making our decisions. I think he knows what we're gonna do. Because he couldn't be. You can't be a god if you can't be the god if you don't know what your creation is going to be doing. How would you know they're not going to overthrow you?
But if we're talking about this God, how you made a statement just now, you said you don't believe he's in the evil in controlling that, but in the good. So if he's in the good, why wouldn't he control the evil?
No, I don't believe he's controlling the good and the good either. I don't believe either. I think he does blessings, but I don't believe he's controlling it.
So what about the evil? You say you don't think he's...
No, I don't think, because there's some evil shit happening, right? So
right.
I don't believe he's in the midst of that, because if I did believe he has something to do with that, I won't believe in God.
Wait, say that again.
If I believe that God has something to do with the evilness that's being done, with children, the thing that just happened with the shooting, I wouldn't believe in him then.
Well, okay, good. I want to stay right there for a minute. I do believe he's in all of this. God is in everything, what I believe. The good, the bad, the ugly, the indifference, because bottom line is he created and allowed everybody to be born. He created all of this knowing that these things was going. We already established that. I think all of us agree that he knows what's going to happen. So he created all of this, even knowing all of these things that we think is so evil that happens. So I do believe he's in all of it.
He's in all of it. I don't believe he's controlling it.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't believe he's controlling, because what we're doing, it doesn't affect him. Now, if what we're doing could directly affect him, there won't be no free will. But just to get off of that, because that's just all guessing, right? But he's in the midst of everything. He's in the presence of everything. But I believe he's allowing us to make our decisions, even if it's extremely fucking evil. Unfortunately, But I don't think maybe he'll drop a blessing here and there, but I don't think he's doing a good thing or a bad thing. I don't even think he's control. I believe he designs your bodies, right, to be able to work on his own, to wake up in the morning, but I don't believe he's, controlling you waking up. I don't believe so. I believe he gave us the bodies and the way it's functioning and so forth, and he'll drop a blessing here and there, but.
So for Lance, just to throw out there, it's over here. He said, we need to look up will, which I think will, I'm gonna say what it is, but it's kind of out of context of you talking about free will. But will is just as expressing the future tense, expressing the inevitable events. So that is what will means, Lance. Mimsy, hey Mike, how are you? Good seeing you. What do you guys have to say about this? To add on to this.
So what are we talking about? Is there free will or not?
Yeah, do you believe in free will?
I just woke up, so I'm just trying to get the.
Oh, it's all good.
All right, so yeah, there is free will, right? And so people try to wrap their head around this, like, all right, so if there is free will, how can the Almighty be omnipotent and know everything if there's free will, right? You know what I mean? Like, if he already knows everything that happened, how could we have the ability to change that? You know what I mean? And so the bugged out thing is this really has to do with time. And that may not make sense for most people, but it has to do with time because we have a perception of time, right? We perceive time and we give it a value by counting seconds, by creating clocks. But in reality, there is no such thing as time. Everything happens at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Everything has already happened, essentially. We exist inside of time, and so we are subject to it. But the Almighty Creator does not exist within time. So he's not subject to time. He already has seen everything that has happened. It already has happened. Now we are basically living in the reverberation of what already has happened in his creation. When he created, everything was created. Everything that will exist was created in that instance. But we did not perceive that. You know, we have kids as time unfolds, but for the Almighty Creator, there is no time. So we do have the free will to make the decision in that moment, but he already knows what we decided because he's already at the end. You know, he's the Alpha and the Omega. He's at the end of time. We're not. You feel me? Like
Yeah.
we're in the time. You get what I'm saying? So to us, we do have the free will. He saw the beginning and the end already, and he exists outside of it, just watching. You know what I'm saying?
So what do you think about what Rashawn said earlier about circumstances and conditioning? Like, because you experienced this or that, and I understood what you said about God seeing everything, and I 100% agree with that he sees and already knows everything. But for us that's living in the moment to moment, what do you think about what Rashawn put in there about conditioning and life experiences or, you know, circumstances in influencing your next decision or your decisions?
Okay, so essentially, you know, I believe that the Almighty Creator is going to sit there and work in everybody's life. Now, to what extent, I don't know. You know, like to how much is he working in your life? I don't know. But I do know that he works in everybody's life, and he will lay things out for you in layers. You know, he will lay stuff out for you so you come to an understanding before he allows you to come to another understanding. You know what I'm saying? Because you do need they're precepts, and everybody is going to require prerequisites and precepts in order to understand the next level of understanding. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I do agree that he layer you, you know what I'm saying, with different lessons. He throw you a stone, you know, you get to that stone, then he's like, oh, look, there's another stone.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, I like the way you put that, Mike. Thank you. All right. Oh, Mimsy, I didn't want to pass you just because your man came on. Just want to make sure you got something to say, girl. So what about you, AR? You know, in light of everything else I was saying, because I know you gave the general perspective, but I would like to hear your thoughts on that as well, with the circumstances and different things like that.
We mean circumstances like with
Like what we're talking about, what Ray Sean brought in about like things that we're faced with, like different circumstances of how you were growing up. Because remember, even like yesterday, well, was that yesterday? No, Thursday on the show, how you was giving examples of your parents, how you were brought up, and we were talking about black and white and all these different things, which influenced what you were sharing with me yesterday and choices you made in your life. So, Ray Sean, I don't know why I'm speaking for you. You can say it better than me, but he was giving his perspective on choices with this. Go ahead, Ray Sean, tell him what you were saying.
And I was just saying that everything, like everybody said, environment shapes you. So everything that you've experienced and determinism, everything you've experienced, influenced by everything that the people you've been influenced by have experienced, has shaped the totality of your choices. So your choices are limited by what you've been exposed to, what's available to you. So how could it then be free? And how could it then be your will if the things you're chasing after were handed to you? Like, you're going to go to this college, or you're going to go to college, and you're going to do this. And if everything's been determined, even our biology drives our desire to have sex and to eat and certain things. If everything's already set, how is it free? And then how is it also your will?
Well, I mean, like, you know, I can walk outside, stab a motherfucker, right? I have that free will. You know, so I think it's very, like I said earlier, very limited. I don't know about the free part, but I think we do have a will, if that makes any sense. But I know what Arshawn is saying is that as far as like just free will, I think we're extremely limited with the information that we currently have. Even if you want to find out new information, unfortunately, we can't control the way we're raised, and you know, the information that's provided to us by these bastard baby mothers that have us, right? Most of the moms, that single mothers that have us, the limited information they provide for us.
And that was something you was talking about yesterday with passing along financial information. And I had came back and say, how do you know what to pass on if you have not been exposed to it? And then you had said brought up about the libraries and you go find it and figure it out and stuff. But literally, if you really don't know, and I think this is feeding into what Rashawn is saying, if you haven't been exposed to something, how do you really know? Literally, if you haven't been exposed to that.
Well, I mean, you're a fucking idiot if you don't know, right? Because my mom didn't have the information, but she will always send it to the library. So she had an idea where the information was at. Mm-hmm. She just didn't want to go seek it herself. But she sent us to go find it. There's like a fucking billion books in there. How the fuck are we going to find the information we need? Right. So you are responsible. Like I gave you the commingling funds, right? If you own a business and you don't understand the difference between an operating account, your business account, you moving the payroll into your personal account. You don't have enough money for the payroll to pay your employees, so you take some of your personal money and you fund it so people get paid on Friday. You go to jail for that. It's commingling funds. You are responsible for the information you don't know. Unfortunately, you know, we spend a lot of time on the internet, we searching for information that's already out there. White people, whatever you want to say, they have the information. Unfortunately, they didn't have to go seek the information. It was given to them in their household, and then they can further their knowledge. But we have all the information. We just choose to be on here arguing with people and, you know, calling baby mama bastards and shit, you know.
Yeah, you should know about that. And then so let's look at Lance's question here. Do you guys agree with this? Lance says, if you align to religion, you give up free will. And Mimsy, I think that this is a good question, going back to what you shared, like about the 10 Commandments. And even though you were expressing that, you know, you find it a joy to live up to that and have something, those standards to aspire to. But what do you think about this? If you align with religion, you giving up your free will? Great question, Lance.
Yo, first of all, you won't find the word religion in the Bible.
Or free will.
So can we say what we're talking about here so everybody's kind of on the same page when we're saying you're aligning to some type of faith or belief, or can, just for the sake of like trying to make it more broad?
Like whatever you believe, something like that. Like, do you give up your free will once you decide to follow something that you think is greater than you? Higher power.
Higher power is perfect. Mm-hmm.
So what's the question then? Let's read it. Higher power. If you align to a higher power, you give up free will.
Even if you give up free will, you give it up freely.
Right. You're still willing to do that. That is your choice.
I give up free will by following the law. I give up my free will in that sense by not going out there and doing something stupid.
I am choosing.
AR, you follow the law, right? But at the same time, there's certain situations where if a situation were to occur, right, you might break the law in that situation because the outcome is, you know what I mean, more favorable. Yeah. Like, all right, let's say you lost in the middle of the woods, right? You're following the law, but you got to break into a house because you need to get warm. It's a cabin in the middle of the woods. You got to heat yourself up. Now, technically,
I'm black. I want to be in the woods.
No, I'm just saying you could do that legally, right? If you out there in the woods and you're gonna die, you know you could break into dwellings and stay in them legally. You know what I mean? But there's certain situations where you might have to break the law because, you know what I mean, it's the better thing to do.
Yeah, but at the same time, what I'm saying, you're absolutely right. But most of the things I don't do is due to the restraints of the law. So I am giving up my free will, just like if religion. I have the choice to go out there and break the law, but I'm restricted. I'm restricting myself. But I still think it's still free. Me choosing not to do something is still free will.
You should never be restrained by a law, right? You should, at the end of the day, have the law there and be restrained by what you believe is right. You know what I mean? And if the law ain't right, you shouldn't follow it. And if the law is right, you should follow it. I don't think you should follow something just because it's a law. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. But if I follow half of the shit I think is right in my head, I probably won't be here right now.
So I think, when you say the law, honey,
He's talking about criminal law.
So you're speaking about like worldly laws, right? That's what you're saying. Okay. So my rock. Remember my rock? I don't really know too much, but what I know for me personally, right, is that if the worldly laws, right, do not align with the Almighty's laws, you know what I'm saying? If they're going against it, I can't do that. I'm choosing not. I can. I have the ability to, right? I have the option to do it, but I can't do that because the Almighty's will is that's what He said to do. I have to follow the source. You know what I'm saying? I have to fear Him more than I have to fear the worldly punishment.
Well, you know what I'm saying? You choosing to abide by His law.
Yes, I choose,
which is a good thing that you choosing to do that. So
yes. This is the choice that I make, and it's not easy, and I don't always agree with it. This is where the feelings have to be put in the pocket. You know what I'm saying? Because the truth is the truth, and I am making the decision constantly, to remember. I'm learning it. What does the Almighty want? It's always a question. I have many questions, so I go back and I ask, because the goal is to be the best me that I can be so that I am pleasing Him. You know what I'm saying? So if I just keep up with what He's telling me to do, I should be good, bro. It's a set of instructions. I should be good. It's not hard.
Yo, the human being is the only, living thing on earth that's sentient. You feel me? Mm-hmm. And so just by understanding that, and just by knowing that we're really the only thing that has speech, has developed a language system, right? We have to realize that this doesn't really come from us, and that we are the only thing that is destined to be more than just flesh on this earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So then I have a question, because I disagree with a lot of what y'all saying, but it's because I don't come from a faith perspective. I don't come from that background. I don't want to argue about the free will. I'm just going to accept free will the way everybody here accepts it. I wanted to take a quick dig at AR, though, because he said we have a limited free will. You sound like a phone company where it's like an unlimited phone plan, but it's like an 8 megabyte cap. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, so how free is it? It's not really unlimited, but I get you. I really think, to answer that question, because somebody asked a question, if you subscribe to a religious practice, you don't have free will. I think, though, that you have one of two things. Either you have the submitted will, which is what most of you guys are talking to, where you surrendered or submitted your will over to God or your higher power, whatever that is. But the other one is a subordinate will. So even if you're not under submission, you're still a subordinate will to whatever the higher power is. You're just not surrendering or submitting to it. So, I mean, I still wouldn't want to call it free, because, again, you don't have the capacity to determine your own fate. So to me, I can never accept that word freedom. You're either subordinate or you're submitted, but you're never free.
Well, you're not in prison either.
But you are. You're bound to the faith that subscribes to you. Like, just leave your shell right now. Like, stop. Free will. Leave your body and float to Uranus. I mean, wait, pause. Just float to a distant galaxy. How free are you? You are in prison. You're encased in this body right here until it gives up, or you end its functioning. Like, you have very limited choices. That's not free.
Like being on a plane, right? You're free to move about the cabin, but you ain't driving the damn plane, and you ain't getting in the cockpit. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way it is.
So, but you're not. What I'm saying, free will means I could then go in and fly it, or I could ride on top of it, or I could just fly off like Superman. That's free. So what I'm saying, like when we're talking about free, I'd like to use a different word. Like we have a limited expression of choice, because we do get to express choice, but it's not free.
But within those choices, it is free will, because at the same time, I can click off. Yeah, because listen, right, within our options, right? Because you're saying that, imagine everyone in an airplane goes in the cockpit and try to fly the plane. Imagine if everyone had free will, you can't, because there's only one pilot, right? There's actually two. But so within our resources, I do understand. I believe it's limited will, right? Because it's not, like you said, it's not completely free. But within the choices that we have, we do have a lot of options.
I think the confusion is happening, though, in the definition of what free and will is. I think that's where we're disagreeing. I don't think we're disagreeing on the idea. I think we're disagreeing on separate things here.
I think there's a word. I think there's a word. I don't think
so. What you guys are describing is essentially unlimited potential
or ability,
like being able to fly. Like that's unlimited potential. Now, free will is just the ability to make decisions freely, where you are not a robot. So, like, if you are a robot and you're not in control of yourself, right, then you don't have free will. But if you're not a robot and you can control yourself, then you have free will. But if you feel like a robot and you're just doing shit and you can't stop it, then you don't have free will. So the difference is that the angels, right, in heaven, right, if you look at it biblically, they don't actually have free will. Whatever the Almighty tells them to do, they just go and do it. They are an extension of the Almighty. They are not.
Can I interrupt you?
Individuals. Then how does Satan go to hell? Because
there we go. That's what I was gonna say.
That's Christological. You get what I'm saying? That's Greek New Testament. When you go back to the Old Testament, there is no Satan fighting God. There's no such thing as this. He's in subordination the whole time.
Correct.
The devil is not the adversary, so to speak, of the Almighty, where like he's an equal or he can fight him. He's nothing compared to the Almighty, and he works for him.
Well, the New Testament doesn't describe Satan as being any level of God.
It describes him having a big battle, and you know what I mean, in the end, and then being thrown into the pit. Like there's this big battle that has to take place. Like, what's the point of the battle if we already know he loses and goes in the pit? Like,
well, that's like saying, what's the point of living right now if God already determined? Why are we here right now? Why don't you just?
Yeah. If all sin doesn't exist, then why are we here? It's because it does. And the Greek New Testament is a fraud.
But you just said about the devil. You just said what's the point of the battle?
You gotta really understand what the devil is. Like, it explains it, right?
Yeah, but forget all that. But what you just said though about the devil. What did I just say? Explain. You just said about the devil. I mean,
what did I say about him?
You said what you said about the devil. What's the point of the devil fighting God if you already know what's going to happen? Then what's the point of us being here right now if God already knows what's going to happen?
And then you gave an example of time not existing because everything already happened.
Well, let me answer this question really quick. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me explain. So the purpose of us being here is so that the Almighty can test the heart of man. You see?
But he knows what's going to happen already. You know?
All right, but let me explain it.
Okay.
We look at ourselves, right, as the final creation, right? What I'm trying to explain is that when the Almighty created everything, it was all created, and we are still in the process, right? Like we're lagging behind on the creation process. We're experiencing part of his perfection of creation, but he hasn't yet in this process. Well, the point in time we're witnessing, the garbage hasn't been filtered out of it yet. So the perfection can't be seen. You understand? The perfection is the cream that rises to the top of this creation process. You get what I'm saying? That's the point of all of this. It's so that some can be selected as wheat. Some can be selected as chaff. You feel me? The garbage goes back in the toy box. You get what I'm saying? The Almighty wants to keep perfected individuals that he had set aside for himself. This is what he calls holy, set aside, set apart. You feel me? But not everything that exists is going to continue on forever. That's been told to us. That's been written. You know what I mean? There is stuff here that is not worthy of existence. And so this is essentially a big test to see if you're going to get into that existence, if you're worthy, if what has been created in you is going to continue. You know what I mean? There's all different kinds of random possibilities and combinations of DNA and matter and, you know what I mean, chemicals. And not all of that is going to turn into something that's perfection. You know what I mean? In the eyes of the creator.
What do you mean DNA as far as perfection? Like, how do you go, according to you, how do you go to heaven? Exactly.
How do you go to heaven? All right, so you die. You know what I mean?
But not you believe everyone goes to heaven?
So you die, right? Your body dies because the body is physical, but we know that the soul can't die. You know what I mean? So the soul, all souls go back to the Almighty. You get what I'm saying?
So why do I have to follow?
Go back.
Okay.
Now, what he does with that soul, that's judgment. You get what I'm saying? When that soul comes back to him, he has the ability to take that soul and recycle it, or he has the ability to take that soul and preserve it because he enjoyed that avatar, that character, that soul. He enjoyed it. You got to understand, he's collecting people. I mean, essentially.
So
he's
no one goes out?
He made his creation and he wants to collect people that he likes.
Like Pokemon.
It's him. We exist for his pleasure. The only reason why you exist in reality is for the pleasure of the creator. It's not for us. We weren't created for our own benefit. You know what I mean? We're toys, bro. We're a little army men. You know what I mean? Just be a good goldfish.
You're muted.
She said, wait a second.
No, she didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I didn't realize it. Mike, real quick, with M Mills here. Oh, okay. You Mike, hello?
We're here.
Yo.
Oh,
I'm smoking. So she said you don't want nobody smoking on a stream and stuff. You know?
I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought that.
I just do this. I just do that.
I thought that. I smoke.
It's just a thing.
okay. Anyway,
we still exist.
So Mimsy has said in the past that they only go by, from my understanding, and please, Mimsy, say it in your words, the Old Testament.
I'll show you. Hi. I do scriptures and chill on my channel, and this is the book that we read. We're very consistent. We read the Tanakh, the Stone Edition. It's got the Torah, which are the first 5 books, the books of Moses, the prophets, and the writings. And this book is actually really amazing.
This is the book commonly referred to as
the Old Testament.
Testament.
So look at it's interlinear because we're trying to go back to the original. So where the Almighty's name is constantly being covered up here in the Hebrew or over here, we get to see the actual name. So it's really cool. This is what we read.
Yeah. So I just wanted to put that out there because with M Mills said that. And then
so Kyra, are we entertaining you?
Why you say that?
You eating popcorn.
I'm not eating. That was orange.
I'm just messing with you.
But believe me, I wish I had some popcorn. But no, I really do enjoy this. I enjoy hearing from everyone. And Arshawn, I mean, keep going. I don't even know how did we get there. What did I miss? So
yeah, the rabbit hole. Yeah, I just have a hard time because again, not coming from the faith perspective. Everybody with faith, everybody comes from the faith that they practice. Right. So and the level that they practice on. I think, like even Mike said, there's like an evolution of thought. Like everything's like everybody's built upon precepts and preconditions. So everybody's built like that. So your understanding, whatever your foundational understanding is, if you haven't graduated with deeper understanding, then we're all going to have different understandings of the terms we're using and the principles. So that's why I try to take faith out of it, because we go by the human understanding of the literal definition in English. You know, we can all accept that because we all speak English and we all can access a dictionary. But when it comes to faith, you got AR who takes the entire Bible, but we don't know how much of the Bible he's read, how well versed he is, how devout he is. Okay. You got Mike and Mims who do the Old Testament, and we know they read a lot. But we also, and again, I'm just saying a shot at them. I know a lot of people that say they read a lot, but they don't understand. So we don't know the level of understanding, their interpretation. Like we don't all these different perspectives. So we'll never get to a common ground on that level. But if we take the faith out of it and get to the definition, we could have an understanding on that part. And that's.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying. They're having even understanding or more of a cohesive conversation because we're kind of going from the same foundation of it all. But I still think it warrants for a great conversation to hear other people's perspective. So go ahead, AR.
Yeah, like my interpretation of the Bible, what I've read so far, and my, I got to continue to learn. Satan is mostly your daddies. Huh? Satan is mostly your daddies.
Is most of who that is? He our daddy. Oh, amen. Okay, he our daddy.
Not all y'all, but
Yeah, I got you. I like he did that, but that's a great example, right? See how and he's joking. I mean, it's obvious, right? And even if he's not, it's like it's what you answer to and what you believe is true for you. And I'm glad you did that, AR, because that's a great example of people, like even with Mike and Mimsy, people getting into their own feelings, think everybody is talking to them, whether their name is said or not. So thank you for that. Yeah, he ain't my damn daddy, but he might be, because my mama was right when she got pregnant with me. So what the hell?
Saying to some of y'all baby daddies, man. Some of y'all baby mamas are saying this.
But we're not here to judge others, AR.
Oh, I'm judging shit out of them.
Because AR is not even black, so we don't even need to listen to him. He said that himself. I have recorded a show that I was just on, and he's not even black. He got, I think he said,
my mom is Puerto Rican, Cuban, and my grandmother on my father's side is Trinidadian. That's all.
Okay,
nigger.
But what was so funny though, first when he was saying that he's not black, so he wasn't saying anything. But then when I kept going with it, like, okay, you don't have to be black, and we love this. He started trying to break it down to prove that he black, and ain't nobody challenging it at all. I just have to throw that out there. But we see that hair.
I'm reparation black, That's what
you said. You said when it come down to the money, I'm black. That qualifies me.
Hey, Kyia. Yeah. But he's not interested in getting money for reparations. AR wants to give a specific type of reparations. Would you tell the people what kind of reparations you want to give AR?
Hey, can I do that here, or is that disrespectful to Mike and Mimsy? Or listen, most of you niggas, y'all need to go to Joe Biden and get some blowjob reparation. Y'all need to go to him, because there's nothing else y'all gonna get. There's nothing. Listen, the Hispanics has been passed, y'all. The Hispanics, they came over here. Y'all blacks got done. No, don't put me on a big screen. But y'all Negroes, it's done for y'all. It's over. Y'all voted for the same bad party. Think of someone that's in political and that you like, right? Think of a Negro area in America. Think of an urban community. It's fucked up. It's been fucked up for the longest period of time. Y'all still voting for them.
Let's talk about that election a little bit. I'm not very versed in politics and stuff, but do we really have input on that? Do the voters really decide who's in office? Because I've learned something that every president is, except for one, are related to each other, including Obama. So I'm wondering, do we really have any input on who becomes president or not?
Well, I mean, like, y'all niggas were with the whole thing with George Floyd. Y'all control that shit, right? So y'all may not be able to control who. Y'all may not be able to control who's president, but y'all can control within your the local elections, right? I believe you have more control in the local when you're in your urban, in your cities, the community, the mayor, and so forth, the governor, city council. I believe there's more control within that, but I don't believe that with the president. Maybe, maybe not. I think it really depends. It could be a wash. The president's what kind of power they actually have, but it did prove that black people, you people, do have control because of look at the idiocy y'all do with George Floyd and everything else. The dumb shit y'all
that
doing.
was allowed to happen because they had to give something. I don't think that black people controlled any of that. You know,
they didn't have free when they did the riots. They didn't have free will. You're right. They don't have like when a black person
the riots. What
for George Floyd, the crackhead that died, George Floyd. Yeah, when
that was murdered. Yeah.
It could be either way. You know,
no,
if that is
murder, we know the definition of word.
If that didn't happen to him, he's probably gonna do it to someone else. You know, he's probably gonna do that to someone. You know, because all the drugs he was selling to his own community. Remember the drugs?
But it didn't happen that way. So we have to talk about which way it did happen
that we know about, right?
No,
but
yeah,
that was murder. That was murder, right?
Thank you.
But the after I would never advocate for someone losing life regardless of the actions that they took. Even the shooter, unfortunately, with the elementary school, I still don't condone that person's death because the afterlife is something that's eternal that I believe in, right? I don't judge people as far as that. I don't believe that what happened to George Floyd was fortunate. That was very unfortunate. But the after effect of those what was the people? What were they? Monkeys or animals? What was they? The blacks that was doing the riots. What was they?
You silly. But anyway, so with the going back to, I'm curious, what is your faith belief? When people like say Christian, or do you believe the salvation of Christ, or stop? So what is your they don't know, they don't want to hear your bullshit either.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, you know my faith?
Yeah, what is your belief? Yes.
Oh, I'm a Christian. If you don't believe in Jesus Christ, you're dying going to hell.
Wait, say it again.
I'm a Christian. If you don't believe that Jesus Christ is God, you're dying going to hell.
Oh, okay. So I believe in the death and resurrection of Christ, Jesus Christ, as well. And so, with that being said, do you think? No, you already answered, so I'm not even gonna go there. Okay, so let's go back to this free will thing, and then I want to hang on that political side just a little bit more. And Mike, what do you think? Like what AR was just saying about the Democrats getting there, they're not really for the people, but Black people are voting for them, and look, they still doing us the same way. It's almost that Einstein mentality. You keep hitting yourself over. Stop. You keep hitting yourself over the head, expecting something different, but the same outcome. Who said something?
So the biggest problem is, you know what I'm saying, we look at like the Democrats and Republicans and shit, but we're not looking at who's controlling them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So these intermonetary funds, right? These IMFs, this is really the big problem. This is who funds, you know what I mean, movements like, you know what I mean, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, whatever the current thing is. I mean, at the end of the day, if they want to, they'll sit there and fund a damn, you know what I mean, revolution in a damn third world foreign, you know, Middle Eastern country if it benefits their, right? So it's no different here in America. And, you know, these people, like, I'll give you an example, like George Soros, you know what I'm saying, is behind a lot of BLM and Antifa. He's funding these things behind the scenes because they're going to help him bring in, you know what I'm saying, his agenda. They want to bring in his people, you know, they want violence so they could sit there and take away guns. You know, they want these cities to burn down. And if you notice, they're burning down Democrat cities. They're not burning down Republican cities. They're burning down their own community. So they've got people burning down their own shit. They're not even going and burning down the fucking senator's house. Like, they're burning down their fucking liquor store on the corner. Like, you know what I mean? And then you know, the people that was at the top of the BLM shit, they was all trained Marxists. They was all Boule society shit. You know what I mean? They took all the fucking money and do whatever they want with it. They didn't help nobody. They didn't help the black community. They built fucking mansions and shit. You know what I mean? So you already know what it is. Like, the people out there that are at the top fighting for the black community, putting this shit together, they're actually part of the fucking system that's enslaving the rest of the black community and just letting them believe that they have somebody fighting for them. And in the reality, we need to all come together, every fucking creed, race, religion, and color, and go and literally just start tearing these senators out the fucking office because they're tearing our country apart.
Well, I don't know if you of white descent you can do that, but us black folks,
What I want to say.
Oh no! Look, yo, there was bad riots. People weren't going to fucking Guantanamo Bay, bro. Like the peaceful protest on January 6th. You know what I'm saying? People was in Guantanamo. You know what I mean?
Yeah. AR, I'm gonna let you go right now. Yellow, welcome to the platform. Not sure how long. I think you've been here kind of from the beginning. First of all, I would love to get your perspective on free will. What do you think about it? What is your, foundation of that? And then just jump in wherever you want about, everything we talked about. Would love to hear your perspective as well.
Y'all ain't shit though.
Y'all looking sexy. You looking fine as fuck right now. That's what I'm talking about. And I don't even like light skin, but except for that one. That's the only one.
Yeah, get him.
Fuck AR, cool ass. Ain't nobody trying to hit
Yeah. Hey, but did y'all hear Mike talk about BLM? Yeah. AR got moist. AR was over there getting moist when Mike was talking. Yeah.
So they're keeping it real, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
I do believe it's very, very unfortunate that and this is why I separate myself from those people, not black people, but the amount of ignorant people. Because in the forefront or in the back or whatever the case be, you've seen white people stirring up shit and black people just following through. It's like, but I do believe it's very unfortunate. And if people think that the left wing and the right wing is the same, they work for the same bird. Okay, but why don't you just, if that's true, why don't you put the Republican back in order then? Since it's true, like Trump says, you're already a shithole country. You come from a shithole country, right? You're already a piece of shit. Well, what else choices do you have? You're already fucked up. Nigga, you're already fucked up. Your father don't even know you. Who are you? Your father don't even know who the fuck you are. You ain't shit. So you might as well, if you believe that, why not let the Republicans take over? Because y'all don't know what the fuck y'all doing. Oh, y'all know exactly what y'all doing, but the people that follow y'all, I think it's very unfortunate. Y'all people are just very, very emotional. And I think there was a lot of people that were just there just to get a lot of tribes came away 3 million. Yeah, that's what I said. Listen, the Hispanics, y'all blacks, y'all gonna be out for the next 20 years because these Hispanics coming in millions. They're coming in millions. They're coming. I know people that work at the fucking airport. They're coming in. They're flying them around to where? All urban communities. So by next year, you're gonna start. They're currently in New York City. These bastards, these illegal bastard spicks are receiving government funding. They're in project housing. And what that does to black people, that pushes their dumb asses out because they was too stupid to get their education. But that pushes them out of what they've been in for centuries. And now what's happening? And guess what? In New York State, you can fucking vote and not have you come here with no papers. You go to motor vehicle, DMV, they'll give you a name and everything. And you don't have to put your gender down. And you can vote in your name in this country due to, not the Republicans, Democrats. But, And last thing I'm going to say, listen, if you're a Democrat, stay in your Democratic city. Don't move to a red state and bring your, you can change your gender dumb shit and all that to a red state. Stay blue. Stay with your ghetto ass, sell crack to each other and shoot each other down and, whatever you want to do. But don't bring that bullshit. The blue
timer.
That's it. But at the same time, what did I say that was wrong, though?
Who said timer?
Most of it.
Okay, Yellow, my man. The floor is yours. I'm very eager to hear your input about free will, and then whatever else you would like to share beyond that.
Okay. What up, y'all? What up, everybody?
What's up, man?
Yeah, free will. Free will can be looked at in a couple different ways. Are we looking at like legal free will? Are we looking at spiritual free will? Because it's all some bullshit, to be perfectly honest with you. Free will is like basically you got free will to do what you want to do within the realm of the rules that I set for you. Well, that's not really free will, is it? You know, that's kind of playing the game by the rules. Free will can be me taking your rule book, ripping out a page of it, sprinkling some weed in it, rolling it up and smoking it because fuck your rules. That's free will. You know what I'm saying? Free will is the choice to not even play the game in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Now, do we have free will? Hell no. We don't even have free will with each other. I can't have an opinion that somebody else don't like because they just simply don't like it. Not because it wasn't right, but because they simply don't like it. So that's not free. Free will is basically just like something to help us feel better about being judged about our decisions. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, we don't have free will because we're judged on everything we do. We're judged physically, we're judged spiritually, we're judged legally. So yeah, fuck free will. Just do what you it's better to do it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. So just do what the fuck you want to do anyway.
Well, aren't you doing that already though? What you want to a degree?
No, I'm not doing what I want. I can't. I wouldn't be allowed to be on the internet if I was able to do what I want all the time. Because there'd have been somebody yesterday that had been punched in the fucking face. Like probably 6 people.
But I mean, the fact that you're restraining yourself, you still have the option to go.
I don't like it.
But yeah.
I don't like it. I can tell you I don't like it.
Amen. So, what do you think about? I think you've been in and out of what we've been talking about, and even though you're going about, so you're like fuck free will, which I get your perspective 100%. What about what Rashawn, the element he brought into this about our life experiences, different things we've been exposed to? What is your thoughts on that? And that goes kind of what you were saying, it makes it more limited. You're free in the choices that are presented or given to you.
Yeah. Wasn't exactly clear on how he broke down like what it was. I don't know if he wanted to give me a quick
Go ahead, because I can't say it like you say it. I just know it in my head.
I'm just saying you're limited to the scope of choices that are presented to you. So whatever that means, like legally, there's a, like you already spoke on that. There's a scope, there's a realm of choices. There's a realm of choices on what you can do in your life as far as how you express yourself. You know, certain countries, certain things are completely illegal. You can't express yourself. Gender fluidity in certain countries will get you beheaded. You know what I'm saying? Certain things you do not have free choice. I mean, because you have a consequence. If somebody else has a consequence over your head, it's not free. You're bound to somebody else's rule set. So, I mean, that to me, that's not free. And if all of your will comes from other people, like other people are telling you what you want, you wear the things you wear because you saw it on somebody else. You know, you want to be with a woman that somebody else told you, like your mom said she would be good for you. You're going to the college that your father went to because you want to be a legacy. If even your will is determined by the influences of everybody else around you, you don't have freedom, and you also don't have your own will. So how can you say you have free will?
Yo, Arshawn, I really do believe we're defining will incorrectly here, though. And I think that's the biggest problem.
No.
Will is the desire to do something. It's not actually the action of doing it. Like when you say the will of the Almighty, it's what he wants to happen. It's not what he does. So when we say, do you have free will? It's do you have free desire, or are you controlled and manipulated by something?
Yeah, and we are controlled and manipulated because we speak about it all the time. We talk about the influence of the media. We wouldn't have. So what?
Your wishes and desires were chosen for you by who?
By everybody around me. So if I was only exposed to, hold on, let me finish the thought, Mike. If I was only able to hear rap music the entirety of my life, if I was only seeing the advertisements of the television shows that were selected for me, the things that were presented to me, the conversations I had with people, all of that is going to influence me and what I want. Because how would I know what I want if I've never seen it from outside of myself? As a being birthed into this world, you come with nothing.
But
you don't have knowledge of this realm. So everything you know about this realm, let me finish my thought. Everything you know about this realm came from other influences. So everything you desire came from outside of yourself. Go ahead, please.
What I'm trying to say, though, is you're saying that you can't desire something if it don't exist, like at the core of it. You know what I mean? And that goes without saying. That, yeah, if something doesn't exist, you can't desire it. But when we define will, it is the desiring of something. And so do you have the freedom to desire the things that do exist? You do.
Then that's what I said. That's a limited expression of choice. Because if I can only desire the things that have been presented to me. No, okay, so listen. Why can't I desire a plakiphany? Why can't I desire right now a plakiphany? What is a plakiphany? I don't know. I can't desire it because I don't even know what a plakiphany is. What is that thing?
I don't want one because it sounds alluring.
But you don't even know what you want. Listen. Perfect. So listen, perfect. Because I introduced the thought into your head. Now you both have said, now I'm going to want one. So are you free because you didn't want a plakiphany until I said it? That's a perfect example of what I was talking about.
I don't actually want a plakiphany.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually want a plakiphany. You know what I mean? I was just saying.
I'm interested in what it could be.
But we do have free will as far as certain choices within the realm of the limitations that we do have. Because if you think, no, I don't have free will, then how the fuck you out on the stream? Or how do you wake up in the morning? You could choose to wake up, go and do things. So it sounds contradicting, but you do have a limited free will. If you don't think you have control of anything, the people that think like that, that's some dumb niggas in prison.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but you got to listen to what I actually said. I said we have a limited expression of choice. See, only dumb niggas can't listen. So you can talk about what I said was dumb nigga logic, but that sounds like a dumb nigga that has low comprehension skills that's going to respond to me not having heard what I said. So we can keep throwing dumb nigga out there, but I'm gonna throw dumb nigga back.
I mean,
I didn't call you a dumb nigga.
No, listen to what you said. Then you said that's some dumb nigga. You said, Rashawn, what you just said, if you believe that, that's some dumb nigga logic.
No, that's not what I said. That's
exactly what you said.
No, that's not what I said. I said that's dumb niggas in prison. I didn't say that's what you said. I said that's the thought process that what you're saying. That's dumb niggas in prison. But I didn't say that's exactly what you just said, though.
You just repeated it a second time.
Yes,
Rashawn, what you said. Mm-hmm. What you said, what came out of Rashawn's mouth.
All right,
that's like those dumb niggas in prison.
Yeah, do it again.
So what you're saying, Rashawn, is what those dumb niggas in prison say. Okay. So Rashawn is
like that again.
A dumb nigga. No, you came at me like that. Understand? If you can't understand what you said, then don't say it.
You're right. I can't understand.
Free will.
Amen.
I got free will. Try that shit again. I got
dumb nigga.
Yella, I'm Brian. Welcome to the panel. I appreciate you for coming up, my brother. Let's see that fine, sexy ass brother. What's up? You ain't what?
got the trade the conversation if you want to.
There you go. What do you think about our amazing topic of free will? And then Yella, I'm gonna come right back to you after this because you didn't get a chance to answer what I asked you about what Ray Sean was saying. Just wanted to get Brian in real quick, and then you, Yella.
Hey, there's nothing I can say after what Ray Sean just said.
Well, I'll tell Ray Sean, you try me again, I'm gonna get on you.
What you gonna do, bruh? It's still the internet. Like, quit sub-threatening me. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, thank you, AR. Thank you, guys. Okay, so Yella, would you go ahead and put your input on what Ray Sean was just
and that's the thing. On the internet, we become tough guys.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
All right. So look, when we talking about what Arshawn said,
yeah,
he gonna say this. He basically made the point excellently, and what I got,
he did.
What I got from it is that what we take as freedom of choice, freedom of free will, is almost freedom of choice. You know what I'm saying? We got the freedom to make the choice instead of, you know what I'm saying, having the choice made for us, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Since our free will is only limited to what we know exists. You know what I'm saying? So we only, and that's really what it comes down to. You know what I'm saying? We got the freedom to make the choice instead of somebody else making it for us. You know what I'm saying? And we can choose to have whatever we want as long as it's in the realm of possibilities. But I'm Googling the cacophony right now, whatever the fuck it is. What you say it was?
What was that word? Yeah, can you do that? I couldn't figure out how.
Cacophony?
You see, I didn't go to the club.
I got 10th grade education, man. So you got to break stuff down.
I say we started Kickstarter for that motherfucker. We make it something.
I didn't even know how to pronounce. Say the word again.
All right, I'm trying to go with what Arshawn said. He said like,
Lord, I said I'm good.
Or something. I want that.
What did I say?
I don't know.
You don't even know what the fuck you said.
You said bliggity blow. That's what you said.
Plakiphony? I made that up. Plakiphony? You talking about that?
Yo, Plakiphony.
I made that up.
We need to start a Kickstarter.
Oh, you made that word up?
I was born.
Yeah.
Nah, I know.
You have some dude on the corner like, yo,
we need to start a Kickstarter for one of them. We need to figure out what it is right now.
Okay, so I read that right. I thought so. And then when you said, see, I put that in your mind, now you want one. I was like, I think you, but I left it alone because I didn't know for sure. But good move. I like that chess playing. Okay, I'm still learning the rules of chess and learning how all my men and how they move and which way they can go and stuff. Rashawn, love you. Okay, so Brian, Yella, did you say what you wanted to say? And I wanted to see what Auntie Lynn, she came back up because the tired person left. He wasn't ETOH. He was tired. So, Yella, did you have anything else to say there? Nope. Okay. Auntie Lynn, what it do, boo?
Dang it, Yella. I put the challenge and I was hoping none will come up. And you did. So now I'm here.
Amen.
Ooh.
Thank you.
You said if I came up, you'd come up?
Yeah, you did.
Auntie Lynn, you gotta quit
I was like crossing my fingers. Nobody come up.
You gotta quit playing.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So would that be
See,
okay
coming up
if
here
we
taking my man. Damn. All right, go ahead.
would that like I told
What up?
Kyia, like I told you what I was gonna
Yes, you're gonna bring it up now,
suggest.
right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
what I was gonna suggest is nothing to do with religion. Would that be okay with the panel?
Yes, I think this is a perfect time for that. You came up at the perfect time. We can get everyone's perspective and go for it. I love it.
Okay. Can you go to your YouTube and there's a poem. Are you ready, Kyia? I'm gonna spell it for you.
Okay, go to my YouTube channel.
and you're gonna screen share. So it has something to do with what AR was saying and Rashawn, because that's
Okay.
the point that I was gonna make. Because I agree with those two guys.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
Okay, am I breaking up? You're okay.
No, you're okay.
Hello.
You're good.
Okay, so the okay, so the name of the poet is K as in kilo, H as in Harry, A, L as in Larry, I, L. Last name G as in George, A, B as in Bravo, R as in Romeo, A, N as in Nancy, whatever, Neo. Okay, so that's the first and last name, and then on YouTube it's gonna be on children. So Khalil Gibran on children. That's a poem by Red Frost. Can
Oh,
you
put
screen
on
share so I can
children.
see which one you're choosing?
On
Yeah,
children.
so I can see because
Oh, okay. I see what you
yeah,
said. Let me
on children
share it.
because AR. Uh,
Go ahead. We can hear you still while I'm doing this.
okay, because AR and Rashan was mentioning about society and psychology actually, and I
So
do agree with them. I wanted to just start out with the
I don't see one that says on
Khalil
children.
Gibran on children. Yeah, just go ahead and type Khalil Gibran and then type on children on the search because he has a lot of poems. On the search bar, just type on children also.
Yeah, I
Khalil
did.
Gibran on children.
Well, which one is it here?
Okay. Are you on the search bar? Because I'm
Yeah.
seeing your okay, the very top one. Yeah. So play that.
Which one? This one
Can you
right
make
here,
it
the very
big?
top one?
Yeah. Okay. And then you have to pause a little bit, okay? When I say pause.
Okay.
Can you make it louder? Oh yes, it started.
Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, yet they belong not to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You may strive to be like them, but seek not to make them like you. For life goes not backward, nor tarries with yesterday. You are the bows from which your children, as living arrows, are sent forth. The archer sees the mark upon the path of the infinite, and he bends you with his might, that his arrows may go swift and far. Let your bending in the archer's hand be for gladness, for even as he loves the arrow that flies, so he loves also the bow that is stable.
Okay. Hello?
Yep.
Okay. I sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
So on this poem, going back to what AR and Rashan, I'm kind of combining their thoughts, is that so the creator is the one that pulls bow and arrow. So the bow are the parents, and the arrow are the children. So the creator already predetermined where we're supposed to be going as children. But the parents have to be doing their job. So what happened is, like I told you on the beginning of the live, that you personally, Kyia, the effect of your parenting is hindering your free will if you're not aware of it. And that's why I use the word trigger, because I think it's too deep for Kyia. Like, I'm out of here.
No, he back here. It's his connection because I see him back here. He just got to get his connection back up.
Okay, so so now it gets bigger from the children to the community to the society and the world. What's happening right now? So both, for me, in my opinion, Rashawn and AR are correct. Yes, we do have free will that is given to us, but if the parents did not raise us properly, their imprint gets in the way of us living our best life, becoming the best people that we could be. So that's just my point. Like that's why I told her, right? The imprint of our upbringing, and then it bleeds into society and the community and the world and the future. That's all.
But me and Arshawn, we say different things. He said some dumb shit, and I said was correct. Now I'm saying you said some dumb shit.
But I thought, Auntie Lynn, I thought you were going to bring up something about the psychological side of it. Remember what you brought up Monday? And I said, oh, that's a good view to look at it from.
Yes, that's what I was. Well, how we're brought up, and I always believe the first 5 years of our life, when we don't have the mastery of language, we are watchers. So everything is seep into our psyche, and they become, if we're not aware of it, our temperament, our bias, our fear, our lack of self-worth, self-love, confidence, and all that are when we are inside the home, which is usually, and I'm not trying to blame mothers, but typically the mothers are the one that are around us when we are, I would say, psychologically being perfected. Well, perfected is not a good word, but yeah, the best we can. So that's why you see a lot of older adults that are acting childlike.
Well, can we stop right there for one moment in AR? So remember earlier I had said something about being out here and people saying things and come somewhere where you can't handle it. I hope you're not displaying being in your feelings right now because I don't even know what happened with you and our man. But and I'm saying it because you joking. We know when you're joking, or for the most part, you say whatever, we take it and it's no problem. But we're all here to have the conversation and hear each other. So did I miss something? Are you guys really serious right now, or what? AR.
No, I'm cool, Arshawn, on many different levels, but at the same time, I don't allow no one to talk to me in any kind of way. Maybe I'll ignore it, maybe I won't, but
Mm-hmm.
do I have something personal again? Of course not. He knows me behind scenes, whatever, but on streams, I don't give a fuck who it is. I'll dish your mother. I don't give a fuck that bitch died. It don't matter who it is. So
right. But what did, and I'm just curious, and if you don't mind, I don't want it to go any higher. I'm just curious just to know what we're talking about. What did he say? Did he disrespect you or something, or what?
I don't like no one yelling at me.
Oh, raise his voice. Oh,
yeah, that shit with me.
That's it. That's all it was.
That's what it is.
Oh, poor baby.
I'm for
Yes.
Hey, man.
Rashawn, don't raise your voice anymore, okay?
But I mean, like, you know, at the same time, it's like whatever, and that's my thing. I like about this internet is that if someone's gonna do something, you can't. If I do something back now, because I don't identify myself as a nigger, like most people, like most of y'all do, you can't say, "AR, what's the matter?" I did the same thing he did, maybe on a different level, but I didn't talk to him in a personal way about his personal business or about him. I just said, "Fuck him."
Okay. All right. Rashawn, is there anything you would like to say here in, you know, this, you know, because I love both you guys' perspective and, you know.
I'm cool. Yeah, I'm cool. It wasn't personal for me.
Oh, did you? How high did you yell? Because I missed that. I want to hear how high did you go?
Yeah. The people are used to me being at a certain level.
Oh, okay.
So at that point, when he did when he niggered and jailed me, and I elevated, let him know, well, if we nigger in jail, you're calling me the nigga in jail.
Oh, you know about that? I was here for that.
And he recoiled because you know how it is.
Okay.
No, I don't know how it is. How is it?
Well,
you saw it. You did it.
You said that if we wasn't on these YouTube things, it'd be different in person. So I think if I can understand, I think
no. Well, what I mean by that is like,
okay.
I do think we need to continuously to even the joking spaces conduct ourselves in a certain way, because a lot of these YouTubers in real life, they want to conduct themselves in any kind of way.
But AR, okay, so now I hear what you're saying right here now. Okay, you saying this brother yelled.
And I'm not saying about Arshawn. I'm speaking in general.
In general, I am, but I have to give this example because I want to go back to you because just like you're like, I don't associate with these dumbass niggas. I don't, and you saying like those niggers over there, but ain't nobody said nothing to you. You know, okay, you say what you mean with your chest, no problem. But you saying this brother raised his voice.
No, but what I'm saying is that if you do, then that's cool. But just expect me to go there too. But if I go there, you can't say, "Hey, you're being emotional." Why are you being emotional?
Well, the reason why, if you're talking about me, the reason why I'm saying that is because the stuff that you have brought, and it's no problem. It is no problem. I want that to be understood. But no one gave you no pushback what you were saying. No, I mean, no.
That's on y'all. That if you don't give me pushback.
Too, because you might cry if you did with him raising his voice. So, I won't do it at all because shit. If I do it, ain't no you might shit on yourself. You know, I don't want that to happen.
You never know. But if he yelled at me and I yelled at him, how am I only the emotional one? And you just yelling just now. Maybe you shit on yourself. You was just yelling just now.
I did not shit on myself. This is how I talk to you. I think this is your first time here. Actually, this is not that loud. I normally go louder. So it's all good. But no, I ain't shit on myself. And believe me, if I did, I would tell you. Shit ain't shit you can do about it. What? I would tell you. It really ain't no problem. But you know, it wasn't the only reason why I came to you at first. I really thought at the beginning, because I was here for that, I thought it was kind of joking at first. And then when I realized like it was a little bit more there, that's why I wanted to address it, because I was just shocked. And the reason why I came to you, AR, is because you came in being you, which I love. You came in saying how you want to say it, which I love. But then it looks kind of crazy when someone else is saying it with their chest or whatever you want to call it. You get
but I look crazy and emotional because I'm responding. I didn't respond the way you would like me to respond. Oh no, Sean, don't come on, Sean. Come on, May. Why you gotta do? Come on, Sean. Is that how? Come on, Sean. Can we get along?
No, that's not true.
Well, the thing with concern with Sean, I speak to him a lot behind the scenes, so it's not. If he yells at me or if I yell at him, I don't take it personal beyond the stream. But if I'm saying things like y'all niggers, challenge it. If you have a problem with that, yeah.
Right. That's what I thought what was going on. But yes, you, amen. Yeah. Oh, Yellow first, and then Auntie, he put up his church finger, and he wanted to be excused to the bathroom. So I called Yellow first, Auntie Linda, and we'll go right to you after that. Go on,
I
Yellow.
never understood that either, because you'd be like, and look, you put that little finger up, you dip your head down like you trying not to be seen doing the most obvious fucking shit ever, putting your damn finger up.
Right.
Okay. It's an interesting point, man. It's not trying to make a pile on, but AR, you have said that you don't identify as one of us niggas, right?
You identify as a nigger?
No.
Okay.
But I've also heard you say that you're not black either.
I've never said I'm not black. Never said I'm not black. I said I'm not a nigger. You can never find me on no. I said I'm not you people. I've never said I'm not black.
Oh, okay.
I always avoid even answering that question. I've never said I'm not black.
Keep going.
I'm trying to figure out what you people
on that. We don't lie. Let's go.
Okay, I'm getting some clarification.
Now, if I'm trolling, I'll say something like I'm not you people, I'm not you niggers, or something like that. But I
asked you 3 times, you're not black? You said no on the Harris show.
Maybe I was trolling, but I definitely didn't say I'm not black. My mom's black.
Okay,
and my grandmother's black.
Make sure.
Yeah, no.
Gotta make sure.
Okay. Hey, money. Oh, was that all you wanted to say, Yellen?
Oh yeah, because that's the only pushback I had on.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna put that push up for you now. Go ahead, Auntie Lynn.
Push that shit to the side.
As the oldest person here on this planet, I'm exercising my right to be an old person on the panel. But I actually am on AR side on this because everybody is individual, and he is being an individual.
I agree.
You know, and I'm thankful that he came to our panel, and I appreciate that. Just him being here, I don't think he's a troll. So how do you say that word?
A troll. Yeah,
I don't think he's a troll. I think he's really wanting to contribute to the panel, and it's, you know, we take, well, not me. Just kidding. I'm polishing my anyway. So yeah. So I don't take what he said negatively. I know that's what I'm saying is we don't know each other's history. We don't know. That's why I think the main word here is respect. We just gotta respect each other. And if there are words that were said, that, and then, we say, hey, that bothered me, but that's it, free will, it's like, don't take somebody else's free will. And I mean, just what I'm seeing from AR is that he came here. I'm seeing that positive. He came up, helped us, tried to give us a different perspective. I don't think he's being disrespectful. It's being real, just like you, Kyia. That's why I said most people will not get you either. And probably AR and most people don't get him either. So that's it. But I still don't get Yellow. I don't know why he came up on the panel. I'm gonna pull up on him now.
Because he a Trump loving coon. That's why AI pulled up on the panel. That's exactly right. He's a Trump loving coon.
Hey, what's wrong with supporting Trump, man? What's wrong with supporting Trump?
No, I didn't say nothing wrong with. So I didn't say nothing wrong with it. That's just his adjectives. If that was, you know what I'm saying? If that was his pronouns,
I'm on the nigga side of the game, though. I'm the nigga that just support Trump. That's I love niggas, so and some Trump supporters. I will put my nigga shirt on, but I don't feel like getting up.
Did you? Oh, E-Black, I don't think he had a live since then. I was wondering if you went on there yet and had you said you wasn't going to wear your shirt. So
yeah, I will wear my Mississippi nigga shirt, but I'm away.
I interviewed E-Black. He said some wild shit. He said that he understands why they did the riots. He understands why they did the riots, so he can understand their pain. What pain have they been through? the thing about this whole slavery thing is that we know we haven't, you know. Now, I think what we can't argue is that, you know, the crack that was brought inside the urban communities, we can talk about how we're not recovering from that. And I don't believe we're ever going to recover from that. Not just crack, but other drugs as well. Due to taking drugs, recreating, and that's still in our system. But the riots, to understand and to reason with them, and that's like kind of, you know, if you can't receive your reparation, you got to force and take it from your own people. That just sounds like a bunch of people don't want to get a job, you know. But that was my thing with him, you know. I interviewed him, so we spoke on it.
You're muted, Kyia.
Thank you. The video I was going to show you guys with my main man AR. Like I said, I enjoyed him. You know, and I enjoy he stand on his, and I truly believe that he's speaking his truth, and I have mad respect for that. But the Harris, I guess he must edit his videos first because he hasn't made it public yet. But he said it, but that's okay. I'm gonna let it go for now. But I'm gonna prove my point. Or Yella's point. But anyway, with that being said, I'm glad that we, you know, came back around to that. Auntie Lynn, did you say, I'm sorry, I was talking to my daughter, I didn't hear. Did you say what you wanted to say?
Well, before we go back to religion or spirituality, can I ask Rashawn, because I'm just curious, because my Wi-Fi is glitchy. I'm up in the mountains. So what's your perspective again, Rashawn, about the free will part on this? Can you just
Yes, Auntie Lynn, and also it's nice to meet you. My first time being on a panel with you. I honestly do not know for sure what type of will we have. I feel that we have free will, or we have the choice. Like a limited expression of choice. That's the word I came up with while we were talking, because I know it's not free. I can't just do anything. So it's not free. And my will is largely influenced by what other people have imparted into me. So it's a limited expression of choice based on what's available. But having said that, I also can't rule out that it's already been predetermined, because how would I know? You know what I'm saying? Like if a dog, like a robot, Mike brought up a robot earlier. If a robot was programmed, how does it know, like if it has sentience, how would it know if it was executing the program or making the choice? Because they would look the same from the inside. Unless we saw our programming, we don't even have control over our breathing and our blood flow. We don't even have complete control over our own bodies. So to think that we then have free will over our thoughts, considering that we have feelings that drive us, we have biological urges that drive us. There are so many things that drive us. People on diets still eat donuts. So what's making that choice? You know what I'm saying? So there's so many parts to choice that I can't say for sure that conditioning and programming is not a large part of that.
What about willpower? Like when you from your examples, like how bad you want something, would that fall more so under that and discipline?
Yeah, but like you said, willpower. So will, like Mike said, will is desire. Desire still plays a part. And where does your desire come from? That's what I'm saying. Where do your desires come from? You don't typically desire things that you like the plakiphany. You don't typically desire things that have not been introduced to you by somebody else. So how much of your will is yours? So like even that thing you desire, you want to get off a diet, but who introduced you to donuts? You know what I'm saying? That's your pusher. Who introduced you to the thing that you desire? So how is that your will if you didn't desire that thing outside of somebody else?
So it seemed like you're seeing from the origin of, well, I guess it's true, because when you're a child, your parents are putting all of that in. And then as you grow, you go to school putting it in. So it seems like you're saying then that if we're going by what you're saying, your theory behind this, like we really don't have no choice in it. It's what was put into us. Going back to who was the one about, was that AR about, the financial things and being ignorant about financial things and passing it on. And he gave the example of going to the library or learning and educating yourself. And I was saying, well, how could you know what to go teach yourself if you've never been exposed to it? And maybe that's what Auntie Lynn was saying, where you guys are saying the same thing. I don't know, but now it seems like it's all coming together for me. And with that, so with Rayshawn, it's like we never had a decision in any part of life then, you know, if we're saying that, if you're saying that.
Yeah, and I'm saying we have to think about. I'm just saying we need to be more considerate because we're egotistical as humans. We're egotistical. Like Mike earlier, he had said that like we're the only sentient being, and like other things we've developed speech, but plants and animals all have systems of communication.
Right.
Our speech is just a system of communication. We're not doing anything that's too wackadoodle. We're not doing something super advanced. Animals communicate over larger distances from being to being than we do. Plants and animals have developed cellular structures and systems of communication based on all sorts of things, from chemicals to things that we pick up as scents. So like communication is not unique to us.
Mm-hmm.
Our sentience may be, but like we are so egotistical as humans that we think we're at the top, but other things are just different. So what is choice? We think we're making a choice because, again, we're in our mind. Oh, yeah, I feel like I'm making a choice, but that might be ego. What if we're not? Allegedly, according to science, there are things in your gut, like a bacteria that resides in your gut that can make people like cats. And y'all can look that up for yourself. There can be something in your gut biome that can make you like cats. So how much of you is really at the wheel? Like somebody said at the wheel earlier. What part of you is at the wheel? What part of you is making the choice? So we need to, I'm saying like we just need to think more about that. Because I can't say for certain. I mean, we can have a belief, but the knowledge, that's elusive.
What about you? Oh, go ahead.
I got a question for Arshawn whenever.
Oh, one last question, Arshawn. Now, I see something in AR. What do you see in AR? I know that you guys have a little bit of a glitch, but when you see something that's negative, but there is also something very positive. For AR, what is his strength of quality that you see in him? Like, because he is outspoken. A lot of the people, they're called mediocre. They just fade in the background, and they're the ones that don't help society at all. I don't want to call them. I don't want to. Okay, whatever. But anyway, the people like you and AR that come up to the panel like this and speak up, I do admire, because you could just like fade in the background because you don't want to. For me, I admire, and so what I'm saying is both of you are the same in a way, an activist in your own way. So what do you see in AR that is his strength of quality? What do you see in him? I'm just wondering from your perspective.
Like, but from my, like, again, like I said, I have it's weird. I have a varied perspective, so I can see lots of things. Like if I grow up, if I lean on my spiritual, my childhood in Christianity, I would say, he's one of God's children. God saw fit to put that spark and that life into him. So that's special. I could say that I've seen him as a business person where he's persistent and he doesn't let setbacks stop him from continuing on with his platform. So I can see that. I can see where a lot of people are out here talking about relationships online, but most of them, no offense to anybody that gets hit by this, but most of them are single. But he's gotten married. He's in that commitment and he's in it. So when he speaks on it, he's speaking of it from a place like, I'm currently living that life, as opposed to a lot of people who've never been there, not even tried it and it didn't work out, but just never been there at all. So, there's because we're human, we all have a lot positive about us, but then we also have a lot negative too. But for him, I could go anywhere with that. And he's creative. Look at his t-shirt. You designed that yourself.
I was gonna mention that I really do like that shirt, and I don't know if it's him and his wife. I wasn't sure, or him and his. I thought he had a female partner on the show, but no, I only thought that because of your name, but I can tell that it's just for men and women to come together and have conversation. But AR, what you think about that? Or Auntie Lynn, wherever you was going next with that? I'm sorry. Go.
Okay, so I'm just concluding what you're saying, and just correct me if I'm wrong. So you see AR as someone just like you who's trying to make a difference in his own way. And unlike most people, he is actually true. Like he is actually speaking from truth, not just putting up front. Correct? Is that what you're saying
No,
about
ma'am, I didn't speak to
him?
that at all.
I think she's talking about the fact that he's married and he's discussing relationship.
Got you. I'm just saying, yeah, he speaks from a place of experience on that particular thing. Yeah.
And you're right. That's one thing when I was kind of browsing the YouTube, and people are like, I'm an expert to this. But if you kind of go back, if you research a little bit more, they're actually not. They're just, I don't want to say any more words, but you know what I'm saying.
We don't bite our tongue over here, but
Thank
okay.
you, Arshon.
You're welcome. And nice to meet you again, Auntie Lynn.
Okay, so AR, I would like to give. Oh, wait, I think Mike, you
Mike
had
had a question.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yo, I was gonna say, yo, Arshon. Imagine we, you know what I'm saying, we was out, you know what I mean, hanging out one day and we got kidnapped by aliens, right? And they take us to their planet and somehow we escape and shit, you know what I mean? Now we living on this alien planet where they eat, you know what I mean, alien food that's just, you know what I mean, disgusting, you know what I mean? And let's say there's no women aliens on this planet. Is this now gonna change your desires? Are you gonna all of a sudden desire alien men and disgusting food because that's your only, you know what I mean, circumstance on this planet? Or are we just gonna say, yo, fuck it, we dying on this planet, bro? We're gonna kill some of these fucking aliens, bro, and we just gonna die, bro, because this shit's miserable. We can't live here, bro.
We'll see that both can happen. There's no set outcome to that.
I'm just saying, bro, you're gonna start eating disgusting, nasty ass alien food, you know what I mean?
But again, like even in your theoretical, there's still multiple possibilities. Okay, like I'm giving you the theoretical. So let's say I get there, because like even on Earth, we have people that are put in extreme circumstances and they respond differently. So some person might get put on that planet, and their desire would still be for earthly things. Man, I miss ice cream. Like the desire, man, I would love a pizza, but I got to eat this nasty stuff to stay alive. So again, their desires may stay the same. Somebody else may develop a taste, because we do have things like acquired taste, where things that we find repulsive, we acquire a taste for it. Like psychologically, that's a thing. So somebody may acquire a taste for some ground up Mars worms, and they may start to like it, because sometimes that's a survival mechanism to start to like the thing that was harming you or distasteful or repulsive, so that you can mentally adapt.
I accept that, but I got a follow-up quick question, real quick follow-up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you I mean, I don't mean to make this about, you know what I mean, gender, or you know what I mean, but yo, are you gay or straight, right?
I'm straight.
Important. All right, so you're straight. Now, if you were born, right, on a planet where everybody was gay, would you be gay?
How would I know? Because again, some straight dudes go to jail and they're gay for the state.
That's not your desire right now. If you don't desire men right now, if you was born on a planet, would you, if you was only offered that, would you then by default be gay?
We don't know, because again, there are people born here and we can't even decide. We can't even agree on if they're born with their orientation or they develop it, or if it's a choice. So we haven't even settled that here. Like you're trying to pin me in on a different planet, but we haven't even answered that question here.
I'm saying this, right? Because we all live on the same planet. And there's people that are straight, there's people that is gay, there's people that like scream, there's people that like, you know what I mean, chicken, there's people that hate chicken. You know what I mean? I like chicken, my pops hates chicken. You know what I mean? And so since we was all offered the same shit and we all like different shit, we all have different desires.
Right.
So there's obviously some type of free will going on.
No, you just, okay. Now listen, this is what you just said. Because there's a Walmart and there's lots of products, there's free will inside of me. I may have never gone to Walmart. So how can Walmart having a broad selection impact what my desires are? So you just mix two things.
In that scenario, and you don't know, you said.
But after you ask the question, then you set up a false choice.
Will, if you don't know, you know what I mean?
If you put me in a situation, I don't know. But then you made a false comparison behind that, is what I'm trying to tell you.
False comparison. It's a big
It is a false comparison.
equation of you're not believing in the exact existence of the free will. It's a big part of that equation. It's where if you don't know, we can't sit here and say that we do know that there's not free will. You know what I mean? Because the evidence for free will is much stronger than the evidence against free will.
No, because see, what the evidence that you gave had nothing to do with a person. You said because there's choice that a person has free will. What's outside of me doesn't determine exactly how I feel about a thing. So like I can go into a seafood, like just to your point, I can go into a seafood shop right now. And because there's a lot, there's grouper, there's red herring or red snapper or whatever. There's all these beautiful fish, shrimp, lobster. Because there's all this choice, I still don't desire seafood. So the choice does not create my desire all of the time. But the choice can introduce, like I said earlier, you can have an introduction like placiphony. Something may strike your fancy. You do get an influence, but the choice itself does not completely set the desire. So there's influence. That's what I'm saying. There's too many facets to this to think we know for sure, especially when you can't really prove it. And there's certain different things, like you said, Pops hates something. If we have freedom of choice, Pops hates chicken. Is that what you said? Pops hates chicken?
Yeah, he hates chicken.
Freedom of choice. And you yourself said Pops hates chicken. And you yourself also said that free will is about desire. Ask Pops to desire chicken. If he has free will, free desire, if he has freedom of desire, tell him right now to start liking chicken. If he has free will, tell him to do that. If he's free to do it, prove it.
Yo, his desire is to not like chicken.
But you said he's free to make an opposite choice. If he's free to make an opposite choice.
Right, that's his free choice.
Well, if to prove to me I'm wrong and have him make an opposite choice and start liking chicken and eat that and want to desire that every day.
High five, my brother. I see that.
You can't like something that you don't like.
Then you don't have free will. Then you don't have free will, Mike.
But how does that have to do with the
You
will,
just
bro?
had your point.
Hey, bro.
You have the freedom to desire what you want, though. You gotta understand when you're talking about will, right? You're talking about a future tense. You feel me? When we call the word will desire, right? When we call it desire, you feel me? It's not the word will anymore. The word will is in the future tense.
You called it desire. You said will was desire. That was your definition.
What you are wanting, right? So you're trying to use it like I was explaining to you not a parable, a comparison, right? Of a you know what I mean, a situation that wasn't exactly, you can't use a piece of that to then define the argument. The argument is that do we have, right, the freedom to choose what we want to come to pass? And the fact is, yeah, we do. Right now, if I want, right, I could just click off the stream. I can do that. Right? You know what I mean? Like you have to understand the difference. If I create a robot, right? A robot that's programmed to do shit, it's gonna just do that shit, right? Now, what makes that robot different from you? What makes you different from a dog or a squirrel, right? It's the fact that you can choose what you're gonna do. You like the squirrel always just runs around, looks for nuts, you know what I mean? Looks for other squirrels, right? One day, right? That squirrel's not just gonna wake up and say, you know what? I think I want a career change. I don't want to look for nuts anymore. I want to, you know what I'm saying? I want to go find me a person, somebody that has a lot of nuts in their house. I want to just live there, you know?
Like
that's the difference.
For the sake of the argument, what I believe that if Armstrong was on a remote planet or whatever case may be, and they're all homosexuals, he has a choice to be. He can't help his. I don't think he can, or anyone can help their choice of this desire, but he does have the free will to act upon any type of action. That's what I believe, because there's a lot of things that happen over here. So, Ashar, is that what you're saying, or no? Or
you're closer than Mike. Like for me, what I'm saying, you're closer than Mike because there's too many. What I'm saying, there's too many variables, and I'm not trying to take a shot at you, Mike, but a lot of people claim they speak with authority on things that we cannot know for certain. There's no way to know whether you can have extreme confidence, high confidence, and you can have a strong, firm belief, unshakable belief. But knowledge, unless you are the creator, you can't claim a knowledge because you didn't make it. You don't know what was put in there. So it's a belief or a confidence. What I believe is that we have some sort of expression of choice. We have a greater expression of choice than that squirrel does. And that's cool. I don't need it to be one way. I don't have a need. I don't have a belief to hang on to other than the logic and the reasoning. If you can't change what you desire, because again, you introduce desire as will, then that you can't have free will. Yeah. So I'm saying there are too many facets, like opportunity. There's influence. There's the choice. That's the freedom part hangs on what's available to you. The will part hangs on what you desire and what you have the power to manifest. If you don't have the freedom to unlimited choice, it's not freedom. And if you don't have the capacity to choose for yourself and have the power to obtain that choice, it's not will. So, because if you said desire earlier, but I know you pulled that back. If the will is simply what you want and you can't manifest it with any power, you don't need to call it will. You could just call it desire or hope or a dream.
Back. Yo, what I'm trying to explain is that it's what you desire, right? It is not desire. Desire is desire. That's its word, right? Then you have will, which is what you want, what you desire to come to pass. You feel me? It's what is pleasing to you. You feel me? It's what you want to come to pass. You get what I'm saying? So if you will something, you get what I'm saying? It's like if I want to pick this lid up, right? Before I pick the lid up, my brain has to form the idea to pick the lid up. You feel me? Then it wants to pick the lid up, and then it does so. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but words have meaning, right? So you're saying if I desire to pick that up, you desire to pick it up.
The desire to do something before you do it, or you won't do it.
Yeah, the desire, exactly. Where the will this is my thinking. I'm not trying to make you a believer in what I think. I'm just expressing my thought. Will for me.
You believe
let me express the thought. Let me express the thought, and then you can come back. Let me express the thought, Mike. Let me express it. Okay, Mike, may I express the thought, or I'll just shut it down?
Let me finish my thought. But
okay.
I'm just saying, how can you explain it to me if you yourself said you don't know? We can't know. What are you going to explain if you don't know?
Hey, you got it, bro. You right. I don't know nothing.
No, go ahead, Rashawn. I mean, if Mike is done, then go ahead and say what you was about to say, Rashawn.
No, like I said, I don't have a need to share my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care. It's just my opinion, my thought on it, my thought as far as it goes.
You do. Amen. Yeah. So I want to hear what was your what were you going to say to that?
Yeah, my last thing on that was will would have to be something beyond desire, or we wouldn't have a different word that we're using for it, because desire is just a want, or something you want to manifest. Will, you would think there would be some power behind it, because everybody said God's will, and my will be done. There has to be some authority or power behind your desire to manifest it, or we wouldn't keep using it in the way that we use it. All throughout the Bible is about God's will. If God just wanted something but couldn't manifest it, he wouldn't be much of a God. So even on our level, as above, so below, if we have a desire but we can't manifest it, it's just a desire. It's just a want. So your will would be what gets you from the desire towards implementation. That's the part that I see will is the motivator. I desire something, but if you don't have the will to obtain it, or to chase after it or pursue it, it stays a desire. Like faith without works is dead. The will is the works, but I mean, again, that is my thought.
That's what you're going back to. What I had brought up, the willpower to do it. Maybe your willpower is not strong enough to do it or succeed, and to be disciplined, do your desire or your free will, however we want to put that in there. Brian, I want to make sure I'm giving you the opportunity. Is there something you want to add to this, Brian? Or I know you're enjoying the conversation. I can tell when you're doing that.
Well, I'm gonna say this though. I think I understand what everybody's point of view, but the way Rashawn laid things out, that's how I think in real life. That's how I carry my real life. He explained it in an educated way. You know what I mean? And I get what he's saying. And I get what AR and brother Mike was saying also, but Rashawn just a bottom line type of guy. Just the bottom line, just what it is. No black and white, and that's it. AR the same way too. AR express how he feels. So this is my first time listening to these brothers too. So I'm enjoying the. This is the first time I've ever been this quiet. I can't argue with them.
You normally would have ran off by now too if it wasn't interesting to you.
Yeah. So I ain't arguing with these brothers, man. I'm just gonna sit here and listen. They're gonna use some big words. I don't know what it means.
And make up some too, we found out too. So
fuck me up.
But hey, it's nice to meet you, Brian. Never met you. Nice to meet you, man.
Good meet Pleasure to meet you too. But I want to make sure. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I was coming to you, AR. Go for it. Go for it.
I think there's either we having a major miscommunication or maybe not. But what I believe that I do have limited free will, which is a contradiction within itself, right? But I do believe I have I don't have to act upon my desire. I do have the free will and the conscience to make decisions based off of limitations. Like this thing, if I don't know something, I can't go for that if I don't know it until I gain the knowledge of that. But I do know that I do have the free will I can make certain choices within my limitation. I can pick up a book or I can play the video game, right? So I do believe, I believe God is, I believe he knows what's going to happen, but I don't believe he's controlling what I'm doing, because according to our faith, what we believe in, like the Bible, there's certain things he described that people are doing that's considered as evil or sin. If God is controlling that, then God's is evil as well. So, and I'm trying not to take it there to be extreme when it comes to but there are adults that's doing things to children. I don't believe God's in control of that. He can be, I believe, but because of free will, I believe he's allowing these things to happen, and he knows what's happening ahead of time. So, but I do believe we do have limited control as far as, I would guess you could say, daily decisions. You can get up and you can do something crazy, or you can get up and do something, whatever else you want to do. You can log off now. I don't believe God's controlling me, making me, forcing me to be on this stream. I don't know if that's what Arshawn is saying, but maybe not. But I don't know. Or Mike, that's what Mike is saying, whatever. But even if you put me on a remote planet and saying that I can desire to have sex with some fucking men aliens, but just because I had the desire to do it doesn't mean I have to act on it. Would I be gay? What do I know? I'm not there yet.
Might be a gay alien, bro, on another planet.
Hey, man.
Something in the air, bro. You know what I mean?
Now, speaking of that, the U.S. created a gay bomb. I forget the actual name of it, but it's a gay bomb that they was going to use to throw. So it's a chemical that they was going to release. They currently have it. Yeah, you can look it up, the gay bomb. They currently have a chemical bomb that will make men desire other men.
Yeah, there's a gay bomb.
But does it make you act on it? I highly doubt it. It probably can promote and make really big desire of it. And that's why I believe that the plastics you drink and the other stuff you drink and all this homosexuality pushing, I'm not saying that homosexuality is wrong. I do believe it is, but I'm not judging people as that. But I do believe even if you feel to be homosexual, you can fight the desire to do it. You can fight the desire to go out there and rob or hurt people. Or maybe you're just a stupid motherfucker and you don't have that control. I don't know.
Yeah, that's gay bomb thing. That's weird. I had never heard of that. But that like goes to my point though, man. Like, just real back to the alien. If it's an alien, it's not a human man or woman, so it wouldn't be gay. It would just be like some kind of cross species sex. I mean, just real quick. But the gay bomb, though, like that goes like what I was trying to say to my point. If something outside of you could influence what you want, like if they can just drop a chemical on you, and it can make you want the desire the opposite or the same sex. Like how free is your will if we're finding ways to manipulate it and change it? That's what I'm talking like. It's deeper, and I'm saying when I know Mike can challenge
someone's will to make you.
I don't know. I'm saying I don't have a clear answer. What I'm saying is I still have thoughts on it, and those thoughts are like if we don't understand all the components, if somebody else can manipulate it chemically, not even talking, not even like no hypnosis.
That's what I'm trying to say, not everyone has the same amount of will. You feel me? There's times where someone's free will is going to overpower your free will. Like you might want to live and someone else might want to kill you and they might shoot you in the face. That's just reality. You know what I mean? Their will overpowered your will.
I get what you're saying, but to me, the way you're using it, I understand what you guys and the way you're using free will.
That don't have free will. And I think there are people that have free will. I'll show you an example, right? Are you a slave or a free man?
I can't say.
You don't know.
Because if I don't have free will, I'm a slave.
I'm just saying. Yo, AR, are you a slave or a free man?
Definitely not. I don't believe I'm free. I don't believe I'm a slave either. But I think we're more on the slave due to our limitation of traveling and so forth. If you don't have the resources, so. But an actual slave, like no, I believe I'm free as far as that.
All right. So what's the difference between a slave and a free man? Like, what's the fundamental difference between them? Just you know what I mean?
Fundamental difference between a slave
and a free man, a quote unquote free man, right? You know what I mean?
I'm not getting my ass whooped.
But what if you're a free man and you still get your ass whooped?
I'm licensed to carry.
But what if you wasn't?
But I am though. But we're speaking on facts though, right? We're not. You can't.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about a slave and a free man. A free man that lives in a state where you're not licensed to carry. You can still get your ass whooped. You know.
He's a stupid motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying? What about a free man that live in, you know what I mean, Papua New Guinea or something with the tribes? You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, what's the difference between a slave and a free man?
Well, slavery is enforcing you to do things that you don't have a choice to do something other, or you do have a choice not to listen, but the consequence is death, most likely, right? Or getting whipped or some shit. So I believe that the difference is that you're not inbound to your daily, when you're a slave, your daily decisions is determined on another person. When you're free, your daily decision is not determined on another person.
I've seen a lot of free people that were completely determined by other people. Like, you know what I mean? Like if they didn't do the right thing at work, you know what I mean? Their boss, everything about their boss was their life, bro. You know what I mean? Like there's some people that, you know, their business, their wife, other people's always determining, and you know what I mean? So there's people that think
my boss is not whooping my ass though. My boss is not fucking my wife, you know, which in slavery, my boss is not cutting off my balls and feeding it to me like they did in slavery, or the daily decisions. I have the choice to walk off of that job.
I mean, we're generalizing slavery now just to American slavery, and that's not what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I'm talking about as a whole, like that specific slavery things happen in America, but that
if in America,
that's not historically like.
If you're in America and you feel like you're a slave, you're a fucking idiot and you're a loser.
I think what I was trying to get to is what is the difference between being free and not being free?
You know.
Let's say you're not a slave. Let's just say you're just not free. You're in jail. I don't know.
Well, right? According to Kyia, I can't be a slave. I'm not black, right?
Let's just say, you know, let's just say you're a free man and not a free man, right? A man who's in jail, you know? I tried to use the robot analogy earlier, but like, you know what I mean? I figured a slave would make sense too, but let's just say in jail, right? It's that you still have free will. even a slave has free will, right? At the same time, you know what I mean? You
Yeah.
have free will. You know, you could just die. You know, you could just, you know what I mean, not eat. You know what I mean? You could not drink. You could just die. You know what I mean? You have free will in jail. You have free will to shank people, even though it's illegal and you're already in jail for doing illegal things. Like, they can't stop you from doing illegal things, even in jail. They could just offer you the box, and then in the box you could, you know what I mean, sitting there waiting when you get out, do more crimes. Like, they can't actually stop you. It's in the mind. That's where free will begins and ends, in the mind. Either you believe you have it and you do, or you don't believe you have it and you don't. That's the reality.
Yeah.
That's why we can't define it.
Okay. Yella, hey, glad to see you back up here. Armin, I'm not sure where we was, but I'm glad that, it seems like woosah. But Yella, I would love to hear your perspective. It was something we were talking about before, and I ran and got coffee. Now I forgot, and you were in the backstage. What was it? And I wanted to hear your perspective on it. I don't know. I forgot. But give your input. It's going to come back to me. But give your input, Yella, on things that was shared about even what Mike just said about with the slavery or with jail, and about it. Do you believe we in those certain situations, do we still have free will? I do believe that we still have free will. And it almost goes back to what Mike said. It starts in your mind. It is like something that you start what you want to do. Just because right then maybe the opportunity has not present itself, it doesn't mean you don't have free will. It's just that you're being restricted right now. But when I get the chance, I'm gonna shank this motherfucker, because this is my will and what I'm going to do, type of thing. That's kind of what I got out of what Mike was just saying now. So what would you like to add to that, Yella? If
Okay.
anything.
Okay. Let me, because I'm going to try to process that a little bit, right?
Okay.
In those situations, I don't think it really applies to free will.
Okay.
Because free will, if free will is what it is, then it should be devoid of consequences with.
Wait, you're adding on to it though now.
No, I'm saying because free will ain't necessarily free will. If you want to shank somebody in jail, your ass is going to end up staying in jail or getting worse. Like, free will is devoid of consequence too. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm kind of looking at it. So,
okay.
I mean, and that's kind of why it gets muddy when you're talking about freedom and who's free, and you know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. Free. Okay. I see how you're breaking it down now. Okay.
Yeah, because you don't have free will in somewhere you put yourself in. If you volunteered your freedom by doing some stupid shit,
okay,
whatever you doing in there is a result of them taking away your free will. So now you kind of do what you do to survive. So that's not really free will. That's more just doing what you got to do to survive at that point.
Now, see, to me, you totally just went, and maybe you guys got it earlier, a totally different way for it. That's what I love about these conversations, because now you're more so talking about physical, like freedom, like to make and have free will. And from your perspective, you're saying, how can you have free will if you're making a choice and doing something to take away your freedom? That is not free will. I love that perspective. I didn't even think of it that way. I hope that's what I got from what you just said. So I didn't even. What you think about that, AR? About the way Yella came back with it about the choice of physical freedom or not?
What he said, no, I think I believe that's on the same page of what I was saying. That's
okay.
still, I believe that's still free will. Now there are limitations of free will, right? Like the things that we can't. Your resources, like you can't just travel to another country. You gotta have a certain amount of money to passport. You know, there's limitations if you don't qualify for that, right? And the same thing when you go to prison. Now your free will has been more restricted. So the term free will is a contradiction.
Okay.
Because free will really means free will, if you really look at it, is the desire of the mind, which makes it an illusion, right? So, but you know, this is.
But hey, AR, I got a question.
Yes.
So if I do go to prison, but my free will say, man, fuck this shit, I'm finna escape prison. Did prison really take my free will from escaping prison?
Your free will of your that's in your mind, the desire. Did they take it to escape? I don't know. You can try it. I guess you can try it. If you can't escape, then I guess you option your free will.
And if I don't want to escape, that means that I can escape if I wanted to, but because I'm in prison, I can't go nowhere. My mind is saying don't go nowhere. But if I was to go to prison and I say, nah, fuck that, my mind said, bro, you can go, you can run.
I mean, even
you can escape.
Yeah, even well, I don't believe you can do whatever you want with your mind, right? I believe that you can make the choice of something. Like I can make the choice to go over here and do this. That doesn't mean I'm going to have the capability to go and do it. But I have the will. I have the freedom or the free will to go attempt to do it. I think free will is an attempt. The free will you're describing, I think, is an attempt. Doesn't mean you're going to be successful with it.
And if I can, let me kind of add on to that because I see what Brian's saying, but I would say free will in that situation would be more like opening your cell and walking out the front door.
Okay, how about this then?
You know what I'm saying? Instead of having
Let's look at slavery then. Let's look at slavery. Let's look at slavery. What old boy was saying about slavery. Even during slavery, the slaves had a choice. The slaves had a choice to kill the white boy or not, right? Some of them did, some of them didn't, right?
What are we saying?
I was talking to Yellow. I was saying, I remember you mentioned slavery.
Right,
and I was just saying, like, slaves couldn't go nowhere. Slaves was confined, but then there were slaves that fought back and did kill the slave master.
Yeah.
And they used their free will past being confined to being slaves.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they had the opportunity and not restricted in a shit. Go ahead, AR.
Yeah, free will and freedom is different, right? So if you're not a slave, that's freedom, right? But the free will is just your desire to do something. Will you be successful in doing that? I highly doubt it. Like you said, Brian, some people killed the slave master. Some people attempted, some people didn't. I think that was their free will. But freedom is where I think where we are right now. And if I believe if you're in America and you don't consider this as freedom, then travel anywhere you want. Travel any other country, and you'll see what not freedom is.
Well, it depends though. It depends. It just depends how you look at it though. It just depends on how you live life.
Yo,
my example probably be different. My life might have been different from yours.
Okay. To simplify it, bro, we have free will, right? But we have limited potential. That's where it is. It's that there is limited
choices. Do we have limited choices or unlimited choices in free will?
You have a limited potential. So there's like, you know what I mean? You are free to move about the cabin, like I said, but you're not the captain of the, you know, plane. You can't tell the plane where to go. You're just free to move about the cabin, right? So you can make decisions like you could open a door and fuck the plane up. You know what I mean? You could go and flush the toilet. You could eat all the food. You know what I mean? You could turn the lights on. You could do all these different things. Right? That is within the range of your potential. You're not going to do all these things.
But free will and potential are not the same, right? So potential is something that you may
potential and free will is not the same.
Yeah.
No, because it's not the same in any way, shape, or form. Potential is the possibilities. What is possible, right? Free will is what you want to happen.
Mike, you totally went to what I wanted to ask. The question I to ask was, when we tell our kids that you can grow up and be anything you want, is that a true statement or not?
That's a lie.
Okay. So that goes to what you were just saying. That's I wanted to, because I've been trying to ask that question and you went right into it. That's their, if they have the potential, the opportunity.
They could try and want to be whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? They could want to be whatever they want, and they could try to be whatever they want, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Now, also, if you don't tell your child they can be whatever they want, you don't know what they can be. So now, because we don't know that, right? We don't know. Sometimes you got to work at something for 5 years, and then all of a sudden, if you know anything about Michael Jordan, he wasn't good with the free throws. Thousands a day, right? 1,000 free throws a day for several years, and then all of a sudden it starts to connect, right? So, I think because we don't know, telling a child what they can't do anything. You know,
well, what do you think about?
I'm just saying, what if we don't tell them
anything they want to be
at all, and just don't? You know what I mean? I was just saying it would be a lie to tell them that, right? To tell them that specific statement. I would use something that would be more constructive to tell them that, you know, with the Almighty, anything is possible. There is no limit.
That's basically saying the same thing, though.
You know what I'm saying? I would tell them that, though. I wouldn't tell them that they can.
Okay, let's stay there then, Mike. Okay, let's stay there.
They have a limit.
So let's take it back to faith, if you guys don't mind, and whatever that means to you individually. Please, I don't want to get into this word game, please, if you guys don't mind. But let's say it the way Mike's saying it. Whatever your faith is and whatever you believe as the adult, do you think it's fair to tell your child with God, and if you don't have a faith, just say like anything is possible? Is that still fair to tell your child, to give them that? And Rashawn, I'm gonna come to you first if you don't mind. What do you think about that statement?
Fair. That's a hard word, but because you nor the child know their potential, you want to leave it open. You want to have an open-ended mindset. Because if you close the child, we already know what if you tell somebody, if you stop their progress, no, you can't do that. We know what that looks like. We know what people who are confined in a mental box. We know when they've given up. We know what that looks like. So you don't want to stop their progress or exploration of their potential. So fair, I don't know about the word fair, but it may be most beneficial to tell them that so that their mind can be outwardly focused.
Also listen to the wording I'm saying too. You can be anything you want. That's not to say every child, like, you know, and I know they kind of live in the fantasy world and that will evolve as they go on, but just that wording, you can become, and we're seeing this back on the faith realm of things. If like I believe in Jesus, so if I would say that if you align with Jesus and God, you know, you can become and do anything you want. So, and maybe I should have took the fairness out of it. I didn't mean to say, is that fair? What I'm really, should we give our kids that type of hope or say that open-ending statement to them?
I wouldn't tell my kids they could become anything they want, because then they might get the wrong idea. And you know what I'm saying? You know, like, for example, like my son might want to become a woman, right? That's not the right message, right? That you could become whatever you want. You know what I mean? You could be anything you want. I mean, there is limits to this shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's
that goes back to your teaching in which you, for the most part, but once they become adults or of age,
I teach reality. You know what I'm saying? Like they could
reality could become a woman, and nowadays
they got free will, right? So they could want anything to happen, right? And they could believe whatever they want, but it doesn't mean that that's what's actually going to happen, and it doesn't mean it's going to line up with reality. You feel me?
Okay.
Well, even 20 years ago, what we're doing right now, no one thought this would be reality.
20 years ago?
No. StreamYard, and you know, we thought it was going to be even 30 years if you want to go even further back with the internet we have now.
We had this stuff in 20 years ago, almost. I mean, it wasn't exactly like this, but we had stuff like this. We had Skype. You know what I'm saying? I was 12. We had Skype.
Well, even if you go a little further back before that, you want to go to the 80s or 90s, the late 80s.
If you go back to like the 90s, nobody would have thought this shit would be possible. Video calls and shit like that.
But
you know what I mean?
But now, as far as if you have a religious belief, I don't think it's fair to tell your child they can do anything, because if you're religious, then they should be finding the will of God. Or if not, stop praying to him, because you're not doing what he wants you to do. If you're religious and you're not trying to follow whatever will you believe he's setting you to do, not the voices, not that dumb shit, but the wills, that then you shouldn't be praying, because how is God going to bless you for doing something he doesn't want you doing?
But see, AR, what you're doing, that's exactly what I meant. Whatever that religion is for you. So, okay, so let's use that, exactly what you're saying. So do you have kids? I know your nephew is with you, but okay. So with your kids, because in your household, I would expect or think that is the foundation that you're setting there, that, find your purpose. What did God create you for? And whatever that looks like for your family. With that being there, would you say that to your kids, knowing that you already put this foundation? You would not say that to your kids, that they can be anything that they want.
No, I wouldn't tell him. I wouldn't try to. I think in my life, when I look at it, I was very limited due to the information we didn't know. If I had certain information, I'm not saying I had to understand it, but just the thought of it, I could have probably been. This is probably my platform right now. But my nephew does have some. He's blind in one eye. So, am I going to tell him he can do anything? No. I don't do that. I bring him down to reality, because of the fact that he's 9 now, but he needs to come to reality really quickly, because there's things he can't do a lot that a lot of other kids can do. He can't become a firefighter. He can't become a police. So the things that he did want to become, I had to kind of crush those dreams early and let him focus on something else.
But how do you know his reality, though? Just like you just said, 20 years ago, we couldn't even imagine being here. So how can you even project his reality and what he can or cannot do, possibly?
Well, because the things that he was saying that he wants to do, as of right now, in his current state, he can't do that. You need both eyes.
Why even take away that hope then? Why can't he have hope?
Why can't he hope to see? He don't have nerves in one eye. It can't.
No, whatever we can see. Okay, well, I mean, better than me. So.
Well, yeah, because unless in his current state, not being able to see in one eye, he can't join the military. Right? This is by law. This is not like he can't join the Air Force. He can't join the military. He can't join. There's a lot of limitations.
We got prosthetic eyes and different things. I don't know. I'm just saying.
But maybe. But at the same time, at 9 years old, you can't even get into that type of surgery until maybe later on, and it's very damaging.
Okay.
Because they have to take the whole eye out, the socket, try to put the in. So. As of right now, the eye repairing he needs, as far as I know, they don't have that type of technology yet. So I really don't want him wasting time. I want him to focus more on. I'm not telling him he can be anything he wants. I'm trying to push him in a direction to more like behind a desk technology stuff, because I don't want him out there in the field. I just
It's what you don't want him out there, but okay.
Well, not just that, but he's limited to begin with. It's like you can't walk. You can still be a firefighter. You can fucking crawl up that building. So his reality is a lot different than what I would tell if I had a child that wasn't handicapped in that way.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to teach him to. It's like if right now, if you were to close your left eye, that whole side you can't see.
Well, my daughter is blind in one eye, legally blind in one eye as well. And
is she actually blind, or just like she can't drive?
No, she's legally blind. Not like, not like black, but she is legally blind.
Pretty much the same. But if you close your eye like that side, there's like right now you can see this right here. You close that eye, that whole thing.
I know about peripheral vision, yeah.
So my
realize it actually if you're literally blind in one eye, it throws off your depth perception. And that's what really screws you up, because you can't perceive, right, depth of field.
Tripping a lot, distance or something. And so for him, if something's over there, he has to like really turn. Like he has to literally turn. If you walk in here, he wants to see what's over here. He has to really turn. So that's my focus. I don't want to waste time focusing on things with you can pop. No, I'm trying to direct it. This is what you're gonna do. Now, in these sections, you could do some of these things, but while I'm raising you, because I personally didn't want children, but at the time, while I'm here, I think he really needs to focus on these things because this world is crazy, and I'm just trying to set him up the right way. So, would I tell him he could be anything? No. If I had a child that didn't have limitations currently, I would tell him you could. You want to fly? You can fucking fly. Maybe he'll build some sort of jetpack to fly. I think things can go into. You have these fantasies, but as you get older, if you continue that path, you can come more into a more reality. Maybe create something new. But that's just my thoughts.
No, I hear you. Yella, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, so I wanted to get your input on that. Because you have a son, you have a 5-year-old, and would you tell your son that whatever your foundation is in your family, in your household, and how that whatever that looks like, that he can be anything he wants, he can become anything that he wants?
I'm gonna tell him he can.
Mm-hmm.
Because he doesn't have any limitations right now. Right? Unfortunately, how life works, that'll teach him his lesson. And it won't be like a bad thing. It'll just be, eventually you'll figure out that you can't be that, and you'll have to make another decision. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, I mean, I would, but I don't know. It wouldn't be based on anything other than he can be what he wants, because
he wants,
that would be his desire.
And he will work at it if that's what he wants. That's why I was trying to really emphasize what he wants or she wants to become. So, Mike, how about you? I want you to elaborate on this. This kind of was your suggestion, like with God Almighty.
Right.
You went out, Kyia.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. You said with you didn't say God, with the Most High, that if your kids, they can, if they following, or say it your way, give your example of
what I'm saying is that the Almighty has no limits, right? So anything is possible with the Almighty, but I wouldn't tell my kids that with them anything is possible. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's different. You know what I'm saying? Like, one of my sons is really smart, you know what I'm saying? The other one's really tough. I'm like, they're just different people. I'm not gonna sit there and tell them that anything is possible,
Oh, I thought you said with Almighty that they can.
Said with the Almighty, anything is possible. Right?
Oh.
So the Almighty makes anything possible in him, in himself, right? Now, if they're walking with the Almighty, and the Almighty, like Moses didn't split the Red Sea, the Almighty did. You feel me? Like that's what it is. It's not through us that we do things that are amazing,
Well, it is through us. He uses us.
As a regular human being, we're limited to do what we do, right? That's the limited potential. We have the free will. And then the Almighty, if we align ourselves with his will, right? If we align our free will with his will, then he will use us. Correct.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
Brian, you got 2 teenagers. What did you
Yeah.
and your son you had since a baby? What did you? Because your son he plays football, right? And he's
Yeah.
quite good at it, I think. And you shared some things with us. So what did you tell him, or was that his choice? Did you raise him to think that he can do whatever it is that he wants to put his
Yeah,
mind
yeah. But I did it in a different way though.
to?
You
Okay.
know, I told him similar stuff like that as a kid, but I did it in a way where, you know, to establish confidence in himself, you know, even as a little baby. You know, I used to tell him like, hey man, you can be whatever you want, you can be whatever you want. But as he got older and once he understood life, that's when I started breaking him down to him about what I mean by you can be whatever you want to be. You know what I'm saying? So these are the things you can do. And the number one thing I didn't do was put Jesus in his life.
Yes, you
You
did.
know, but yeah, by me not doing that, I just see how just the way he think right now, you know what I mean? So nah man, he dope, you know, he dope. But yeah, I did and I see how it worked for him. And he's 15, 16 years old now, so I just see
Does he
how he
believe in
carries
any
himself.
religion now? Because I know you
Nah,
didn't introduce any religion, right?
nah, he's not interested in it.
He's not. And then what about your daughter? Is she interested in any type of religion?
Yes, her mother now keep in mind my daughter moved with me when she was like 12 or 13. So
Okay.
her mother put Christianity to my daughter. And I
Okay.
allow my daughter to practice Christianity. She go
Okay.
to church and everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good. So
But
you let them be the individual
yeah.
and cultivate what it is for them. Oh, very
Yeah.
good. So, do you mind asking, what are your son? I think he has one more year of high school, right?
Now my daughter got one more year. She graduated next year. My son gonna be a sophomore.
Okay. Do they express to you what they want? What's their desire, their profession, or college, or anything? What they want to do?
Oh yeah, most definitely. My daughter, she want to go to nursing school. So
Okay.
I think that's realistic. And my son, he want to play college football, but he also mentioned, like he said, well, if I'm not good enough to play college, he said he want to cut hair. I'm like, cool, you know, that's good
Okay.
money, and he cutting hair now, so that's what
Okay.
he cutting hair as we speak right now.
Very realistic. Okay. Amen.
Yeah. So
Amen, you guys. I think, you know what? I want to say this now, and Yellow left, and I hope that he hears me as well. I'm trying to think who else was up here. Oh, but I want this conversation went way better than I anticipated. I just love all the input, the variety, the different aspect of everything that all you gentlemen said and shared with us. I can't thank you guys enough. AR, I told you I was coming for you. I already said that, and I appreciate you, my brother. I really do appreciate you coming up and sharing and giving your input. You're always welcome. Rashawn, you know I love your ass. So, you know, it's all good. And you came with the heat. Mike, you know, boy, you come in here with that gangster slang talk, you know, your vibe and stuff, even though you're not, but you know, just the way those Italians talk. And I appreciate you and Mimsy. Please let her know if she's not hearing me that I'm so glad that she came up and gave her perspective. And Brian actually hung around. Brian normally come and then sneak on out, so I could tell he really enjoyed the conversation. I wanted to take this time right now to thank you guys because, you know, you guys know I go all night. Long as someone's here, I'm here. So I didn't want to make it seem like I'm holding anyone up. If anyone needs to go, please feel free. I do want to continue the conversation if anybody wants to stay. And if not, you know, of course, the editing shit. Ooh, that stuff get on my nerves. I could go back to learning that or anything else. But I am here. But I wanted to take this opportunity before anybody else left the panel. I really totally, and I hope you guys truly know I appreciate each and every one of you guys.
I appreciate you, Kyia. Appreciate it back. I am going to take this opportunity to step down. So Mike, Brian, AR, y'all have a good morning, evening, all that good stuff. And Lady Kyia.
Thank you, Rashawn. I appreciate you.
What'd you say, Mike? I ain't hear what you said. My fault.
I said, yo, you already know, bro. It's all love, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
disagree in ideas. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't
Oh yeah,
disagree.
not
Man.
personal.
I mean, just the
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Rashawn, you got YouTube?
I gave up YouTube. It's
Oh,
there.
okay.
I gave it up. Last Monday was my last Monday on YouTube. I'm on Twitch now. I'm on
Yes, Twitch.
Oh, you're on Twitch.
I'm on
okay.
Twitch now. I went over to Twitch only because
No,
YouTube.
don't sleep on Twitch. Listen, when you use a
Oh,
stream,
we're
right?
on Twitch right now. I don't understand it, but we're on it.
That's the thing. I didn't understand it, but in less than 2 months, I got monetized over there. So, and I don't have, exactly. So
I don't understand it, but okay.
pay more attention to Twitch. Pay more attention to Twitch.
Oh God, I'm just learning this bullshit over here. I can't.
You ain't gotta worry about clipping nothing. You could just do your show, let it grow. And I'm trying to tell you, just do you get your emails? Do you get the little summary emails?
No, I don't think I have everything set up over there.
Yeah, find out what email you have. Check your emails because you've probably already made 2 of the 4 requirements to get monetized over there. And
I made some. Oh yeah, I see the green circle like on.
Yeah.
I think I just need 50 followers or something.
Yep. If you spend time over there, just being in the spaces with people, that's where those come from. Kind of like over here, you meet somebody on their stream and you grow like that.
Yeah.
And
I like that raid. I like the community there. Yeah, that they go around and share. Because I met actually 2 other podcasters over there that I enjoy their content and I follow and I go listen to them when they, notify me and stuff. So you sound like he go yellow number 2.
That's who converted me.
I know.
Yeah.
So you took the. Oh Lord, I'm too old for all of this. I need.
Hey, I'm gonna go get out of here too. I'm tired, man. It's 2:15.
Brian,
Shout
first time I
out
meet
to
you,
my
man.
boy
Pleasure meeting you.
Devontae Davis, though. The knockout.
You see how he just interrupted our conversation? But okay, damn, Bob Brown. That's why I love chocolate men. They just don't give a fuck. Just interrupt. Say what you gotta say. Bye, Rashad. Bye, Brian. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. See, now he ain't saying nothing.
Well, I'm gonna head out too, but
yes, they are. Please, I don't think I have anyone. Oh, Yellow's gone. But I will be sharing your channel, and please say the name of it again and let people know.
Hold on, just change the name. It's him versus her solutions.
Yeah, that's right.
Let me just change the name.
Okay.
Versus shit, come on, messed up. Him vs her solutions. Yep. So it's him versus her solutions. Now my panel is a little bit different because I don't do. I give men the opportunity because most of my panels are filled with females. So I give men the opportunity that even if you disagree, sometimes you would be upset, like, no, but she's wrong, correct her. Hold on. Men want to know what women are thinking. They're speaking. Shut up, men, and listen. Even if they're wrong. Because I don't believe men should be combating with women. It sounds crazy.
Thank you.
That sounds. I'd rather go at it with Mike. And then me and Mike would just say, hey, listen, man, no, of course it's all love, whatever. But even if I think you're wrong, Kyia, I'm still not, I'll troll, but I can't.
Right.
I don't combat people. I just say, hey, well, hold on, fuck, you speak out of turn to me. Like, like if Mike was yelling at me saying something crazy, hold on, Mike, hold up. You won't do that shit in person. Don't be doing that shit online. And then we can go from there. But as far as me being, I guess not really new because I had him since he's 3, he's 9 now. But the limitations that unfortunately I put on him is him not speaking another language. He should be learning sign language. He should be learning. I forget what it's called, but he should be. God forbid he goes completely blind. He needs to be reading. He can feel and learn the language.
Braille.
Yeah, he learned that. He's limited because he's not traveling. I think that is so important. Traveling is so because when you're staying, especially in the urban community, you just in the urban community, all we do is see the news and we think, oh my God, it's bad, it's bad, bad. And when you don't go outside of your country to see other Black people doing positive things, you're on Instagram thinking all this just ass shaking and stuff. Oh, that's all the Black women is out there, and it's not true. But I
Right.
just want him to start seeing him more, and I'm working on that. Start
That's
just
good.
broaden his, his horizons, and I don't really teach him too much about race or slavery. The reason for that is not because I'm trying to ignore that. I try to teach him the positive thing that Black people have done. As he gets older, he can do his research and look at the negative thing that Black people have done or the white people have done. But I want him to more focus on the positive thing, because I do see children now, they're starting to build up a lot of hatred. It's like telling your father, tell a single mother saying that the father was a bad person. You're going to hate your father until you get older. So I'd rather do the opposite and try to teach. I took good about his mom and father, he already know about them, which is my brother. But I really wanted him to focus on, I think because he has one eye, I feel like there's a lot of stuff he has to catch up on.
Mm-hmm.
Because he can't do that. He can't do like what me and you could be doing.
Right.
And I'm more worried about safety reasons, because not being able to see, that's someone could just run up on you. So that's what I'm paranoid about. But at the same time, gonna start doing some more studies as far as seeing if there is an option to, but the reconstruction of the surgery, removing the eye, and being put on the lens, that's bad. But it's, I think is it worth it? I think so. But that's a whole new. What they're afraid of is that when you remove an eye, you actually the eyes it's connected, right? So if you poke one eye, the other eye is going to be like kind of like teary or hurt. So if they remove one eye, chances are you might lose the other eye.
You know what? I did not know the eyes were connected. They are.
The nerves and everything is connected. Yep.
Do you know which eye it was?
This is right eye.
The right eye is the good eye or the bad eye?
It's a bad eye.
I was gonna say, because I don't know if you know about mythology, but there was Odin took out his own eye for knowledge and wisdom. You know what I'm saying? He removed his ability to perceive depth or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I heard of that from from the video games and so on. But he this is from drugs. The effects of drugs.
Oh, this was a birth defect.
He was able to see with both eyes, and it just deteriorated to a point where there's something about your eyes where when they look at the screen it's completely gone. You would see like a little bit of like yellow. That yellow's gone. It
didn't develop there.
So it just completely as far as what they believe in, if you wore glasses, maybe it could strengthen it. But too much straining or something that's really not there, on top of the smoking and that's around him, whatever. So
I was just gonna say, you might be able to, explain to him that it's not everything in life is a complete negative thing, right?
Well, see, the thing with him is that he don't see it to be negative because he doesn't know what it is to see in both eyes. So because the way the doctor explained to me, I'm making a bigger deal about it, but he doesn't know. Like, it's natural for him to do stuff, or for him to, like, if we're in a car in a cab and he wants to see my phone, he'll turn over like completely like that. At first, he doesn't complain about things, so I didn't know he was blind, and I'm like, why the fuck you keep doing it? Why you turn all the way? Or something like, why you keep doing it? And then why are you bumping into things? You have your glasses on, you can't fucking see. And I'm like, and that just kind of killed me, but. So
I'm just saying that it's not a complete negative, though. It might actually have unseen positive effects that you may later find out down the road. Like, he may developmentally different. He may become, because the brain now has to compensate for some of that vision. And it will. And so it's going to strengthen different parts of the mind. You know what I'm saying? And, he might be extra creative. We don't know what's going to come from that, but there's a reason why they wrote about that in mythology, and there's something correlated to it. So he might gain some type of, because if your senses are dulled, right? Like, let's say you were completely blind, your hearing, right, becomes enhanced. You feel me? The parts of the brain that develop hearing. right? If you're deaf, your sight, other things are going to compensate. So you have to understand that over the course of a lifetime, like some of the best musicians were completely blind because it made their hearing so much better. The way they would hit the notes, they had, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Andre Bocelli is like a great singer. I don't know if you guys ever heard him, but blind, and it's because he would always be singing. He hears, these certain tones that we can't even really detect, and when he makes his music, you know what I'm saying? His ears are so like sensitive. Feel me?
Yeah. So the
I'm just saying, there's gonna be, don't ever I would never tell someone, yo, that's a complete negative. There's always some kind of weird positive thing to everything in life. You know what I'm saying?
I 100%
The
agree.
Almighty gives us, I believe, like the way that I look at the scripture, everything that is bad in our life is literally the Almighty reaching out to teach us something. You feel me? Because there's no other reason for bad things to exist. You feel me? That's where the crazy concept of Satan is this guy that's running around doing whatever, causing wickedness and bad evil. It's not as it would seem. I believe that the Almighty is actually causing these things that we would consider bad in order to teach us something. Otherwise, they would have no purpose to exist. See, we get wrapped up in what is good and bad because we think we can determine good and bad, but we don't know
That part.
of everything that happens because we're not the creator. Only He is. I think everything that He has created is all good in a sense, and there's certain things that I can't place in that equation. You feel me? There's just certain things that I can't explain. You feel me?
Well, I understand what you're saying. I do believe in that, but when it comes to him, I wish God would have took his purpose and shit and took it to another child.
What? Why?
I feel you. I feel you on that, bro. Now, look, I understand what he's saying because look, at the end of the day, if somebody runs out there and just like kills a kid, right? You know what I mean? And that kid was my kid, I'd be like, yo, I don't. So what it is it's I understand that this is the work of the Almighty. I can't see the good in it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like I know that He is not bad. I know that He is not evil, but I can't see the good in it. You feel me?
Yeah. And also what it is also is that him only seeing through one eye affects me. But the doctor's explain it doesn't affect him. He's never had it before. It's like I guess it's like flying, I've never flew before, like actual flying. So I'm not. So the way my nephew looks at it, that through his view, he's like, no, this is normal for me.
But how does it affect you?
It makes me extremely paranoid what could become, because I think of myself. If I only had one eye, would I be here right now? Due to a lot of just stuff happening, I'm able to survive due to me being able to see my surroundings. So it gives me a huge paranoia and a lot of anger towards the parents.
Okay. Anger for your nephew because he's in that situation where he didn't have to be, and it's because of their negligence or her. I'm not sure how it happened, but because of the negligence that he's in this situation.
Yeah, so we'll work with that, but it's just funny how it works, how it bothers me and my family, my mom and so forth. But with him, he looks at it like, why you keep talking about my eyes?
And maybe that's a lesson in it for you guys, whatever that might look like whenever it manifests itself, for whatever reason. Just like Mike was saying, I truly believe there's purpose in everything. And but I do want to not even applaud you, but I do want to point out that I'm I'm grateful, or I don't even know the right adjectives to say, but that you did take your nephew in and showing him and giving him what you're doing. Because I know people say, well, it's to be expected. It really isn't. It's not anyone else's burden or whatever you want to call it to take on. So I do want to say that I'm grateful for him, to you and your wife, for taking this on. And you even said that you didn't even want any kids. And then I hear the stress in your voice, your concern more so, because he's lacking with that vision, you know. Mm-hmm. And I heard you share your belief with Christianity. I say, you know, of course, give that fear over to the Lord and trust in him to guide him and you know, protect that left side of him and all those good things. And but I think it's a great feat to take on, you know, raising this young man, this young boy to become a young man. So
yeah, and you know, time is going by really, really fast. You know,
right, it does. My son just graduated. I couldn't believe it. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
I know a lot of people that can see out of both eyes and they're blind completely.
That part, right?
Yo, at the end of the day, yo, whenever you look at some of the most badasses characters in history, right? They have one eye. All right. And never stop them from surviving all them battles, all them pirates with one eye, bro, peg legs, one arm. Survival isn't going to come down to whether or not you got both eyes. You know what I'm saying? It's the fight inside the lion, not how much the lion can see. Cause yo, I've been in fights where I couldn't see shit. I had blood and glass and fucking a towel over a shirt over my face, and I'm just swinging on people. You know what I mean? So it's not, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times, like, vision ain't coming into the fact in close quarters anyway. You know what I mean? You just
no, of course, but at the same time, you know, the reason why it affects me, and it may start affecting him, because when he wants to play sports, he can't just be in there. He got to wear special goggles, because he only has that one thing. And the kids he's playing with, they don't know that. So the kid come to tackle him on the right side, they're like, he should be able to, you know, he should be able to see this. So it's a constant worry of until he starts reaching that 12 years old, maybe 30, maybe even, you know, he's gonna be 9, but until he starts to become a little bit more mature in that teenage years, maybe 13 or 14, it's a constant reminder. Hey, listen, you know, and who knows whatever issues he may develop.
What position is he playing football?
No, I was just giving an example. He just goes out there and he plays soccer or whatever, but I got to make sure he wears special goggles in case.
Yo, real talk, if he plays football, right, you might, like, I don't know how big he is, but, like, you might want to try to get him onto, like, a line position, right? Because if you're on the line, vision is not so much as important as, like, just, you know what I'm saying, grabbing the guy in front of you and just, you know what I mean, holding the line.
Yeah, well, I really want him to stay away from sports.
Look, I don't blame you, because, you know what I'm saying, you only have the one eye. You don't want to risk injuring.
Now, once he gets older, then, you know, and he's more mature, you got to make, you know, once he starts reaching around that. Now, I want him to learn, like, you know, martial arts and just basic boxing. But as far as, like, some sort of tackling and, nah, man, you got to sit that out. You definitely got to sit that out. For now, I believe once he gets older, even around the teenage years, there's a lot more shit he's gonna go through than being tackled, unfortunately, you know, in life. So if he can't survive a little tackle on the grass, you know, he needs to get roughed up a little bit.
But like you were saying with Michael Jordan, you know, and I'm glad you say he need to be roughed up a little bit. Maybe you pay attention more so to the weak side. I'm not sure. But I want to say this before I forget. I want one of those shirts. I'm looking at it now because you're on a bigger screen. So I will be getting one of those shirts. I do like it. And I'm not even into the king queen thing really, but I like that shirt. So I will be getting one of those from you. I'm assuming it's on your site. Yeah. I can order it, right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe in the king or queen thing either.
I don't.
I just seen that as like, because it's really just.
I like it though.
Just the man and woman thing, but I just said, hold up, I'm the man, right? Hold up,
put a crown on. Yeah, I'm gonna get one of those. I like it.
Yeah, it's mainly just men and women coming together. Just, you know, we're gonna talk about problems and give solutions, but it's mostly, for the most part, men need to listen to it. I honestly don't believe the way urban communities are currently is that the men can change things. They can, but we know How many decades have to go past and seeing that men are failing to lead? Men are not even in church anymore. You know, so because of this reality, now we know men are supposed to, but the men that are reproducing, they're not leading. They're not even, we don't even know who they are. I'm 37 with no kids. There's quite a few of me, but so I think the attention needs to be focused on the single mothers because their children are out here doing, and now I'm being serious. I'm not talking about any of this niggers and all that stuff.
No, I got you.
Their kids are out there doing, or the future, but their future is incarcerated, right? So women right now in urban, I don't know about in the country, but I'm talking about urban communities, women are the ones we need to focus on because they're the ones that's currently in charge. And they're the ones that can actually make a change. But currently, they're the ones doing the most damage, I believe, with the online decision of displaying themselves and recreating with these random people, and just they're more in a position to do more. And
so,
yeah.
What does the beginning of that looks like? What is the origin of making that change? Because I think it goes back to what we were talking about, free will. They motherfucking choosing to do what they doing, you know, and it's what they're being exposed to as well. I think, just throwing that out there.
They are, but part of the issues is a lot of molestation with boys too, but young girls. I think they said in urban communities, 6 out of 10 household has molestation. 6 out of 10. The Bronx, New York has the most teen pregnancies in the United States. I'm in New York.
Oh, okay.
It's a problem. So how can, if a woman that was molested, how can you, and repeatedly, right? Like even my mom, I see her, she's never gonna, how can she go back to normal? It's not happening. For her to go back to normal, she has to be vulnerable. And she would never allow herself to be vulnerable. That's how she got her house. So it's a long process of working. And I think there's some people that started, like Dr. Umar Johnson.
Okay. Wait, who?
Umar Johnson.
Is that guy? What?
Yeah,
I don't know if that's what I'm thinking it is.
Yeah, the one that be donations.
Oh,
White people evil. But the problem with people like that is that, number one, he's racist. He don't like white people, right? Number two, he is scamming people.
Yes.
So the problem is that the people that are doing it, they're scammers. So they're not really helping.
I see what you're saying.
But so what I believe is that the way it looks like to start, unfortunately, it has to be in small groups. Individuals, like you can do, like Mike can probably do a lot better with mentoring someone, small groups. Mike, I mean, if you have 50 people, can you actually mentor 50 people? Maybe, but you could probably do a much better, more efficient job with 10 people underneath you, 5 to 10 people. So I think it has to be a bunch of those, but I don't.
And I do hear that, but you know, it's like that drive of consistency. You know, not everybody, but in general, you know, you're gung-ho in the beginning, and it's that consistency, that willpower to continue, even when you're not getting the per se outcome you want or desire. But like what you're talking about now, even coming with that's the type of conversation that I thrive on, that I enjoy having. Like, yeah, let's point out what, just like you said, but here you came right back. I gave you a question and you offered a solution, a potential, you know, mentorship, you know, and it's a start. And like you say, you start and be realistic. You know, don't overdo it. Don't try to do too much, but the start and be that example. So I rock with you. I totally, you know, and I look forward to, actually, I want to have that conversation even beyond right now, just dabbling in it and doing some research, because I did not know that about the molestation. And I do share that at 13, I was raped in the situation that, and I explain, I describe and go through the whole process of what happened to me. And I did that in a way that it was this other lady, she was on a platform, and I was listening to her story she was sharing, and was almost identical to mine. But her reaction after the fact our reaction to it is totally polar opposite. Like me, it didn't affect me in that way. And I share, what I go through or whatever that looks like. For her, is totally a different way. So I think that that's another example of sharing these things and letting people know, because you react a certain way doesn't make it right or wrong or whatever, but there's someone else that can always relate to you. And I think us women, for sure, need to speak up more, need to share what we've been through, what we're going through authentically, though, and keeping it real and honest. So many people don't want to, put their stuff out there, and I don't blame them. It's a tough road to do, and it's not for everyone, but I'm looking forward to, and I would love to continue and have this conversation with you on your platform, my platform, both platforms, however that looks like. But, and you said you got women over there. I don't got women. I only got men over here. We need to come together, because when I was over on and I was listening to you, I'm like, where do you get all these women that's willing to talk and keeping it real and to the point? The one girl, she's like, just straight out with it. I'm like, I like that.
and also too, is we have to also understand is, unfortunately, you have to do it without income. Now, once the income thing, unfortunately, it is kind of contradicting because it takes money, right? But once we start looking at the income part, now that's the issue, because this is not, you have to understand, if you take one individual, this is not going to happen today. You're not going to influence them today. It's pills. Mm-hmm. You can't even get to the first time you talk to them, they're venting. The second time they're talking, they're venting. You can't even get to the point where you're trying to, and you can't be like Derek Jackson where you just agree. So it's a layer of different times of understanding and getting different perspectives, because we know the people who can make the change within the black communities is not going to do it. We know Beyonce can easily pick up for free, go live and say, hey, listen, black ladies, you can look sexy and stuff, but what you're doing is not going to attract you to a husband. She can do it. She never will. Why? Because what she's doing, it keeps her in business. If all women right now start to cover all up, how are Rihanna going to sell her half-naked clothing or whatever? These people are making profits. So because we know the people who can make the change are not going to do it, we just got to do the little bit we can. I can't reach out to 50,000 people, but let me tell you something. If 30 years from now, a young man walks up to me and say, hey, listen, hey, man, remember me? If I can get that, even if it's just one person, I'm like, okay, cool. Now you can go inspire others.
That's exactly where I'm at, and yes, for sure. We must see and talk about it and stuff, and I hear what you say, it takes money, but I don't look at that. I look at like, okay, so me, I'm willing to volunteer my time. Right now, I even share, I go out and feed the homeless on my dime, and I ain't got no money, I ain't got shit. I cook the food, prepare the food, and go pass it out. And at one point, I was sharing on Facebook. I actually got people that send me some donations, and I showed it and go feed the homeless. That's a passion of mine, a desire to feed and be supportive towards the homeless community. Now, what you're sharing about this, it maybe it can become a passion of mine, or to even potentially mentor someone, because that is the reason why I started this, because I share, once again, Mom put me out at 18. I didn't know. Life was my experience, and I would love to have that opportunity. That's why I share what I share, everything about myself. Is to like, hey, you ain't out here by yourself. I know there's a lot of perfect people you run into, but this bitch ain't one. I'm not perfect. I stole some food out the refrigerator at my job as an adult, but nobody else did that. I can't believe I know I'm not the only one. So I'm sure somebody out there in YouTube land that, they hear that, they're like, dang, okay, cool. I wasn't the only one. I can relate to that. Someone that's out here, sharing their fuck ups and whatever else and stuff. So I did.
You want to hear a funny story about that?
What?
So one time I was working in a banking office, and I had a guy, and he ordered a 2-liter shroom tea from me. All right, magic mushroom tea.
Gotcha.
Right? So I brewed this up for him. I brought it in. I put it in the fridge. I went and I told him, I said, yo, it's in the fridge. And he paid me. And he went to the fridge, you know what I'm saying, at lunchtime. And he said, yo, he said, what the fuck is this? And he showed me. It's like, it was all crushed, right? And we were like, we looked at it and we were like, oh no. And he goes, oh no. So we found that somebody from another office had thought it was Pepsi because it was in a 2-liter and it looked like Pepsi. And they just took it and just, you know what I'm saying, just drank it right out the bottle, crushed the bottle.
Oh, yeah.
Capped it and then like ran off real quick. This is in between me going, you know what I'm saying, from like the door to the thing. And the dude thought he was going to get a quick one off on the Pepsi. Later on that day, we seen another guy from a banking office in the stairwell just talking to himself, just bugging out, losing his mind, bro. That dude had drinking an unsurmountable amount of mushroom tea.
Wow.
I went and seen him later at his desk, and I said, you drink my Pepsi, buddy.
Right. That was the thing with me, because this white chick, she was pissed that someone ate her food and she let it know. And she's like, next time I'm going to put something in it. I'm like, well, shit, thanks for warning me. I won't take yours no more.
Oh my God.
You know, of course I did. I was just hungry that day. It was a long time ago. Long time ago. She survived. She didn't like eating anyway. She was skinny.
Man, I remember my mom made me some shit. And I put it in the fridge. We had to share a fridge. And then it was time for me to go to lunch and someone ate it. I was like, and then left it there. The cap of the top of it was just like thrown back in the refrigerator. And I was like,
wow.
Okay. I was like, so this is what we're doing. And I'm thinking, I'm like, damn, if I and I just said, you know what? Fuck it, man. I don't care if customers there. We gotta do something about that. And I was like, you know, I should shit in my next meal. And, you know, I mean, like, you know, something gotta be done, but it's just like
you get pissed off. You be thinking of everything you can do.
I'm always the type of person that, you know, if you need $5, you know, shit, don't ask me every day. But if you need, you know, when it comes to hunger, right? I don't like people starving, right? So I know how it is, you know, when I don't have. Listen, I remember when I didn't have it, and I'm at lunch, and I'm just like, fuck it. Everyone's lunch is gonna get eaten because what do you want me to do?
What do you do? You said you fucking hungry.
I grab this, I grab a fork, and I just went everyone's plate. Fuck it, I don't care if you ate over it. I'm broke. So I did it too, but you know.
Yep.
My whole thing and just dump it. Nah, come on.
Oh, you had it then. Don't just take it and dump it. Be respectful when you steal my shit. But yeah, I thought Army Vet wanted to come up and have the conversation. I put the link in there to do this, and I do agree. You guys' perspective and what we're talking about is amazing. I love it. Absolutely. And if I could share, because I wanted to take my time to share everything you going back to your nephew, if you don't mind. But I know people, you know, it is said that when someone's sharing, if you turn it right on you, you're not really interested. So I did want to come back to that just to share this with you. I mentioned that my daughter, she is totally blind, legally blind in one eye. And she was a micro preemie. And she came at 28 weeks. And so I got pregnant with her when I was 40. And so, you know, we did the amniocentesis. Well, if you don't know, they'll do an amniocentesis to see if there's any, you know, abnormalities, any chromosome defects or anything. So she was diagnosed with trisomy 13. And doctors the whole time was trying, you know, you need to abort. I'm like, no. And then they're like, well, why did you get the amniocentesis if you're not going to abort? I said, I just wanted to know, be prepared for what's to come, not to abort, you know. So they couldn't understand that. So all this go on. And then I really thought it was the Lord's way of testing me to see because it's crazy because a few months before I did the amnio, me and two of my cousins had this whole debate about if you find out that something's wrong with your child, would you abort? Both of them said yes. They said, oh, it's out of here, you know. And I was the only one that said no, and they didn't believe me, and I was sticking to my gun. So I say all that to say, I thought maybe that was the Lord's way of testing me, because at 28 weeks, you know, go into labor and, you know, and Jordan was born. And if you guys look at what trisomy 13 is not a great outcome at all. So I had my child, and then they were shocked. They was like, what? And then as time goes on, they're like, what? And then they drew her blood again to make sure that she really has it. And she does. She still does. And when you draw her blood, but it's just not manifesting itself. So how it did is with the vision. And that's not even because of the trisomy 13. That's because of being a micro preemie. For the most part, her retina and stuff just didn't develop right. That was just something from being born early. And
what is trisomy 13? But just what is that?
Okay, so it's a chromosome disorder. So Down syndrome kids, right? So their official diagnosis really is trisomy 21. So only 21st chromosome there is either an extra one or it's shortened or something. So why they live and go on to be a more productive life, because it's way down at 21. We got 23 pairs of chromosome, right? So the higher up you go, meaning the lower number is more detrimental. It goes into your brain and development. Oh. So she was trisomy 13. So for the most part, they don't live beyond a year. Well, once they're born, they take a breath and then they don't make it. Mentally, they not develop. Physically, there's like some deformity going on and different things like that. So there's a variety of it. And then for the most part, you don't live beyond 2-3 years old, or you're severely retarded or mentally challenged. And she doesn't. The only thing with her is her eye at this point. Not at this point, but her eye. And that's from being born prematurely at 28 weeks. And it still shows up in her blood if you draw it to this day. And then you look at her. I think, most people have seen my daughter.
You defy science, yo. All glory to the Most High. You know what I'm saying?
Amen. That's what I say. And then, but think of this, Mike. The whole thing of it is even my family was saying that everybody was shocked that I didn't abort. It's like, look what I would have abort. It's like, no. And I keep saying that is not my decision. I didn't put her there. The Lord's going to have to take her. And I stuck to it. And people in my family and my cousin, knowing they couldn't believe it, it's like, what? You're a professional. You can't, how are you going to? And I'm like, it'll work out. But I'm not doing it. I'm not making that decision.
We got a few situations like that in the family.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it usually has spectacular results. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Your mighty favors underdogs.
Mm-hmm.
He favors those who overcome. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I mean, I had a really close friend for probably about, at that point, maybe like a good, it has to be like 15 years, a long, since childhood. And she said, when she found out the condition of my nephew, this is before I adopted him, when he was actually born, because he looks premature, really premature. And she was like, wow, he should have been aborted. I told her, and that's why I came at Arshawn like that, because you could come at me, but you got to correct yourself now. But she did. I said, you can correct yourself right now, and we'll move forward. She didn't correct herself, and I've never spoken to her again. And now that's just the type of person that I am.
That is very cruel, though, to say that he should have been aborted. Like,
yeah, I mean, you keep your opinions to yourself, but when it comes to stuff like that, but so I don't even get into it with people like that. I just say, you know what,
right?
You lose access to me, because now it's not even a debate or conversation or trolling,
right?
So, yeah.
How is this really 84? Because you normally don't go by this name. You had changed. I just thought of that. I'm like, wait, 84. We supposed to be the soap opera person. But welcome, 84. And appreciate you for coming up. I don't know how long you've been around. We've been talking about free will and a multitude of other things. But welcome. And what would you like to share with this conversation?
Thank you. I appreciate it, Kyia, and appreciate the conversation earlier. My intellectual soapbox logo is not logged in on my iPhone, which is what I'm on right now. It's logged in on my laptop. I'm gonna figure that out real soon. I'm gonna figure it out. Okay. But shout out to AR, Mike. Good to see you as always.
Yo,
you know what I mean? Kai, is this an all-nighter? You doing an all-nighter tonight?
No, well, I was saying I was hanging out as long. Most people were leaving, and then we just AR was about to leave, and then we kind of started talking a little bit more. And I'm here as long as people here. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it gets to a point where everybody, you know, is turning in. I'll go, like I said, to this editing. I'm not. But, yeah.
Well, what's the topic again? What's the topic? Sorry.
Free will. Okay, so we've been talking about free will, and do you believe we have free will and what that looks like? It was a very great conversation. It went multiple different ways. It's very great conversation, actually.
I would say two things. I think sometimes we have too much freedom, but I think also in the freedoms that we have, or even having free will, I think in our freedoms we have to have a level of understanding. It's kind of got to be a yin and a yang, because sometimes we can use our freedoms to do things that are really, really disrespectful and really, really wrong, and we're hurting people. But then all the time we can use our freedom for good, so it's a double-edged sword completely. But I think we also have to be aware when somebody's trying to take away our free will. You know what I mean? Because there are people who want to take that away from us. They want to, you know, mute us, or they don't want us to say certain things, or, you know, be ourselves to speak our mind because they want to control us. So we got to be aware of that too. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, at times there are people who want to control us, who don't, especially when it comes to, I think more when it comes to women. Women are definitely the ones who, you know, their voices are to the point where, you know, men may look down, or they may not want to hear them, or they may not want to hear them say certain things or communicate certain ways. But in this world now that we have, especially in America, now we're moving towards a generation in the scene where everybody's expressing themselves in whatever way they want to express themselves. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I think that's a good thing. I think we should have all types of expression, so that way we can learn. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, if I'm just going based on my perception, I'm only going to go but so far. You know what I mean? You know, Kyia, you have a perception. Mike has a perception. AR has a perception, right? And I can learn from all of y'all in a certain aspect. I could pick up something from y'all if I'm willing to do that. If I humble myself enough to do that. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm always on my perception, I'm only going to go but so far. There's only but so much I'm going to limit myself, really. But if I open myself up to other people's perspectives and their objectives, I'm going to learn more. I'm going to grow. If there's something that you're good at, then I'm not good at. You know what I mean? Yeah, I call myself best in the world, but there's things I ain't good at. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a natural fact. I'm only human. I can't do everything. You know
so you just lied to yourself then, huh?
I'm the best in the world at what I'm best in the world at.
Right. Yeah.
So definitely, that's what I think.
The things that you share, you kind of hit on a couple of different ways that we actually was discussing it, because you went more so for the freedom physical side of it, and then if someone's restraining you. So you hit on, because I don't know, we talked about 5-6 different perspectives of free will. So you hit on a couple of them that was expressed earlier, and then, you know, me and for the most part, me and Mike, and I think AR to a certain point came like more from a faith base and that side of things. But it's really, you know, I don't never really say go back and listen, but this was great conversation. It turned out way better than I expected. I love all the guys, and Auntie Lynn came up and gave their perspective and gave some great insight on the topic of free will. So it's really good. Yella came up and Brian. Yeah, so it was really good.
That's what's up.
Right.
Yeah, I've been watching everybody as I always do. I watch literally everybody. Right now I'm in between watching the Lapeef Network. Shout out to them. You know what I mean? I'm almost done with Thursday's episode, which is a rarity for me, because it usually takes me about like 4 or 5 days to finish their episode. Like,
for who episode?
Lapeef.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anton Lapeef.
Yeah.
Oh, Lapeef, right? Okay. Because Anton got like.
No, the Thursday show, the main show, Thursday.
The main show, yeah, because I mean, so JR has 2 channels, right? He has a Lapeef JR channel, and then he has the main channel, Lapeef Network, and then you have Anton Millionaire, Anton Fight Club, and then his vlog.
Yeah.
All, I mean, like I know people don't, you know, whatever, don't like, but just as content creators, they're doing something right, and I always give them credit as far as that. There's a lot we can take away from that they're not doing correctly, right? As far as the way, but at the same time, that does keep people engaged. So, you know, I always give them credit. Like, that's just crazy. All those platforms there's always over 300 people watching.
Oh, easily. Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah. That's good.
Well, it's a twofold thing. It's what they created, and as a content creator, it's also about the one thing that I've learned from them, because I'm very, very, I keep in real close contact with them. Chicago Gorilla, shout out to him. And one thing that really teaches me is the value of relationships. You know what I'm saying? And he always stresses that. He always stresses, you know, how to keep, you know, my relationships intact and how to have an open mind and things of that nature. Shout out to Kay as well. She's definitely big on that too. So I've learned a lot from that circle over there. Haven't interacted with the other people too much like that. I've been on panels with them here and there. But for the most part, I would say their hard work and them manifesting certain relationships have helped them build up that following. You know what I'm saying? Like, tremendously. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. It's a lot of work, and I really want to say the consistency of it. That's really what because Anton ain't miss. You know, it's like and JR too. Both of them. It's the total consistency. Have not missed one show. So
daily, right? Anton's like daily.
Anton. Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, Saturday, Sunday. I think for Anton.
Yep.
But he got a village. He has delegated as well, which is very smart. And then Lapeef, he JR there and doing his thing. And yeah, you gotta that consistency and persistent. So
and I think for us, we gotta just humble ourselves and just work with people, man. Work with people, and if you have a gripe with someone, sometimes just say, we're on the internet, it ain't that serious. I apologize, and just work together, or just distance yourself slowly, and just try to keep the peace. But some people, that's just personally what I do. There's a lot of people I look at like, okay, hold on, I could curse this motherfucker out.
Oh, amen.
But is that what I really want to do? Probably not. All right, you know what? I just mute myself.
I'm petty, so that's what I would do. I'm petty. 84, were you about to say something?
Yeah, I'm switching to my laptop, y'all. I'm jumping on that. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I guess he's coming back.
I mean, because Kyia, you was on Lapeef for quite some time, right?
Well, I wasn't really on there. Okay. So Lapeef, that is where Mr. Kevin Samuels came from me. Let's make sure we keep that straight. First time I cammed up, and then when Anton started his the like after show or whatever on Fridays, Saturdays, I was there at the beginning of that, showing up, being on the panel for those shows at the beginning. Yeah, I just was up there.
My thing is that if you're a female, you want to have a logical conversation with Kevin Samuels, you can't, not on his show, because unfortunately, any woman that calls up is pretty much the
I didn't call him. I said he came from me, Kevin Samuels.
Oh, you was on the show. He called. Oh, he came on.
I didn't call. I was on the whole. I was on Lapeef. He came for me. I wasn't looking for him. That's why I keep wanting to make everything. I never went to him. Yeah. He came for Miss Kyia.
That was a mirror show, from what I believe.
It was a mirror show, yes.
How do you feel like you interact with him, but he passed?
It was fun. Oh, that he passed. Okay. So I don't view death like a lot of people do. Really, when someone passing, what I truly think of is I hope, if I wasn't personally involved in their life, that someone shared the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and that opportunity was given to them. And that's truly what my thought about death. I don't necessarily cry or get sad, and just me, I just hope that they were saved or accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. to spend eternity with him. And then I'll tell you, actually, with Kevin Samuel specifically, he would say in certain, and I know he had a business and a way he had to portray himself. But if you listen to him, and especially in the beginning, growing up, I think he says his mother, in the church, and I think at 9 years old or something, or 10 or whatever, teaching, I do believe he had shared before he accepted Jesus as his Lord and Savior, and what that looked like, and he shared other things, but that's really all what I thought with him, and that was it. And it was a shocker, of course, but yeah, that was it.
Miss Kyia, real quick, I just wanted to thank you for having us on.
Thank you, Mike, and Miss, I appreciate you guys always.
Back out. I was sleeping and I woke up because I'm saying, Lindsay Limbs was over here. I heard the show. You know what I mean?
Right, I know, and I appreciate you coming up and giving your perspective always. And please make sure you tell Pops I said hello as well. Look forward to seeing him over here sometime as well.
I think it was a great show.
Thank you.
It didn't get too crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. Thanks for having us. And
absolutely, get some rest. Talk to you next time.
And I wish I wasn't so tired because this panel looks like it just got pretty fire, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna catch you guys later, bro. I wish I had the energy. I got stuff to do, y'all. I'm gonna holler at you guys later.
All right. Have a good one.
I'm gonna take this time, Kyia, too. Okay. I was supposed to be out an hour ago, right? But
I know. But I want us to link up on that topic. I really do want to see where that can go and what that looks like. That would be an amazing topic, I believe.
Whenever you're available, I'm gonna hit you up on Instagram, and we'll just link up and, go from there. All right.
Perfect. Sounds good.
It's the best. Army
Thank
vet.
you.
Take care.
Later, brother.
All right, Army vet came in the house.
Hey, you too, player.
You got your avatar up now. We was seeing you a little bit ago, but you switched up on us. And what made you come up now? You was in the chat. I was looking forward to you coming up earlier, but I would love to hear your perspective on free will. Army vet.
Oh, that was a good panel you had. I
agree.
You hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. I agree.
You hear me? Or do I got a delay? I think I got a delay. Free will. I think free will, God give us free will to do what we want.
That's all the fuck you gonna say? Hello?
That pretty much. I'm a Christian.
I think he's trying. Oh, Rashawn is still here. You hear that, Rashawn, right? He's struggling more than what he had to say. So 84. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that? Because you come in on the tail end. That was funny, huh, Rashawn? And I would like to take this opportunity again. Thank you for our phone call earlier. I appreciate it, like I told you earlier. And I appreciate you for being a gentleman and being consistent in who you are, and
definitely
coming back, and I appreciate that.
Definitely. You know what I mean? I just want to say that, what's going on, Arshawn? As content creators, we're gonna get this thing together. We'll figure this all out. And we'll work towards, getting things together. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna be a road. There's gonna be a road. It's gonna be some
life is. That's what life is. That's what I love so much about it.
People gonna go back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We're gonna have people, hanging up on each other and calling back and jumping on panels, and and the text messages and all types of stuff. But we're gonna have that, but we're gonna get it together. We're gonna figure it out. And I think we are slowly but surely getting to that point. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's gonna be a road, but we getting it little by little. Little by little. So Black YouTube, we're gonna get it together, okay? We're gonna get it together. You know what I mean? I promise you that. So.
You know, I truly believe, and I shared that I believe today. Oh, he's showing those arms. Look at those arms.
Hey,
those arms.
I know y'all talking about Wi-Fi. Leave my Wi-Fi alone.
I don't know. You might be taking Ocean spot with that Wi-Fi. Ocean be scared to come up now.
I know. I had to switch back to old iPad.
But it's all good. So I was saying, was that all? Oh, real quick, 84. What I was saying before Army Vet came back up is what I really and for me, and I shared this towards the beginning of this live about being your true self. Excuse me. And as far as and I don't want to say lying, but lying, but not giving that truth and being deceiving, like telling half or making it look a certain way. I truly believe, and I hope, and I think I come across like really who I am, you know, fuck up, a cusser, a Christian, all of these things. But just because I'm something, don't think you can just limit me to that one thing or even try to put me down for that, because I am so many more things. And I'm not here trying to transform anyone or, you know, and telling nobody else what to do. I'm just here, just Kyia.
Yeah.
You know, and that's it. But I truly believe if for the most part, and I'm gonna say women, you know, really worked on ourselves and know for sure, whether it's good or bad or whatever, but know who you are, what you stand for, what is it that motivates you. Not in case of somebody else, not if I get this reaction, not if I get a man, not if I had this job, this house, this dog, whatever. But if you work on you and know what motivates you with nothing, and if you gotta, and I'm talking to women, if you really gotta be able to hang out with yourself. When I say I enjoy my company, I 100% enjoy my company. 100%. I have out loud verbal conversations with myself, you know, no problem. Sometimes I tell me, girl, you wrong. But because I keep it real with me. But I truly believe that we women get to know you, like you, and whatever you don't like, fix it. It's going to be a process, but fix it. And it's okay. And it's okay not to be perfect. And it's okay to fuck up. And it's okay for people not to like you. Everybody ain't going to like your ass. Don't give a fuck. They ain't got to like you. But
they going to respect you.
And I looked that word up earlier, respect, and that was something else. They're going to treat you the way you allow them to treat you. But don't let it be your all. Don't let it be like everything that you are is going to tear you down, because it shouldn't be allowed if you know you. Just like Auntie Lynn came up here earlier and she said, Kyia, you know, she has some things to say to me. Amen, please tell me. I'm open to it. Whether I agree or not, I do agree with her. And it was, you know, how she shared with me about, you know, she didn't like these for the last two shows, the opening and me responding to this bullshit. Amen. Okay. You know, I received that. 100% receive it. Yes. And that's how you do it. She ain't go to nobody else. She didn't come sideways. She came straight out with it, girl. You know, yeah, you getting on my motherfucking nerves. Why are you addressing all this other energy? Why you doing this? That ain't the Kai. No, that ain't the real Kai. You showing your mother's imprint. She's telling me her perspective. I receive it. I receive it. Amen. You know, and I listened to her and I was like, okay, thank you. Thank you. You know what I mean?
I do. But Kyia, when you moving in the YouTube space, right? You understand everybody's moving in different waves and spaces, right? And we talking about particularly YouTube, right? So
we're talking what?
We talking about particularly YouTube and just being your authentic self, right?
Right. Okay.
Like not everybody's gonna do that. 100 watts, what's good, baby? And I'm gonna tell you why. Because some people they have made up a reputation or a character of themselves, and they've been able to make money on that.
I get
that. Once you make money on something and it's bankable for you, then that's what you're gonna roll with. I see a lot of people where it's like stories have come out about them or different things have been said about them, but they continue to push that narrative because for them it's profitable, or they see it as profitable. You know what I mean? So don't
get your feelings hurt when things come out. Don't get up here and start acting like a bit. You know, okay. If that's what it is, then go on and keep your big man panties on or your big girl panty, and you gotta rock with it then. You can't come in here and punk out now. So I understand that. Do you? That's you. That's your persona. That's what you portray in here. But don't come out now and be all up in your feelings. You better rock with it strong. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Don't start going and attacking somebody else for being them and they're not where you're at if that's the comparison. But okay, now if you're gonna compare me, we gotta go, you're being deceitful and I'm not, if that's the case. But so it shouldn't be that way. Don't do you? Because I ain't mad at you. But you stand strong in that. Don't be punking out when someone call you on your bullshit. You better already have your response. That part. You know what I mean? It's that part.
I agree with you. But doing that in this space, especially in Black YouTube, that's very difficult.
Then you shouldn't be here. Then you shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And you get what's coming.
people want to do things the way they want to do them on here. And I think you know that already. You've had like enough conversations with people. You've talked to me, you talked to them dang near everybody in Black YouTube, just about. You know what I'm saying? So because of that, you know how people can be. Some people are their mindset is in one space, right? They want to do things, they want to have things organized, they want to have their topics organized, they want to have their talking points organized. And if they don't have that, they're not gonna stream. Right?
That's great for them.
Certain people go with the flow. Certain people don't know what the hell they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Certain people, they're going to approach you just as who they are in YouTube. But if you talk to them off of YouTube, they're a completely different person. You don't even recognize who the hell they are. You know what I'm saying? Outside of who they are on YouTube. So you're gonna get a mix of that. And I done seen it from the men and the women both. Like, it's just not a woman thing. It's a men thing too. You know what I mean? The men and women both, you know what I mean, just approach things in a different way. And at the end of the day, if it's your platform and it's not my platform or my platforms, there's nothing I can say to you. All that I can do is just say, well, I think this may work for you. I think this may not work for you. But if you feel like it's successful for you and you want to go with that, then there's nothing I can do after that. But either support you or just keep moving. You know what I'm saying? So,
but that's the thing as well. You know, sometimes we don't need to be all up in each other's whatever. You know, you either make a choice to support it or not, just on the merit alone. And especially, I'll see now someone's coming to whoever for advice and whatever. I get that. But just to come around, oh, this and that and this and that, nobody asked you shit. You know, even if you think you can help, but everybody's not open to receive. And it's not your position. People have to go through what they have to go through, whatever that looks like for them. Maybe their agenda is not the same as yours. You know, so, but I can see like how I brought up Auntie Lynn earlier. She has been vested here. She has put in time. Me and her have had conversation. They're all been on public forum, every last one of them. And when she came, even though I didn't ask for it, but she came in a way where she already know Kyia for the most part. Like you said, whatever I'm presenting here, but it really is me. And she came and she said, you know, she had some things to express and she didn't like what she was seeing. And she expressed that. And her knowing me was open to receive it. Now, saying I'm presenting myself, say everything is the same, right? And she came up here to present herself. Now, if I would have been like, who the fuck you think you are? You know, going to that side, that shows that, oh, Kyia, fake bitch. She just said this on our platform. She just said you can approach her. She said these things, but my action is what the true test is. So she felt comfortable enough to come up here and express herself. And she still got Kyia. Like, I appreciate that. I told her thank you. You know, and it was what it was. And that's how she felt about me. Now, and I do agree with her for the most part. But whether I agree or disagree, anyone I hope that I'm presenting that come say what you're gonna say. It doesn't mean I'm always gonna agree, but I'm not gonna come at you for voicing what you see that I'm doing and this is your perspective. Never.
Yeah. And as a content creator, we all have like grown, and we are trying to take our spaces to different levels, right? Because I know for me, eventually I don't, even though I know my voice has a certain weight to it, and I know people like certain things I say, or they find certain things funny, or they like the sound bites or whatever. Cool. Like they like the doorbell when people come in. You know.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what is sound bites? I'm like, what is that? Okay, it's like
or the
the doorbell.
soundboards and things of that nature. And I'm also gonna do some other things that's creative as well, because I have a voice box, so I'm about to do some other creative stuff. But I eventually want to get away from the content creator side and just become a content producer, which is where I am looking for people who actually are content creators, and I'm actually helping them grow their content. But I haven't reached that level yet because I'm not even monetizing either one of my networks. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to do that. I eventually want to, and I kind of have softly did that somewhat. You know what I mean? With certain people, I'm not gonna say who, they know who they are. But and much love to them. You know what I mean? And what they're doing. So at the end of the day, like I want to do that full, because being a content creator sometimes it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of energy. You know, and I know eventually I'm gonna get to the point where I don't want to talk anymore.
Right. You want to be like behind the scenes and the production part of it and doing all the ins and out, what a one person is doing, where they could just concentrate on the panel and what they're saying and their, what they're presenting. And then you saying like, you want to be behind the scenes type of thing.
Yeah. And plus, with as a new generation is approaching, I'm kind of not getting aged out, but I'm almost 40. So I have a realization that my perspective is not going to be the main perspective at certain points. Like I do want to know what the younger people are talking about. I do want to know what they're kind of interested in. Because I'm telling you, I don't listen to none of their music. I don't know the latest hairstyle. I don't know the latest dance. I don't know none of that.
But there is a market for every age group, especially when I look at my analytics, which I am really shocked when I see that my highest group is 25 to 30, whatever that is, 33 or 34, 30, whatever that is. I am shocked to see that is my highest. And then the next highest is like that 30 to 40 something. I mean, like majorly. And I'm like, wow, really? Every time I see it, because it fluctuates, but it stays since the beginning consistently there, which I am very shocked. But I say that to say this, I think that there is a market for if someone has something to say, you know what I mean? And it I don't think that you have to just be with the young crowd or be appealing or what is that called? When you're trying to gather them. I think whatever is meant for you would come, because I didn't even imagine it would be there. I really thought it was going to be 40s and 50s, like women, and my highest is men, not women. It's men. But actually last month, like for the last month and a half, it switched. It was women. And I was shocked, but I think now it went back to men. But I was shocked that it was men, and then I shouldn't have been, because that's the panel is, for the most part, is men that come up, and it might be my deliverance, my harshness, and the way
anybody who speaks their mind clearly and directly. Like you look at Howard Stern. Like Howard Stern had people like viewing his content for decades, right? Because he was not afraid to speak his mind. He was not afraid to say different things. Rush Limbaugh, another one. wasn't afraid to speak his mind, wasn't afraid to say whatever was there. Whether it came off racist or not, they just said whatever they wanted to say, or whether they went at different religions or whatever. They just said whatever was on their mind. So I think there's always gonna be a market for that. I'm just saying, like, I just kind of want to know what the younger generation is into, because I know some of it. I know about the drill rap. I know about certain things, certain things of that nature, but I'm not really invested in it because I'm just not. That's not my type of thing.
So why do you? If it's not your type of thing, why do you want to know about it then?
Because there is a market for it, and like I need to know all markets. I want to know what people who are older than me like. I want to know people who are my age like. You know what I mean? Which I kind of do know that already, and I want to know what younger people like. You know what I'm saying? Like so, like I don't know. Like I said, I don't know everything these young people like. You know what I mean? But I do want to know so that I can kind of get into the market, and then also I am following what's really, really, really hot in the YouTube streets. And the hottest thing right now, from what I've been noticing, is the ASMR thing. I really want to get into that.
What is it?
ASMR.
ASMR. Wait, I gotta write that. I can't even see it.
What is that?
Okay. So ASMR is like it's like a form of therapy, right? That people do on YouTube. That. Yeah, like they could sing songs, or they could be like they could speak softly, or
they've been doing that.
Yeah, they try to do that in the VA.
Oh yeah,
they try to do that in the VA.
Yeah, but now it's like a really, really big thing. Like people are really into it. People are really finding like therapy, and people sleep to it. Like it's really a big thing now, from what I've been gathering. So I really want to get into it. I've been kind of trying to figure out who wants
to do what with it, or you mean being on the back end of it is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know if I could. I don't know if I got to do ASMR myself. You know what I mean? I probably could if I really tried, but at the end of the day, I think I was trying to find somebody that was going to do it, and they kind of agreed to it. But I know they kind of trying to figure out some life stuff. Shout out to them.
Ain't it like the opposite of the spectrum of fear? It's basically teach you not to. Yeah,
I think it's like relaxation, like for anxiety, for like anxiety and stuff.
Yeah. That's what Kai's saying is actually true. What you're saying too is true too, homie. That like it's supposed to relax you, it's supposed to help you like to be more positive and to focus. It's kind of like I used to watch something called like sleep meditation, and like they would like be saying different things, and they'd be like giving you words of affirmation and things of that nature. And then you will like fall asleep to it, and it actually works. You will fall asleep like if you listen to this. But so ASMR is kind of the same thing. They play certain music or certain sound effects.
Yeah,
it relaxes you and it causes like a therapeutic type of experience. So,
yeah. And you know the next step when that don't work, because we have done it in the military. It's taking them back to where that trauma happened. That's the next step.
Why does it have to be trauma? And I don't know. I'm really just asking.
Because it's different. Like, let's just say you were afraid of gunshots and this, and you know where it came from. Mm-hmm. They're gonna take you right back to Iraq, and you're gonna have to face your fear. As a civilian, they're gonna fly you back. You don't have your people with you, but you're gonna face your fears right then and there. And it's the opposite end of that.
So with that, and I hear you, and I can tell that this is your purpose, Army vet, your passion, and with that trauma and heal. It's not.
It's just these, like you said, these are the people that I'm around.
Okay.
I know.
So because okay, well, great. So it's not your thing, but I was wondering why, because someone has like anxiety or need ASMR, that it has to be some type of trauma, because that goes back to, I can remember like with Kevin Samuels, and then the thing like with Anton, I had one on the show and brought up like, why does it have to be a trauma when I expressed like me and this lady, we both almost have the identical story of being raped at 13, but our response is very much different. Where
coping mechanism. Y'all coping mechanism is different.
So what? Okay, so great.
Men are different from women.
So men.
In order for a man to heal, he had to confront his fears. To be good, to be a man, considered to be a boy, to be a man, you have to confront your fears.
Okay.
And any man that don't will be subject to his emotions.
So, okay. So you're saying like, I know we're not saying 100, but you're saying damn near 100. Like we're gonna say at least 90.
I mean, you ask any man when they finally got over something they was afraid of, they became a new person.
Once they face it, or face it head on.
Once you face your demons, you're right. Once you face your demons and can't nothing stop you after that.
Okay.
But that's men talk.
Right. I hear you.
Know, and the key to it is you have to be down and know somebody that been down to tell them, hey, you got to face it.
And that goes back to what me and AR was talking about, what I asked, like, I hope that, we will talk about again and present or maybe have a conversation about it. It has to be like, you have to be ready to go the long haul. You can't be in the beginning and be all excited and gun-ho. And then when this process is not looking or evolving as quickly as you want, you got to be ready to get down in the trenches and last through this whole process, because it's not going to be the same for everyone, whether we're talking about women or men. And of course we're talking about men with men and women with women going through that process. But I think that is we were talking about being mentors or offering mentors or whatever that looks like. And I would love to do something like that, and not for monetary gain, not for trying to get something to benefit me, even though I will be benefit, because I'm going to learn so much through that process. And I truly believe that I learn in everything, every life experience. But that is the thing that I want to stress, is being gun-ho and so elated in the beginning. We got to make sure that whoever gets involved or who's ever doing whatever have the mindset, this is going to be a long process.
Yeah.
It might be quick for some, but be in the mindset. You got to be patient. And you got to listen and see, that's going to be and I'm really talking, you know how they say when you're talking, so I'm really talking to myself. Because I know my thought is like, shit, bitch, you should be over this by now. Come on, So I'm really talking to me. You got to be ready to hear that over and over again, and whatever that process looked like for them. That's what I'm saying. I know I would learn way more, whatever that is, I'm sure, in any given situation. But yeah, a little ramble, but yeah. Be ready for the long haul, though. I'd say if someone gets involved in things of helping injured or trauma type people.
As long as you know where to point them and you don't think you the savior.
Right.
And that's the problem. I ain't gonna sit there and help somebody. I'm already know after I get them, I know where to take them. My job ain't to save them. My job is to get them to someone to save them. And that's a lot. People think they count. No, that person can flip on a word you say.
Right.
A word. So you have to be real careful. I know I have to be real careful.
Right. And you really do. And don't claim a profession that you're not, and be that for a person. But when you're out there being a mentor and our example for things, that's different. But like you said, Army vet, if it comes to a point where someone's sharing something with you that is out of your realm, and you need to know where to go get help for this person, or at least point them in the right direction and take whatever necessary steps to not make yourself liable or feel like, oh, that's my fault, and stuff like that.
How many veterans told me they hate me?
They hate what?
They hate me.
Oh.
Because I'll go and I'll be like, oh no, he needs some help. He's about to. And he'd be like, dude, I was like, yeah, but I want to see you live. So it's I don't care about your feelings. you know, how to put it when I talk to some of my brothers that's going through it. Can we say that okay, self-deletions. Some of my brothers that's going through self-deletions. Mm-hmm. They hate to tell people because they think they're gonna judge them. Mm-hmm. And
call them weak or something.
Yeah.
Huh?
And it's a difference because I have to tell them, dude, it's not what you're thinking. You fail because you want to be with your kids. It's a reason for it. I was like, you're looking at the negative. I look at the positive. I look at a brother that's trying to be here for his kids, not the other way.
Do you, just from a man's perspective, do you think that, and I'm specifically saying black man, and do you think that not we as women, but we as black people maybe put too much pressure and expect too much from the black man?
No.
Amen. Yeah, okay. Do you think that we offer too many excuses?
For who? The black man?
For the black man, yeah.
Black men don't ask for excuses.
I said, do you think we offer too many excuses?
No. Mm-hmm. You forgot I'm from the South. My grandmama told me you're gonna have to do 3 times this better just to get 1 time of credit. Mm-hmm. Shut up and deal with it. Mm-hmm. And that was 5 years old. So I ain't gonna sit here and give I'm gonna tell my son the same thing. The world ain't gonna care about where you came from and who you are. Don't forget where you came from and who you are. But the world don't care. Mm-hmm. You're gonna have to end up like how you said, how you was raised, and you good. If you got a strong foundation with God and who you are, can't nobody shake you. And can't nobody shake me. I've been tested. I'm good.
And found approved, huh?
I'm telling you. That's why the story of the Bible I love the most is the book of Job.
I think he's gonna say Job. Huh?
I love it because I love that story. I love that story.
Mimsy was that came up last night on Mimsy's platform. I think Princess K had brought it up, and where I had never looked at it, that Job was being prideful, and Princess K had brought it up. I was like, wow, Princess, I never thought of it that way.
What does she mean by prideful?
Huh?
What do you mean? What does she mean by prideful?
So she was saying that he was being prideful in the beginning because of I hate to talk for people, but because she said it so eloquently, typed it, because he felt it was him and his offering that he was doing for his children, that it was him that was doing it. So that was his pride of making those offerings for his children, whether he knew they were sinning or not. But he had to do that for him. So she was saying, and I hope I'm not putting words in her mouth. And
I would love to talk to her too.
Oh yeah, she breaks it down. She shares that originally her teaching is from like a Kojic type church, and she said where she got to the point where she had to study the word for herself, and she was one of the first ones that I was having a conversation with, where she said she's not a Christian. And at first I wasn't understanding because she was sharing things and we were aligning with a lot of things. And then one day I said, wait. So do you believe in Jesus Christ and what he did at the cross? She said, absolutely. And then, I went on, do you believe God raised him? He's like, yeah. And she said, I just don't call myself a Christian. She said, I am a follower of Jesus. I am a believer. And I was like, oh, okay. So she was one of the first ones that I heard that said it that way, I had thanked her for that, because the minute I say I'm a Christian, but then I feel like I have to offer this excuse, like, well, no, not like that, and like that, but I still do say I'm a Christian. A Christian is, the way I, understand it and mean when I said it, is a follower of Christ. That's a Christian, so yeah. But yeah, I love talking to Princess K about the Bible and different things like that. And yeah, she's really good at sharing her perspective, and she's a studier. And I want to say the complete Bible she has been through and studied it, not just read it. So her perspectives is amazing.
I love talking about it.
Right, me too.
You want to know why I like that story? Because it was explained to me completely different at 6 years old. To me, it was explained. It was a bet between God and the devil.
Okay.
I bet you I can break them.
Oh, I've heard that. It like that too.
That's how I look at it. I love the story, which I believe that's what it is, but I get caught up at the beginning. Why did God do that? Why did God do that to him? And why was he talking to the devil as he was speaking to him about that man? I look at it like, of course God gonna test every person on this planet. That's his job. Of course. The word faith ain't gonna hit you until you go through something. And then you're gonna need that word. So I just hear everybody that's speaking it. It's funny to me, because until you hit rock bottom and go through something, and then your faith pull you up, you just talking. You talk. Faith puts slavery together. The same Bible that enslaved us was the same Bible we used to get out of it. So faith ain't nothing. I don't even believe that, because the same Christians could have helped us when we were slaves. Didn't. So
I'm trying to figure out who
during slavery times, if you was a true Christian, you would have prevented that.
What? If you was a true Christian, white people?
Yeah. Back then, when it was going on, that's why my grandmother was like, you were always going to run into different Christians, because I'm teaching you Black Christianity and how to be strong with yourself. But if I'm a preacher and I go into that white church and preach the same word, they're going to kick me out. And she preached but it was difficult because she was a woman. So at the same time, they was like, a woman shouldn't be preaching to men. I was living in a contradiction, but I was learning. I was learning from everybody as a 5, 6, 7. I shut up and I listened. I looked and I learned. And I'm like, you want to know what? A Christian can be as evil as the devil if they choose to.
They're human. We're all human.
Exactly. That's why she was like, your religion should be more personal than marriage. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're going to fall back on.
Your religion should be more personable than your marriage.
Meaning,
I think your religion, if we're going to use the word religion, I'm going to say faith or Christianity or something like that. I think it is a reflection. Your marriage is a reflection of it. It should be.
If so, why so many Christian women are getting a divorce?
Oh, I can answer that. I've been divorced twice.
I don't get it. I don't.
Yes.
Man, I don't get it. But at the same time, me, I told you my story. I left.
Right.
And I think I'm a Christian. So it's a contradiction.
I don't think so.
That's the hard part for me.
I don't think so. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I don't think so, because in the end, like I said, we are, hey, B9, we are,
dude.
Huh?
That smart ass dude. I love that dude mind. Love his damn mind.
Because you have another person in this marriage relationship also, and they have a free will. They have a choice what they're going to do and not do. And then it comes a point to where, for me, it's either going to be me or you. I know we came together as one, but you're not upholding your end. Like in my first marriage, he got on drugs real bad. I could no longer expose myself to that.
I feel you.
Huh?
I said, I feel you.
Yeah, and I stayed in there. I was married 14 years, in that one. And then in my second one, I've shared that many a times. Everything was void in me for this person. There was no growth, no change, I could not do that anymore and be treated that way. I was allowing myself to be treated that way, and I take full responsibility for that. I chose to go into that marriage and deal with it, and I stayed there for 16 years, and I decided, okay, this is no longer working for me.
Accountability.
So it wasn't a matter of that makes me any less of a Christian. That has nothing to do with what Christ did at the cross. It has nothing to do with my salvation. It just once again showed that I am a Christian that believes in Christ, that did not make the wisest decision for myself. And now because of that, I'm going to move over. I'm going to learn and grow from that. And I'm going to be able to use this experience, hopefully, to help and inspire someone else and make a better decision going forward. And that's what it's about. Because if I didn't have these trials and tribulations and these things, if everything has always gone right, how do I know when something goes bad then? How do I even know everything is right if nothing has gone bad or wrong or whatever, So
see, I expect it. I expect it. I expect everybody is going to be Job.
Oh, well, I don't expect it, but okay, man.
I'll put it this way. I don't expect it to be candy cane and rainbows your whole life.
I wouldn't want that.
So you're going to go through something.
Right.
So when it happens, I'm like, here come my test.
Now that is true. It's like
you can see it coming.
Yeah, you can. You really can. And then it's like amazing because everything, like, I am too fucking comfortable. Everything is just too smooth and too good. It's coming.
Yep.
And it never fails. And I don't know if that's me, manifesting it in, but it happens every time. Your spirit's telling you it's coming. Get prepared. Put that whole armor on and get ready. Be ready. And you're never ready because it's like, damn, I'm gonna do this. Oh, and B9's question. So he says, so does that evil Christian ultimately go to heaven? So, like I always say, and then Army Vet, please chime in as well. Going to heaven, your salvation is 100% on what Christ did at the cross. So in this question, if someone is evil and an evil Christian, I will question, have they truly accepted Jesus as their Lord and Savior? Because he also say you become a new person. I give you a new spirit. You are born again. So you're not going to be that same old person, and you will ultimately resist evilness, and you would resist. It's not part of your spirit anymore to indulge and thrive and even desire evil things. That is my belief on that. What about you, Army Vet?
Same. Right. But I got a question an atheist asked me about this same topic. So say the dude was on death row. He's about to go in. The clergy come in, give him last rites, and do he go to heaven?
Wait, who? What? Okay, what? He's evil.
Yeah, you know, you get
That's what goes back that he really accepted Christ as his Lord and Savior from the beginning.
Right,
No, not what he did. I don't believe it's what he did. It goes back to what Christ did. So did he accept Christ as his Lord and Savior?
Right before they gave him the needle.
Oh, so if he does, well, only the Lord knows his heart at that point, because there's no manifestation of it. There's no saying of it. But if he truly believes that right before they put the needle in his arm, and he truly believe and accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, that's like the thief on the cross. Yes, he, of course, if he really believed it right before the needle, I truly believe that, yes, because it's not what he does. It's what he believe in. It's what he confess in his faith. Not anything else. Is what Christ did at the cross ultimately.
See, yeah, I see exactly where you come. I just believe the golden rule. How I was raised. I was gonna say grandma. She told me.
Mm-hmm.
God is going to have you before him, and he's going to ask you one question. Did this man hurt you?
Did what man hurt you?
Me. And depending on if somebody say anything, I go to heaven or hell. That's why I treat everybody the same.
So wait, so you don't believe it's what Christ did at the cross?
No, I believe your actions matter on this world. In his
So what was the purpose of Christ? Why have faith in him? Why would he have to lay down his life then?
From what I was told, I thought he died for our sins.
Mm-hmm.
That don't mean you should sin. I understand repentance, but I also understand the commandments.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have them both ways. And that's how I look at what you're saying. You wanted them both. You want forgiveness, but he gave you a book of rules. He told you if you violate any of these rules, you going downstairs to see that dude.
Oh, what are the rules? You talking about the Ten Commandments?
Yeah.
Oh, but we don't live under that covenant. That's why he came and laid down his life to be an example. So we're under the new covenant. You know, so it's and then even we don't live under those laws, because that's why he had to lay down his life, because there's no way that, in my opinion, there's no way that there is not one perfect human being. And Jesus Christ was the only one. And he came down to be an example of that. And once he laid down his life, and once you believe in him for that, he died for your sins. So God sees us through Christ. That's what I believe. I don't like rules either, really. But yeah, that's what I believe. Salvation and the reason why he did.
So you do believe in forgiveness?
Forgiveness?
Yeah.
Me forgiving?
What you're saying?
Me forgiving or Christ forgiving?
I mean, if you believe that he died for our sins, then that means underneath all of that, you believe in forgiveness.
That God forgives us.
Yeah, that means you have to believe it also.
But who's forgiving? I don't know if you're going back to my show.
No. I'm saying take nothing, just a personal, as a person. If you believe God died for your sins, that means if somebody do something bad to you, you will forgive them for their sins.
Because you're talking about me now.
Yeah.
I don't have that. Yeah, that's debatable. I don't know if I forgive them or not. You know, I'm not, and I'm sure that I'm not.
Understand why would you believe that he died for your sins when you wouldn't forgive somebody's sin?
For one, it's okay.
He's your father.
Okay. So for one, like I said, you're combining the two, in my opinion. So what he did at the cross is one thing, but me forgiving someone who sinned against me, that's a personal choice. And they say, which I'm still working on understanding, that forgiveness is for you as a person, so whether I choose to forgive someone or not, that has nothing to do with my salvation and what he did at the cross.
Mm. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but because I keep saying I'm not, perfect, and for me, and it's easy. Okay, and I'll put it this way, make it very simple. It's easy for me to forgive, but I promise you I ain't gonna forget. And for the most part, I'm a little petty, so I might give a jab and bring it up. So people say, well, if you forgive, you can't bring it up. Well, if I can't bring it up, then I must didn't forgive, because if I want to bring it up, I'm gonna bring it up. So that's why I say that. Because people have their stipulation on forgiveness. If you truly forgive someone, you can't bring it up again. Well, I don't see forgiveness that way. Okay. But if that's okay, if we want to lay down that that's the prime thing of forgiveness is not bringing it up, then shit. Okay. Maybe I don't forgive then, according to your definition, because, for a while, unless I say I'm not going to bring it up, I probably might bring it up because it affected me in whatever that looks like for me, and
that's why I don't believe God died for our sins, because we're still sinful. We're born in sin.
Yes, we're born in sin, and that's why God looks to him, not us. He did come down here and die for our sins, to where God doesn't see our sin, he sees his son. But it doesn't mean you're not going to sin, but you don't desire to live in sin. I would hope that I'm not going to have all these people around me that I got to keep forgiving. They do me wrong. No, motherfucker, you got to go. You can't be part of my life. Why am I forgiving all these people? Why do I have these type of people around me to where I got to keep forgiving people? So I'm not going to live in that state to where I got to keep forgiving people. No, you don't work for me. So I got to separate myself from you. People only treat you the way you allow them to treat you. So, no, you got to go. I got to go. Somebody got to go. We can't be in the same environment together. So, it's not like I'm living in a state to where I got to keep forgiving people. No.
You sound like I was in the military, and I was like the only Christian. Well, I wouldn't say I was a Christian. I was a believer. And it was a whole bunch of Muslims and different religions, and I was always the one just you believe what you believe. I get you. I get you. Right. I don't know.
And
I get it.
And that's the thing, it's like even with this and with different.
I ain't never brought it up.
Brought what up?
Do you really want to know where that went wrong?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Where all that went wrong?
Well,
the men should have stopped that shit from the beginning. And once they didn't, this is what women do.
Stop what from the beginning?
If a man would have seen this and stopped it the minute that it needed to be addressed between two women, it would have never got this far.
I don't know what the fuck you talking about. What?
Okay.
Are you talking about forgiveness? Or what are we?
No. I'm saying when you said something to her and somebody said that other dude is petty, a dude should have walked in and talked to that dude and been like, hey, you better cut this shit out. Right then and there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I tell you. I can't,
because I don't know how we got here. Because I don't know how we just got there.
Because I don't want you to think you should forgive anybody. I don't. If for some reason I was thinking you was telling me you should forgive whoever. I don't even know what, but no.
No, oh no, but can't nobody tell me to.
I know,
but no.
Like, oh no.
No, what I'm saying is I don't surround myself with people that I got to continue to forgive. You know, that's not a good match. You know, if you're doing something to me that, you know, oh, I need an apology or I need to forgive you, bye. I can't. I'm not. You know, because that's going back to you said about that's why I don't believe God or Christ died for our sins. I do believe he died for our sins, but we're still going to sin, but you're not going to live, hopefully, in sin. Meaning you're not going to live where in a space where you keep stealing or you just murdering, boom, 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 boom. And you just keep doing it with no type of remorse, no type of thought about it. You're not going to live in sin for that part. You're not just going to be lying or being deceitful or, you know, like I give the example of with my marriages, you know, it's like, I'm like, okay, we good, right? We gonna be together. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, we gotta get married because I ain't gonna keep just having sex with you when we ain't married. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, living in this state of, but you know, because I truly believe you get a new spirit. You're thinking, your mindset, and it might not be instant. I don't think it is instantly. It's a matter of cultivating, reading your word, talking and fellowshipping, and all these things as well. But it's the authenticity. It's not something just, oh, I gotta say I believe so I can go to heaven. That can't be your motive because that's not a pure heart. You're not doing it because you want to truly be saved and because of Christ. You know, he knows your heart ultimately. Anybody can say whatever. It's not for me to discern, are you speaking the truth and do you really believe it? That ain't for me. All it is for me is to share, you know, what I believe in what I believe to be true. And then it's up to you, to whoever that you is, to go and do what you're going to do with it, to accept or not to accept. It's not for me to talk nobody into it. It's just for me to share it, you know, and that's it, because it's nothing I do, it's what Christ did. And that's up to that person. So after that, a person can be in front of me, oh yeah, I accept Jesus, I'm good. And they smoking cigarettes or whatever. And not that I'm saying so smoking cigarettes is a sin. It's not for me to say what your sin is. I don't know. You know, that's between you and the Lord. I'm trying to work on this bitch right here.
I know. That's what
I'm trying to work on me.
I got a long way to go.
You know, and that's what it is. That's your relationship with Christ. That's your personal relationship with him. You work it out with him. It's not for me to judge you or nobody else. I don't know what the Lord telling you. I don't know what he's moving and manifesting in you. You know, I don't know. And it's not for me to judge or tell you what you should or should not be doing. Now, however, if you come and ask my opinion about something, I'll share it. But ultimately, I'm going to lead you back to what is God? What is your relationship? What is that ultimately? Or I'm going to say, this is what I would do. But that still is just very subjective. This is what me, you know, this is what it looks like for me. And that's all I can do. But yeah, that's a whole personal thing. That's why I don't get when people are judging others.
We think so much alike, because I was finna go to that same. Do you remember that story, that Christian story about footsteps?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think I'm looking at it through cloud eyes, because I've been dealing and going places where there ain't no God.
Huh?
Where I was going, there ain't no God. So I was seeing the worst of men.
Well, God is everywhere.
Not there.
And where's there?
Iraq, Afghanistan, half of the Middle East. Yeah,
I think God is there.
The things that men were doing, he was not there.
God is in everything.
I've seen I think it's, man. Do you understand? There's triggers that veterans have that like you won't believe what these people do to each other.
No, I have no clue.
That's and once you see that, you can never unsee it. And that's when you like the devil is real.
Oh, I believe the devil's real, yeah.
So that's why I'm saying if the devil is real, I have to believe man is able to be sinful. Because I don't know which one is which. As a Christian, I don't know which one is which. Because I've seen there have been more wars in the name of religion than any other word. So I've seen the worst of worst that claim God is good. So it's a fickle world we live in.
More so the people, but
yeah, but the most worst people at one time or another praise the Bible. The people that enslaved us, to the people that caused genocide, they used that book.
That's why, we don't look at the people, we look at Christ. That's why it's not for us. I don't even think it's fair of us to say what's right or wrong or good or evil. In a sense, I mean, of course you have that moral compass and all, but I just think that it's not for us to judge others or to look at others and what they're doing. You look to Christ and you judge yourself and who you are to him,
Yeah, that I do know, because it over there, you could have went left or right.
This conversation is circular confusion to me, only speaking for me. Amen. Okay, that's okay too. Okay.
I'm confused now, B9. He used some big words that I'm gonna have to damn look up on YouTube.
This convo is circular, so he said we're going in circles. And it's confusion to him.
We just disagree.
I don't think we even disagreed. I don't know why. He said only speaking for me. Amen. It's all good.
All right, my Christian brother. Hey, we can have fellowship. That's what it's all about. Hey, I'm here to learn.
Hey, I'm here to have the conversation. So, and the conversation is not for everybody, so.
I thought I was going to get to talk to Aunt Lynn.
Aunt Lynn, she might be there. I think Aunt Lynn, wait, say it 3 times. Aunt Lynn. Aunt Lynn. If you're in the house, Army Vet is summoning your
talking religion.
I don't know if she's here or not. But now if she is, she will appear. What time is it? It's still kind of early. It's only 2 here. So what, it's 5? Oh, well, no, she might be. Wait, is she in California? Wait.
I'm in Louisiana.
Where is she?
4 in the morning. I've been nodding off and
just okay. Well, I don't, B9, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to. The link is at the top. I just seek understanding. I don't know what. I don't even think we was trying to clarify anything. I think we were just having conversation and just having dialogue back and forth. But if you have a question, you're more than welcome to come up.
We damn sure don't disagree. Because I cuss more than I say. We damn sure don't disagree. I cuss more than her.
I don't hear you curse.
Because Aunt Lynn I'm trying to be, but no. I'm more like Brian with a slash of E Black with a little splash of he said.
Nah, what?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
You went cray to the cray to the cray cray.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know. It sounds like E Black is trolling a little bit there. I don't know, but it's all good. He's more than welcome. I said E Black. I mean B9.
Yeah.
He's more than welcome to come up and whatever questions he has.
B9 want an in-depth conversation on God. Like I had told you which slave, what God did the slaves pray to on the boat towards America? That's what he wanna in depth. He want to get into it.
I'm trying to remember that conversation.
If
you
you
were
had
saying
a
who did
slave-
they pray to? Who did they pray to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember. Okay. Yeah. That was intriguing. That was that's what I say, that I love here, that these different perspectives that I wouldn't even venture into at all. And when you said that, that was like, well, what God did they pray to? Which
and he wasn't white.
Well, I don't. Yeah.
Come on, see.
I don't believe God is a color, though. It's a spirit. God is a spirit, though.
But if everything you're saying is true, who's God's son and what color is he?
Jesus is a spirit. Jesus and God are one.
And God, and you've been preaching it all night. Jesus died for our sins. What color was Jesus? Because he walked the earth. There we go.
Nope, I was laughing at B9. He said, "Nah, I'm not trolling. Oh, I just think different." Well, like I said, if you want to come up, you can come up.
You want to know? Probably he think we like other Christians. We're gonna get mad.
Nah,
we don't give a damn, dude. You can't shake me. I survived 3 wars and I'm still under 50. You crazy? You're crazy.
3 wars. There's been 3 wars in less than 50 years?
Since I was born at 1, I think it was.
No, you said you've been involved in 3
Well,
wars.
my mother went to 1.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. So it's been 3 wars though in 50 years?
I think it was wasn't it a war that happened over there in Panama or something like that? Like, that's when I was a kid. I think it was like close to the Iran-Contra, something like that, when the military deployed. But then you add September 11 and Desert Shield, Desert Storm, and yeah, I've been all over the place. I've been deployed since I was 18.
Wow. So you're still
43.
Active or
no
retired. Are you retired from?
Yes, retired completely.
Okay.
Completely clear. I mean, so retired that I am not even allowed to do my job because it was classified. So they basically said, we're gonna retire you and bye. If I wanted to do it, I would have to go through it all over again.
Big Bad Bull.
See?
So you have to go into then what the fuck does color matter? That is us humans making color a distinction and making it matter. It doesn't matter, but we as humans make it matter and put that into play. So
Big Bad Bull, I believe in. I'm telling you what the younger generation is starting to say. If you ask the average 18-year-old, the woke generation, they're not me.
No, well, we should be talking about what you're talking about. We can't talk. You can't talk for people that are not here.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, why are you? I mean, who say that? Where they at?
But you remember before I was like, somebody asked me that question and it sparked an interest in my head. Like, hold up. If there was a slave over there and he's praying going to church and praying to that God, and then you have another slave that's on the boat that's finna jump off the boat, who are they praying to?
Oh, look at that hair. Hello, Big Now. What it do?
You smart ass dude.
Oh, look at that hair. I'm loving it.
Let me get my CBD.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. Oh, Lord. Lord have
He got
mercy.
something. He got something. I can see it in his eyes. He got something.
No, he wants
He got one in the chamber. He got one. He got one in the chamber.
He said that we confused him and we're talking circular. So look, Rashawn said the guns are in the house.
Sean knows that, and you may not know this, but Sean and Yella know I'm only here because of you, because I don't do this shit no more. I'm done with platforms. I'm done with giving my 2 cents.
I love it here.
Me too.
And
I don't know what the hell they talking about.
Well, it's not really appreciated, just being honest with you. And I know my worth, and I don't waste my time. So I'm done pretty much with platforms.
That hair is looking beautiful, by the way. Full and healthy. I'm just loving it. Okay, I just had to say that I won't interrupt anymore. But woo, all right.
It's your platform. You can do what you want.
Look like a Black Power Panther pick over there.
He's looking like what's his name? Kaepernick's daddy. That's what he look like. Shit.
What did I call you? I called him the Black Nostradamus.
What?
The Black Nostradamus, that dude. Damn, man.
Okay. You have your CBD.
I'm ready. I'm finna turn the light off and put my lights on, and I'm finna go at this dude one more time.
Oh, let's do it. All right, E Black. I mean, why? B9. So what is it that I would love to hear your perspective from what we've been saying and going in this circular thing about I believe the cross and what Christ did, and jump in there.
Well, first and foremost, before I do that, I actually want to address what Big Bad Bull put up there.
Okay.
Then you have no problem with the Martin Luther King statue that's made out of white cinder block that portrays him as pretty much a white man, even though he still has his black features. If you come and see the MLK Memorial, the material that they use, he's a white man. Now, does that matter to you? Does it matter to you that Martin Luther King on his own statue is not a black man in color? That they did not use a material that makes his skin or his image brown? If it matters to you over Martin Luther King, I'm sure it would matter to you over your Messiah. I'm sure it would matter to you over the person/spirit that you're patterning your whole life after. You're telling me that doesn't matter? But it matters the color of your mother. It matters the color of your father. But it doesn't matter the color of your Savior, especially if that Savior aligns with you. Because from my understanding of religion, you have to be chosen. This is not for everybody. Even though God is available to everyone, everyone is not going to be chosen. So if you have an advantage or you have a likeness that you can share a commonality with, even something as simplistic as color or race, how many more people would it actually gravitate to your religion if you know that the religion is based off of someone who looks the same way you look? That's why all of this is a circular conversation to me. Because if God is what matters most, then how come those same standards that we choose a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, a spouse, how come all of those rules don't apply to what matters the most? I gotta have a resume. I gotta send a certain, back in college, you had to send a picture in with your college application. And Howard University was one of the schools that literally took your picture and put it next to a paper bag. And if that paper bag was lighter than you were, you didn't get an education from Howard University. Now, did that make a difference to people? Did that change their legacies? But it doesn't matter with your God. It doesn't matter with your religion. It doesn't matter with your salvation. That's why this is a circular conversation. Because we have two sets of rules.
Yep.
Same thing.
Yep.
So it's a circular conversation because you always have faith gives you such wiggle room that you're always going to find a way to justify why you stole, why you killed, why you did these things. Oh, the 10 Commandments, they're not really the 10 Commandments anymore. We got a whole new set of covenant and rules. And
you're talking to me.
I'm talking to everybody.
Hey, be not up there preaching.
You're talking to me.
Yeah. Hey, you see that phone moving? You see that phone moving?
Not just you, Kyia.
Yeah.
I just, you know what I do in real life, Kyia. What I do in real life, I just got familiar with a person by the name of Sweet Daddy Grace. Have you all ever heard of Sweet Daddy Grace?
No.
I thought that was a pimp.
He is a pimp.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But
he's a
pimp for the church.
Uh-huh.
Sweet Daddy Grace was at his height in the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s. He was on the same level as Marcus Garvey as considered as a public speaker during the Harlem Renaissance period, Tulsa and all of this. Well, what he did was he franchised church. Whenever you hear of the house of prayer, you're talking about Sweet Daddy Grace. He has a plethora, like literally, he's the McDonald's of churches. You know, what's the guy's name? The guy that has the porterhouse down in Texas.
Roadhouse?
No, porterhouse, the ministry.
Oh, I forgot. You know, I don't do big churches.
The black bald guy.
Oh yeah, chubby. I forgot his name too.
T.D. Jakes.
T.D. Jakes. Sweet Daddy Grace is the original T.D. Jakes. He's the original Creflo Dollar. He's the original Reverend Ike. And it's laughable to me. His event, you have pictures of all of
Wait a minute. Okay, go ahead, B9. You have pictures of what?
I said at his event, you have various pictures of the various Sweet Daddy Graces because now they're on Sweet Daddy number 4. And so all of these pictures are put up of all of the Sweet Daddies and this and that. And then far off in the left corner, there's a picture of Jesus. Far off in the left corner. But this event is supposed to be about Jesus. The religion is supposed to be based on Jesus. So why is Jesus taking the position of parsley and the Sweet Daddies are the steak, the potatoes, everything that's substance on this plate?
But we don't have any pictures of Jesus. We don't even know what Jesus looks like. Can you warm that up for me, please?
Yeah, they do.
But
they have a shroud. They know he was black.
or not, the relevancy of why you're there, what you have built, and what it is built on still stands. There is no, if there is no picture of Jesus, there's still a Christmas. If there is no picture of Jesus, there's still an Easter. If there is no picture of Jesus, there's still a religion called Christianity that, by the way, Christ wasn't a part of. So I find it funny, and this is what makes it a circular conversation, and this is what makes my point. A picture matters or doesn't matter when it fits our narrative. But when it really matters, it matters. But we always have an escape clause. We always have a get out of jail free card. And what are you doing this for if at the end of the day, you're good anyway? What are you doing all this stuff for if at the end of the day, I can rob, kill, steal, grape, pillage, and do any other deplorable thing ever, and then on my deathbed say, hey, you know what? Jesus is the way. And all of a sudden, I'm saved and gone to heaven? Really? So, based off of what you're saying and what other people are saying, Hitler, when he knew he was about to die, all Hitler had to do was say, Jesus, I accept you as my Lord and Savior, the same way that the thief did on the cross next to Jesus.
Uh-oh.
No, I said the Lord knows their heart. It's
the thief did. You don't know the acts that that person did to end up on that cross next to Jesus.
Right.
But you accept that on his deathbed, he accepted the Lord Jesus as his Lord and Savior. Thus, he went to heaven. So what is stopping Hitler, Mussolini, and any other person that we've deemed bad or part of a genocide or this or that? What has stopped them from using the same mythology of being on there? Because they knew when they were going to die. They were tied up, blindfolded, and you know, were assassinated by gunfire. But
that's different. That's different. Like I said, Jesus knows.
Why it's different.
Because for one, Christ knows your heart ultimately. And I also was saying that it's not for me to determine whether they're saved or not. I don't know. Christ knows. That is a personal relationship. That is between them and Christ. And
so hold on right there. So based off of that, do you now understand how you have made it a circular conversation? Because at the end of the day, you've made it personal, which means that there are over 10 billion current scenarios that it can be. Because
I get what you're saying.
Because there's 10 billion people on the world. So
it's not my concern.
I'm not saying it's your concern. I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense to have the conversation?
No, it doesn't make sense to change the rules during the conversation.
What rules were changed?
What she's saying, there is no rules. Like, she believed this is the rule. She don't believe that it changed. She'd be like, oh, okay, B9, prove to her that God died for our sins. That means that's what she believes. It is not.
And if I have no problem with that. If that's what she believes, then so be it. So let's take her belief and put it across the board. That's your belief. Go with it. So take your belief and apply it to Hitler. Apply your belief to Hitler. If God is an individual and he checks your heart on an individual basis, and it's not about the acts that you've performed in life per se, then off of her, like you say, I'm not judging her. She's entitled to her opinion, but let's apply that opinion in a real life scenario of one of the most egregious people on earth, Hitler,
It's a whole religion that do that now.
But my point is that are we conceding based off of her philosophy that there is no rules, that Hitler had a chance to go to heaven based on doing the exact same thing that the person on the cross next to Jesus did?
I already know the answer to this one.
And I'm just waiting to hear.
That's the Jewish community. They believe exactly what you just said, word for word, fact for fact, that at your last end, you are forgiven for your sin. They will rather have one person go for so they believe exactly what you believe as a Jewish person.
And I'm not saying that I believe this. I'm just saying that this is the philosophy that I hear. I hear a lot of different philosophies.
Yeah, but that's a Jewish philosophy.
Okay, but how ironic is it that that same Jewish philosophy, because they're Jewish, they would never apply it to Hitler? I could get and I could get banned from all media.
Yeah.
Just
I already know what you're gonna say.
just for saying his name multiple times. It's almost like saying Voldemort.
Yeah.
Like it's almost on some Harry Potter shit where you
Boogeyman.
He's spoken.
Boogeyman.
Exactly. So when you know that you're dealing with a vitriol like that, then you know that you're not giving him grace. You know you're not giving him a pass. So like you say, the rules that the Jewish community believes in, it only applies to certain people.
Yeah, but they also believe they can take your life too. If you're not so it's religion is belief is belief.
And what you did, but listen to what you just said. They also believe that they can take your life.
Yeah.
Which once again, the same reason that they hate
Hitler. I get it.
So now do you see how the conversation, and not just y'all conversation, it's not a personal thing, Kyia, but do you understand now how the conversation throughout history, throughout time, is a circular conversation? Because if what you're saying is true, then once again, Hitler had the chance to go to heaven. But good luck finding any Christian scholar or person of faith that believes that Hitler is in their heaven waiting on them to get there. Good luck with that. So
that's what I believe. That's why when you were saying he's saying God ain't gonna forgive you for your sins. That's why I was like, basically you're saying forgiveness.
I'm saying that one of these two things is right. It can't be both. That's what I'm saying.
You can't have a vengeful Lord and a forgiveness. Yeah, you can't have both of them. Our Lord is a vengeful Lord. He tells you that in big bold red letters. But he also is a forgiving God.
You can have both. You can definitely have both. But what you can't have is both of them equated on the same scale.
You can always repent sin.
They're one has to outweigh the other at the end.
At what time? At what time do they have
to outweigh? The end.
That's what Kyia is saying. At the end, if you're there, you're there. Because being as a child, you're born in sin. Okay. It's a constant battle that you're gonna have throughout your whole life.
Okay.
So like Kyia, if you at your deathbed and you did a lot of dumb stuff with good stuff, but dumb stuff, if the dumb stuff is down and the good stuff is up, that's her belief system. You're riding.
I'm not saying that there can't be her belief system, but what I'm saying is you got to be real. See, this is where you placate things. It can't be a dumb system versus a good system. No, you're doing evil. You're doing evil versus good, not dumb versus good. That's why I purposely went there with Hitler. Hitler is doing evil, not dumb stuff. Not oops, I made a mistake, my bad stuff. He's doing outright evil.
Hold up now. I'm not arguing the point. I just love your big ass head behind how it rotates. They did the worst things to God's son, and He forgave them.
But did that forgiveness come with everlasting life?
Listen what you just said. Only our religion produce that word. That word is more stronger than you think it is, and you just lightly just tapped over it. As a Christian, forgiveness is major. That what separates a Christian from any other.
And I'm not dancing.
You can do the worst things to a Christian, and they will turn the other cheek because they see the good. Only a Christian does that. That word forgiveness.
And that's where I disagree with you at. That's the part that I disagree. I the same way I don't think that Jews have a franchise over the word Holocaust or concentration camp. I don't feel that Christians have franchise over the word forgiveness.
No, hell no.
I believe that atheists are capable of forgiveness. I believe that Muslims are capable of forgiveness. I believe that all people are capable of forgiveness. I don't think that it is a Christian thing that you have, like I say, trademark franchise over.
Oh no, I don't believe that. No. I don't believe Christian or any other. I hate that word religion, but any other belief system that you believe in is better, good, worse. If what you believe makes you a better person, I don't care who the CEO is. As long as you believe in God, I'm with you.
But because they all have the same tenements. You know, they have their differences, but
no, not Christianity. You can be non. You cannot walk into a white church and say God was from the Middle, Jesus from the Middle East. You know he was dark skinned. You'll get pushed out. But you can say it in the black church, and they'd be like, "You want to know what? You might be right."
But hold on, what did you just say? You just said not Christianity. Then you talked about a white Christian church and a black Christian church. They're both Christianity.
Yeah, but they don't believe. One believe Jesus is white, and one believe Jesus walked as black.
And once again, you're proving my point. That's what makes all of these conversations circular.
Yeah, but whose fault is that? And this is why I'm on preachers' asses.
It's
their fault.
It's also our fault too.
Nope. If that preacher tells the word like it is, a white preacher going to a black church and that is their cause, and they're not doing it. They would rather pontificate on why to believe in God and not go to I'm on these preachers. No.
And I'm gonna tell you why I disagree.
No.
I'm not saying that that what you're saying ain't right. What you're saying is right, but it goes higher. There's a higher level to go, and it's about accountability to oneself. If I'm telling you in my own words that my hair is made of wool and that my skin is of bronze, that's in every white Bible, that's in every black Bible, that's in every Bible, the same exact description of Jesus. And you as a person still accept a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus when it clearly states that he is skinned of bronze, then you're the dummy. I cannot be a preacher for your stupidity.
That's why when we had that conversation, if you was a slave in the United States and you was a slave coming over to the United States and you were about to die and jump off that boat, who do you pray to?
But once again, it's bigger than America. Caesar Bongier is the actual name of the person that is portrayed as internationally recognized Jesus Christ. You can look it up in any history.
I tell you, even
any history book. His name is Caesar Bongier. He was a homosexual lover of Leonardo da Vinci. Common knowledge.
You demonetized now, shouty.
Common knowledge. But does anybody internationally actually accept the fact? No. They want to accept the fantasy. To a point where when you see something that looks accurate as Jesus, you don't get to call him Jesus. You call him Black Jesus.
Sure. I'm gonna tell you a personal story that I had to deal with. My grandmother also had that same white Jesus up there, and I question her every day about it.
Best episode.
But she allowed me to. She was like, I am not gonna, no, you get, and that when she started teaching me about the word repent, that you can do something wrong as long as you repent and don't do it again.
And that's why slavery worked, ladies and gentlemen. Because when you find a way to apologize for your oppressor, for the people that have held you down.
But see, that's different, though, B9. Not
different. Because once again,
that's different, B9.
It's not different. You knew for a fact, based on as a child, based off of reading one or two verses in the Bible, that picture that your grandmother or mother, whoever had up of Jesus, was inaccurate.
Yes, I believed it.
And she knew that it was inaccurate.
She didn't. Listen, when you have a 5-year-old, and she taught me everything I need to know about religion, being a man, and I questioned her every day about why is that dude up there?
Is she smart? Was she smarter than you?
Very. She was the first Black preacher in Louisiana, the first.
So she was smarter than you at 5 years old.
Oh yes, but her belief. That's what I learned about belief.
But my point is, at 5 years old, you knew, based off of reading, even if it was Vacation Bible School or the Children's Bible, you knew just off of basic reading that Jesus had at least caramel skin. At least.
Yes and no. I was in a
Hold on, let me make my point. Hold on,
go.
My point is that if you knew this at age 5, then your accomplished, intelligent, worldly grandmother, who was a minister in the state of Louisiana, definitely knew that. She definitely knew it. But she also knew that at those times that it was a fight not worth having. That it was a fight that you were going to lose at that time, telling people the truth and going against what the branding has already put out there of what your Jesus looks like, what he sounds like. It was already put out there. The same way that there are certain malls that just are finally accepting Black Santa Claus.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I don't think they accept them in Louisiana yet, though.
And let's even go deeper. You want to make American Christians upset? Make a Black Superman. Make a movie with a Black Superman, because you know Superman is just a symbol of Americanized Jesus.
Yeah, B9. I don't think they'll let you in.
Let's leave Jesus out of it. Let's just use the symbol of Jesus that we know is not real, a superhero, and let's make a whole movie and franchise about him being Black, and watch how dead Superman will become. So we lying to ourselves, Army Vet, and we're hiding behind Christianity, and we're hiding behind repentance. It's really cowardism. And a lot of ways at that time, don't get me wrong, it was the best thing for us at that time to be cowards, to get along, to make it. The lynchings and all of this stuff was real. So sometimes you had to placate yourself and be what we call a good nigger or a good boy to make it. I get it, especially during those times. But we claim we're not in those times anymore. We claim that we now can take the bull by the horns. Well, I'm actions once again. For me, actions speak louder than words. So for me, what Hitler's actions did are an atrocity. And no words or beautiful sermons or repentances can he say will ever replace the vicious and horrible actions that he did.
Oh, I understand.
That's how I rock.
I agree with you, but I'm giving the opposite perspective. But I do got a question for you. My grandmother used to call me a Christian, and I don't even know if I can say this on that. The Christian that God sent down to delete other people. I don't know if his name was Gabriel. She started calling whoever that was he sent down to delete the demons of the demons of Christians. That's what she called me because I questioned everything. And she also, my mother was a Black Panther. I was raised up in a Southern church with a Black, so it was the best. She always told me, you're the best version of a man, a Black man. She said, do you want to know what fears and this was just a conversation with a 7-year-old. Do you want to know what this world fears? And I was like, what? She said, an educated Black man, because you can't do nothing with them.
And that's why they don't educate you. That's why they'll tell you that Jesus, once again, they'll tell you Caesar Bongier is Jesus Christ.
Now I'm finna give you context with that. Then she told me a story, like we in church just chilling, about the Klan killed her son. And I was like, what did you do? She was like, I prayed for him. I was like, what? And I'm like, from that moment on, I'm like, it made me like, hold up. That one moment, but it made me proud to be. I seen sacrifice and believing in their religion. I seen it. So,
but
I get it. I get it. But you have, like I'm saying, you gotta be through. You gotta lose that and say, you want to know what? I am not gonna retaliate because God, that dude.
No, let's be real though. You don't retaliate because you know you're next. You don't retaliate because you have other children. If you've seen one of your kids or one of your loved ones be deleted because they were too vocal or they were too opinionated, then all of a sudden you control your opinion. You squelch your voice. And it goes on today. If I want to control my whole office, all I got to do is go in and fire one person. Everyone else, after I fire that one person, I guarantee you the rest of my staff is going to do whatever B9 says the rest of that day. Because a tone has been set that you're on the chopping block. And you don't want to be next. Oh, man, did you just see what B9 did to Tim? Oh, shit, he just got Tim out of here. You don't want to be the next Tim.
Okay.
That's how human nature works. And when you understand human nature, then you understand that you can apply these things across the board, give it your special name, and take credit for it.
Yeah, but B9, it was deeper than that, B9. We was in a church, B9.
But
and this was before her thing, and then right afterwards she gave a speech with that white man right by. And as a child, I'm like, something ain't right. As a seven, I was shook. I'm like, no, nope.
Once again, she had other children. She knew that she lost a battle, a major battle, but she did not want to lose the war. So she had to be the spook that sat by the door.
You told me?
She did not want one loss to turn into two losses, to turn into three losses. She wanted to, just like a mayor does in the city now, you want to mitigate your losses.
Minimize your losses.
And it's
then it was real.
A harsh reality that you have to deal with. I live in Washington, D.C. So anybody that becomes mayor of Washington, D.C. has to go into this with a conscious knowing that at least 400 people annually are going to be murdered on your watch. It's a fact. So whoever the mayor of Atlanta is, there's a certain amount of casualties that they're going to have to deal with and accept under their watch. And you know this better than anybody with your background, Army vet. So when you have this knowledge, now you can apply this human nature knowledge to whatever your agenda is. Willie Lynch knew that if Willie Lynch was a white man, he knew that a taller white man would have different opportunities than a short white man. He knew that a blonde-haired white man is going to get a different perception than a black-haired white man. He knew that a blue-eyed white man is going to get a different perception than a brown-eyed white man. So he knew human nature, and he knew that the differences in human nature matter in society. So he took basic human nature and then applied the Willie Lynch letter to it, where all he did was take what he already knew, divide and conquer, and applied it to black people. And we as black people till this day act like this is some great revelation of separation that Willie Lynch invented. It was invented the second Eve bit the apple.
See, now I disagree.
Come on with it.
This is history from, to me, any black grandmother from the South.
Okay.
We were slaves when we got here.
Hold on. Before you tell me your story, tell me what you disagree with first, please. Because what do you disagree with?
That I don't believe that we understand who we are. So when you say we should be, there's a big disagreement with, I don't even know, the N word with the ER on it.
Okay. Nigger. Right.
What is that? Do you know what that really is? Do you know that's every American black person? That's really what they are.
Well,
and they are denying who they really are.
Well, if you really go back from a historical standpoint, nigger is a African tribe. The swastika sign that the Jews and Hitler stole actually was the sign of the nigger. Niga is where the word originates from. Nigger. It was a tribe. It was one of the greatest tribes in African history. And it spoke of everything good about the black man. And so White men took that word from us and perverted it and made it bad. But because we don't really have the education and can go back to true origins and to the true seed of a flower, we don't know these things. So we think that we're reshaping a word that they created for us, when in all actuality, we're the creators of that word, and it was always a positive thing. So the irony of it is now that we've taken that word back, dropped the ER and put an A back at the end of it, we gained an extra G, because it originally was NIGA. Now it's NIGGA. But the irony of it is we took our word back.
Oh, I got a deeper question for you then. And I'll tell you when, explain what race this is. They stopped slavery. The world said no more slaves. United States said, you want to know what? Fuck what y'all saying. I'm going to inbreed our own, and we're going to call them a nigger. Grandmother with son, son with daughters, daughters with... What is that? Because if it was a dog, what would it be?
And how many centuries has this been going on? How many millenniums have this been going on?
But what I'm saying is...
But no, I'm just asking the question because you made it seem like that this was like
No. I'm saying it's a lack of... It's like almost, do you really understand where you come from? If you know where you come from, you would do better. Because that's what I'm saying. Not a negative tone. Like, dude, that's what I'm saying. A Southern grandmother be like, dude, do you know they will kill my son and I can't do a thing? That's what I'm saying about, dude, if you know what we went, do you know how... What?
I'm still waiting to hear the disagreement part, because I'm agreeing with everything you saying.
I totally get what... I don't think... Do you know you have some people that are offended by that word sometimes? But do they really know what it means?
Exactly. About to say,
you know what I'm saying? Because
lack of education.
Yes, my grandmother will tell me this what happened. This, if you can tell me the last person that talked to their grandmother about slavery, I'll give you $100. As a black grandmother from the South, raising a black son in Louisiana, I had to have this conversation.
I'm about to say, where you want? I'll send you. I'll put my address in the back chat so you can send me my $100. My great grandmother, who lived to be 99 years old.
Yeah, but B9, look how smart your ass is. Stop that shit.
But where do you think I got my intelligence?
Exactly. That's how I know you. Come on, that's obvious. A grandmother is a library.
But what we don't realize is that if we count back, even at our age right now, we're 5 fingers away from slavery. 5 fingers away from slavery. Like you say, grandmother, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother. By the time you get to your ring finger, you back in slavery. So we're not as far away from this shit as we think we are.
It's a disconnect.
Especially when you know that, especially my family lived, like I say, my great-grandmother lived to be in her late 90s. So that's how my family lived. Late 80s, early 90s, some made it to 100. So those 5 fingers are deep, deep roots. And like I said, by the time I get to my ring finger, we back in slavery.
Dude, B9, if I would have took you over to the military, I would have gave you that you don't like to fight back at people. You let your logic speak for you. Sometimes you need to slap the shit out of some people. But that ain't your... But that's what... Yeah. I can see it.
And it's funny that you pick up on that. My grandmother's name was Grace. So as hard as I try to be and as stern as I try to be, it is just in my nature to give grace to people. And like you say, unfortunately, a
Yep.
lot of people take that kindness for weakness.
As weakness. Yeah. I
I
had to learn that myself. I had to learn it the hard way.
responsible for them. You know, it's funny. I look at
I
this.
disagree. Because
Okay.
B9, you can reach more people than they can. So my grandmother said the same thing. I was like, I disagree with you. Can reach more people disagreeing and being you than that person. B9, like I said, all I need is about a year and a half in Afghanistan with you. You'll come back and you'll be like, I ain't standing for this no more. Give me the mic, mute everybody. Yeah. Because you can reach. It's not. If you was in the military, you'll be a drill sergeant because you're the type of man that can reach inside of you can see, you have a word that a lot of men don't have that are good leaders. It's called empathy. They don't have that no more. You have it. You can actually literally put yourself in somebody, understand their feelings, come back out, give the conversation. But all you need to do is understand sometimes you're gonna have to punch them.
Oh, I get it. And I've told this story before.
Punch shit out of them.
A good lifeguard in most cases is going to break your nose to save your life. Because a good lifeguard knows that if I don't knock you the fuck out, your panicking is going to kill us both.
I think you need to be even more serious. I think you need to let, oh, my bad, I hope I don't say this wrong. I think you need to let them just get deleted and move on. I think you need to be that arrogant. That it's in you. You just so
I'll be honest with you.
Do it.
I'm my father's child, and my father is the man and the person that means the entire world to me. And as much as I love the world, I love him way more than the entire world. And as long as my father is happy and sticks his chest out and his chin up about B9.
Oh yeah, dude. Come on now.
Everybody else can fall where they fall. The chips can fall where they
B9, you 99.99. It's just I know what it is. And it's I had a soldier just like you. Intelligent, one of the smartest computer dude. He was teaching me, but he always got picked on. He can hang with him physically, this, but he was that type to be like, no, I ain't that type, dog. I'm like, you have to slap one of them, dog. I'm like, you have to. And he like, but I don't understand. This don't happen. I was like, when other men know intellectually they can't fuck with you, what else they would have?
Oh yeah.
Because all you have to do really, B9, get your own show. If they have a problem with you, bring them on, have a one-on-one. B9, it will be an intellectual destruction because there's nowhere to hide with anger because you can sit there. It's nobody but you. Dude, you got it. I see it, but you got to slap shit out of somebody.
I'm about to say, I don't like to. That's what it comes. Like as much as Kevin Samuels was needed, and God rest his soul that he's gone, but as much as he was needed, and not to say that I agree with everything he said or everything he did, but I do agree and will always give him credit for giving men a voice.
Yeah.
He was a bully. And he had to be a bully because it's like going into a beauty salon. When you get a group of women together, they will chew your ass up. So he had to be a bully to combat the large amounts of women that was calling into his show to bring him smoke on his platform. He had to be a bully, and he was looked at as the bully But the women who came with the same energy that he came with were the victims.
But
I don't want that dynamic on me.
But B9, the men that listen to you are these type of men. They are intellectual geniuses, computer geniuses that don't know how to get pussy, that wish they can stand up to men like you. You know that's who's out here. That they ain't Kevin Samuels. They these motherfuckers that can break a computer down, pull that mug back up, but can't go to Walmart and say hey to a girl. So they're looking for role models that way. Kevin Samuels is basically the high school football star.
But no, I disagree with you there. I think Kevin Samuels was that exact same computer nerd that you speak of. I think Kevin Samuels lucked up and got into an industry where he was surrounded by women all day long.
B9, you get women. B9,
Yeah,
you know these dudes. You come on now.
Yeah, I do.
They can be we have our men are the smartest men, black men that we are raising, but they cannot. They don't know how to speak to a woman. They get nervous. It's like and that's a problem. And they need more confident men that they know on an intellectual level. Like, hey, dudes, it's gonna be all right. This is how you do it. Go out there. You know how to. You can speak to them, man. You can. I'm a little bit under. I would probably be your first sergeant. You would be the captain. I'd be like, hey, y'all, shut the fuck up and listen, because yeah. Or as I think either it was Tommy or Yella said it. You need you a couple of snipers. The ones that like, oh, you don't know how to slap them? I'll come slap the shit out of them for you. That because if you can't do it, you got to have a partner that will.
No, I just don't want to slap you on YouTube. I don't want to like see here in DC is a very small fishbowl.
But YouTube is a very manly website that men that are struggling with getting women, struggling with relationships, struggling with their kids, baby. They need somebody like you that will be like, you want to know what? He calms my presence. You there. I see it. You there, dog. You there.
Well, like I said, I appreciate everything, Army Vet. And and in a lot of ways, I feel the same way about.
I give you your flowers, dog. I'm the type to give you your flowers.
But I feel the same way about you. I mean, I hear how passionate you are about, helping people from a mental standpoint get back to ground zero and move on with their life in a positive way. Kyia has the conversations to make everybody feel comfortable and feel welcome. Auntie Lynn was been here dropping facts and kicking knowledge. So, I mean, we all bring things to the table. And this is what we have to realize is that we have to get back to neighborhood. We have to get back to community. That's why I find it refreshing that Kyia's show is named The Neighborhood, because back in the day, everything you needed, you knew where it was at. Okay, 3 houses down the street, lives such and such. He's a plumber. So 4 houses down, there's an electrician. 2 houses up the street, that's the dude that owned the tire shop.
Yeah.
So we don't have that connection with our community and our neighborhoods anymore, where we can know where everyone's at. We know, even though there's no sign up, we know that 3rd house from the corner, that's the babysitter that done raised everyone's kids who got to work at night, and got to do this. We know all of this stuff. At least we used to. Now everything is about, because we don't have that community anymore, you have to pay to play on everything. Like my grandmother that I speak of would roll over in her grave to find out how much these single Black girls are paying Hispanic women to clean up their efficiency apartment. Like, you got to get a Murray made for an efficiency apartment?
I learned a long time ago it's not their fault. That's a taught behavior. I had to and I had to understand if that's what you come from 9 times out of 10. And it was a hard lesson I had to learn, but that's accountability. And if you know that's what that is, once you put it this way, once you date a single mother, you know. You'll love the child to death, but you will know eventually you will know if you date enough of them. I love them. That's all that's out there. I get it. But now that I know, I can't blame her for when she was 7 or her mama was, that dude ain't this, that dude ain't this, just get that. And you got that from 7 all the way to 18. Can't blame you just, that's in any other conversation that will be terrorism.
Yeah, I agree with you. You cannot blame or shame. But what you also cannot do is save. And that's
but I do preach accountability. If you know something happened to you as a child and you not fixing yourself, or at least telling that man what happened to you as a child, you got a problem. Your foundation is leaky. But I had to learn this dating single mothers.
But but what you just said is how I think of R. Kelly. R. Kelly might have been abused as a child, and it might have actually caused him to repeat that behavior to where he's at the current situation he's at now. All understandable, all probable.
That's a disease.
But whether it's a disease or not, you don't get a pass for it.
No, you don't.
And it's the same thing with.
I get it. You know, I agree with you.
I'm not saying that it's the young girl's fault that she was, like you say.
I get what you're saying.
Age 7 to 18. It's not her fault. But I don't have to save you. I'm still going to use my own 2 eyes and be observant and say, hey, even though it's not her fault, she still goes in the damaged goods aisle because that apple has little bruises on it. So the only way I'm going to sell that apple is putting it in the reduced price bin.
Are you crazy? You gonna get somebody pissed off? Yeah. But you want to know what? I ain't gonna give all the way. I'll give about 30%. I didn't become the father that I am. I was a father to a bunch of single mother kids, which made me, when I'm finally done now, the most best, because I had practice. And all I tell men is this. At 18, when you get out there and you want to be this and this and this, where do you get practice at becoming a father? Where do you get it? Because when a woman has a child, aunts come around, best friends come around, grandmama come around, sister come around. Everybody's there helping. Where do a man learn? That's why it takes a man such a long time. Because he's not ready. He don't know. He don't get that knowledge. A man don't know what a kid really sacrifice is until he sees one. Until he literally sees one and like, oh, because they don't know. They don't know that yet. But I'm speaking that, but I left my relationship because of disrespect. So it's
Well, I got a little pushback on that because most white men are waiting till 40, 50, in a lot of cases, to have their first kid. And it's not an issue about them necessarily learning to be a father from other fathers. It's learning to be a leader, regardless of the situation.
But see, the only reason I'm gonna have a little pushback on that one is we aren't white.
Okay.
I'm always gonna state the black. When somebody was like, "Well, why?" I don't care about that. I teach my son to be a black man,
Right.
and how to step it. So it ain't like pushback. It's I'm telling, dude, you're gonna have to do 3, 4. But and when you say leadership on every sports team on this planet, I bet you the leader of it is a black man.
I disagree. Because there's still sports out here that black men aren't even welcoming.
I'm saying when you get 2 races together, the dominant race is usually who?
Oh,
On leadership.
Yeah, always.
That's
Because
why I say I will never, when somebody talk about leadership, no, a black man was born to lead. Born to.
But you're making my point, because just going back to the nigger thing again, everything that we give white men credit for is things that white men stole from us. So white men have never invented anything. They have just taken the best of us. We are the inventors of all of the tenements of the Republican Party. That's why it's not hard for us as black people to be conservatives, because those are our values.
But you're talking about 2 races now.
Right, but my point, I'm just making an example.
No, I'm talking about, you're talking about black men and black women. We are 2 different races. We vote different.
I'm talking about BASF. I'm saying that white men have not created anything. All they did was make it better. So when you say things like we are black and they are white, so what? What they're doing is what we created in the first place.
Yep.
Anyway. So what that we're stealing something, quote unquote, stealing something that we have now deemed to be white. It's our shit in the first place. I laugh so hard when I see a black person that has got into rock and roll, and they act like this black person doesn't belong to rock and roll, as if Chuck Berry didn't create fucking rock and roll.
I forgot. What's that Mexican dude that did the same thing? I forgot his name.
So if a black guy comes up right now and has 4 nose rings and looks like Lenny Kravitz and is rocking out to this and that, a lot of our people are going to call him a sellout. But they don't really realize that.
I don't think so. No.
All the Guns N' Roses, all the AC/DCs that you know of and that you associate with rock and roll would never have existed without Chuck fucking Berry. So
I believe there's more dudes like you. I believe there's more dudes like you. I believe it's 80% of dudes like you that understands, okay, I understand what he's doing with this beat and this and this and that. And it's just the 20% that are loud. That's why your voice matters. It's not, dude, there are too many black intelligent men to understand cadences and beats and it's too. The ones that are the loudest are the high school football stars, the JV. We gonna be up there one day. Yeah.
And I'll give you a perfect example of what you're saying and how I see what you're saying. Kai had Daryl Long on her platform the other day.
I seen it. Replay.
I found it funny that people are still trying to give this guy a chance. They're still trying to hope and put this olive branch out and hope for this 180 and this and that. It's laughable to me how much grace he has been given. How many second, third, fourth, millionth chances he's been given. And he'll be given another million. And I don't mind him getting all of those chances. Don't get me wrong. I have no hate toward him at all. But I'm smart enough and I'm observant enough to know that My heart is a lot more pure. And I will never get the grace that he gets. I will never get the second, third, fourth, fifth, millionth chance that a Daryl Long has gotten in these YouTube streets. Never. If I did half of the things that he did, B9 would be a character assassinated. But let me talk about your wife and your mama and your kids and everything that's personal to you. I talk about religion and I get half of a sentence out before someone's cutting me off over talking me. I give people fired up off of simple buzzwords and I try to keep it PC. I don't go for the jugular. But the people
I want you to go for the jugular.
But the people that go for your jugular,
I love them.
They get
They
get grace. They get a million chances. They get a zillion. You know, like I say, what would Hitler do today with social media? What would he have done with it? With the way that people think and all of this quote unquote forgiveness, no matter how much you talk about this or talk about that, or
see, I'm black.
No
I'm
matter how much
wondering what Malcolm X or Martin Luther King would have did with social media.
You can still come on my channel, even though you tried to take it down and get it removed. Like, if you had gotten what you wanted, there wouldn't have been a channel for you to even come on. But I'm going to welcome you out here. Hilarious.
See, thank goodness I only been on YouTube for 3 months. I'm just getting all my stuff together. So it's like I'm filling it out, because the question I had asked before to Kai was, is this personal or this professional? Because it seems like a conglomerate with friends, and you should never bring personal relationships into a business setting. And that's what I'm seeing, a lot of personal relationships in a business. If this is about everybody getting their bag, get your bag. If it's personal, whose fault is that? It's about getting this bag. If being personal is that, stop talking. Move on. This YouTube, next week, somebody else, I hate to say it, something gonna happen next week.
But you making my whole conversation full circle.
Yep.
This is YouTube is the new Daddy Grace. This is the new sweet Daddy Grace right here on YouTube, where you think that you talking to individuals, but you really talking to people with agendas. You're really talking to people that come together behind the scenes and say,
that's every church.
I mean, so and that's why you got to open your eyes, because even you said, I picked up on it when you said it earlier, you know, your grandmother and raised you a certain way with forgiveness and this and that. And at the same time, you've also had an empathy for a lot of baby mamas and raised a lot.
No. Remember now, my mother also was a Black Panther. She say, turn the other cheek, and then when you get around the corner, shoot that nigga in the back. Mama, I was raised by a Black Panther and a churchgoer, so yeah.
So you got the I wasn't finished.
Both of them. I got both.
I wasn't finished, but
she was an NCO in the military, so yeah, she was on her shit.
Right, but perfect example right there, and not you personally, because me and you were having a good conversation, and you a very rational individual. But even with you being rational, do you see how you didn't let me finish?
Because I already knew where you was going.
But that's where everybody thinks that they know.
Okay, we're gonna see this, because
like I said,
I forgot who I was talking to.
No.
Bad.
No disrespect to you. I'm just trying.
Dude, I forgot who I was talking to.
No, I'm just trying to make a point of, if I'd have said something outright egregious, like your grandmother ain't no shit, or fuck your grandmother, or she ugly as shit, or
I
she
wouldn't
did.
take the personal.
But my point of it is, for some odd reason, I wouldn't get cut off for saying the shit that I should be getting cut off for.
Your opinion shouldn't be critiqued.
But I'm raised a certain way where if I'm talking about your grandmother in that way, I'm looking at you funny if you're not cutting me off. But then when I say something that is maybe controversial, but not disrespectful, I get cut off 10 times to Sunday.
You want to know why? I'm going to tell you the truth. You want to know why? Because I have deleted many men in this world. I know what a threat is. I do.
And I feel you.
So it's like I've been called in. It's only, no. I believe, see, I was always taught as a child, it's certain people you should protect with your life. And the older that you get, that list should go down, not up, down. That means they getting with people that's protecting them, and your responsibility should always leave. There's two people I will die for, my babies. So that means if anybody around or hear this on YouTube, that's a threat. But you should know boundaries. And that's who I was raised by.
But you know that you're different. You know that you're not the
I don't think so. I think everybody's me without a voice.
So you think you're the standard?
I believe everybody has this voice in them. It's just you got to get it out of them. I think more men are more intelligent than me. What made me confident, I swear to God, is, I hate to say it, but she pussy.
Once again, are you the standard?
No.
Exactly.
But
so you can give me all the reasons in the world.
Want to say it, but yeah.
You can give me all the reasons in the world why you are or aren't the standard, but the fact at the end of the day, the bottom line is you're not the standard. So of course you're going to look at things differently. And I have this conversation with Kyia all the time. Kyia always tries to be Captain Save-A-Ho for these chicks that she knows ain't nothing like her, but just because they have the same sexual anatomy, she will come up and save them, knowing damn well that she thinks completely different than they do. She still acts like they were all one in the same game, and you doing the same thing. You are a different breed.
No, I don't think. B9, I think. Put it this way. I think everybody that Kyia.
Hold on. You said it yourself, nice and calmly. B9. I look at it different because I've had to delete people.
Yeah.
So how many people is that the standard for, Army vet? How many people can look at things from that lens and that perspective? We're talking about a very small percentage.
But they act like it.
But hold on. But not only do you get to say it, but you get to say it with honor. Most people that have done this say it with dishonor. Say, hey,
no, it's a fear
against me.
It's a fear.
Cheated or this and that. You get to take the bird's eye position and saying, hey.
But it's not honor. It's a fear. Because you can go there like that.
Right. But
that's why it's a fear. Honor is something that you are proud of. A fear is something that, like you just said, it takes a certain breed of dude to be like, dude, do you understand? I survived Afghanistan and Iraq and this and this and this and this and this. For you to talk about my grandmother and I'm back in the United States, and because if I take you back over there, you'll piss your pants. That's why I don't see you as I don't see words as a threat. Because I've seen words and I've seen bullets. Them the threats. them little words. But your words, oh please. That's why you're intelligent. Your words impress me, but physical brutes, are you kidding me? A bullet costs 3 cents.
Right.
No drug dealer, no, as you say, terrorist, no bad man ever survived in this world being tough. Name one that's still walking.
Oh, I agree.
They're not.
I agree
So
with you.
what's the point? I'm that dude to be like, nah, dude, I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. Peace be with you. Peace be with you.
I'm just like you because I agree. Like no matter how tough you are, there's tougher out there. And like you say, that's where we really get into circular shit. But
dude, I wish I could tell you some. Do you know? It's called seer training. It's called. I think it's seer training. They train you to get tortured over weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. So when it actually happened, you good.
Right.
So you think I'm gonna come back to the United States and have somebody words mess with me?
Right. Now, but see, once again, Captain Saberho, you are the exception to the rule. We're talking about the people that you were just talking about earlier, the computer nerds that in their mind, going outside and getting out of their neighborhood is the equivalent of you going to Iraq or Afghanistan.
I just, it's the
equivalent in their mind. Oh yes, in their mind,
it's the equivalent of B9 saying, "I'm finna get off YouTube."
Break that down for me. I'm missing that one.
Because you can do more help with them, but because you came in conflict like they did, you're like, "Well, I'ma chill."
Nope.
And they're doing the same thing. They could have stood up to their boss. They could have stood up to that bully, but they gonna, hey, you want to know what? It ain't worth it. But see, that's a different. My mindset is B9 got his own channel, and he had a disagreement with somebody. Oh, B9 finna premiere his show featuring that person, and you get to show people. You don't have to have brute, dude. It is more men like you that I led into battle because all they needed was confidence. So if I say, am I in every man? Yeah. If every man had a father, yes.
Right.
So when you say, am I yeah, it was a hard way to get here.
Oh yeah.
It's you know, dealing with grandmothers, you know, you got to hear the bad ones and the good ones.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And that's the stuff, you know, we up here talking the good ones, we got to hear the bad ones too. That's what people don't know. That makes us go. We because that's them stories that grandmothers tell. They don't tell them to the whole family. They tell them with the ones that need to hear it.
But see, I'm gonna tell you where my problem comes in, Army vet, and maybe this is where I need to grow as a person. And
That's not you.
I see like a Jordan Peterson or any other white person. They would be.
You're not white,
and I'm not.
You remember, you're talking to niggas.
But my point of it
Let's
is,
break it all the way down. You're not Republican, not Democrat. Now you're talking to men that don't have fathers, that are fucking intelligent, that's making their money, but want to do everything that you say, but need role models. Not like men that is getting it, but the men that they can sit down and understand outside the box thinking. Not just, hey, dude, don't have sex till you're 30. Get your money up, and then women gonna want you. No, they ain't. They want swag. They want to know you know how to talk to them. That's the shit that they ain't tell. Go to Walmart. Go to CVS. Dude, talk. Just talk. Failing is. They've been taught that failing is so bad.
I agree with you. I agree with everything that you were saying, but
and how many men will tell our boys it's okay to fail as long as you get the fuck back up?
But see, the problem is that we're bitch led now. So as much as B9 will give you the real game and this and that,
you're right.
All it takes is one sentence from your mama to say, fuck B9, that nigga crazy. And everything B9 says out the window because mama ain't wrong.
So you remember though, you talking to the 7-year-old dude that questioned grandmama in religion. So I'm different.
And see, today's mama is that I look at today's mama as Murray J. Blige on Power. She gonna tell you how to sell this coke. She gonna tell you how to get to this bag. She gonna tell you how to get the street cred. I look at YouTube now, and one of my favorite, I'm a man, one of my favorite women to watch is Bernice Burgos or whatever. She's fat as a motherfucker. But I still find it disrespectful that she's literally teaching her daughter and granddaughter how to twerk.
Mm.
And this is considered family bonding. This is, this is the family business. Shaking that ass. And I'm going, and I want you all, my fans, to go on this journey with me of how I teach my daughter and granddaughter how to shake their ass. That's what we're really doing out here.
Miss Ann asked that same question that stumped me. She was like, if your daughter will get bullied, what would you tell? And that stumped me. Because I've never had to work. We were living in a world I gotta worry about this shit.
And that's why again, you are a unicorn on the male side because you as a man are accountable. You as a man do look in the mirror and hold yourself responsible first. So when you hold women that you date responsible, you have some solid ground to stand on because you're holding yourself accountable first. It's just like on some gangster shit. If I see you leading the way, going out there shooting yourself, when you tell me to go out there and shoot, I ain't got no choice because you have done it. I've seen you, the leader, do it. So now I'm going to follow. But if you telling me to just take it out there and gun them down, but you sitting on your ass and I ain't seen you put in no work, nigga, fuck you.
Yeah.
So because you've put in the work, people have no choice but to be quiet when you talk about certain things. Because like you say, you've been places they haven't been. You felt feelings that they've never felt. We can all be Monday morning quarterback, but until you've been in the pressure of knowing you got 2 seconds to get that ball out of your hand before Lawrence Taylor breaks you a new one, shut the fuck up and don't talk to me because you don't know what the real pressure of being an NFL quarterback is really about. So you can talk till the cows come home.
See, you look at it as that. I look at it as I know who to get the ball to. It ain't about me. That's why this whole time it's been B9. You need your own channel.
I already got my.
No, I'm saying you need to be you need to. Anybody that disagrees with you, they would love to come debate with you.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm saying. And you need to invite it more. Well, you have a mute button. You have a mute button for a reason.
Well, just to be honest with you, Army vet, on that front, not only am I tired of YouTube people, I also don't have the time to dedicate to this.
Yeah.
My channel is about getting to the bag. And my channel is based on getting to the bag because I've been getting to the bag way before YouTube.
Yeah.
Like I said, don't let the hair and the scruffy look fool you.
Oh, come on, you're too intelligent. I already know that.
You know, I really am trying to elevate people on an economic level. And once I get you where you need to be on an economic level, Then we can sit around all day and chew the fat on philosophy and debate life and this and that. But there's a chronology to this shit. Sitting on your ass right now in front of your computer, making $45,000 to $65,000 a year, you're wasting your time and my time.
See, I done tapped into a few of my VA friends. I'm telling them to start gaming with their sons. Like, start building bonds. Go get him an Xbox, you get an Xbox. Y'all play Call of Duty, y'all do this. And at the same time, go monetize that. Go do this. Go set up a time, this. And
my whole thing is change your mindset, because you're the greatest consumer in the world. So you know about Nike, you know about Xbox, you know about PlayStation. Like you said, you know about Call of Duty.
I don't know this streaming shit.
But do you know that Call of Duty is made by Activision Blizzard?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they are a publicly traded stock company.
And they do a shitload of stuff with the VA. I
know that when you buy that Xbox, that you can buy that same money that you bought in Xbox will buy you a share of Microsoft stock. Do you know that those same Air Jordan tennis shoes will buy you multiple shares of Nike stock?
Message.
That's my mission, and that's my point, is that the answer's right. And just like Christianity, bringing it full circle, the answer's right there in front of you. Hair of wool, skin of bronze.
But back to you, B9.
But then the branding that they put up doesn't match the description that they gave, and you accept it. So they look around and say, wait a minute. If we just told them that they should be looking for a nappy-haired, brown-looking guy, and they accept this stringy polio string cheese hair and this pink skin, we can fool them on anything. We can sell them Nike shoes and they will never think about buying Nike stock. We can sell them a PlayStation and they will never think about buying Sony stock. We can sell them an Xbox and they will never think about buying Microsoft stock. They will tell you every feature of the Apple phone, but have no Apple stock. They will be on YouTube and tell other people to start YouTube channels, but have zero Google stock.
See, like I said, I know where to point my broke black brothers. The ones that I deal with need confidence. They don't need money. I know where, like I said, I know where to point people. Right there to B9. Because I got a couple.
Like you said, Army vet, though, you got to, or one of you guys say you got to be that example, as well. Instead of, I think that was you, Army vet, you got to do it to show them as well and be an example of it.
But put Sugar Bum's comment back up, please. I want to address it.
Oh, about you being wrong?
Yeah.
It's not about being wrong, Sugar.
But this is the problem right here. Irregardless of what I say, people are waiting for me to trip up. People are waiting for me to have that aha moment. B9 don't know what the fuck he's talking about. B9 is human too. B9 makes mistakes too. B9 needs to be accountable for it.
That's a threat, B9.
But let me disarm all of that right now.
You're a threat.
You're absolutely right, Sugar Buck. I can be wrong. And in all reality, I'm wrong a lot of times. But that's the difference between, and not you personally, but me and all of you all that won't cam up for whatever reason. You don't have to cam up. But I'm not afraid to lose. That's why you see me. That's why you know what I look like. See my bush. You see me with my ponytail. You see all the different looks and sides and emotions and feelings of B9 because I don't care about being wrong. I don't care about failing. The number one thing that separates a Michael Jordan or a Kobe Bryant is they aren't afraid to miss the shot.
Yep.
Not make the shot. They're not afraid to miss the shot, because if they were afraid to miss the shot, they would not have taken the shot, because there's no guarantee that you're going to make it. All the practice in the world does not guarantee that you're going to make it when it's 1 second left on the clock and 75,000 people are watching you, breathing down your neck, and you feel that tension and that pressure. I'm built for this. I'm built to fail. I'm built to have a Sugar Bum, a Sherelle, a Rondell, and anyone else come up and say B9 don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
See, maybe I deal with logical people.
Huh?
I say maybe I deal with logical people because, well, yeah, I was in intelligence, but even in a wrong conversation, you can learn something. That's what intellectual conversation is. It's not about right and wrong. It's the exchange of information. And that's what, wow.
Okay,
I told you.
Hold on. You just said something that's very profound. And you said it better than B9 could ever say it. What you just described is what I call the basics. And maybe that's why people aren't getting it when I say it, because to me, understanding that this is just a transfer of information.
Yeah, that's it.
Is the basics. And so
I've been in combat.
But
this ain't it.
But the problem is that for whatever reason, when a person gets certain information, they become possessive over that information as if it's theirs, as if they created it, they birthed it, and they don't understand that everything that B9 has ever said is proprietary. I have never come up with an original thought in my life.
You want to know why it should be somebody saying this. That's why I say this YouTube. If they would have said that, the reply should have been this. What I just said, and it would have shut everybody up. Like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and that's why I give you your flowers, sir. Like you said that perfectly. Like we're only here to transfer information, and by transferring information, like you said, I've learned so much of what I am by seeing what I'm not. So when you show me what you are, and I say I can't fuck with that, I appreciate that you show me I don't want to fuck with that life. I don't want to be. And what your lifestyle is perfect. My dad is an Air Force veteran. The things that my dad went through showed me that I am not a military man. I'm a man of discipline. I'm a man of structure. So in a lot of ways, I do fall into a lot of the alignments of the military. But I'm too much of an independent thinker to be a soldier.
That's why the president has security guards.
But
our breast and brightest need to be protected.
But my point of it is that I know what I see when I look in the mirror. I know what I'm built for. I know what I'm not built for. And it doesn't make me feel any more or less of a man. It just is what it is. In the same breath that you are the man that you are. It makes you no more or less of a man. It just gives you certain expertise that I don't have. But like you say, but because we're only here transferring information, I can humbly bow down and say there are things that Army vets going to bring to the table that B9 knows nothing about. So, Sugar Bum, I can definitely.
I don't know one damn thing he was wrong about. I have no idea.
I can't be wrong. I can be wrong because
I don't even know.
I mean, I don't know either. But my point of it is that I accept that possibility is real because I accept that Army vet knows shit that I don't know. I accept that Just Kyia knows shit that I don't know.
Yeah.
So when we're here having this round table discussion, it's just that. None of us are at the head of the table. All of our information is equally as important. Just Kyia has a tendency when the conversation gets in depth between people to get quiet and let them have the conversation. But whenever she interjects, whether it's 30 seconds or 2 minutes, her 2 minutes is just as important as the last hour that you and I have spent talking.
She need to do more of that. She be playing way too much. She play way. She knows she be so intelligent playing her. And I'm sitting there like, really?
Yeah,
y'all believe in anything?
I agree with you. Kyia plays spook by the door better than anybody.
Whatever, man.
Yes,
Whatever.
Kyia plays spook by the door better than anybody. Like Kyia is just so matter of fact. Like right, look at her right now. Like
I can read a person. I can read a room. I can read a room. She could have been a drill sergeant. I can read a room. I can read a room.
I'm gonna say her California. She's a California girl. So what she has done is she has mastered being a dumb blonde without being blonde. Because see,
but she'll sprinkle that intelligence in and be like, hold on, I'm gonna let you know how smart I am, right? Hold up.
The dumb blonde part is important because it is an act.
Of course. But you gotta be intelligent to know that.
A lot of these quote unquote dumb blondes
are
some of the smartest women and some of the most manipulative women on the face of the earth. And they
she don't look at it like that. She look at like, y'all really think y'all smart.
Exactly.
And so it ain't. She think at it. It's like you're like, I don't need this shit, right?
And here's my example right here. The first pinup girl ever, Marilyn Monroe's mentor, was one of the people that invented the Morse code transmitter and was one of the greatest spies for America. The first pinup girl, the first dumb hee oh me.
Yeah.
Was smarter than all them motherfuckers.
Ooh, so, man, I can tell you a story why a woman is not built for the military. That's why we can't have them in there. Man, ooh. Let me tell you why. And gonna get real blunt. They did a study in the military that 5 men got captured, got tortured, the R word,
pillow talk,
didn't give up no secrets. They added a girl to the situation. Once the men started they did anything and everything to stop that. That's why.
Pillow talk.
A man will know that other man is getting that, and he know he gotta take it because he might be next. If he know that's his sister or his home girl, he gonna tell you everything you need to know, and that's why we can't have him on there. Because if you capture her, we're gonna give you everything, so you won't do that to her. Because then the man come out. You don't gotta protect the woman. You don't look at it different.
But you ain't even got to put it in Army terms, Army vet. Look at homelessness. There's so many black women out there that should be homeless, but under no circumstance will the government, will men, will other systems allow those women who have fucked up their whole lives to be homeless. But if you are a man from age 25 on, You are responsible for your fuck ups. So it is not out of place to see any black man 25 or older homeless, dirty, nails dirty, hands dirty, stinking. You see a
Yeah. Hold up.
25-year-old
Let a
black
few.
woman. You see a 25-year-old black woman stinking, going around looking homeless. I guarantee you she will be in someone's shelter, someone's home, someone's clinic, whatever, trying to turn shit around for her.
I get what you're saying. That it's no safety net for men, and it's a safe. I understand. Yeah.
Till the end of time. And that's why women talk the shit that they talk, because they know at the end of the day, whether it's my uncle, my son, some man that ain't got no pussy in 10 years, I'll give him a little pussy. Somebody gonna take care of me. And they know it. That's why they play this bullshit game of I'm waiting for this, or I'm looking for that, or if he ain't got 6 figures, don't need not apply, or this or that, or they and like I said, I'm not talking about one person in particular. I'm talking about the masses. Now there are definitely everybody's an individual within that mass, but I'm talking about the arena, the congregation. I'm talking to Daddy Grace's people. So as a whole, we all have bullshit excuses to make our conversations circular, because it all works out. Like I can be the hardest man in the world on my woman. She gonna be respectful. She gonna be submissive. She gonna be this. She gonna be that. She gonna be everything B9 wants. But do I turn around and raise my daughters the exact same way that I want my wife or my woman to treat me? Do I raise my daughters to be submissive to their men?
I got the answer to that question.
To act, and I'm not saying you or me personally. Once again,
I had a child that answered that question.
Go for it.
She said she found out by how I treated her mother what a man was. That simple.
Right, but
how I treated her mother showed her this is what I expect. And then came back was like, she was wrong. I was a child.
But that's kind of a different question than what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying, and you're right. That is how children should learn. But what I'm saying is how does a father intentionally teach his daughter? Even though that man wants a woman who's not going to talk back to him.
You can't.
He naturally teaches his daughter
to
don't
matter.
Talk back.
It don't matter.
Question authority.
Who is the daughter going back to? You just admitted that a mother raising her daughter like that is terrorism, and you think a father can sprinkle some information on his child every now and then, and no.
It's terrorism both ways. But
the only way that happens is when the child leaves. She gotta get counseling.
But from a man's perspective, because he
needed to.
But because he actually represents protection, no matter what he's saying, right or wrong, is going to be accepted as right. The same way, there's a lot of women out here who can't cook. But because that child, all they know is mama's cooking, it's the best fucking thing in the world. Until they go to a real restaurant, or till they go have some real grandma's cooking and find.
Yeah, but the only way you would know that is you have to start from scratch. You don't start getting a 3-course meal. You start from the Walmart shopper.
That's
and then when you get it, you know, like, oh, hey, I like this. I know what I don't like. So when people say they're married, it's like, yeah, but 80% of us ain't. That's why I listen to a married man before I will a single one, real honestly and straight up. But I tell them, you still speaking pig Latin, because most of our black men are raised in a woman's. So I hear what you're saying. It's like, this is the pinnacle. Well, them black men got to get 18, confident, money, be able to deal with women, get swag, be able to talk to them, this, and then get married to the perfect woman. Do you know what that consists of?
Well,
In this day and age, not 20 years ago, when y'all, in 2022, they need men like you that will make them think, and men like me that will give them confidence. A father.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But are they going? But this is my point about the YouTube thing. Are they going to be receptive to it?
Yes.
Because I can lead you to the water.
I'm a leader of men. Yes.
I can't make you drink the water, though.
It doesn't matter. That ain't your purpose.
Yeah,
your purpose is to speak. If this was irregular for you, it will be hard. This is nothing. The most best eloquence, it's nothing to them. It's nothing. You don't have to be nothing but you. You ain't got to try hard. You ain't got to work hard. It's nothing. And I was a leader of men. I know what I hear.
Facts.
Stop.
I mean, Martin Luther King wasn't the toughest man, but you weren't getting close to him because he had a voice and he had a word that people loved. You see, them white people got some crazy people that, Lord have mercy, they got some crazy ones.
But see, and this is where Martin Luther King is better than me, and I'll admit this. I don't give a fuck. If I give you the game and you don't accept it, I can easily move on and say, oh well, fuck it.
Have you ever told them why? Like you said, you said, you want to know what? I'm gonna tell them fuck it. Have you ever told them, you want to know why you fucked? Have you ever came back real and told them fucking point blank period? Not before. Like when the pushback is this, you always should have you a clip. You are too intelligent not to have a whole clip.
Let me let Kyia answer that one. I think Kyia is enough to know if I go in depth in giving them this ism. Do I go in depth, Kyia? I go balls deep into giving these motherfuckers the game. And the funny part about it, Army vet, the deeper I go, the more nonsensical it sounds to them. The more pushback I get, because the deeper I get into it, it's kind of like Sugar Bum's comment. They're just looking for me to slip. And they figure, hell, keep letting the elevator go up, because when he slips, it'll be a greater catastrophe from him slipping off the 99th floor than it is off him slipping off the second floor. Second floor is only going to break a leg or bruise himself. But the 99th floor, we got front page sensational news now. So let's let B9 build himself up just enough. When we pull the rug from his ass, there can be a big fall. And I'm too smart for that. My name is worth too much in my circles where I don't necessarily need a bigger name on a bigger platform or on a national platform. Local politics is good enough for me. If the people in my neighborhood and the people that I actually live with and rock with on a day-to-day basis know that they can knock on my door and get the man that you all are, and not you personally, but as a whole, you all are shunning, that's y'all loss. I'm fine with it, because the work still gets done on my behalf, and I get to see the reaction and actually shake the hand, and they get to feel my presence, so what I'm doing or trying to give to y'all is I'm not inventing something. I'm not trying to make the perfect omelet in front of you. My restaurant has been a 5-star restaurant and been locally established for decades. I'm trying to now give this culinary art to you as the masses.
Franchise out.
And for whatever reason, every time I give because y'all ain't even on the topic, but when I bring up the topic of making food, then all of a sudden you want to overtalk me and tell me how your bacon is better than my bacon. You got it. You weren't even thinking about bacon till I brought it up. But the second I bring it up, your bacon's superior. God bless you.
See. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna be the confident one for B9. Since we got a nurse in the building, your brain is a muscle, man. You have to use it. You have to be challenged. You have to be wrong, right, otherwise indifferent, learn. Your brain is a muscle. Use it. That man knows. I only come up with you and Auntie Lynn because y'all make me think outside the box. The rest of these conversations is like me talking to a cardboard box because I already know the answers. And Kyia know the answers to the question. You know the answers to the questions already. So it's like I need somebody to challenge. I want to be wrong.
But it's okay. So let me tell you why you're actually wrong on this one. B. Simone.
Who is that? That girl?
Yeah, B. Simone just came out with a video
I heard about that.
talking about Martin Luther King's legacy is not a real legacy because he wasn't even a good husband. And how can you be a great leader of men and great leader of an entire race and movement when you weren't even a great leader in your own house? And this is after Coretta Scott King came out and said, and I quote, "The FBI investigation and tapes that they've given me, I don't believe. I believe my husband was completely faithful throughout our whole marriage because a lot of the information that they gave me of him being next to someone else, he was actually right next to me. So it's amazing how he could be in two places at one time." And let's not forget, end quote, but let's not forget the source of this information. One cross-dressing J. Edgar Hoover. So he's going to cover his cross-dressing tracks by saying, hey, look over there at that black guy. He's doing all the bad. He's cheating on his wife. He's doing this. So the spotlight's not on him while he's going around wearing high heels and his mother's pearls in his office. Having sex with his secretary of the FBI, who happened to also be male. So we don't pay attention to all of the facts.
Now I'm gonna have to get on my E-Black mode now.
But this black woman felt the need to side with J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI because she wanted to character assassinate one of the untouchables. Whether you like him or not, whether you believe in nonviolence or not, he is untouchable in the black community. And
no, he's not.
And once again, and if black people don't recognize that his legacy is untouchable, then I don't feel bad not leading these motherfuckers, Army vet.
My mother told me this. My mother told me this at 15 when I was growing up. She said, "You are gonna be a great man with a great voice, but it's gonna be a black man that's gonna delete you." And she taught me that at 15, living in because I know what Jim Crow South means. I heard the stories. I know it. I know the churches. I grew up in Louisiana. I know about Louisiana State Police. So I have a very humbling view of life.
And you just hit the nail on the head right there. I don't care enough to be your target. I just don't. I don't care enough. And I love myself too much to even in a subconscious way want to self-delete myself. And I know if I put myself out there.
No, not self.
No.
Another black man gonna end up.
Hear me out. Martin Luther King self-deleted because he knew that him going to the point that he had to go to, they were going to take him out. He knew it. I'm not willing.
That's a leader.
I'm not willing to go that far for y'all. I'm not. I love my kids and my family too much to put myself on Front Street and
that ain't your fight.
And take
you're intelligent. That's not your fight. That'll be my fight. That's what I do. That's what I'm built for.
It would be your fight, but that wouldn't change the fact that I would still be the target.
But why are you the target?
Because
that's the question. B9, are you married?
Yeah. 20.
Why. There you go. I'm trying to figure this out. And now I get it. They can't attack nothing else about you but your intelligence. Oh, well, not on the YouTube, they stress married and they stress being right. But where I'm from, intelligence mean I'm willing to be wrong. But the crazy thing is the person that you're talking to,
you see through the bullshit. You see through the bullshit. You see through the bullshit, Army vet. That's all that comes down to, because that's why me and Kyia align on this platform. That's why I make time to come on her platform, because everything that Kevin Samuels talked about, everything that all of these YouTubers think that they want to achieve in life, me and Kyia have already lived it. We're still living it. We are the fucking results that you are trying to get to. And
I know where to go.
And just because it does not come in a 3-piece suit or this or that does not mean that the success is not there. Kyia can get up right now and make $250,000 a year like that, because none of this has gone anywhere. None of this. When she gives you nursing information, she knows what the fuck she's talking about, because she can walk into any hospital right now and walk out with a job right now. So when you have someone who can give you that kind of cachet, why don't you let her talk sometimes?
See, I look at her like you.
That she deserves, and give her the accolation and give her the flowers that she deserves right here, right now.
She's a threat.
Bingo. Because instead of
it's more than what you see, though.
It's a cream versus crab mentality. The best way to be Kyia is to respect and honor Kyia. But they think that they can be Kyia the 50 Cent way by replacing Ja Rule. I'm going to assassinate you and then become you.
You want to know why she's special? She will hear you out.
She's special because
all the shit that they say about women that you want as a woman, that will hear you say your bullshit and just will be like, well, I disagree. I'm like, hello. I'm like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not seeing what Kyia is doing underneath every shit that she be doing. Maybe I don't see it.
No,
maybe I'm not
reading. Right. No, you are right. But I
with these people, man.
I just have a different way of putting it. The way I put it is, Kyia has what B9 has. She has that I don't give a fuck gene. So she can listen to all of that shit. You can have any conversation, any this and that, whatever. Because when she clicks the X box on her computer, She don't give a fuck. Bye, exactly. And that's how I am. That's why I can walk away from YouTube and be just fine, Army vet. I promise you, no sleep will be lost. You know, if because I did not come here on no daddy gray shit. I was not here to build a congregation. I'm here to, like you say, have the conversation.
Yeah, yes. Help me think, man. Help me help me now.
I not
did all the tough stuff.
If I have to come on YouTube at being a married man and a father of 5, if I have to come on YouTube to get an amen corner, I fucked up. I fucked up somewhere.
Pretty much.
Real bad.
It took forever for her to get my stuff out. I don't care. I'm trying to bring veterans to their sons playing Call of Duty and football. It'll help them bond and this and they'll see. That's why I do it. I'm doing it anyway with my kids. Might as well. Hey, come on in with the fun. I'm gonna make some money with it. Really? Okay, cool. That's it. My job is done. God told me what to do. If he got my calling, he know how to tap me on the shoulder and be like, hey, I got something for you.
But when I'm trying to give these motherfuckers works universally, I have been married 21 years, but that does not guarantee me 22 years or 23 years or 25 or this. So as married as I am today is as single as I can be tomorrow. It ain't gonna change me though. Yeah. I'm the same motherfucker, married or single. So the things that I'm giving y'all is not based on me being married. Me being married just happens to be the result of what you get when you are who I am. Just like a salary. When you go to school and you get the knowledge, Kyia is not seeking $250,000. But once again, if she wants it, it's easily obtainable because she has the knowledge. That's what she really wanted, though, was the knowledge of medicine, the knowledge of nursing, the knowledge of the healthcare industry. It just so happened that that knowledge comes with a very, very hefty payday. But that's the side effect of it. My marriage in the years, that's the side effect of who I am and what I am. That situation can change. My children, I'm about to be an empty nester. My situation has changed. I'm the same motherfucker though.
Yeah, same stuff happened to me. So I totally get what you're saying. Yeah. But in your defense, gotta go back on you. Real women know there are 2 types of men. Husbands and everything else. Mm-hmm. So you have to attack. If you have a man that's a good man as a you have to attack his. What else you gonna do? What?
But how many real women are on YouTube? There's some. We got the Just Kyas. We got the housewives. We got the Miss Ties. We got a few out here that's trying and speaking up on our behalf and trying to get things back in God's order. However, most of the ones that are doing that don't have time for this shit. Just like the ones that are really good wives make terrible TV Atlanta housewives. Because a good wife, there's no drama there. Hey, where's my dinner? Right here.
Because so entertaining. So entertaining.
Ain't no drama there. I need a woman that say, your dinner? Motherfucker, you ain't no dinner. You better go take your ass in there and make your motherfucking dinner. That's where the ratings come in. That's what skills. That's what draws people in. Lapeef's show would be nothing without KA. Nothing, because people tune in for that back and forth. They don't want to really see a model of what it really looks like. They don't want to come into B9's home for real, because it's boring. There's not enough bells and whistles here. Okay, well, B9, you say you make a certain amount of money. Well, how come you make all this money and you're not driving fancy cars with fancy rims? And how come when I look in your background, I don't see things shining or blinging off the background? And I try to explain to people with real money don't do these things.
Right. Right. Right.
So when you actually see a person not doing these things, now he's a liar. Now he's just disingenuous.
But that's most men in the United States. That's why I'm saying I believe it's 80%. Like how they say the good is 80% overweight women and 20%. That's what I honestly believe. It's 80% of men is us, and the 20% is just getting to play.
But based off your analogy,
the average man only make 43,000. I don't know how they getting up to 100,000 on these YouTube channels so quick.
But based off your analogy, I'm that 20% supermodel chick that is going back to the other 80% of quote unquote normal to fat chick, letting them know I will be the bridge. I will be the one, and who's the girls who turn this into plus size supermodels and BBWs and all of the King magazine models where they got to be more curvy and shapy. They created a lane where they bridged, because when I grew up, it was those Twiggy models. It was the models that they literally had to have less titties than I have to be considered a supermodel. And it's just like, I don't want to fuck no boy body. I want a woman's body. But they control the whole outlook. And so the women that I found beautiful didn't find themselves beautiful because they had stretch marks right where their ass was. And I'm like, well, how else can you have that bubble butt that I'm looking for without those stretch marks? I'm really questioning shit if you have that bubble butt and there's no stretch marks.
Well, it depends on your age.
I don't give a fuck. I come from a school where if I don't
get what you deserve
and I see voluptuous bustiness, you might be a dude. And I want no parts of that.
Thank God I'm from the South.
Yeah. I don't
built like that down here.
Oh yeah, and that's my point. Them grits and cornbread is real down there.
Yes, sir.
So that's what I'm talking about, and that's reality.
Go in there right now, Brown.
But we have to be able to bridge that gap. And so I know the game, but I'm not a coon. I'm not what you would consider the Brian Gumble uppity nerdy. I'm a real nigga, but I got that nerdy.
Oh, I get it, B9.
Really?
You had a dad.
I'm trying to bridge that.
Oh God, B9.
I'm here to give them game, and they don't want
it. You don't understand that they have no fucking clue what you talking about. Being a man, no idea how to get married. They don't have an idea how to talk to a woman without yelling at her, telling what's wrong with her. Oh, you dude. 80% of these dudes out here grew up without a father. I am not the man you see before me if I didn't get that upbringing and went to the military and was raised by a Black Panther. You wouldn't have got this. I didn't know what a father was. I grew up single mother. I had to understand from them white dudes and black dudes and Asian dudes and these dudes going fighting. Listen, B9 do not make a mistake. A mistake is when you tell a soldier to go flank and he hit a roadside bomb and his casket come back. That's a mistake. This is conversation, little people. Oh, my bad. This is what happened when you bust your ass at 18. Now we get to let me stop. I told you I ain't gonna do it.
Once again,
I ain't gonna do it.
But see, and this is what I hate, because I hate getting older. I hate admitting that I'm getting older, and I'm noticing that this is a generational thing. The three people have no problem with accountability. You know, we can gladly admit that we made a mistake. Okay, I'm going to sleep now, and I'm gonna get a good fucking 8 hours in. It's gonna great REM sleep. My eyes gonna be going back and forth.
How many out there are successful?
Everybody else.
Success. That's success you're talking about.
Yeah, because everyone else, their success is tied to their cell phone. If I don't have X amount of followers on Twitch or Patreon members or some type of what app or whatever the new thing, TikTok or whatever, then I'm not worth anything. And what I'm trying to explain to people is that quality will always be quantity. If I have 50 good people, why do I need 1 million subscribers? What's the point?
If you save one, you done did God's job.
They're the same people that will quote a Drake song talking about no new friends, or you wasn't in the gym with me working out and you don't deserve this and that. But then the second that they have an opportunity, everybody's welcome, the doors open, and these new people, for whatever reason, validate you. That's the reason why I can walk away, because none of them have or ever will validate me. There's no one in Washington D.C. that knows me by B9. Nobody. I'm B Nizzle in DC, or the Nizzle. That's what people know me as. And if you say my name in DC, you will get feedback on it. Period. But they don't know me as B9. Only you all know me as B9. So it does not change anything or the real impact that I'm having in real life and in real society for B9 to disappear.
Yeah, I get it. I ain't even got no pushback. Damn. You just spiked the damn ball.
But
I ain't got shit.
And it can only be that way because I'm of your same ilk. Before YouTube, you were Army vet. You know what I'm saying? Because you were Army vet way before YouTube, it allowed you to come to YouTube and be Army vet. And when someone else has their way of talking things, you can either agree with them to validate it, or you can pull their car like, no. Now you're bullshitting. And we know, well, Army vet said it, so we're not going with what you said, Slim. We already know Army vet is an Army vet, and he's a rational human being. So we going with what he says over what you say.
Man, I just was so impressed, and I'll tell you this. They didn't even realize how many religions was up there. I was like, what is do y'all see you have this and this and this? I was like, what the hell? But you had two Christians fighting. I'm like, come on, dude, you got Jewish up there. I was like, okay, she can give her perspective of having this, and then we got that. I was like, okay, here we go. It didn't go nothing like what I thought it would. It wasn't quite. The key, I thought they would key in on they don't believe in Jesus. Why? They missed the whole topic because they was arguing. I'm like, you could have helped out so many Christians, but you were so stubborn.
And what does the word Christian mean? The one word Christian means what to most other religions?
I thought it was Christ-like.
And now to Christians, it's Christ-like. But to other religions, what is it? What do they hear? What do Muslims and Judaism and all other religions hear when they hear Christian?
Evil.
New Testament.
I don't read it.
They read, but Christ is
I
only,
never read it.
but Christ is only referenced in the New Testament.
It's all First Testament. My grandmama never let me read Second.
Correct me if I'm wrong, just Kai, because you shaking your head.
Yeah, she right, dog. She questioned me on the same thing. We talked about this before.
Christ is referred to in the First Testament, in the Old Testament.
Okay, and how much of the Old Testament is referring to him?
I don't know. I wouldn't be comfortable saying how much, but
not much.
But hold on, before you get deep, I know you still listening, Sugar Bum. You see that? I just admitted that I was wrong, and I did not lose
what?
Over it.
I'm clueless right now.
Kyia just corrected me on Jesus being referenced in the Old Testament, and I receive it, and I'm learning something. See, this is why I don't have a problem with being wrong, because this is how I learn. And all I want to do is learn. I don't want to come and be a know-it-all. I want to learn. So
I need to read this. I need to read it.
Continue though, Kyia. Keep educating.
No, well, okay, I'll put it this way. The Old Testament is all about referencing the coming and of Christ and what it was going to happen and what to expect in the New Testament where he's coming. So that's why when Jesus did walk here as human and for example, he referenced the Old Testament a lot to prove you have already heard about me. You have been looking for me, and here I am, and you don't believe me, So that was his, he was always referencing the Old Testament. That's what it's all, for the most part, about.
Was he referencing the Messiah or as Jesus Christ?
As the Savior.
Yeah.
But not by name.
Not by name, no.
Which goes back to my point. And because you are a Christian, you are not a Messiah in or a Savior in. You are a Christian. The root word of what you are is Christ. And
really, I'm Pentecostal, whatever that means.
But there's only reference to Christ in the New Testament. So my point of it is when other religions hear Christian, they hear book that I've already rejected.
Yes.
So regardless of what you're saying, they've rejected the entire text.
Yes.
They're not going to allow you to pull clips out of it and say, okay, I don't like the Asian religion involved with it, but I'll still take the clips of yoga out because yoga is good for my mind and spirit, even though I won't take the spirituality that comes.
I know where you're going.
They don't allow that with Christianity. The whole block is like government cheese. The whole block is out. So they're not taking any of it. So that's why a Muslim can't live next to a Jew, but they both can have a Christian live in between them, because in their mind, what you believe is make-believe. So both sides are laughing at you, because in their mind, they're like, well, you believe the make-believe part. We only believe the part that everybody has come together on. There's even though I might read the Quran or I might read the Torah or whatever, I still have no pushback on the Old Testament. So
remember, I was also raised to disagree that how to say it. I believe in the Bible, but I believe in God.
Interesting. Me and Kai had this conversation.
I think the Bible is a group of stories God passed down for man to live by to get closer to God, to get closer to himself. These are living testaments, living stories that if you're going through something, pick that up and it'll help you go through it. At your worst time, your best time, pick that book up and it will help you go through it. Don't worry, I'm by you. But you learn this afterwards. That's why I love her. She believes that. She believed her story is her story and God got her here and you ain't telling her shit else.
As well she should.
That's a Christian. But that's somebody that believes.
But
that he got
okay,
her back.
there we go. Now I will go with that. But it is not a Christian. It is not, and that's where I have a problem, is that Christians try to franchise what is unfranchisable. You do not get to franchise faith. You do not get to franchise belief, because there are some very stark Muslims out there. There are some very hardcore atheists out there. There are very hardcore.
I can talk to them. They easy. They arguing about a CEO. They ain't arguing about God. They arguing about a CEO.
And not to say that you
They're
can't.
arguing about a vice president, not God. The vice president. Who they vice president is. That's basically who they arguing about.
Right, and I'm not saying that you can't argue about them.
That's why it's easy to debate them, because you ain't talking about God. You're talking about his left-hand man. So it's easy to talk about something I know you're going to talk about.
But from your perspective, I agree with you. It is easy to talk about. But because I'm built the way that I'm built and Kyia's built the way that she's built, I have no choice but to assume that they have the same fuck it gene that we have.
Yes.
So though you might win the debate and have the best argument in the world, they also have the ability to hit the X button on their computer, and when their screen is blank and empty, say, fuck everything Army Vet said. I'm still believing the way I want to believe, and I'm gonna get some pussy tonight, but I'm still
That's why I was late. I don't know why these dudes up here at 8 o'clock on the set. Well, I'm like, come on now, players. It was time like what? No, up this late. You ain't out. I was gonna come, go. Hey. What the fuck? What? Please tell me life. It's Memorial Day weekend. What the hell? Walmart packed.
Message.
Message. You got me on that. I was
telling you, boy. I don't get it. That's why I love her. She know they full of shit. It's entertainment to her, and I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm learning. I'm learning.
And full disclosure, me and Kai have our arguments. We have our disagreements as well. But at the end of the day, I know how unicornish Kai is. And it's worth having an argument with someone that's a unicorn versus getting along with a regular old ass. Like,
they heart not in the right spot.
I mean, and it's just reality. You're going to choose that unicorn over that donkey 1,000,000 out of 1,000,000 times. So the reality of it is that I just hope and pray that Kyia is wise enough to realize that in the same way Army Vet is his own unicorn, B9 is his own unicorn. And you don't devalue unicorns. End of story. And that's the whole thing about the Martin Luther King thing with the B. Simone thing. What if Martin Luther King did cheat on his wife? What if Martin Luther King was out here Bill Cosbying it up? Does it change his legacy? Does it change what he did for civil rights? How he ended separate water fountains and separate buses routes, and
you're talking like a single dad. I mean, a married father. That if your daughter said that, you would slap her in the mouth. No, single mom gonna let that happen.
But that,
come on, dog. You know, if your daughter said that, come on, be not. Your father was married. You know that is disrespectful for a child to say that. You know, come on now, stop.
Hey, salute to B9. Salute to Army Vest.
What's up, player?
Go ahead, West in the world. What's up, 84?
Ain't seen you in a minute, B9. What's good, man?
What's cracking like?
You know, you're looking like you're 25, man. You're looking like you're 25 out here. But yeah, man. Listen, I think people only say that bullshit because they don't know how hard it was for us back then. If y'all knew how fucking hard it was for us back then, where we had to eat, where we had to go through, you know what I'm saying? Having to go to the back of the restaurant, you can't even sleep you can't sleep in a Marriott Hilton. You got to sleep in a shed or some other bullshit or wherever they want you to sleep in. People constantly call you the N-word. You're a grown person. You're working. Somebody who's a kid calling you boy or calling you girl. You have to answer to that, or else you're gonna pay the price. See, we don't know how hard it.
What happened?
Oh, did I do something? Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
I think I pushed. I'm sorry.
That's all good. We don't know how hard it was for them back then. If we knew how hard it was for them back then, we wouldn't be saying all the stuff about Dr. King. We wouldn't. We wouldn't at all. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but
that's just a natural fact.
But even deeper than that, 84, people don't understand how much hope was lacking back then. Like, people don't understand that the phrase "Black is beautiful" was not invented yet. So
how many black families? You speaking like a married man again?
Black was literally considered ugly and accepted as ugly by black people. So let's say worst case scenario that Martin Luther King fucked all of these women.
I don't even care.
Did it not give those women hope? Did it not make those women feel beautiful for maybe the first time in their life? And Martin Luther King wasn't no supermodel, y'all. Martin Luther King was 5'3".
5'3".
Yeah, little preacher.
5'3", bald head, big head, rock head, country nigga.
I got your back, B9.
Yeah, he wasn't a Malcolm X. Malcolm X was actually a very handsome man, and he was actually he's actually tall. You know
but basically what B9 is saying is they knew this back then about him. They wouldn't dare disrespect this man's name. And how dare you? If that was one of us, our grandma would called us on the phone and slapped the shit out of us over the phone. Who are you talking about like that?
Name me any white hero of any genre, and I'll give you dirt on.
Damn that dude. Name one black grandmama that'll let that slip out your mouth.
Name me any Asian leader or public figure, and I'll give you the dirt on them.
Oh, B9, even better, B9, even better. That Elvis movie that's about to come out. They're making it seem like he's a hero and he just loved everybody and he was so good and he cared. He never cared about us at all. You know what I mean? He stole our music. He stole everything from us.
And this is the example I gave earlier, 84, in reference to Jesus, but it applies here too. Make Superman black and watch America crumble. Make Superman black and watch you'll get another Donald Trump as president. Guaranteed. You want to see white people running to the Capitol again? Make Idris Elba Superman.
I always say to people that's racist, B9.
And he still fucks a white Lois Lane.
I always say to racist people, I said when you die and you close your eyes and you see my face, don't be scared. I say that to racist people all the time.
And if you can't have a make believe.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Just got it. I'm a little slow.
My grandma used to tell me that back in the day. I caught it.
That's
just got it.
I caught it.
But if you can't have a fictitious hero change colors, how can you do it with a real person? How can you do it with a real person? How is it that America would shit on itself if we made Superman black? We're so comfortable with Caesar Borgia being the representative of Jesus Christ.
Now I gotta have the Southern pushback a little bit, B9.
Mm-hmm.
Grandmama talk. These white folks don't care nothing about you. They fucking created you. Don't ever think they think you're gonna be smarter than them. They always understand you are in an occupied country. This is not your home. These rules were set up for them, not you.
Yep.
Your home is Africa. They left you over here.
All right.
Adapt.
That's a lie. That's a lie, number one.
Well, some of us was already here.
Yeah, that's a lie. We were here.
I'm talking about the ones that were nicknamed niggas.
Yeah,
created by birth and rights. Them, not the ones that was already.
Most niggas got here through South America.
Yeah.
So through South America, they came here on their own. They were Moors. They were they were great sailors. They came to America about. We have documentation and statues that date back 20,000 years.
Oof.
It was not a mistake. They did not come from Africa. They actually came from Italy because they had already ruled Italy and other parts of Europe for centuries. So
didn't they breed with the Native Americans? That's why they that color.
Well, see, the Native Americans actually, their genealogy goes back to Genghis Khan, actually.
Yeah, so, but what? Because a lot of people think black people were mating with Native Americans, and it wasn't us.
Yeah, no. See, Native Americans got.
So was it the Moors?
Yeah, the Moors. See, Native Americans. See, the Moors built the same pyramids that Egypt gets credit for. The Moors and the Olmec build those same pyramids in South America and Mexico. And if you word board and Soul Train word board Olmec, it spells out Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
So that's.
Oh,
I know my history back then. I had to.
So
that's they said we got to the Americas by way of the Ice Age, though. That we crossed over the ice. That's what I heard.
Roots. That's true. Well, see, we actually went to America when Earth was a Pangea.
Yeah. Only four races.
Before it separated, we actually just walked over. And then earthquakes and like you say, ice ages and all of these massive
one race
changes, we now have the world that we now have now that's separate.
Mm-hmm.
But
what's the difference, B9? Any other race, what's the difference? Any other race on this planet, what's the difference that makes you a nigger? No other race did this.
Well, see, and this is my point. No other race did this because no other race is a man-made race.
Every other race has been conquered and made slaves. No other race made a race mate with each other.
But every other
breed with each other for the purpose of slavery. No other race has that history but us. And not us, American niggas.
But not only but that might be true, but the deeper problem with it is regardless of what other cultures, other races, and other nations went through, they've always had land and a flag to associate themselves with.
Culture.
At the end of the day, no matter how much they get dogged, they're still Scottish. They're still Mexican. They're still Italian. We're the only man-made people where we cannot comfortably claim to be American, even though we built America. And
but
that's
you know the stories of your grandmother. You just sat up here and was like, "Do you know how strong your make it?" That's
Question.
what. Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. Quick question. So there were white Moors too.
Once again, Moors ran Europe.
They made it with each other.
Yeah.
To become white.
So the Moors were the first. People give white people too much credit for
Because they're saying here when I look it up, in European would be distinguished between black Moors and white Moors.
Because certain Moors blended with white other races, and our Moors blended with black people and became the split. So that's why you have, if you keep having sex with if a black and a white person have sex enough times, their kid gonna turn out being white.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know you were going to the sex portion. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
but
that's why you can have it.
But the part that you have to add is, and this is what most people don't realize even about our history today. An Army vet can back me up on this one. When you win a war on someone else's land, one of the first things you do is you take their riches and you fuck their women. That's the result that you get for losing the war. That's why we made pinup girls and all of that stuff, because we knew if we lost the war, the result is the Japs was gonna come in and fuck our women.
But that's the discussion about.
Look how many Asian wives World War I veterans brought back because they whipped their ass.
But that's why I say I'd stop reading past that, because with your logical, which is very good, and I take it to another level, that means everybody should be a Moor, because you can't tell. You don't know, because they breed with everybody. So everybody walking can be one right now. You don't know, because you can't define what one is.
Bingo. And because of that, that's why you had to burn books. That's why you had to create what's called a New World Order. And what was America? The New World.
Question, can I answer? I have another question real quick. Sorry, so they had, it was back, it seemed like back then when we're talking about the Moors, it seemed like it's exactly kind of what's going on now, like the Moors and the norms. And then it's seeing like the norms are like regular, but the Moors are more cultural structure and people of togetherness, where the norms is setting the standard.
I don't know. I thought they was the chosen.
Remember when I first came on here and I told you that white people have never created anything?
Okay. So that's
came up here and I told you that white people are BA.
They only made it better or something you said.
They make the product better.
Mm-hmm.
But Bina is absolutely right, though.
So everything that we are quote unquote victim to through white society is everything that they were victim to through Moor society.
And it's crazy you said that, because from the Moors, it says another key characteristic of the norms are to strengthen what was already established in society through being more positive than negative responses.
So, Kyia, is Jesus
I'm going to miss you all so much. I'm going to miss you all.
Where are you going?
Oh, I told you, I'm dead serious. I'm done with YouTube. I'm going to miss you.
Be not serious. I've been seriously trying to convince this dude.
Vet, before you ask your question, I just want to build on something that Bina said. And that's why everything that I tell people, like when people want to argue about like religion, or they want to argue about customs, or even everything else, I said everything that we've gotten, we only are getting half of the story. Everything that we're getting has to be pre-approved, right? They're not gonna let you read everything, and if they don't want you to read it, guess what? Like B&I said, they burn it. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna burn it, or they're gonna make sure that you don't get privy to it. Shout out to Hebrew Apocalypse. You know what I'm saying? And then also, like, even down to the foods that we eat or the clothing that we wear, it has to be approved by somebody else. Even animals that you have in your home has to be approved by somebody else. Everything that you have has to be approved by somebody else.
What do
You know
you
what I mean?
do when you celebrate Christmas? Historically, what do you really do? You might in your mind and in your heart be really celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ and this and that. But what are you really doing when you celebrate the Christmas holiday between December 24th all the way to January 2nd? What are you really historically celebrating?
Self-centeredness.
Roman pagan holiday.
Oh, that's what everything.
Yeah, but come on, we parents. Come on now, we're doing that shit for our kids.
I'm not saying that
some don't. My bad. Some don't. My bad. I forgot who I was talking to.
Yeah, I'm not saying that your intention is wrong. You're doing it for pure reasons. You're doing it for honest reasons. But this education that we have received would have you moving totally different if it was proper education.
You're right. Because I was finna put my imprint on, like I'm telling my kids, hey, your mom gonna get you this for Christmas, so they know.
If you really knew the truth that Jesus was born in what now will be considered September, because Julius Caesar and Augustus added the month of July and August to the calendar.
Oh wow!
And do the math. What does Deca mean?
Deca mean deck, so that would be like.
I know what that means.
Deck means 10.
That's what I say. You could.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So are you trying to say spring is summer is spring?
Yeah, no, what I'm talking about is deck means 10. So why is it the 12th month? Here's another one for you, Kai, since I fucked up the other one. What does octo mean, Kyia?
Octo, is that water or October?
That's 8, right?
Octo is 8.
Oh, okay.
So why is it the 10th month and not the 8th month? I'll wait.
Who said that?
It says it in the name.
Oh, October.
Now, if you take away July and August, October would make sense, wouldn't it? It would be the 8th month.
So why July and August? How were they added?
They were added because of power.
Culture.
They were added because of the New World Order that I speak of. They were added because the arrogance of Julius Caesar and Augustus said, I'm going to put myself in history forever. Even if you don't believe in my system, you will go off my calendar system, thus believing in me.
Talking about.
The system before them was perfect. Everything was 360 degrees. But now all of a sudden we have 365 and 1/4 days. How did we do that? How do we get 5 extra days out of the calendar system?
B9 is an intelligent Uzi.
An intelligent Uzi.
But watch this. Watch this, B9. I get what you're saying because I had that question at 10. You know what my grandmama told me? That means nothing. B9, tell people why that shit is important.
It is important because you are in their system regardless. You can be Muslim, you can be Jewish, whatever. But if you are accepting their calendar system, you are accepting their system. And what's worse than accepting something consciously is accepting something subconsciously, because now you are a slave to it. You can't stop it if you try. I've seen women cry because they don't want to be emotional. They wish they could be logical, but they just can't control the science and the estrogen and the chemistry in them. and they just gotta cry no matter whether they mad, whether they happy, whether they sad. Girl, I love you. Oh, he loves me. They don't have any control over this.
I always say the greatest resource is not money, it's time.
And the reason why it's important is because, especially from a believer standpoint, the devil's greatest trick is making you think he doesn't exist. So you think that you are around everything godly, and who's right there just like air, invisible, tasteless, smellless, the devil.
Me and Kai said the same thing. When shit going good, that's when he loved to pop his ass in.
And when he pop in, the room don't smell no different, do it? We don't feel, like on the movies, we don't feel the wind blowing the hair like a presence has come in. No, it's still business as usual. If anything, you just start feeling better about yourself. More confident. You start hanging your own self. They start giving you the rope. Just like I said earlier, Kai, they waiting for B9 to get up to the 99th floor. Then they want to push me off because it's more sensational versus pushing me off of the second floor.
I get it. Because I'm scared to go on the YouTube spaces because I don't have time. And basically you're saying, I don't want to deal with y'all because I ain't got time.
But B9, why are you leaving YouTube though?
He ain't got time.
No, I'm leaving YouTube is because I have built a real brand and a name for myself in reality. And I have come on YouTube to bring my real life experiences to other people so that it can become their real life experiences. Not to debate, not to go back and forth, not the things that I'm bringing, I didn't think were debatable, to be honest with you. Buy stocks, buy cryptocurrency, buy real estate.
Smart ass dude, they need you.
Try to buy them as low as possible, and hold on to them so that they will appreciate in value, and then sell them at the zenith point.
I got a question for you. I got a question. And I want to speak towards the dudes that is struggling, working a 9-to-5, working at Walmart, got 2 baby mamas, 2 kids, child support. Them the ones I'm trying to elevate. The ones that like, dude, I'm living check to check. How do I? Because that's what they asked me, and I'm like, dude, I made my sacrifice. I was taught if you work hard at 18, you can retire at 45 if you bust your ass as a man.
Look at me.
I retired at 30. So
look at me, Army vet. I don't have to look this way. I have enough money where I can be as clean cut and as sharply dressed as the next mother.
I'm still trying, B9. I'm still
I
trying.
can do that shit if I want to do it.
I still shoot shots.
I don't want to do it, Army vet.
But these dudes need a father figure.
Because I understand that I'm more relatable to you like this.
No, you are more relatable to these boys that need a mentor.
But I'm looking for the same guy that you looking for. I'm looking for the baby daddies.
You can't look for them.
I'm looking for them because
when all these other people, because of who they was, people came. But they wasn't shit when they first started.
I don't care.
The word came around. The authenticity came around. Hey, I'm gonna be here doing my thing. You get it. And then there'll be somebody in the comments like, hey, can I talk to you about something? You save one. God, please. Whew. I just know it's so many young men need. Why you think they here?
I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. To be honest with you, I'm here to serve God, and God.
That's my last clip.
And God told me to help, and so I helped. But and like I said, maybe I need to grow as a person. That's very highly likely that I got some growing to do too.
No, you good.
And I don't run away from that. But I'm not willing to sacrifice my reputation that it has taken me over 40 some odd years to build.
I understand that.
Just because some little young hot bitch don't like what B9's saying.
They your twin. They your twin.
I mean, and it comes down to that. Like I said, what B. Simone did to Martin Luther King, what all of these women are doing to Kevin Samuels, speaks volume to me. Because I'm not going to help you as much as Martin Luther King helped you. I'm not going to help you as much as Kevin Samuels helped you. And if
it's not going to be a black. It's not going to be a black man to help a black woman.
Him, you definitely ain't going to appreciate me. And the one thing that I'm not about doing is wasting my time. My time is too valuable.
But you're not wasting your time, B9.
I'm telling you not. I done grew just by this right here. I done grew. And you don't think I'm gonna pass what knowledge I come on, dude. Stop. That muscle is thinking as you speaking. Pause.
But I'm gonna tell you the problem with it. And this is true 84 a little bit. And I understand why 84 does it, because 84 is a businessman and he understands demographics. So I understand and I respect it, but I still don't agree with the protection of women and their bad behavior. Because they have a perspective, you are right. They are entitled to their perspective. They are entitled to, but it does not align with me. And I don't hold the women accountable. I hold the men accountable.
Yeah, that's what I do. I always blame myself. I'm gonna have to explain.
I don't go on Sir Hale's platform anymore. I don't go on Black Man Unfiltered's platform anymore. Not because of Sir Hale and not because of Black Man Unfiltered. I don't go on Sir Hale because of Genesis. And because Sir Hale refuses to check Genesis, I'm out. I don't go on Black Man Unfiltered because he now rocks with Chaotic Truth. And because he refuses to check Chaotic Truth, I'm out. I don't listen to or rock with Lapeef anymore because they refuse to check KA or Kayla, and they allow that buffoonery to take on just for the sake of views. Is it working out for them? Hell yeah. They making the money. And that's why at the end of the day, like I say, I understand where you coming from, 84. I understand.
No, but it's deeper. You don't, B9. You don't.
Okay. And that's why I'm having a conversation with you. I can be wrong. Please correct me.
Let me tell you why. And Kyia will tell you this because she knows this. Y'all are viewing the circus, but y'all don't see what's behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't see what's behind the curtain. If you see what's behind the curtain, your whole perspective will change. You know what I mean? Because you wouldn't be deterred. You would still spread your message. You got to understand, some of these people, they're not going to be here within a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months. They're not going to be here. Okay? But you never allow anybody to make you stop your narrative. You're going to have detractors. You're going to have people that don't want to hear what you got to say. You're going to hear people that don't want to do certain things. And the thing is, let me tell you why I'm giving you this context, because I'm in the backstage meetings. I'm in the private conversations. Kyia knows this more than anybody. I'm a part of different groups. I'm a part of different chats. There's people that I'm talking to right now that will blow your mind, B9. That I can just get in contact with at any point, any day, literally. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that to my own.
But what that got to do with what he just expressed?
No.
That's what I'm missing.
What I'm telling him is to not give up, because a lot of these people, like I said,
you said that watching.
Yeah, their creativity, their character, everything else, it's gonna fold.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I
it's
know
gonna
that.
fold. And listen. Once they fold, B9, you stand the test of time. You'll be able to roll right through, because they won't even be there no more. Because half of them don't even know what they're doing. More than half of them don't know what they're doing.
You have personality. You just don't know it.
Well, no.
He knows who he is. I mean, but his, and it's the last thing I want to say, B9, because I don't want to cut you off. You know what I mean? Because I do have a lot of respect for you. as an older gentleman and
Hell yeah.
as an elder. I have a lot of respect for you, man.
Elder.
He's older than me. He ain't the same age.
Oh, my bad.
He's older than me. I know you're older than me. You know what I mean? I'm still a fairly young man, but with that being said, I will say this, B9, like at the end of the day, whether there's gonna be some people that like what you're doing, or some gonna be some people that don't like what you're doing. Same thing with me. Some people like it, some people don't. It is what it is. At the end of the day, I have a goal in mind and I have a purpose, and I'm not letting nobody stop me from that. You know what I mean? My biggest example in life was my grandfather, who had a middle school education, and he took care of his whole family, including his two siblings. One sibling, one of my aunts, she had like 7 kids. My other aunt had 2. He took care of those kids and his own 2 children, and my grandmother, who was his wife. And he worked for the railroad for 30 some odd years. And he retired. When I went to his retirement party, it was nothing but white people. I ain't see a black person there but us. You know what I mean? But that man worked, and he took care of his family, and he retired. You know what I'm saying? He enjoyed a decade and a half over his retirement. He enjoyed a decade and a half of it. He's no longer here. God rest his soul. I really love my grandfather. I really respect him. But what he showed me and what he always taught me is, son, you never give up. You always keep going. You know
But
what I
did
mean?
you hear what Big Nine said, though, that he is influencing someone like in real life? Oh, okay. I didn't mean, I didn't mean to cut you off. I heard the ding, and
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
And the iron will that he invested in me is what I invest in everything I do. I'm not gonna give up, and I'm gonna continue to spread my message, and it's gonna be what it is. And whoever's rocking with it was rocking with it. But this train gonna keep moving.
Yeah,
but this is either I'm gonna keep going or I'm gonna run through you.
I know what B9 talking about.
I guess what I'm saying off your example, 84, do you think that your grandfather at the end of the day would have had time for you too?
It
That's what I was
depends.
going to say next.
If he wanted to do it, whatever he wanted to do, whether it was working at a railroad, whether it was gambling, whatever he wanted to do, whether it was watching baseball, whatever he wanted to do. When he really studies something, this man who can barely read, knew everything about every sport, knew everything from Kurt Flood to Jackie Robinson to Willie Mays to Allen Iverson. You know everything.
But he never quit the railroad to become a sports analyst. He never quit the railroad to become a professional gambler.
Yeah, I get it.
I get
so,
that.
I'm looking at it different now.
So although he was multifaceted, he still knew where his bread was buttered.
Yeah.
And
I get it.
Like your grandfather are not nostalgia to me.
You're looking at. I get how you're looking at.
No disrespect to your grandfather, but I am your grandfather. I am that dude that works around all of these white people that have to have the. I laugh a little bit at Army vet because I have not gone through the things Army vet goes through. But the intestinal fortitude that I have to show in my day-to-day life is way more than any YouTube channel could ever throw at me.
Yeah.
And I look at it different. I don't care what I do in life. My goal is to be married.
Samuels that people did not get is that in Kevin Samuels' world of Hollywood and makeup and glamour, he heard the most harsh things and said the most harsh things ever said. Bitch, to their face, bitch, you ugly. Take that off. That don't, you look like a man, or you don't look like enough like a man. You don't. They've said it all, and they're blunt, bold, and no cut cards about it. And if you don't like it, there's 50,000 bitches that would love to take your place on this runway. So
that's what I was used to.
Or get the fuck out.
That's what I was used to.
Where that I'm really from.
That's what I'm used to.
Bullshit to me is just that bullshit. Because if I really show you what I am and the world that I'm from, y'all would cower. You wouldn't believe the brutal honesty that I deal with on a day-to-day basis. So what you're really getting is, I promise you, you're getting what's that that watered down fake beer.
Near beer.
The old duels of B9. You're getting the old duels version.
I get him. I now.
No, but I listen, Beyond, I welcome all that.
You can't handle 19 proof beer.
No, I want it. Give me that. Give me that.
Looking at it,
you can handle it 80.
I get it. I get what he's saying.
But look how many other people have cowered and have gotten acting like they pissy drunk on old duels. Oh, I can drive home off these old duels B9 gave out.
B9. If you was a soldier getting out the military, I would tell you this. I don't give a fuck. Whatever you touch, you're gonna be successful. So I ain't worried about you. Holla at you. No matter what this fucking dude do, he gonna be successful. And so I get it. This, you know what I'm saying? You wouldn't tell the person that owns whatever that dude is, the iPod, that if he failed at something, well, I think you should really. No, you'll be like, dude, do something else. Because that's a brain.
Alone, Army vet.
I get it. It took me this whole time, but I get it.
I don't want to be alone. I'm not a real crab. I'm literally trying to elevate you. But instead of people recognizing that I'm giving them B9's version of TED Talk, they actually dialogue when they should be treating it like a monologue.
Dude, I love B9 on the panel. He say some shit and all your panel eyes just sit there stupid. That shit. Oh, Lord.
But you know, everybody can't handle it. That's the problem. And it's not for everybody. You know.
That part right there.
It is for everybody.
Everybody
want to be wrong.
The Eastern Regional Manager of Kodak. They're just not. I mean, it takes a special breed to be middle management in an office. I'm not that nigga, but there's a rack of people out there that literally were made for middle management.
But you also had a father and a grandfather that you knew, dude, you're gonna get knocked on your ass. Get the fuck back up.
What choice do you have?
Yeah, but that was ingrained in you by your father.
But that's the point. That's why everyone cannot handle it. And it's not for everyone. It's the deliverance, it's the message, and everybody can't even understand. And just like with the Kevin Samuels would take offense to it. Oh, he's attacking me, but it's not really that.
If I put my hand like this, I know 84 or Army vets gonna grab my hand and pull me up.
Yes.
But when I put my hand out there for other people, they gonna grab my hand, then they gonna start talking. Well, I went through this, B9, and I went through that, and I went through this, and I gotta listen to all of that shit. Then at the end, they'll pull me up.
Outside the box,
the fucking quicksand will be up to my head by the time they decide to pull me up.
Why? Why do not? I'm just thinking outside the box. Why?
Because they have to be heard.
Why?
Because no one's ever heard them before.
That's true.
And if someone of my ilk will validate your message, you know other people will validate your message.
Why do you validate?
But that's the problem. I'm not here to validate you.
But why do you respond to that? That's what I'm saying. You know. You cannot be intelligent and know somebody. You already know the answers to the question, and you're gonna get upset because this person not understanding 2 + 2 is 4. It's not for you to tell them that. If they don't grasp it, you still got to go on to the next lesson. Because if you were them, that's my job to sit there and be like, look, you'll grab somebody, like, tell that person what it is. Your job ain't to stop
not to stop your progression.
Yes, for one person.
I is the only one that's picking up on what I'm saying, that I already have a school in real life that my students actually are grasping that 2 + 2 is 4.
No. It wasn't that. It was. I was just thinking you were so intelligent.
Although I'll be leaving this YouTube charter school, where they're not.
That's fucked up. I'm gonna put that on a T-shirt.
I have a actual Montessori school where my students are, and like you say, all of my students come from a 2-parent household.
Why you think they tap dancing when you're wrong?
None of them need the lunch program.
But see, you're taking the easy route then if you go that way. That's the easy route. You're not being challenged.
No. He's saying they can't challenge them because they're not listening.
The problem is that the child that is not getting the home-fed lunches, that has to get the free lunch, the child that comes for the single parent, they should want it more.
100, but they don't know that.
You want to know why? Because B9 not in their face talking to them.
That part.
Whoa.
No, your presence, I can tell your presence can overwhelm somebody.
I'm a school teacher, so I can tell you the real reason.
Okay.
Your mama make sure B9 gets out of their face. The child.
You said that earlier. The
child will gravitate to game violence, Microsoft Word, Salesforce.
It's not their fault.
They will gravitate to anything that is exposed to them.
But their mother discouraged them.
But because the mother is a finished product, or the mother works at the strip club, I'll be good goddamned if I'm going to let B9 tell my son that a stripper is not an honorable profession.
But hold up. You are talking about, to me, black men are most dangerous for deletion between 18 and 30.
Who cares about black
men? Hold up. I believe the only 2 people that can get to our black people just being them and they get respected are married men and U.S. veterans. You can go in any room and they will sit the fuck down. They will. Go to a barbershop. If you had a barbershop, them are the ones that's why I'm saying YouTube is basically a big ass barbershop.
Okay.
That's what it is.
So hold on.
Because men want this information from B9 and 84. They are feeding for it.
But let's go off your example. The Army vet and the married man is at the barbershop and they kicking game and everybody's listening and soaking up the knowledge. And then Army vet's woman comes in there and starts cursing him out. Army vet, motherfucker, blah, 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 do, da, da, da. Are those same men gonna say, hold on, lady, this man is a treasure. This man
but that's hold up. Don't go past that point. Don't go past that point. You have to make a decision right then and now.
Answer my question first.
In order to be respected, you have to correct the disrespect and then show everybody else from that point on that ain't you. It ain't got nothing to do with you proving nothing. Be you.
Answer my question. Are the men that were there soaking up all your knowledge and all your game and that were calling you mentor this and that, are they going to step up for you when that woman comes in there cursing you out?
No.
Now let's go on the reverse. I'm a thug nigga. And I'm in there kicking game to the youngsters and the this and the that or whatever. And my baby mama come in talking this and that. Are you going to be shocked if one of them youngsters check her or even smack her ass out? Like, you ain't coming in here talking shit about my man or my folks. They will stand up for those men. And they don't even necessarily deserve the type of respect that Army vet deserves.
But you're speaking, you always check you. You're speaking like a father, and they don't have them. And somebody that did this training and basically, I understand what you're saying. You understand what I got to build them. I get exactly what you're saying, but they didn't have fathers. And they don't know. They don't know no better.
Hold on. First and foremost, instead of automatically making excuses for them, I need you to first just acknowledge it.
Oh yeah. We get on their ass. Matter of fact, the code is give your heart to your mama, but your ass is mine, because we're going to change. We're going to get all this shit out of you.
But we also have to acknowledge that that's wrong. Now, I know that we talk about preference and this and that, and Sugar Bum jumped to me about right and wrong and this, but this is outright wrong.
But they're seeing leadership right before their eyes.
It is outright wrong. I don't care the
excuse. Name another profession.
It's outright wrong when a gang
different.
member will get protection over a Army vet mentor.
But you're too intelligent not to know where that comes from. It's like you're answering the question for yourself. You know why that is. Single mothers, you know it's a repetitive cycle and it's not going to change because the father's in it. I know that. We know this.
Okay, but my point of it is we also know how gentrification works. If we're not doing anything to stop gentrification, what's the fucking point of knowing?
It isn't. It's where do you get that lesson from? That's why if you get an 18-year-old boy in a single mother household, it will change his life.
Once again,
you can talk to any mother that ever had a soldier. When he come home, he is completely different.
So B9, do you just feel like the YouTube space is just a waste of time at this moment?
It's a waste of time for me because I'm at a point in my life where I am actionable. For a lot of people, they are still verbal.
His name means something.
Working out the kinks in their mind. They are, for the first time in their life, putting thoughts that were completely inner monologue thoughts. They're putting them out into the universe. So we're just at different stages. We're on the same path. We're just at different stages right now. And as I explained on other people's platform, when I told them goodbye, we'll meet again. I'm just at a different, I'm at the destination. You know, when you get to the last page of the book, just remember B9 told you, the butler did.
But you know, B9
pisses people off. You ruined the ending for me.
I want him to go.
That I didn't ruin the ending because the more I tell you it's the butler, the more you're convinced it's can't.
Go B9.
That's wrong. That's wrong. But see, now you know me. I'm taking you literally, and I'm pissed, and I ain't reading the rest of the book because you already told me.
Yeah, once you tell me the ending, I'm done.
I'm done.
How many people are going to be? How many women? And you know this for a fact, Kai. If I want to make a woman lose 50 pounds right now, all I got to do is tell her you can't fucking do it. There's no fucking way in the world you can lose 50 pounds. Not on your best day. I got $1,000.
Okay, now that'll do it. The money.
But if I take the other route and say I will give you $1,000 if you lose 50 pounds, I will give you a bonus. You will not be motivated the same way as me saying fuck you. You can't do it. We are a reactive people. We are not a proactive people. So B9 disappearing is a necessary evil that must happen so that when I do decide to come back, you will miss me. You will appreciate what you didn't have. You don't appreciate how important your index finger is until you sprain it. When you hurt that index finger and you can't got no trigger finger no more, then you understand how important that index finger is.
And it's harder to masturbate without it, for a woman.
Yeah.
Again, it's so many different great uses that you take for granted until you have to go without.
Right.
But the second that you go without and you finally get it back, you give it the appreciation that you should have originally given it, because once again, we are reactive and not proactive. Would we have marched, would Black Lives Matter have gotten the traction that it have gotten if we weren't reacting to George Floyd's murder? If we were just being proactive and saying the police I can see the train 2 feet before it's coming, and if we don't handle these police now, it's going to get out of hand. Or do we always wait until the police get out of hand, then react? And no matter how many times it happens, what's the definition of insanity?
And again and again.
Okay. But that's why I know my message falls on deaf ears, because we are infatuated with insanity right now. We are convinced that we're going to walk into that brick wall this time and not break our nose, not bust our face. This time, somehow, some way, that brick wall, we're going to ghost right through that shit and end up on the other side of the brick wall. Good luck.
And you know what? I totally hear what you're saying here, and just conversating. But sometimes, hey, Sister George.
Hey.
But even though, because you're sharing, your frustration of this great information that you're sharing and putting out there, and whatever falling on deaf ears and not being appreciated and all these other things, and I feel you on that. And not to say this is just you and how you feel, but I'm just trying to get to a point, and I'm saying it this way. When you express what you're expressing now about you appreciate it when I come back, you're going to miss me first. And you're going to appreciate once I come back, and you're going to see. You needed me all alone, or you ain't being shit until I got back,
If I come back.
That part. And if I don't, straight to hell for you. However, okay, straight to bankruptcy for you when you ain't going to amount to something fine. Okay, anyway, let me finish my thought though. So, but really, joking aside, the point I really want to make here is for all those people that are not appreciative, that are not getting it, because I said earlier, it's not for everybody. Everybody's not going to get it. But what about those silent ones? Those ones that are sitting in the back listening, but they're not actively giving you that positive feedback or whatever feedback to say, hey, brother, I'm listening, but I'm just not up there loud like Kyia. I'm not up there in the chats like Ocean, but I hear you and you helping me. So you leaving me, so what do you say to that?
I say what Army Vet said earlier. Every man wants to fucking find a bitch in the world. The question is, do you have game to do it? Do you have mental capacity and resources to do it? So everybody wants to learn from a B9, but if you don't have the wherewithal to speak up and have a voice.
Well, damn, it's just my personality. But brother, you helping me out.
Okay, but at the end of the day, once again, if you don't talk to girls, you don't get no pussy. So if your personality is one where you don't speak up and you don't talk and you stay in the background, you have to take the results that come with being quiet, staying in the background, being that wallflower.
All right.
You don't get to play at the club. Play at the club is in the center of the club, sweating, smacking ass.
I just want to say this real quick, bro. I just want to say this to everybody, like in the YouTube space, just what I noticed, like everybody wants to go their own direction. There's a lot of pride. There's a lot of, people just want to do their own thing. So in the space, you're gonna have people that's gonna oppose you. It's just natural because they want to do things the way they want to do them. You know what I mean? So I'm just used to it by now. I'm used to people just kind of saying, "Well, fuck it, I'm gonna just do what I want." I'm just used to it. Like it just comes with the territory.
That is, is that I personally come to other people's platforms to give knowledge, support their platforms, tell other people to subscribe to their platforms on other people's platforms. I went to Sir Hale's platform and said, subscribe to Just Kai. When Just Kai didn't even mess with Sir Hale, I still was saying, I rock with Sir Hale and subscribe to Sir Hale and this and that or whatever. Sir Hale would be in the chat paying attention to these things. We would give me credit privately. Thank you for shouting me out, B9. Thanks for putting action behind your words. Everywhere I go, I see you shout me out. Well, those are what I call bank deposits. So when I invest in my sweat equity, my time equity into your channel, into the success of your channel, and someone wants to come up there and attack my character or do things that are out of place of what B9 stands for, I'm expecting you to say, as Sir Hale, no, this is not the B9 I know. The B9 that I know went out and got me hundreds of subscribers. The B9 that I know has supported me when I had only 10 subscribers. So the B9 that I know definitely wouldn't be cutting up or trying to mess up my channel or cause problems.
Now, you're right. You're right.
Now that I'm there, but they allow the bullshit to happen when someone want to curse out B9 or this and that. Sir Hale responds, B9, we're not going to tolerate that in the chat. And moderators, please check B9.
I know Kyia got something to say.
What the fuck are you talking about, Sir Hale?
But Kyia, can I just say this one last thing, just real quick?
Nothing in the comments that B9 said that is out of place at all.
But B9, I know. You're right, bro. I'm not saying that you're wrong. You're not wrong at all. You're not wrong at all, OG. You're not, man. Let me just say this. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? You gotta understand, not everybody can handle power. And when people get on their platforms, they feel power. They feel that entitlement. Trust me, I seen a guy who he just started his YouTube channel. He didn't even have even 50 followers or even 50 subscribers. And he got on there and he just started like tripping. Like he just started like having all these different demands, and he just started wanting that do things a certain way. And he wouldn't even drop the StreamYard link. And I mean, I give this guy the link personally all the time. And he wouldn't even drop his StreamYard link or nothing. And I mean, like I said, he just started on YouTube. And he had all these demands just to be on his channel. And I'm like, man, what the hell? You know what I mean?
Did you fuck with it? Or did you say fuck that?
I let him be, man. I mean, I still rock with him business-wise, but personally, it is what it is.
That's all that I'm saying. And by the way, please go subscribe to Sir Hale's channel still.
Please do.
Subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered's channel.
That's what I said. I still, but I said that B9, I still rock with them.
Be there does not mean that B9 does not still them the same.
I still support everybody business-wise. That's what I'm saying, B9. I still support people business-wise. Like, I don't hate nobody.
I still want them to be as successful, and that's my point. Kyia is that I'm not currently like, okay, B9's gone now, y'all are doomed. I still, because the information that I have is proprietary information. Somebody taught it to me. So if somebody taught it to my dumb ass, all of y'all can learn it too. Nobody's stopping you from knowing what I know and knowing more than what I know. And I hope you achieve it. The problem is one day, because this is how God works, one day we're going to cross paths for real. You're going to really see the success, and you're really going to see and smell and feel my presence. And I want you to have the same energy then that you have now. Don't let how I really move and how I really impact people in real life all of a sudden bring you back around and treat B9 the way that you should have been treated.
B9, I didn't know that. Don't come brand new.
But once again, I know human nature. I literally look like Nipsey Hussle. I literally look like Snoop Dogg. I literally look like, in the right situations, Obama, believe it or not. I have been called and treated as these people. And then when they find out, oh, this is only B9.
That part.
I thought that was really Nipsey. I thought that was really Snoop.
This nigga ain't nobody.
Too bad now. You done already valet park my car for him. Too late. You done already comped my meal. Too late. Don't be brand new. And that's what's waiting for you at the end of the rainbow. And like you say, the moves that you make in real life, 84, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Like you said, they have no idea the real behind the scenes where on the golf course, where transactions really take place.
Yeah.
They have no idea where business is really done. All they see is what you want them to see.
Man, my nigga can make a breakdown.
All of it is mostly fake, though. Being honest, what I'm trying to say, and I know you don't have time for it because you really want to invest in things that actually matter, and I get it.
Yeah, B9 different.
And the importance.
Yeah, he different because I love the pettiness. I get so entertained.
Oh, Lord mercy.
The crazy part about it is, and like Army vet said it best, I'm intellectually capable enough to not handle the pettiness, but to diffuse it. I can diffuse it like you watching a Lethal Weapon movie and a C4. I can diffuse that bomb. I just don't care to. Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
I want to break his words down like a hood dictionary. Because basically what he just said is successful people sometimes got to take themselves out of a situation to protect their insanity or their money.
Or just because they don't want to fucking be there involved in that environment anymore.
Because I made that mistake, and B9 is talking to y'all like a father saying, I don't know why you want to go right when you can go left. He's just speaking to people like a father. He's not saying I'm going. He's saying, why do I need to go through that when I can go over there? He's just speaking to y'all as a father. That's why I ain't taking nothing. I'm listening to you as an intelligent father and husband, and that's where I'm getting my information from.
There's a place in Texas, a few decade ago, at least a decade, maybe longer than that. Dan Rather took a police sheriff down to Texas and did all of these interviews. And then Dan Rather wanted to go further into Texas. And the cop told him, this is the furthest that I'm going with you, Mr. Rather. I can't promise you or your camera crew any safety past this point right here. And so Dan Rather looked at the guy and was just like, what, is this not your jurisdiction? Are we stepping into Mexico at this point? What's going on? And the guy was like, hell no, this is my jurisdiction. I still got another 4 miles in my county that I run. But the last 4 miles belong to the MS-13. And for me to secure the other 100 some odd miles of my land, I had to give them 4 miles. And I don't cross over those 4 miles. I'm not saying that you can't cross over, Mr. Rather. All I'm saying is you walk alone from this point on. That's what I'm telling. I understand to enjoy the 96% that I have to have a 4% vacancy rate. I have to have a 4% loss theft rate. I still, on my best day, will not bat 1,000. So if the 4% I have to give up is YouTube,
and you ain't getting paid for it.
That ain't the point. Bye.
I never paid you to get paid. I already have money. I don't need that.
That part.
Again, I'm here to make sure that other people are my neighbors. Other people are my
that network of people.
Other people, I don't want to go places and people assume that I'm Snoop Dogg because he's 6'6", he's got long hair, must be a celebrity. I want them to see so many niggers like me that they are used to just niggas having money.
That part.
Motherfuckers.
That part for real though.
I get it.
Yep. The way you brought that on home like that's amazing. And I do want to say something there. I didn't, you know how I always tell you, come back around, so I didn't know how the fuck you was even on that road, and you brought it on home. Like, how did we get here? Wasn't we just in New Mexico?
I know.
I'm here in Cali right now. This road don't even go to Cali. But no, I love that perspective. But then in the same sense, B9, I still have to go back to, even though you're expressing and sharing these things, and I want to go back to the quiet boy back there in the back. So and like you said, you want to walk in a room, and not just because you assume this is Snoop Dogg, but as you see multiple black men, you think, your thought goes to, oh, got money, they're supposed to be here. So if you're not spreading to that quiet one to help him be that example, oh, nothing, you said it, you come back around, or they have to speak up for it. Is okay. That's okay. I just remember. Sometimes, I blink out. I am that blonde. I'm sorry. I know y'all gave me way too much credit. I'm serious though. What I be saying is really the truth. I am what I thank you for the compliment, but I really am. Woo.
You see how she threw it? You're clueless about black women.
Put it to the
You're
end.
still intelligent.
She's not gonna break character no matter what. She's a real good actress.
I'm serious.
Of course.
You're a very intelligent person. How you play it, I can see. I can see it. I can see you successful.
Okay, whatever.
I see it. Not many women can control men and women. That means what. I see traits of leadership. So, despite who you are, you're gonna be good in your life.
Well, that's my personality, though. That leader, huh?
You're such a dumbass.
I'm not dumb, but I'm not as. What I say, I don't know. So I think what makes me smart is that I'm willing to say, oh, I didn't know that. Or I ask the question to understand.
See, and you missed the message. Remember, smart and intelligence are totally different tracks. Wisdom.
Okay.
God put you out here for a reason. You know
Army said it best. He came up with family that had third grade educations, middle school educations, but he got more wisdom from them than he gotten from any professor, any world scholar, old scholar.
Don't ever forget that shit.
Yeah, so,
I receive that.
So once again, you can't bullshit a bullshitter, darling.
I receive that. I appreciate
but do you know God put you out here for a reason? Do you know if B9 had your attitude and he had your attitude? Oh my God. And I put you out here for a reason. Think about that. Look at her. She got it.
I told Kyle.
I ain't had to say nothing.
I told Kyle
I seen y'all and I'm like, what the hell?
Put her personality and my personality together.
Yes. I see. God is good.
But she doesn't see it though.
My grandmother say God sometimes whisper. You need to listen.
And like I said, you
don't need to shout. He whispers sometimes.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
I just love the YouTube thing to fall over that too. Like, you let a person be themselves, because at the end of the day, it's not about right or wrong. It's about their preference. So, irregardless of how wrong they are or how right they are, if they don't want to be a part of it, that's pretty much the end of the story. So, that's how I feel about the YouTube thing. Like, you all have shown me enough, not y'all personally, of course, but the YouTube streets have shown me enough that they're not going to appreciate. Like I said, it's I literally thought people were learning from Kevin Samuels. He was just entertainment for most.
Yep. Yeah.
And that's why they had no problem talking about him in his death.
Wow.
Never made a connection with him in his knowledge. It was literally no different than Robin Williams or any other Leonardo DiCaprio or this. They have no real connection to them other than entertain me, make me laugh, make me smile, make me forget about my problems. Not I'm going to learn from this experience. Not that I'm going to walk out of this concert hall a better human being off of just music. Because if you just listen to the words of a Michael Jackson songs from a Michael Jackson concert, you will actually leave that place a better human being. But no one wants to do that.
The man in the mirror.
They want to be entertained and groove to the beat and remember when they was at the first time they moonwalked, and it's all about them, and how you're entertaining me and how not being a better person. And like I said, these are people that are way greater than I am. And these are people that have had the time to invest way more into people than I ever would.
But what about this? Do you think that, okay, like we saying the capability, let's stay on that Kevin Samuels thing. Cause like, okay, I know like I got his message. He wasn't talking to everybody and there was a certain message. Now, when you had him there, you could have asked him other questions to help you out if you were more realistic. Now, so my question is, when you said that they want to be entertained, do you truly think that, was it the women or the men for one? Because so it seems like the men were trying to get it, or they was just faking it and trying to just eat off of that cow or whatever you say, feed off of that to get whatever they can get from it. But I truly think the women weren't they were being delusional. They weren't, their mind wasn't comprehending that he's not talking to you and this is not for you.
The real reason that I mess with Brian Jehovah is because Brian Jehovah is honest about what he is,
right?
How he carries shit. Most of the men that are on Kevin Samuels' platform are just like Brian Jehovah. And what Kevin Samuels produced for them is it validated them being pieces of shit, because it now put on Front Street that women are pieces of shit. See, it wasn't back in the day, men did not shame women for wanting a man that made $100,000 a year. Men just was like, I don't make it, but good luck finding it. I'm not that dude. I make $65,000, and that's where I'm going to be at. 5 years from now, I might be at 70, 75, but I definitely ain't going to be at 100,000. So you need to move on to one of them $100,000 niggas and get the fuck out of the way of the bitches that's looking for a $75,000 nigga, because that's what I am. That's how most niggas carried it. But when Kevin Samuels came along, he said, you know what? Women wanting a man that makes this much money is just as bad as a man wanting a woman just to fuck. He know he don't like her personality. He know he don't really want to be with her long term, but she got a fat ass and he just wants to hit, and he will put up with her shit for 6 months just to hit it. And so he made those things equal. So now men felt good about being jackasses. They felt good about, they weren't trying to be better men for women. They just got to validate themselves. Oh, well, that's why I'm a piece of shit right there. Look
so
what
he fucked it up for us.
I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with a piece of shit. No, he put things on an even playing field. Yeah, he fucked it up for y'all. You're right.
Oh,
for women.
Okay.
But and that's why women had no problem pissing on his grave. That's why women had no problem pissing on his message the second he wasn't able to defend himself, because they knew that no man can defend Kevin Samuels' message better than Kevin Samuels. So when Kevin Samuels isn't there to report or turn your monologue into a dialogue, all of a sudden you got this liquid confidence, this fake sense of hope. And men, even though you're right, men are not going to step up for Kevin Samuels and speak on Kevin Samuels' behalf, because we know we can't do it to the level that he did it. But we're not forgetting, and we're observing what we're seeing. And that's one of the main reasons that I'm leaving YouTube alone. Because like I say, I want to see how people are when I'm not here to defend myself too. I want to see how people are, because one thing I've already noticed, there are people that call back into those Sir Hale shows and those Black Man Unfiltered shows. They were waiting for B9 not to be on the panel, because B9 used to hold their feet to the fire. And now that B9's not there, they right back at home. They right back where they belong. They feel nice and comfortable because there's no one there that's going to check them. There's no one there that has the intellect to call bullshit and point out all the Swiss cheese holes in what they think is block government cheese. So it serves its purpose. People feel comfortable around bullshit.
Oh,
I think it's worse than that, dog. I think it's worse than that. I think Kevin Samuels blew up like on a intelligence level. It was the perfect storm. To me, it was the perfect storm right before the C-19. Right before that, I think relationships, divorces, single fathers, it just blew up right before he hit. And then you had a whole lot of angry men that Kevin Samuels started telling them, you know, they don't want you. And men was like, she really don't want me. And it was to them like, oh shit. So it was an awakening also, because remember, the barbershops closed. Well, we used to go to the barbershop and kick it and shit like, oh girl, here, dog, here, ho, oh, you only be the... Now it's on YouTube.
I take it back even further though.
But that's when men start being aware. When they had to stay inside with their woman for them 2 years with no money. They got to see them for themselves.
What made me aware with it, with my wife, is when Donald Trump became president. When Donald Trump became president, for some reason, it was my fault. For some reason, a Black man had to suffer for this white man being president. And it's odd to me.
As an intellectual, you shouldn't care. That ain't your job.
I don't care. But when you are bringing politics and people that I've never met or even voted for into my home, and I have to live it, breathe it, smell it every day, that's not a problem that I can just ignore or run from.
But you're so of an intellectual, you can make the difference in religion. I'm sure you can have a discussion and pin somebody down on politics.
Of course, but once again,
but But why would you? You should be challenged on another level. When somebody that should spark your interest, because
I agree with you, because I don't deal in politics. But the problem with that is that at the end of the day, it goes back to the new age woman. It don't have to make sense. I just feel the way I feel. End of story. It's an unwinnable argument. Like I will never try to change, and Kai knows this, I will never try to change her beliefs on her faith, irregardless of how much knowledge that I have and historical data to debunk so many things within her religion. At the end of the day, whether you call it Osiris, whether you call it Jehovah, whether you call it whatever, there is a higher being. And I truly believe that Kyia is doing things in good faith. She might not have the true knowledge that she needs to obtain these things, but if she did have the knowledge, she would just say, okay, well, that's his name. Well, all praises to his name. Praising him all along anyway. I want you to know I've been with you all along.
No, it's just the same person.
Exactly. So my point of it is that at the end of the day, even if you're fighting for the wrong side, you're fighting with the intent of being on the right side. And I believe that's what God looks at. God does not hold you accountable for your ignorance. Your ignorance is actually bliss, because God is not holding you accountable for it. That's why we weren't supposed to eat from the tree of knowledge, because our ignorance was bliss. I can't hold you accountable for what you know.
I know, right?
I can't hold you accountable for being naked. But the second you find out you naked, you now are accountable. So you go get fig leaves and cover up.
I do got a question for you, B9, and it's gonna be one that you probably can walk out the door with. God made Adam and Eve, right?
Okay.
Did he make anybody else?
Well, Lilith precedes all of them.
But what I'm saying is, was the earth populated by that molestation word? That's basically what I'm at. If that's Adam and
You
Eve,
talking about incest? Or
that's how the world was created. If he ain't create nobody else, and if Cain and Abel was fighting over his sister, that means the world was populated by either Adam or Eve sleeping with one of their children. Was it?
Based off of what they're saying, yes, it would be. But that's
why don't they teach that? Why don't they teach that?
Well, they don't teach that because the rules have changed.
But that's a fact.
It is a fact, but it's kind of like
a different time, though.
Like the Football Hall of Fame.
It's not a different time.
If you are an original member of,
if man is able to do that from Adam and Eve, I mean, it's completely wrong. That's why I'm saying it's sinful. It's just that's how we were created. It ain't a fact. I mean, it ain't nothing to do. That's how we were created. I just don't hear nobody talking about brothers, sisters, who, when, where, why, or when Jesus.
Because with the evolution of things, if you do have, for one, you're not going to get pregnant for the most part by a brother or those close DNA connections. So it evolved into this. Before that was necessary to populate the earth, but now it's not. It's other options. It's too many other people, and it evolves into that you cannot even produce for the most part a healthy child with your close sibling, with a brother and a sister. It's not gonna happen.
That's why I ask people, why do you care? Because who cares if you're more? You're from Adam and Eve, everybody. Why do you care?
And if you're going
so
off,
it's about God. Is that's why I had to bring it all the way back. People are so particular about certain things. You care about God because we're all created from Adam and Eve. So if you are more, I'm one too. If you're this, hello, we was created from Adam and that's how I look at it. That's why I don't need to read no further.
But see, let me go even deeper with you.
Y'all confusing yourself. Everybody's from Adam and Eve. You're a child of Adam and Eve. That's it.
But let me go even deeper for you, Army vet.
Who take you to the church shouldn't matter who you pray to.
Based off your logic, all you got to say is we're all from Adam.
Pretty much. Adam
So
and Eve.
you don't even have to bring Eve into it.
But it takes a man and a woman to produce another child. Well, that's why Eve was produced on this world to have children.
Exactly.
That means we are the children of Adam and Eve.
But Eve was the second woman created. So that means
I don't even know this.
So that means that there were two women created, and neither one of them were birthed.
Didn't one of them pass away?
How was that?
I don't know. See, I know little bitty specks about what you're saying, but sometimes dude, I just found out about this slave thing this month. So I'm still questioning. That's the good thing about being a good Christian, trying to be. You're going to question yourself. I know. So is Nekaboo, a.k.a. Eve, preceded the so-called Adam and Eve? So, that's a girl?
And see, the thing about it is...
See, I don't know this. I'm going to have to... Shit, now. I don't know. Yeah,
And see, once again, you have to... The reason you don't know about this stuff is because you don't know what was in those books that were part of those worldwide book burnings. That's the information that was in those books. The Osiris's, the Isises of religion. And those Osiris's and Isises got replaced with Mary and Jesus.
That's why I like the military. I hope nobody listening. But I was messing with a Jewish white girl that was teaching me about that. I went over to a Muslim chick. So I've been taught. And the greatest thing my grandmother taught me is how to listen. So all these other I know everything about them. Not because I've dated people that actually did it. So it's like, I ain't telling you what I think. I dated a girl that was a Muslim chick. Like, hey, I dated her. That's it. That's the only way you're going to know. I don't know.
Yep.
Because from everybody's religion, they're complaining about who the CEO is. Not how to get to God, but who the CEO is of their religion. If you just overlook that, it's just be the best person you...
But
I don't get it.
But another thing that shows that we are suckers and that we'll fall for anything, we know that we're in Africa. We know that we are in Egypt and Israel and all of these places geographically for the Bible. But these people were named Paul and John.
Facts.
And Saul and what? Are you fucking serious? These are the names that we're accepting? And nobody, and the greatest theological scholars, the sweet daddy graces of the world, nobody's questioning this shit. We just all going around saying John, Paul, and Ralph's, and we got little Mikey.
See, I did this
Isn't that the translative name? Because we translate.
Why you think I don't even go no farther than first?
The Bible. So
okay,
I don't know. I'm just asking.
So
I have no idea.
Based off of that, and how long do we have to wait before Jesus gets to become Aiden?